Frankie!
Hello.
We're back. Just blew Joel's eardrums out. How was that, mate? Was that nice? It's good to
As soon as it started.
So, first funny
Is that
thing
in the
is,
shot?
we're just recording our first podcast in our new podcast studio, Frank, in the new office. It's very flash. But the boys have gotten halfway through soundproofing the room, and the adhesive they've used to put the sound pads on the wall to stop the echo. Is that what it's called? An echo? Anyway, they're falling off the wall in spades.
Well, anyway, but we're in a nice new space. Very nice. Just around the corner.
Just around the corner.
From where we were.
We've gone from Paddington to Cabramatta, which is nice.
Not quite, but very good. Very nice offices.
No, thanks, Frankie. It's good for you to be here. You've seen all three offices now. The first office, the second office. You're probably one of the only people who's hung around this long. Which is good. So when did you start with us? When you were 45 and now what? Going just on 80?
Nearly a decade now.
Frankie, we had a question on the Instagram that said, Jack, you need to do an episode and tell us how it all started. I mean, there's about 10,400 episodes out there about how it all started. But I thought, you know what? You got to give the people what they want. So here we are.
All right.
And mate, I said, Frank, when you got to the office, make yourself useful, which is something that you're not very good at. And mate, I said, I'll get you some questions ready. There's another pad that's fallen off. I'll get you some questions ready. And mate, you went on to ChatGPT, which is good.
No, I made them up.
I can tell. So, Frankie, what we're going to talk about in this episode is how I started my journey, how it's gone, where we're at right now, and then we're also going to chat through your own journey and how they can potentially correlate or be very, very different.
Yeah, and you bought your first when you were 18, and you're now, what, 27? So nearly a
27
decade.
going on 28.
28 this year.
27 going on 50.
So a good decade. So
almost
already,
a decade.
You know,
I bought it when I was 18, just before when I was 19.
Okay,
so I'm 27 going on 20. So it's been nine years.
9 odd years, but still that's more than most from, in your age bracket, mate. So
I'd say so.
Very good. All right, so let's...
So you're going to be the interviewer today, Frankie.
Yeah,
I'll
throw some questions to you, mate, and we'll see how it compares to
nervous?
my journey. I'm not nervous. No.
I can tell you are.
I've been through it before.
Is that a haircut you got as well?
I got a nice haircut today.
Where'd you get that one from?
Mate, just down at local Gladesville, mate.
What do they charge you now for a haircut?
$20, mate.
$20.
What's funny is, the less hair I've gotten as I've gotten older, it's starting to cost more money.
That's called inflation.
There's inflation for you, mate.
You know, how much do you reckon my haircut is?
I think you told me something ridiculous, like $70 or something.
75.
75, that's ridiculous.
Once a week. What do you mean? Look at this.
Once a week as well. I've never paid 75 in my life.
Oh, there goes another pad. All right, Frankie, let's go. Kick us off.
Mate, all right. Well, let's start from the beginning, mate. What initially inspired or motivated you to start investing in property?
Mate, what the initial motivation was for me was the fear of being poor. Okay. And the feeling of not being enough. That was the main driver. Because all through my childhood, I always wanted to be, in quotation marks, or what I thought at the time was rich. I wanted to have the house on the river. I wanted I wanted to have the Land Cruiser was the thing where we grew up. If you had a Land Cruiser Sahara, you were a rich person. And I always wanted for that when I was growing up. So, as I got into the workforce, got booted out of school, as most people know, that was my first taste of controlling my own destiny. Yeah. And that was it. I thought I wanted to be rich.
So what's interesting
rich people buy property.
Yeah, well, this is interesting. So you thought, I want to become rich. How do I become rich? I need to actually spend money or invest money to become rich.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was a progressive thing, right? Like, when I got booted out of school, I think when I was 15, 16, went and worked in the construction industry. And then it was just like an ongoing learning process of like watching interviews online of people like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett. Yeah, exactly. And then, getting, more broad and watching successful business people, and then looking at, different things, investing in the share market, like just broadly learning about becoming wealthy, how people have done it. And that's what led me down the path of finding property. That's the most common thing you invest in.
Well, you touched on the share market. Why did you go down the property path as opposed to the share market path?
Probably because it's easier to understand. Understanding shares and investing in shares at an expert level is a lot harder, I believe.
The puts and the call options and all that.
Yeah, and
I still could never. And
it didn't really interest me either. It didn't really interest me.
Yeah.
Where property did. Property was something that was a thing that was naturally come to me. I always loved architecture. I wanted to be an architect when I was growing up, but then I found out you had to go to uni for that, and I thought that's no good. But I always used to draw floor plans, and then when mum and dad were buying our family home or upgrading the family home, I was obsessed with that process, searching on realestateanddomain.com. I loved going to the
it is
open
more
for
interesting
inspection.
when you talk about floor plans and color palettes and architecture and all the different designs and all those things. You know, we're always going on about Art Deco apartments and things like that, how beautiful they are, and you know, some people
They're like
love
you,
it,
Frank.
but you know, they're a lot more interesting.
Old and beautiful.
They're a lot more interesting than talking about, you know, whether it's better to invest in a BHP share or a Westpac share, right?
Yeah, well, now I look at shares very different, because for most people, they actually don't put context behind what a share is. Like when you invest in a share, you're investing in a company.
Yeah.
Now, I love business now. I'm obsessed with it.
Yeah.
So it's much more interesting to me now, but there is no better return on my money than investing in my own company. So why would I go invest $100,000 in BHP when I can invest $100,000 in my own company and get a much greater return on that? So that's how I look at it now.
All right, very good, very good.
What about you, Frankie? What got you started?
Mate, what got me started is my dad planting the seed of, you know, I started my first job.
Dad planted the seed inside of me.
Let's just keep it clean. My dad planted the seed of thought. You know, I've got my first full-time job now. You know, what am I doing with my money?
And
So,
what were you doing?
Well, I was earning. I've told this story many times. I was earning $17,000 at the time.
year.
Yeah.
But I mean, you grew up with Jesus, so
So it's a lot of money.
playing quarterback for the Jerusalem Tigers, mate. 17 grand back then could have got
So,
you.
you know,
four
my dad
sheep
thought I was earning all this money, so he's like, "What are you doing with it? Have you ever thought of investing in a property?" You know, but when you turn, long story short, when you turn 40, you'll thank me. So yeah,
and now you
that's,
turn 49, and you're going, why the fuck did I ever listen to
and
that?
you know, he never pressured me. He just left it with me, and about 6 weeks later, I came back to him and said, "Okay, so are we going to do this or what?" Just, you know, and they went out looking, and I went and played soccer, and eventually we bought one.
How good's that?
So yeah, and then it just went from there. Then from there, I bought, you know, I really got the bug myself of getting the second one and the third one, you know, seeing these things grow in value overnight. And I'm like, wow, I'm going off to do the hard work, you know, working for my money, for a salary. And these properties are going up literally year by year. You know.
When did that change?
What do you mean?
When you started working hard for the money.
I've done 30 years of hard work, mate. Now I'm letting, you know, trying to live off these properties.
Very good.
Right. All right, mate. So let's then, can you share the story of your first actual property that you purchased, you know, including, you know, why you chose that property and, you know, how the process went?
So the first property was a 2-bedroom apartment in Coogee. $720 is what I paid for it. And the journey to that property was, I guess, the journey that I tell everyone to go on. I didn't understand what to do. My parents were the ones guiding me through the process. They had bought property in the past. We didn't know what a mortgage broker was. Like it was just basic fundamental 101s. You go into the bank. We went to our local ANZ in Windsor.
Yeah.
Jody was the bank manager's name. We sat down with Jody. Jody said, "This is what we do. This is how a home loan works, blah, 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 blah. These are the documents I need." I was banking, as my personal bank was ANZ at the time. And we just went through the process. So we got pre-approved, $700,000. Then, you know, it was like, where do we buy? That was the other thing. So I was looking around my local area to begin with, which is around Wilberforce, Windsor, Bligh Park.
Yeah. As most people do. That's where they start, right? They're comfortable with that.
That's right. So that's where I grew up. That's where I was somewhat familiar with the area. And when I say somewhat familiar, I knew the area a lot more than I knew Coogee or Maroubra or Bondi or anything like that. But I still didn't know it intimately. Like
no, you don't know all the property data or real estate data, I suppose.
Yeah, best streets or anything. I didn't know what a good street wasn't. But, you know, the thing that really led me to invest in the eastern suburbs and buy a property in, you know, in Coogee was Chris Gray, which is the guy that I was listening to online. It was the guy that I was consuming his information.
Yeah.
I was watching his show on Sky News. I was
As
listening,
was I.
listening to the podcast.
Yes.
And that was the thing that influenced the decision to invest in the eastern suburbs. So I thought, okay, this person's doing it.
Yes.
They don't really have a vested interest in telling me to do something or not do it. I'm just taking the information and going, well, he's done well. That's what I do. And then every Saturday I drive in, do the open for inspections. I had no fucking idea what I was looking at, which is like, this is an apartment.
So you didn't engage a buyer's agent at
not
that
for
stage?
the first one, no. But I was, and to be honest, it didn't even cross my mind to engage a buyer's agent at the time, to be honest. It was just
probably being your first one, you probably were excited to do it yourself as well.
I wasn't really attached to that. I wasn't, because I don't really remember it now anyway, so it wasn't a big thing. But I remember, anyway, I looked at a heap of properties. We went to a few auctions. We missed out. When I say we, like, you know, my parents were there by my side trying to help. And then we ended up walking through this one, and at the time I was like, why is it so cheap? It's beautifully renovated, 2-bedroom apartment in Coogee. And there was heaps of people there for the open. And then, you know, when I was buying it, I couldn't work out how we could afford this one and not the other ones. But the thing that I didn't understand was it was ground floor, or below ground floor. It was subterranean.
Wow.
Didn't have parking. It was quite dark. Really nice apartment.
No parking.
Yeah. So, but it was $720, and it was literally 200 meters from Coogee Beach. Like, you know, it's like walk out the front door, walk down the street, and I'm on Coogee Beach. So it ticks a lot of the boxes. The agent, his name is Dean Power. He's still a good friend of mine now. And mate, I signed the contract on the bonnet of his car at the North Bondi RSL.
There you go.
So,
and it's interesting you say like it didn't have parking. Now for investors, you know, we profess, you know, it must have parking. It must have parking. Now there is no such thing as a perfect property, and sometimes, you know, depending on your budget, you have to compromise on certain things. But for your first property, obviously you had to compromise on the parking. Not that you probably had thought about it at the time, but
I was
you went
unassuming at the time.
Yeah, but you
really
went for the
know.
location. Well, you know, you knew in your, you know, just common sense. Well, this is a great location. Whoever's going to rent here, whoever's the future buyer is, it's 200, 300 meters to Coogee Beach. You know, you can't get much better than that. A good suburb, Coogee in the eastern
It's so
suburbs.
funny. I'm just thinking now. I remember when I was going to look at all these properties, I'd get up, I'd get ready. You know, at the moment I'm wearing some shorts, a t-shirt, and some Birkenstocks. But like, I'd
You used to suit up, did you?
oh yeah, like
Oh,
dressed to the nines. You know, because I thought I'm in the city, I'm around, you know, all these hoity-toity people, and that's how you have to dress when you're going in there. And it's very funny. I used to drive in my Commodore Ute, and I'd bring a friend sometime. I'd bring parents sometimes, and eventually, I can't remember how long that process took. But I remember I bought it just before I turned 19. Like, it was at the end of June, start of July, and I turned 19 on the 17th of July, and I bought it just before.
Yeah.
And
you must have felt, did you have a sense of pride and satisfaction?
Yeah, I mean, it was an achievement. It was a box
It's a
tick.
big achievement in anybody's
And
life.
I always
think.
wanted to buy my first property when I was 18. I remember, like,
Yeah,
when I come out of school, you know, I'm a very big person on goal setting, and that was the thing. I was like, I want to buy my first property by 18. So ticking that box just before I turned 19 was like,
yeah, that's great.
I wore it as a badge of honor for a long time.
Yeah, all right.
So I'm a property investor now.
That's it. So, all right, now thinking along, your nearly 10-year property journey, what has been some of the biggest challenges you've faced along your investing journey, and, you know, how did you overcome them?
So,
You know, just one or two.
yeah, I think that challenges are consistent, right? They're consistent at every level. So the first challenge,
how to get more money out of the banks.
how to get more money out of the banks, how to make the banks stop taking all my money with interest rate increases. Like, but in all seriousness, that when you're buying your first property, there's challenges. When you're buying your second property, there's challenges. Third, fourth, 10th. Like, they say every level there's another devil, and that's the reality. Like, the challenge when you buy your first property is you're not educated. You don't know information. You don't know how the process works.
You don't know what you don't know, right?
So it's ignorance. You're like, you've got no idea. Buying the second property, there was a little bit less of that, but more about then the second guessing about, am I doing the right thing? How do I then buy the third? I used a buyer's agent for the second property. Ended up using Chris Gray for it.
And where was that one? That was in Maroubra,
Maroubra, two better,
okay,
yeah.
So still in the eastern
Bonavista
suburbs?
Avenue. And to be honest, the reason I did that was because I did it by myself for a little while. The market was hot. I couldn't find anything. I kept missing out. And I also wanted to get closer to Chris and his network. So I thought the best way to get close to him is to pay him money, give him cash. And then I think about property number 3, that was probably, that was in a new market. It was in Newcastle. I didn't know Newcastle that well. I just moved up there. So there was the challenges around what to buy, where to buy. Same thing, questioning yourself whether you're buying the right property, what should you buy? And then it's just developed over there. Like, then it was a challenge around, okay, well, I've gone out of a full-time job into self-employed. What does finance look like? How much do I need to earn? Brokers, I remember I've had multiple brokers along the way tell me that I couldn't get any money. So when I went from ANZ to my first mortgage broker, the reason I did that is because ANZ said you can't borrow anymore.
Yeah,
I was cross collateralized with the first 2 properties. Then I went to the first broker, bang, got the next one, and I was like, okay, well, that's good if there's a broker who can find me. Then I got, when I went to get the next one, that broker said, oh no, unlikely you'll get more money. Then I find another lady who was a broker. She helped me get the fourth, I think it was.
So it's interesting. You went to, you said you went to ANZ Bank, and they said no, you're capped at this certain level, and that might not have been enough to buy that second one. So you went to a broker.
ANZ, I did 1 and 2 with.
Yeah,
third, I did a broker with, and they refinanced the first 2 as well.
So it's interesting.
Fourth,
you
I
went
did
to
another.
you went to a broker, and you might not have got the answer there, so you went to another broker, and
Yeah, and again,
and
this
things
was
like
just,
that.
and then
So-
it was all just questions.
Yeah.
So it was like, who should I use? Chris, who do you use for your broker? I'll go and speak to this person. Bang, I want to speak to that person. And then that person couldn't help me, so I asked someone else.
Yeah.
And then it was just a rolling effect.
And did it get to the stage of when you were asking them questions? Well, what do I need to do to borrow X amount?
Yeah, I mean,
To understand what servicing criteria looks like, and the things that the financial institutions look for.
essentially, well, as I started to get more sophisticated in quotation marks, then it was me saying, what do I need to earn to buy another property worth Y? Mm-hmm. So then I had a goal.
Yeah.
So that's what I did before when I left
Because
the
it's
mine.
a formula at the end of the day, really, isn't it?
It's $1 gets you X amount of servicing.
Yeah.
How many dollars do I need to earn to get X amount of servicing? That was literally it. So then
And chasing properties as they increase in value.
Yeah, literally. So, and then it's the thing now that it's the overextending. Like the bigger you want to go, and the the bigger the portfolio you want to build, and all the rest of it, the more risk you have to take, or the more perceived risk, and the bigger balls you have to have. And now that's the level now.
Yeah.
It's like, to get from where I am now to where I want to be, there's a lot of risk, and to get to where I have been, there's a lot of risk. And there's no denying that, like, it's been a stressful 18 months for myself in particular. Like, we're in a property-based business, which has been affected due to the marketplace. I've got an ungodly amount of debt for my age, which has been affected by interest rates increasing. And there's often days where you're like, fuck, is this really the...
The whole wall came down.
What was that thing?
The wall, my keys. They kept my keys. Anyway, wow. Anyway,
That's a nice
teething
one.
problems.
That stuff's good, Joel. That'll all be falling off in the morning. So, and then there's often times where you question yourself, you're like, fuck, I earn good coin. I've got a good business. I don't need to have stress in my life.
Yeah,
So
well,
there's
you just took the word out of my mouth, stress. Has it stressed you out so much that it's kept you up at night and things like that?
Absolutely.
Because it really shouldn't. Like we say to people, when you're investing in property, you don't want it to keep you up at night. And if it is,
but I
it's probably
think-
not for you. But you bit off a lot more than you can chew.
and I will continue to do
initially,
that.
I think.
That's what I'll continue to do, because
Yeah.
it's just the way that
But you've got that
I
mindset
operate.
too to tolerate the stress now.
Yeah,
to
that's
handle
right.
it.
And again, I often think to myself, fuck, why do you do this to yourself? Like, you could...
You enjoy it, you love it.
That's right, and that's the
Yeah.
reality.
And
It's
you've
like
got the passion
it's
for
like
it.
an addiction.
I think the word is passion. I think if you've got a passion for something, you'll always, push the limits in regards to, more than you could chew, or going a bit faster than you probably should.
Yeah, and
things
that's
like
and
that.
I want to go places, and I've got an idea in my mind about where I want to head. And the reality is, we live a pretty short life. Like, you think
Mate.
about this year, it's March
You
already.
keep reminding me on how close I am, mate.
70 years old already, Frank. It's crazy. Yeah, so you think about like how quick life goes, and it's something that always plays in my mind. It's like, before I know it, I'm 30. Before I know it, I'm 40. Before I know it, I'm 50.
I
and
can
like,
tell you. It
you
does roll
reflect
around
back
like
and
that.
go, fuck, like, what have I done? So that's why I'm someone who's constantly like,
Yeah.
act first, think later.
Yeah,
And often that gets me into trouble, because I'm like, act first, think later. Oh, fuck, maybe I should have done it like this. I just bought a wedding venue, for example.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, how, worst case scenario. So most people out there will look at something like this. It's like, it was a big purchase, it was $5.5 million. I paid for that. Probably got to spend $1 million on it to get it in, up and operational. I've sold an asset to be able to do that. But at the end of the day, like, most people would go into that and have too much analysis, and that would stop them. They go, oh, this, what happens if this happens? What happens if we get no wedding booking?
People do get caught into overanalyzing for
Where
sure.
I'm someone who thinks the opposite to that. So instead of me going, what happens if the worst happens? When I looked at that, I thought, fuck, what happens if this thing was the best wedding venue in Australia?
Takes off, yeah.
Like, that's the way that I think about.
I think you got to think of it in a positive manner like that.
Yeah, and everything is the same. It's like,
Yeah.
everyone goes, oh yeah, what happens if interest rates go up? Or what happens if the marketplace crashes? But I'm like, what happens if it does the
What
opposite?
happens if it doesn't?
What happens if the 30 mil that I've got now turns to 60 and I'm 33? What happens if that happens?
Yeah.
So it's always that it's realistic optimism, I
Yes.
think. I'm still making decisions based on history
Yes.
and I guess some prior experience and knowledge and having good people.
So
around you.
let's talk about that. Your investment decision making or your strategy. How has that evolved over time, if at all?
Yeah.
And what factors have influenced those things? Maybe a big thing is obviously 13 interest rate rises.
Yeah.
Have happened in your investing journey.
So I think that the thing is now, I still look at it exactly the same way. Like if I look at my whole portfolio, every property that I own has a lot of scarcity to it. Like there's properties that are really, the best properties in the portfolio, and there's some that are least.
So
like
you're sticking to a core investment
Yeah, it's like if I think about
strategy.
all of them, they're all close to the ocean. You know, like I've got a property that is on the Hawkes River where I grew up. It's on a great street. It's on the water. Can't replace it. Obviously, floods are no good for it, but people will forget about that stuff really quickly. Apartments by the beach with views of the ocean.
Always in demand.
That's right. I've got 2 apartments in a block of 6 in Bar Beach, which are right on the ocean. I've got houses 2 streets from the beach where the neighbours are selling for $6 and $7 million. We had a building in Paddington, which is in one of the best spots in the whole suburb, that we just sold for $1 million more than we paid for it 2 years later. I've got a duplex site that I'm about to develop in Merriweather. Again, like they're just all really premium assets.
Yeah.
The downside to having those assets is often the cash flow isn't the greatest, right? So it puts a strain on things. And that's something that I've learned over the last sort of 24 months, is that you always want to have strong buffers in place. You always want to release equity and put it in offset before you need it. Hence the reason I give the advice and the experience share with people, because I've learned from not doing that and overspending. And, I had 7 figures of equity sitting in a bank account, and I thought, instead of keeping this, I'll just reinvest it all. So I just put it all back into buying more property. So I, overextended again and created more exposure.
So you touched on a duplex. So your strategy has evolved.
But now it's now it's how do I add value
Yeah.
to the properties as opposed to just buying set and forget.
Well, I was going to say, so you started with the traditional buy and hold. Now you've evolved that strategy into adding value, renovating, duplex, more
creating
developments,
value.
etc.
So the underlying strategy is still the same. Buy the best quality assets in the best quality locations, because they're not building any more of them. That's just what it is. But then instead of just buying something set and forget, like I've never spent $1 on Coogee. I've never spent $1 on Maroubra outside of this fucking special levy that we're doing at the moment. I've never really spent $1 on the Bar Beach properties. But then after that, I've started to buy properties where, because they're the kind of properties that continue to generate equity uplift. They grow year in, year out.
And rental uplift too, if you're going to add some value to them.
I mean, my Coogee apartment rents for the same now that it did 5 or 6 or 8, 10 years, whatever it was.
But you haven't added any value to it either, have you?
No, but I've increased the debt level on it as it's grown in value. So the value of the asset has grown, but the rental income has not grown with the asset. Hence the reason the yields are so slim. But now I want to be able to manufacture equity. I want to be able to, like the duplex, I'm going to turn one property into 2, for example. So then I'll have 2 assets on the same block of land, double income, get the depreciation. I won't sell them. I'll refinance on them. So it's a strategy. Hence we call it the accelerator strategy. It's a strategy that accelerates the growth, and it also allows me to play with my passion and love for design and building and all that stuff. So that's it. And then like the wedding venue, and the reason I'm so into this is because it allows me to leverage my expertise more than just buying good assets. I could buy good assets for the rest of my life and just leave them sit there. Yeah. But I guess this wedding venue is going to allow me to use my skill for marketing. It's going to allow me to use my skill for construction and building. It's
and running a business that is aside from the property, like from the buyer's agency, right?
So to give context, a good business like that, just venue hire, could do $1.5 to $2 million a year in revenue.
Nice.
Now, to give more context on that, I paid $6 million for the Paddington Terrace, and that rented for about $100,000 a year. Bit of difference there, right? $100,000 a year, passive, doing nothing, or $1.5 to $2 million a year in revenue. That's not profit, that's revenue.
Yeah.
But so now I'm thinking more about like, how do I buy assets where there is an active element to those assets? I've got the penthouse in Newcastle. That's an active business, short-term rental. Property on the river, same thing.
So you also, I'm seeing a bit of diversification coming in there as well.
Yeah, diversification, but I'm just more
as in different business models, right?
That's right. The thing that I like now when I buy assets is not set and forget. How do I buy good assets, but then leverage skill set?
Yeah.
How do you leverage skill set to then be able to make them even better quality assets?
Yeah.
You look at people like Triggerboff, for example, or some Frank Lowy, founder of Westfield. They're real estate players, absolutely, but they leverage their skill set. They're developing shopping centres. They're understanding how to maximise retail, and Triggerboss got his hotel, short-term accommodation. So they're a builder, they're a developer. They're leveraging their business expertise plus also, the underlying asset they're holding is real estate, which is
Very good. So to date, can you describe a particularly successful investment you made? And what factors, do you believe contributed to the success of this particular one? Does one stand out?
Not really. I mean, they've all been successful because they've all, not one of the properties is worth less than I paid for it. They're all worth significantly more. They're Paddington that we just sold, $6 million we paid for it. We sold it for $7 million and 2 years later. By the time you add in your
that was a pretty short-term hold, in the scheme of things. But that was for
there was a few reasons to sell that. You can't get much better than that. Harbour View's in Paddington, 100 metres away from 5 ways, 6 metres wide, double garage. But I did that too early. That kind of property. It was a $6 million buy-in, 3 to 4 million in build costs. That was going to be a large house, and we finished. The holding costs while constructing something like that, you think about carrying $10 million worth of debt at 6%. That's $600,000 a year.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, soon after you purchased that is when the interest rates really started to take off.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So there was a multitude of things that I thought, is this? Let's say if I pulled out my capital from this property, got back the serviceability that it was taking up, which is a pretty significant amount. What can I do with that money in this period of time? And we cashed out. We made a bit of money. By the time you add in your holding cost, your land tax, your stamp duty, we didn't make $1 squillion, but we did better than a kick in the balls. That's for sure.
And you only held it for 2 years.
It was our place of work for the office.
That's right.
It was a good investment overall. It did well.
Yeah, and you mentioned the buy-in, buy-out costs. This is something that's different in real estate than shares. Shares you can get in and out of very quickly. Hence when investing in property, we say to people, are you prepared to hold this for a minimum 10 years? Because ideally that's the length of time, minimum 10 years, that you'd want to hold an investment property to see some real value out of it because of the the expensive buy in and out.
Yeah,
costs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, I think about some of the other properties, they're all worth, a pretty significant amount more.
Yeah. And because you've held them for more than 2 years.
I've got some properties that have doubled and Coogee again wasn't not the greatest investment. I could have done better with that money at that point in time. If I would have bought something else for $720, I probably would have done better out of it. But it was the thing that allowed me to get into 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like that.
Exactly. Your first one is, the most important. Not that, you have to get it exactly right. And especially when you're young and, when I started, the internet wasn't even around, mate. You talk about lack of education and, lack of knowledge, mate. It was just, you just go in and do it, and see what happens sort of was the first thing. And you just, build from there and improve as you go along. So let's talk about that lack of knowledge and lack of information. How do you typically go about researching and evaluating potential investment properties?
Now, I think a lot of people think too much into it.
I was about to ask, do you do a lot of research?
No, I'm a big picture person. I'm not a detail-orientated guy.
Yeah.
I'm far from it. And I guess the downside to it is not being detail-orientated often costs you in the short term.
But at the end of the day, is there not only a few key things that you need to know and need to look for? Location.
Yeah, there is,
we always talk
there's
about
things
location,
that
right?
when I'm doing deals, there's things that I miss. There's things that if I was more analytical and more caught up in the detail, I would catch them, and it wouldn't I've cost myself a lot of money by not crossing T's and dotting I's, which is fine. But the thing that is a greater plus for me is that I'm an action taker and I
you've
operate.
taken action. You've gotten in.
But for not just getting in, to progress. It's just about taking action then, I think. So I remember when I bought the building in Paddo, I walked through it. I'd done no due diligence on it. I just walked.
You didn't even get a building and pest.
Nothing. I walked through it literally on a Thursday afternoon randomly. It was just after I did a big equity release. I had, like I said, almost $1 million in cash sitting in the bank. And I said,
burning a hole in your pocket.
I'll buy it. Bang. Exchange, and I got a 9-month settlement.
Yeah.
And that was it. It was done. I didn't have the funding. I wouldn't have been able to get the money just then if I would have went to the bank for it. But I thought, what's the worst that can happen? I'll just
Well, you had
unsell it.
9 months to work out the detail, right?
That's right.
And you've got people
But a lot
around
of
you
people
who do that detail
they
for
don't
you.
operate like that.
No,
you
no,
know?
they'll go away and worry for 9 months about what could go wrong, and the place is sold to someone else, and someone else is
Same thing with the property.
property.
I brought the property on the river. I drove past. It was for sale for a little while. I made a stupid offer and they accepted it. And, you know, I didn't have the funding at the time.
Yeah.
Like I just do. There's a lot of properties I've done that with.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you make it work. So I don't get caught up in the detail. I just follow fundamentals. Is it on a good street? Is it in the good pocket of a suburb? Does it have scarcity elements about it?
Yeah.
And worst case scenario, do I think I could find my way out of this property or out of this deal if I really needed to? And if the answer is yes to that, I just go bang.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, we touched on it earlier about financing, and, you know, how little you knew about financing at the start of your journey when you were 18. And obviously, you know a lot more now. What methods or strategies have you found most effective for your personal situation in regards to financing?
I think having the mentality of where there's a will, there's a way. So now very little goes through major lenders. It's all through non-banks or second-tier lenders. Okay. It's just much easier. And again, the time aspect of getting something across a line quicker is much more valuable to me than trying to go with a major lender, having to supply every document and its dog to get it over the line, to save 1% on interest. So it's like speed, execution, and ease is better for me than...
Yeah. And so that's interesting. You touch on interest rates, and, you know, all we hear in the media and you know, in forums and things is, you know, I often see it in forums, I've got this interest rate. Is there a better one out there? Everyone's concentrating on trying to get the best interest rate.
Well, the issue, that's the issue. The issue is a mindset issue. People are worried about saving money as opposed to making it. Yeah. So I don't care. Hypothetically, to give you an example where... Let's use a site that I bought recently. Now, we got a long settlement on it, 9 months it took me, and we were trying to go through major lenders, and they just kept requesting documents because they need to dot their I's and cross their T's and do this and do that and blah, 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 blah. And it's just so time consuming. It's stressful. And it took 3 to 4 months to go through this process. And at the end, they still didn't give us a finance. And I went to Latrobe, through my broker, bang, 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 got them documents, accountants letters, whatever else I needed, and they settled it. We were already in default, so we had gone over the settlement. They settled it within 1 week, and I thought, all the time that I spent on that, wasted time. Like, because it takes hours. I have people that do shit for me, but it's still like, sign this, get this document, fucking get on the phone call to this person. Like, it just takes time.
Of course.
And if I look at my hourly rate, and my hourly rate sits somewhere between 5 and 10 grand an hour. Like, for what I make, that's roughly what my hour. And I think I spent 2 hours a week for 4 months on doing that, right?
Add that up.
8 hours times 4, what's that? 32?
Yeah.
At 5 to 10 grand an hour, cost me 150 to 300 grand. Like in wasted time that I could have been spending on the business. I could have been finding more deals. I could have been to try and save 1% on interest rate and a 0.5% establishment fee on a $1.5 million property.
Yeah.
So it cost me $150,000 to $300,000 in wasted time to save $15,000 a year.
But you didn't even end up getting the money on at the end.
And a $7,500 establishment fee.
Yeah.
So it just does not make any sense.
Yeah, and this is the thing, you know, it's not all about the interest rate. If someone will charge me a higher interest rate, but they'll give me actually more money, then that's more beneficial to me, you know, than a lower interest rate with less money, because more money is going to get me into a better location.
It's
a
money,
better
it's
asset.
Ease, it's
saved its time as well.
It's everything. Like so now the more sophisticated you get, the more debt you get, the more complicated your structures get, the less major lenders are going to be your friend. Major lenders are for bland, boring people who have PAYG lives. Everything's out there on the table and nothing's complicated. That's who majors are for. If you're not one of those people, then majors become very, very difficult. And your non-banks, like your Judos, Latrobes, and those kind of lenders are the go.
And what about joint venture or private financing?
Yeah, again, joint ventures are something I've never done prior. I know we have done some private funding into a deal, not as the tier one lender, but as like a mezz finance, but it's just for development. This is we have taken on private debt, and again, negotiated really good terms. But the JV model is genius. And I talk about it all the time on socials, which is if you have something, and often people go, I've got $1.5 million worth of equity, but no serviceability, or I've got this amount of equity, or blah, 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 or I've got a good income, but I've got no deposit.
Yeah.
Like, they have something that someone else doesn't have.
Yeah.
You've either got a lot of capital, but no serviceability, or you've got a lot of serviceability and no capital.
Yeah.
So my mentality around it is
Join
go
forces.
and find the other 50%
Yeah.
that you don't have.
The yin and the yang, as
And
they
own
say.
50% of something as opposed to owning 100% of nothing. Like,
Yeah.
that's the beautiful thing about JVs. So now, you know, I'm in a fortunate position where we have a lot of clients and we do a lot of great deals, and I know a lot of people with a lot of money. But people with a lot of money don't have access to deals like we do on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So now, and this is why I want to create Henderson into a fund eventually, which is you give me your money and I'll go and invest it, which is a JV. I'll
Yeah.
bring the deal to the table, you bring the capital to the table, and let's do a deal. Because
Yeah.
without me, you wouldn't have got the deal, and without you, I wouldn't have the
Yeah.
capital. So that's what I think is powerful, is for people, when they hit roadblocks, is to think creatively. And, you know, there's people on fucking social media, they're always talking shit about this, and Jack doesn't say that, and you can't talk about that, and, you know, there's all these experts out there. But the reality is there's people who take action and do, and there's people who make excuses and don't.
Yeah, that's
And-
with everything, yeah.
So you need to have action that aligns with your ambition. That's what I think is critical. Because if you've got an ambition to have $1 billion organization like I do, you need to take action like someone who does that. If you want to
Yeah.
have a $5 million portfolio, then take it easy. Go down the slow
Yeah, there's
path.
different levels for everyone.
That's
isn't
right.
There? Yeah.
So I think and we hear it all the time. Mate, what do you want to do? I want to have a $20 million portfolio. I want to have $1 million in passive income. I want to have X or
but
Y.
they don't want to buy the first property.
But the thing is, it's like, okay, that's amazing. You can have that. Everyone can have
Yes.
what they want. This is what you need to do to get that. If you want to have $1 million income, $1 million income is the 0.1% of the population in Australia. So you've got to do things like the 0.1%. And if you won't do that, you ain't having that income. You know,
Well,
so
that's a reality of it, isn't it? That's
That's-
why there's less than 0.1%
That's right.
earning over $1 million. Right. So there's people out there listening going, well, you know, you've got a fair portfolio there. How do you manage this? Where do you find the time?
Stressful.
Yeah. But, you know, you've got property managers who look after all these things as well.
Yeah,
Although
we've
you're
got asset
very
managers,
hands-on,
like,
you know.
you
So
know, I've got
talk a little bit
employees.
about that.
I've got employees now that look after paying all my bills and, you know, like dealing with emails to back and forth and all that shit. But the reality is, like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like, the past 12 or 18 months has been very, very stressful. Like, it's a combination of increasing. Okay, so I'll take one step back. There's a lot to manage. The more properties you get, the more that you're doing. Again,
Yeah.
and my properties aren't just collect rent and pay bills. My properties are collect rent, get a DA approved.
Yeah,
do
you're
some work.
renovating, you're
It's
getting
like,
DAs.
It's fucking
a lot
wild
of
what's going
documentation
on. But the thing is, this is how I see it. Because as you start to get more and more sophisticated, you've got more things going on, cash flow becomes an issue. Even if you're earning a lot of money, often a lot of that money's going out. You're
Yes,
paying things,
yes.
you're paying things. So you need to, and you can look at any successful person, they've all been through tight money times.
Yeah, it's the timing. It's the timing.
That's right. So I look at it as a pyramid, which is like, who is the person who needs to get paid regardless of your position? The bank. Because if the bank doesn't get paid, the whole thing crumbles.
Yeah, of course.
So if you got an interest rate or a bill, an interest bill payable on the 20th of the month, and you've also got a strata bill due on the same time of the month, who are you not going to pay?
Yes.
I'm not going to pay the strata bill. They can wait because
Yeah.
there's a process. If they want to collect money off me,
Yeah, it takes
they've
time.
got to give you 30 days. Then they've got to go to debt collection. They've got to give you 60 days. Then they've got to write your letter. There's a 4-month, 5-month, 6-month process.
yeah.
So the strata gets pushed to the side and the bank gets paid. So when you're going through times like we have over the last 12 months or 24 months, interest rates are going up. Your cash flow is getting tighter. You've got less money at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Then you need to start making strategic decisions, which is, I'm going to have to start spacing payments out. I'm going to get overdue notices. People are not going to get paid on time, but that's okay. So then I've just built out a framework, which is like, okay, who gets paid regardless? Every month, the money's in the bank and the money goes to them. Bank. Tick. If the bank gets paid, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Who's the next person who gets paid after that? Could be whoever's nagging you the most. The squeaky wheel gets the most attention, right? Tick. And then you work it down like that, because bad times don't last forever,
No.
and neither do good times. And if you're growing and you're scaling and you're building a portfolio, you're going to overextend. There's going to be tight times. There's going to be lean times. I've learned a lot of this stuff through Chris Gray. And that's how it needs to be. And then all of a sudden, the market will change. Things will kick. The rates will come down. Your properties will grow in value. the business booms again, and all of a sudden you go, fuck me, what was I ever worrying about?
That's right.
But it's that resilience, and it's that like gritting your teeth, biting down on the mouth guard and going, okay, I can take the easy alternative here, which is, and this is what often people say to me, and my mum's the worst for it because she's so nervous about everything that I do because it's stressful and, Jack, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and I just say, the worst case scenario is I can't afford to pay my bills. I sell the properties. I cash out. I've got X amount of million sitting in the bank. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Best case scenario is I work it out and there's an infinity and beyond.
And I think the key is to not panic as well. Like you said, everything will pass eventually. There'll be timing. You've got to wait for someone to pay you so that you can pay them. So timing is a key thing. But
100%.
I think it's just about taking a step back, putting everything out on the table, and like you said, okay, who do I need to pay first? If I pay them first, I wait for that money to come in, and just plan it all out.
That's right.
Usually all works out.
Because at the moment,
as long as you don't panic,
we're
right?
hearing about it from our clients a lot of people in the marketplace where people are starting to feel the pinch. Rates have been higher now for 6, 12, 18 months.
Yeah, well,
people's cash accounts are shrinking, and now people are going, okay, I'm going to have to sell the property.
We've had a client, one of our clients who panicked and said, "I've got to sell."
And I've had multiple calls about it, and I straight away I said, why don't you just go refinance, pull out some equity, put the equity in the offset account, cash flow the property with the equity for.
But for a lot of clients,
stressful. It's too much.
Yeah, and it might have been only their first or second property, so they're not as comfortable with it, and. I can understand that to a certain extent. You've got to be comfortable in your life. You do want to sleep at night. I mean,
Not me.
You're happy having a few sleepless nights. I've had a few myself. We're okay with that. I think we've got that mindset, and we realised the journey, that I was on from when I was your age, and you know where you're heading. But for some people, it's not comfortable. So, I do understand, where
the easy way out.
Sometimes.
The easy way out. Look, I'm just a big believer in and this is becoming more and more of a thing that I think about a lot, is we're all going to die very soon. Like in the grand scheme of things.
None of us are getting out alive. Jack.
That's right. So it's like, why not swing for the fences?
Yeah,
why not
true.
play it safe? Like most people play it safe because they go, oh, fuck yeah, no, I won't do that because what happens if this happens and that happens? But what they don't think is what happens when I die, which is going to come, and I don't get another one of these lives. So I want to know that if I can give it a red hot crack.
Yeah.
If I fail, I fuck up. You go belly up.
If you fail,
you start again.
If you fail, I could tell you what, you've had a learning out of it. You either succeed or learn, they say. And you're right. There's a lot of all these sayings and memes and things going around on positive ones on Instagram and things like that. And everyone forwards them and sends them and likes them. But how many people actually do them? I mean, to be in the top 1%, we've spoken about this before. You've got to do the different to the other 99%.
Exactly
and
right.
That's not for everyone, and that's fine. So looking ahead, Jack, Henderson Enterprises, Group Henderson, whatever you're going to call it in the future. What are your goals or plans for future property investments?
First thing I want to do is fix up these pads from falling off the wall. That's probably
pick off the low
Henderson
lying
Enterprise
fruit,
number
stuff
one
first, and how do you see your investing journey evolving? When you're my age, about to turn 50.
50, I'll be at a bill or more than a bill. So that's
this is ambitious goals. I like this.
I have that very clear in my mind about how I'm going to get there. But now I think for the property investing,
don't give it away the secret.
And I'm happy to share it because that's another thing. Another good lot of learnings in this one, Frankie. Information is abundant. I can tell you exactly what my plans are, how I'm going to do it, what I'm going to do, but it's the execution.
That's right. Not everyone's going to do it.
No one will do it. No one will do it.
Well,
you
for
can go
some
on
people,
YouTube
it's too much hard work.
You can go on YouTube and you can listen to Elon Musk talk, Jeff Bezos, all these guys who built mega companies, and they tell you, this is how I did it, this is what I did. You can't do what they do because they're them. But essentially, from the investing side of things, my opportunities that I buy moving forward will be all active opportunities. I'm not going to go, the only passive investments I'll buy will be other apartments in blocks that I have to be able to acquire the whole block, and that's for a longer term strategy. But now it's all active investment. So, I'll buy more wedding venues. That will be a thing that will expand. So we control the real estate. You control the business on top of the real estate. The business pays the real estate rent. Then you get the revenue out of the company. You're adding value to the property because I'm not sure if you've been seeing the sales of wedding venues down in the Southern Highlands. It's mega down there, properties that if they didn't have a business operating out of them, would be.
So you still envisage people getting married into the future?
Mate, I don't know. I might have a divorce ceremony as well, a divorce venue. But yeah, they'll all be active investments, and then it's a combination of buying and developing, buying and renovating, building out the fund where people can just invest with me and I'll go and do the investing on their behalf. And then just growing the businesses there, because at the end of the day, the businesses and the cash flow and the money the businesses make are the things that allows you to do everything else.
Well, you need that income to get them further financing.
So whether it's the business that I'm focusing on, or if other people are listening to this and they don't have a business, like your business is your income, your personal income is your business. So it's like
your career,
focus on the business and focus on your career and earning an income, and that will look after all of the stuff outside of that.
Yeah,
and that's my focus.
Well, very good, my friend. I think that was very informative.
What do you reckon, Joel? Last podcast, low energy, not very informative. What do you reckon about this one?
A lot more juice in this one.
Yeah.
So I know I personally look forward to following your journey, Jack. I'll be in Tahiti somewhere. I'll be in Las Vegas next month, mate. But
there we go. 50 years old you're turning, eh?
I am, mate. I am. Yeah.
And you're going overseas. How many strippers have you got lined up for Vegas?
50, mate. One for each year.
One for each year of your life, which is nice.
Very good.
And your wife's going with you, which is nice.
She'll be coming for the second part.
Righto, Frankie.
Thanks, mate. Bye-bye.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. All right, Frankie.
Hang on. We on?
Mate, we're back in the room.
Hello.
And look, the panels are all back.
This is much more professional, Jack.
That's nice, isn't it?
Very nice.
We're standing up.
Got coconut water now. Nice and refreshing.
Can you see the lamps in the camera? Mate, we've got nice lamps now.
Flamingo
Flamingo lamps. Frankie.
Nice ambience.
What we're going to do today is we're going to do a Q&A.
Okay.
Now, some people get a little bit raunchy at me when I don't answer their questions on my Instagram.
I don't know if the word's raunchy, but angry.
Angry, yeah. Raunchy. Mate, potentially raunchy. I'm a good-looking dude. What can I say? Mate, so we're going to go through. There's a lot of questions here. We're not going to do them all, that's for sure.
Just a few.
Because when I ask you a question, how many minutes do you reckon you'll talk for? You've got to.
I like to go into detail, Jack.
So mate,
you'll have to pull me out when I go into
any big updates
detail.
for us since the last time we've been here?
Yes, inflation was down again.
How many have you had since?
Inflation was down again, mate. And unemployment was down as well. So
isn't it interesting that every time you lose your credit card, inflation drops?
What do you mean when you lose your credit card?
You lose your credit card.
I never lose my credit card.
That was a joke, Frankie. I was trying to say you're a big spender.
Oh, yes, I gotcha.
Straight over
Yes, but inflation is down, which is good for the economy, obviously. But in regards to a rate rise, they're talking still later this year, if not next
potentially
year.
Rise? Or decrease?
Sorry,
I was going to say.
A decrease that everyone's hanging for.
You're thinking about Vegas already, aren't you?
Yeah.
How many days until you go now?
I don't know, 2 weeks.
For everyone who doesn't know, Frankie's going to, is it your 70th you're going to Vegas for, isn't it?
50th.
Oh, 50th. Mate, very exciting.
Yes.
What are you going to do there?
Mate, just, drink, eat, have fun, watch shows. I don't know.
What sort of shows?
Relax, whatever's going. I don't know, mate. Just Cirque du Soleil or something.
Oh, okay. So not the other shows. All right.
See what happens.
We've got a lot of questions here. All right. Here's a good one. Everyone loves one of these. You got an $800,000 pre-approval.
Yes.
And $100,000 in cash. Not a first-time buyer. Where should I invest? Where would Frank Raiti invest today with 800 grand?
With 800 grand, or is it 900 with the extra 100?
800 pre-approval, 100 cash. I'm assuming that's going into the deposit
800.
costs.
800 grand, Newcastle, mate. You can pick up a house in Newcastle, right?
Good house.
Yeah.
Good house.
So Newcastle for a house in a nice suburb there, or even a unit in and around the beaches and CBD.
What about Brizzy? You bought in Brizzy for around 800, didn't you? When did you buy in Brizzy?
When I bought in Brizzy, it was only like for 500 or 600, mate. It's nearly been 10 years now.
What are they worth now? 1, 2?
Yeah, 1 to 1, 2. So they for a while they didn't do anything. When I got into Brisbane, I knew it was funny because I think it was about 2015, 16. Everybody was talking, Brisbane's about to boom, because they were well overdue. It hadn't done much for a while. So I didn't get in there because everyone was saying that, right? I didn't, you never get in for those short-term metrics, as they say. I got in there for my own reasons. Wanted to diversify out of New South Wales, etc. And I said, look, if it doesn't boom, I don't care. I'd rather get in too early than too late, which I think is an important thing, because I was investing for the long term. Like I said, I've nearly held those 2 houses for nearly 10 years already. So they, for a while, they just did 3, 4, 5% until eventually the boom did come in, in the last couple of years, and they've shot up to now to 1.1, 1.2.
And that's it. That's how we do it.
So Brisbane is good. I think
Brisbane's hard now for 800 though. You're not getting within sort of 10 to 12 Ks for 800.
Like I said, you're now 1 to 1.2. The thing with Brisbane too, compared to Newcastle, is when I look at the historical growth rates that we like to look at, going back 10 to 15 years, they're not as strong as some of the Newcastle suburbs or the Newcastle region.
Very true.
But I do think that Brisbane market is going to change. It's going to start, we've got more immigration coming. Brisbane has changed a lot in regards to infrastructure and employment than it used to be. It's not a small country town as some people used to refer to it.
I've been up there the last week setting up the new office, and there's a lot happening up there.
So I think
a lot of money.
I think it's those growth rates are going to increase.
And the good thing about Brisbane over the next 10 years, even though the Olympics are not going to dramatically change the landscape of the marketplace, it's going to create hype around the marketplace.
Yeah.
And when there's hype around the marketplace and a lot of people are moving there, example being Perth at the moment, just the hype in general creates a short-term growth cycle.
Only a short-term.
Long-term, the fundamentals of Brisbane are really good.
Yeah.
But in the short term, I think you're probably going to see some really strong growth as we start to get closer and closer to the Olympics with all the hype.
Yeah, so I do believe those growth rates for
Clip
Brisbane.
that, Joel. That's a good clip.
Those growth rates for Brisbane are going to increase over the next 10, 20 years for sure.
Mate, good answer. All right. Yeah, you go. Scroll through the list, Frankie. You're up.
Okay. How soon can I refinance to a lower rate at a new bank after settlement?
All right. I'm going to share. I was actually going to do a case study video with Joel before this podcast, but I'll do it in here. How soon after can you refinance? So let me run you through a little scenario. We just bought a property for a client, of which we paid just under 700 grand for. We bought it off market, and the house was in an unlivable state, not because it was dilapidated, but because the previous owners of the property, got halfway through a renovation and ran out of money. Right. So the property, we bought it off market. It didn't appeal to the majority of buyers out there in the marketplace. And finance was actually a little bit challenging on this property because without a kitchen and a bathroom as classed as uninhabitable, and a lot of banks actually won't lend on that security.
Okay, interesting.
So we paid just under 700 for it. I did something a little bit cheeky. I then, straight after purchase, I went and got a bank valuation done with some of the major lenders to see what the banks will value it based on a desktop valuation. And they're obviously valuing the property at a desktop val based on completed value. They don't know that it's not finished, obviously, right? What do you think the val come back at?
What did you say? What at 700?
Just under 700.
Geez, probably, I don't know, 950?
1-1.
Wow.
So we made 500 grand in 6 weeks, because the question
did they put out the equity, or what did they do?
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, we always bought the property to renovate. We're going to have to spend about 100 grand on finishing the property, which means we're going to be all in for just under 800.
You'll want to finish it, because if they
we have to
they're going to walk through and do a proper val.
Well, they won't walk through with the desktop, but we have to finish it.
Yeah.
So we're going to spend 100 because we need to rent it out. We're going to spend 100 on it. We're going to be all in for just under 800. We have a bank val at 1.1, which means we're going to be able to refinance against that bank val at 1.1 on settlement after we do the reno, the high level reno, and we're then going to reval against that at 80%, which will give us, I don't know, 300 grand worth of equity release. So we'll pull all of our cash back out of the deal on settlement, including the renovation money, and then go on to the next. So
basically,
the answer to the question is,
how
the
soon?
day you settle,
you can
refinance, which is exactly what we do with our accelerator properties. We buy, we renovate them very short period of time, and then we refinance straight away.
And especially too, he's talking about after settlement. Settlement could be 4 to 6 months if you've gone for a long settlement, right? But let's assume he's talking about a standard 42 days.
Well, you can, regardless if it's a 1-day settlement or a 12-month settlement, you can refinance the day after.
Beautiful.
What people with this is what a lot of people don't get is when you buy a property, even if you buy it really well and you get a 3-month settlement, the banks are unlikely to give you instant equity. So if you get you buy the property, this has happened to us recently. We bought a property for 770. And yeah, that's right, 770. The NAB actually valued the property on their proper valuation in person at 820. So there's $50,000 there of equity, but they wouldn't settle at the 820 val. They'd only settle at 770.
Yeah, I was about to
so
say.
we're gonna refinance that property straight after settlement.
Usually, you know, assuming you haven't paid over the top, the banks will come in at purchase price.
Well, they will. They won't settle.
Even if they think it's 820, they'll say 770.
Well, they give us the 820 val, but they're not going to settle on the 820 val because it gives them more exposure, right? So they're just going to settle on the 770 val, and then we'll go back and refinance straight away and pull that money back out.
But otherwise, you know, I think if you do want to try and get some equity out of it, 12 months, you know, if you go back 12 months later, at least the banks can justify, well, it's been 12 months, you know, the market's moved in that 12 months.
Once
period.
You've gone,
if you go 12 days later, I don't think they're going to give you much.
If you bought the property really well, you'll get a really good val in those, those two examples that I just gave. Now, if you're just doing your yearly valuations, I do one every 6 months on all the properties. For myself and clients, every 6 months you do a new val, because especially if you're using desktop valuations, all you're really waiting for is more evidence in the marketplace, and evidence is obviously comparable sales, things selling and settling, for you to get a stronger valuation. So as long as the marketplace you're invested into has consistent sales, of which are continuing to increase in value, you'll get strong valuations every 6 months. All righty, Frankie. Here we go. There's a few good scenarios here that I want you to ask me because people will really like that. Here we go. Frankie, this is a good one for you. Hi, mate. Got 3 properties at the moment and wanting to get more. Is a house and land package a good investment? This is from Bully King.
No, short answer, no, not in my opinion.
Okay, why?
Obviously depends. You know what? Well, that doesn't depend. I wouldn't go with that.
Don't be. What's it called?
Polite.
Like, why? In your opinion, why wouldn't you do it? And just a caveat on that: you have bought brand new apartments before, and you've got all experience and learning from that.
Yeah.
Because you didn't do very well out of it, right?
No, I actually bought a. Well, let's just answer the question, then I'll tell you about my experience. So this person's already got 3 properties. 3
properties at the moment and wanting to get more. Is house and land package good?
A house and land package, okay. So typically, you know, we talk about, let's just use Sydney as an example. House and land package is going to be, you know, very far from the CBD. We think about now out near Badgerys Creek Airport, a lot of house and land packages coming up because they've just, you know, purchased all these farms of people who've held them for 40, 50 years. Obviously a lot of infrastructure going on out there, and now they are selling off house and land packages, basically creating new suburbs. I think that's okay for owner occupiers. Because it's much more affordable than the inner suburbs of Sydney. So, but what we'll find is that you will be paying a premium because it's brand new. The property is brand new, the infrastructure, the streets, the whole little suburb, the shopping centre that they'll build there, it's all brand new, and people love brand new and shiny, but you will pay a premium for it. So basically what you'll find is for the first 5 to possibly 7 to 10 years, you will not get much capital growth because you've paid for it up front. And
just a caveat on that as well, if you bought over the last 3 years and you say, oh yeah, but I bought in this estate and I had 60% growth in 3 years, that wasn't because you bought the right property. It was because we had a nationwide boom. Go back to normal times historically. And what you're saying is established properties will likely outperform brand new properties because you're paying a premium for the brand new up front, which means you're sort of paying for your growth up front.
And there's no history of transactions. You know, we can go to an established suburbs and look back, 30, 40, 50 years and see a lot of volume of transactions on an annual basis, and we look back and go, wow, this house is houses, the median price of this suburb is 800 grand. Look back 30 years ago, it was only 200,000. Wish I'd got in there and all of that.
Or with
a new house and land package, there is no history.
That's right. When you were playing halfback for the Jerusalem Tigers, it's true. It's true, Frankie. It's true. Very true. So essentially,
I did buy a off the plan house in Newington, near Sydney Olympic Park. But again, I was newly married. It was for owner-occupier purposes. Actually, I'd first purchased a unit there that was already built. And then, living there, I'm always popping into the sales office because I love property. Hey, what's going on? What part are you guys opening up now? Oh, well, we're opening up these houses in this section. Oh, how much are they? Oh, 650,000. Talk to the missus. Yeah, okay, let's buy one off the plan. We know exactly where it's going to be.
That come not also with a house, but it come with a divorce as well, which is interesting.
Look, I bought it for 650. I then ended up getting divorced, and then I ended up selling it for basically $1 million. I sold it for $998.
How much longer? How much later?
Well, I was only married for 7 years, so probably 7 years later.
7 years, and when did you buy it? Do you remember what year roughly?
Geez, it would have been about 2003, 2004.
And you sold it like what?
And it wouldn't have been, so
2011?
I would have held it for only 5 years. So it didn't do too bad, but now I look at those. So I sold it, like I said, for $998. I have a look now, right? But that was going back from 2009. Now we're in 2024. So it's been a decade and plus some. They're about 1.7 million. So, but now they're starting to get transactions under the belt.
But they still
There's a
haven't
bit of history.
performed that well. I mean, if
No.
you were to compare where you could have bought for 650 back then and what that was worth now,
Yeah.
established areas. Think Newcastle 650 back then. You could have bought the best house in Merriweather. That's probably worth 7 mil.
Yeah, maybe not 7 mil, but who knows?
Could be 650 back in early 2000s. I reckon you could have got into Merriweather.
Yeah.
And that a good house in Merriweather now. I mean, would have had to do
So
some
I
work.
think house and land package okay for owner occupiers. You want to stay there a long time, and you're not worried about the growth.
Yeah.
Okay, but not for a purely investment.
Good stuff, Frankie. Is it your question now?
Yeah. Which one do you want?
There we go. Well, there's a few scenarios there where people are like, I've got this amount of cash, this amount of blah, blah, blah.
Oh, here's one. Here's a nice one. Would you ever put a granny flat on your principal place of residence or investment property only?
Well, that is a very good question. And there would be some taxation implications of that because you're generating an income. Obviously, if you declare that income, you'd have to speak to your accountant around what implications that has on your capital
well,
gains
let's talk about that's a
tax-free.
good point because people let's talk about the principal place of residence. People go, I've got a huge block of land, I've got access to, down the side, or I could be on a corner block. I'll put a granny flat on my principal place of residence, bring in some income. What people need to understand is, and like you said, speak to your accountant for the proper advice, but as soon as you start bringing in an income from a granny flat on your principal place of residence, that portion of the land becomes subject to capital gains tax should you sell it down the track. And I think that's what, people get caught up on. That, well, I don't want, the benefit of having a principal place of residence is that it's capital gains tax free.
True.
All of a sudden they go, we'll bring in some income, and then, it could be that 100 square meters of land that I've carved off for the granny flat in a bit of a backyard is now subject to CGT. Now, you sell it down the track. I've got a 500 square meter block, but now 100, 20% of it is subject to CGT. So that's something to be aware of and
For sure.
speak to your accountant.
And it depends on how long you're going to do it for as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got a big block of land or any block of land for that matter of fact that can have a dual occupancy and you don't use the land, you need to work out, well, if it is subject to CGT, of which we know we get a 50% discount on
for holding over 12 months.
longer than 12 months. So, your max rate you're probably going to pay is 25% in the dollar on your capital gain. It's a no-brainer. You get $400, $500, $600 a week for a granny
so
flat,
it could
depending
be
on the
worth it,
suburb.
and you pay your CGT.
You get your 30 grand a year. Once you pay back whatever it's cost you to build it, let's say it costs you $150 to build it, you get 25 a year in rental income. Takes you 7 years to pay it back. It's net profit after that. So especially if you're in the later years of your life as well, you think about yourself, Frankie. If you got a big block of land, I'm not sure you use your backyard every day.
Yeah.
But you're likely to have that house for quite a while. If you had 30 grand a year coming in, just ticking along, of which it's on a block parcel and you never use anyway, it can help. And it can also increase serviceability as well.
Yeah.
You're right, Frankie.
So
You're right.
it is possible. Like everything, it depends on the sums, doesn't it?
I'm all for it though, especially if it's if you don't use it.
Yeah.
All right, Frankie. Did you watch the Q&A last night in regards to the housing crisis? Thoughts? Did you watch that, Frankie? You're a TV man.
I didn't. I did see a clip on it on Instagram though, and they were talking about, and I want to look it up and watch it. It was on the ABC, I believe. But they were talking about rental caps, the good old rental caps. Which is obviously I'm not all for. I'm all for letting the free market forces of supply and demand do their thing. And as soon as governments start getting involved with things like rental caps, and let's talk about that quickly. Okay, let's put on a rental cap, right? What's that going to do to investors, like myself and yourself, Jack? Suddenly there's probably less incentive to stay, right? So I pull out of the market. So if I was to then, take my properties out of the market, there's, all those properties which are now
owner occupiers,
not available to potential renters. So all my current tenants have to go and find a new place. I'm assuming they get purchased by
owner-occupiers, which make
right?
up 70% of the market. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm all for just letting the market do its thing. So then what that happens is there's less rental properties on the market. What if they think that's going to do to the rental market? It's less supply, there's more demand. That's only going to put prices up even higher. So I didn't look at I only saw that little bit about rent caps, of which that is not the solution.
It's very true. And to be honest, for me, I don't even know what TV show this was on.
I think it was on the ABC.
Regardless of the fact, there's always been chatter of a housing crisis. Property's never been cheap.
That's right.
It's not real. Like, I mean, sure, there is people out there that don't have a house. It's hard to find a rent and all the rest of it.
For
but
sure.
It's the media. The media create a narrative to draw people in and create disparity between the haves and have-nots. It's horseshit. Like,
I have a clip that I found, and I keep it on my phone.
I know that one. Yeah.
It's an excerpt from the Daily, or not the Daily, whatever the Telegraph was back then in 1956. I could be wrong, and it basically said only 1 in every 5 new couples or newly married couples will be able to afford a home. This is going back to the 50s.
I know.
You
actually wouldn't be allowed to post that in 2024 because they'd think that saying married couples inside of a newspaper is not politically correct.
I'm going to post it again so the followers can see it. But yeah, look, there's always been talk about housing affordability, a housing crisis. At the end of the day, the reason why properties keep going up in Sydney in particular is because demand keeps exceeding supply. It's a supply issue. We just need to build more houses, more properties, more units. There's too much red tape for developers to do that, or it's not viable for them to do it. And that's always been the problem in, I know, the last 30 years that I've been investing. It's a supply issue. You want to bring down prices or halt the increase of prices, add more supply to the market.
Well, it's not. The fact is,
we're
a growing society. We're a growing country.
The demand is increasing. We've got immigration.
Australia is a great place to live. So, unfortunately, you're born in a time, if you're a part of this rental crisis, where you're in a place that's probably the safest in the world, the most lucrative in the world, and lots of people want to live here. So you're going to have competition as to how much someone's willing to pay, or how many people are willing to live in a certain area. Tough titties, get over it.
Well, and the thing is, you may have been born in Sydney, like I was. It doesn't mean, there is no God-given right that because you were born in Sydney, the government or whoever needs to give you a property in Sydney. This is why people get priced out. Because of the demand and supply issue, they get priced out, and then they have to move to places like Newcastle, to Brisbane, to Perth, because there are very many affordable places all around Australia, around this country.
You go to Adelaide and you can get beachfront houses for $3 million.
Just Sydney is Sydney's one of the most expensive cities in the world. It's a global city now.
Very true, Frankie. Very true. What do we got here? Can you tell us how much your fees are as a buyer's agent? Absolutely. For our investors, Accelerator starts at 40 grand, Foundational starts at 30 grand, and our Incubator service starts at 20 grand. So there are 3 different fees. If you want to find out more, just click the link. Now go to the website, you'll see everything about it.
Give you one.
Give us one.
In your opinion, what's the difference between a good broker and a great one?
Oh, that's a great question.
Probably about $500,000 in borrowing.
Yeah. So, from my experience, the difference between a great broker and a good broker is the difference between you getting your next property and not getting your next property. So, I've shared multiple occasions of my journey as I've started with ANZ Bank as my first lender. That's where I got my first 2. From there, I went to my first broker. They got me the 3rd. To the 4th, that person couldn't get me the finance, so I went to another broker. The 5th, that person couldn't get me the finance, so I went to another broker. Yeah. So it's this thing where if you hear a no, it's just a no from them, not a no from the marketplace. There's always someone out there that can get you the money, that can think a little bit more creatively. So I think the difference between a good broker and a great broker is a great broker will always try and find a solution.
Yeah.
Hopefully they know a lot more about finance than what you know. They're helpful and they're not people who just say, oh, no, sorry, not possible anymore. They're proactive. You want your broker to constantly give you valuations on your properties to let you know how much equity you've got in them. You want them to help you with structuring and share their experiences on how they've built their own portfolios. So I think the most critical thing is you want to learn from someone that has been there and has done it. Like I say with everything, Why would you learn from a mortgage broker who's just come out of a bank who's bought one property in their life? Sure, they've looked after wealthy clients in the past and all the rest of it, but that's not them.
Yeah.
So I would always look for a broker, and if I look at the brokers who work with our clients and that work with me personally, most of them have bigger portfolios. Most of them have built a lot more wealth. They're very successful people, and they just happen to work in the broking sector, and they're the people that I want to learn from and that I want our clients to work with.
Yeah.
So they're the main things.
And I think a great broker...
Clip that, Joel. That's a great one.
And I think a great broker as well needs to understand and be a good communicator in regards to understanding your personal situation. Like Jack, you have business and you've got multiple arms to that business. You're not just a standard PAYG employee. A good broker will understand a PAYG employee and go to the various banks and financial institutions. But when your situation is a bit more complicated and complex, I think that's where the great brokers come into play, and they need to then communicate your personal situation and your businesses and your various arms of income to the financial institutions, as opposed to going, here, Mr. Bank Manager, or Mr. Bank, here's all the documents, and then the banks come back with a no. That's where a great broker needs to step in and go, I don't think you quite understand where this person is at and how their businesses are structured and why they are a safe investment in regards to you lending them more money than what you've come back with.
Very true, Frankie. Very true. Here's a good one. Do you know who Infinity is? Infinity Wealth. Have you seen their rapid pay loan thing where they put all their money? Okay, I won't ask you that question then. Okay, with current high interest rates, is it best to pay interest only or pay principal and interest and be negatively geared?
For an investment, I assume they're talking about.
Yeah, let's assume.
Yeah. Okay, let's start. I love how it's high interest rates. High interest rates in comparison to what we've come back from.
That's right.
In my history, high interest rates were 10 to 12%. And yes, I understand mortgages weren't as high as they are today. Yeah, definitely. Well, in regards to interest only and P&I, if you have a principal place of residence that you still have a mortgage on and you're still paying down, and obviously that's non-deductible debt, then I think you concentrate on paying that debt down, or at least not necessarily paying it down, but increasing your offset account that is associated to it, and keep your investment or investments as interest only. Now people go, why would I do that? I was talking to someone the other day about it, and they said, yeah, but I spoke to someone, they said, yes, but you're not actually paying it down. And what I explained to her was, it's not about paying down your investment. You want to be paying down your principal place of residence first, because that interest is not tax deductible.
That's right, and you pay for it with your after-tax income.
Yeah. In regards to your investment property, I said all you want to do is hold it for as long as you can. Just keep making those repayments. Your interest rate might be a bit higher because it's interest only. I said, but the repayment will be lower than a P&I repayment. So that lower repayment will keep more money in your pocket, which allows you to put that extra $300 or $400, let's say, into the offset account against your principal place of residence. Exactly. Once your principal place of residence is paid off, then yes.
Which is the position you're in now, right? Like you've got no non-deductible debt.
That's right. Yeah.
Your surplus cash.
If I want, I can, put all my investments on P&I and start paying them down. It's always an option. I still would keep them in as interest only, and then keep the excess cash in an offset account, because the offset account is reducing your interest anyway. And so why I like cash in an offset account is it's a financial buffer. Should something happen in my life where I need cash fast, I've got it there readily available. And if you've got an offset account, you're saving the interest anyway. So
exactly, if it's linked correctly. And then that'll lead me on to the question that I was going to ask you, which is Infinity Rapid Pay Loan a good system? Now, I don't understand the nuts and the bolts of it. I haven't gone into it all. Graham's a smart dude. But essentially, what the whole methodology behind Graham's system is use all of your earned income, and if you have rental income, use that too, to pay down your non-deductible debt, being your owner-occupied property.
So putting it in
he uses 100% unlimited redraw facility. Same shit, offset redraw. He doesn't like offset accounts because a lot of the time they haven't been linked with the loan properly, and people actually don't know whether or not it's
actually linked.
That's right.
Well, that's not hard to
Well, for people who are not, maybe for you, because you're obviously an analytical person.
I mean, you just got to go to your bank manager, your broker, and say, is this account here linked to that,
Yeah, but then would you know whether or not that it's actually being calculated correctly with the interest?
Well, you've got to have some trust in the financial institutions.
They don't trust the banks. Anyway, off topic. That's the thing with their system is they're using all of their income, whether it's rental, whether that's earned, to pay down their non-deductible debt.
Yeah.
So they're decreasing their non-deductible debt, and then essentially they're refinancing to redraw that money back out to then go and invest. So it's just a debt recycling strategy.
Yeah, it's just
and he's put a fancy name around it for a marketing thing, which is a great idea. But that's what it is. Decrease your non-deductible debt, redraw the money out and the equity out that you have there, and then go and buy investment properties and continue to grow your wealth. And it's just a recycling. So all the rental income then that comes off the investment properties goes down to pay off your non-deductible debt. Then, you can redraw it back out to pay your loans when the time comes.
It just sounds like another way to skin the cat.
Essentially that. I think another thing on that is that strategy is very focused on decreasing your owner-occupier property, which for the majority, 80% of the population is the biggest thing, which is great. I have a slightly different belief around that and go, well, what is going to make me richer faster or wealthier faster? Is decreasing one property's debt going to make me wealthier faster? Because if you look at the timeline in, let's say that you do pay off your mortgage in 10 or 15 years or whatever the system can do, that's great. What's made you more money? The interest you've then saved by paying it off in 15 years.
Or the growth of your investments.
Exactly right. And that, there's no comparison.
It's a no-brainer.
You save 300 grand in interest or you make 900 grand in a property.
I've seen it. You've seen it as well, but I've seen it for the last 30 years. The growth that my investment properties have had when I've held them for, 5, 10, 15 years has been phenomenal. There's no way I could have saved that amount of interest or saved that amount of money or earned that amount of money in my job. It made my jobs, my job salary look immaterial in comparison. And this is the other thing, people go, I say to people, how come you've got, you're on a good income, you've got a nice house there, why don't you invest in property? They said, I want to pay down my principal place of residence first, and then, I'll think about investing in property. I said, so that's going to take you 15, 20 years if you're lucky. By that time, you could have leveraged up against, whatever equity you got there, and you and your wife have got good incomes and had 20 years of growth in the market. It's just...
It's a belief system.
I just don't get it. It's a belief system. Look, property investing is not for everyone. Investing
in general is not for anyone, That is our thoughts around that one. All right, this is a great one. Right. $1.2 million investment property.
Yes.
Gonna turn it into my owner-occupier. Have a $600,000 loan on it. How do I get IP?
How do I get an investment property?
$1.2 million. Let's assume that this person is going to move into what currently is an investment property.
Okay.
They've got $600,000 worth of debt on it, which would currently be obviously deductible debt because it's an investment debt.
Yeah.
When they move into the property, it becomes non-deductible debt now because it's their principal place of residence. Yeah. How do I get my next investment? I'm assuming.
I think, the debt bit aside where, it was deductible debt and now it's going to become non-deductible debt, and you just need to speak to your accountant about the technicalities of that and, at what point of time that happens and ensure you record that and,
get a valuation when you move in and all
things like that.
Yep.
The rest is just then, what your loan to value ratio is. I mean, they've currently got a $600 debt on a 1.2 property, so that's a 50% loan to value ratio. They could then go to the broker and say, well, I want to take that up to 80%. So then, there's another 30% there, so they can borrow a bit from that. If that's enough to give them a 20% deposit
or any deposit and cost on the next property,
on another investment property, subject to servicing, the bank will go out and the bank will lend you up to 80%, if not more, on that new investment property.
Now
so it's just about
but the thing you need to be conscious
utilizing
of
your equity
is right now the debt's totally fine because it's all deductible debt, 600 grand. When you move back into that property,
it's going to be
non-deductible.
Yes.
Deductible. So I'm not sure what your current position is, but hypothetically speaking, if you've got a large chunk of cash or money sitting there, when you move back into that property, you obviously want to decrease that debt as fast as you possibly can. Again, this is like that strategy we just spoke about because it's non-deductible, and then redraw the money back out or refinance the money back out, however you want to do it, to then go put into the investment property. That might be a better approach because hypothetically speaking, that person has the $1.2 million investment property, $600,000 of debt against it. It's currently deductible debt. Move into it, $600,000 now of non-deductible debt. Cash sitting in an account. They go and redraw more money out of the property. So they've still got the 600 debt. Then go pull out another 200. And then they got $800,000 debt. They use the 200 for the investment property. They keep the 600 there.
Yeah.
they should use the cash to decrease
For sure.
the 600
Yeah.
and then redraw it back out as investment. So you probably still then have the same amount of debt.
Yeah.
A lower portion of it now is non-deductible, and a portion of it is
Yeah, and the opposite scenario to that, which is probably the more common one, is where people go, well, I've got an owner-occupier, but now, you know, my wife and I, whoever, we want to move over to this suburb or a different property, but I don't. It's a good house in a good suburb, so shall I keep the owner-occupier as an investment? And again, it all depends. You know, if you've got basically no loan or a very low loan, well, then that's going to become an investment property, which is going to be tax deductible, and you've only got a very small loan on it. You know, you might be better off selling it and then, you know, borrowing on the new one.
Exactly, yeah. So if you're going to, that's what a lot of people do. They have an owner-occupier property, and we'll finish on this.
Yeah.
They've got an owner-occupier property that they've paid off. Instead of selling down that property, not paying capital gains tax, rolling all of that equity into another owner-occupier property, so they've got less non-deductible debt, and then re-borrowing to go buy the investment. They turn the old owner-occupier into an investment property. Yes. So they've got an investment property now with almost no debt on it. They refinance against that property to get the deposit and costs for the owner-occupiers, and now they're carrying a larger portion of debt on the owner-occupier and a smaller portion of the debt on the investment, whereas it should be flipped. You should sell down the...
And I actually was in that situation, Jack, you know, where my wife and I, we had our house in 5 Dock, and we were paying it off fast because we were expecting to live there, you know, for the next 20, 30 years, so it wasn't an issue. Different circumstances, you know, we were going to renovate that property anyway. We ended up finding the Glazeville one, which was fully renovated. We didn't have to go through the work and the arguments. And then I was in this situation of, geez, we really should sell this 5 Dock one because it's only got a very low debt on it, and, you know, it's not going to be great for tax deductibility because, you know, our loans were arse about it, for lack of a better term. And I actually did put it on the market, right? But it was right as the property market was coming off the boom, and you know, I got an offer of, I think, 2.3 at the time, which I wasn't happy with. You know, typical. The agent had told me you're going to get 2.7 to 2.8. Oh, but now the market's changed. 3 weeks ago, you probably could have got that. Like literally, that's all they're saying. 3 weeks ago, you probably could have got 2.7. Now the best stuff we've got is 2.3. I said, well, you know what? Stuff it. I'll keep it because I know in another 10 years' time that thing's going to be worth another $1 million. Anyway, when was that? That was about 2017, 16, 17. So it hasn't even been 10 years, and that thing's gone from what that offer was of 2.3, it's probably worth 3.5 now. So even though
you got
the tax deductibility is very low, I knew I would make it back up on the capital gains.
The growth that you've
because I knew it was a great property,
and that's
a
a prime
suburb.
example, right?
Yeah.
That's a prime example. Now, being tax effective is one thing. I'm all for being tax effective, but at the end of the day, tax effectiveness never beats how much money you make.
That's right.
You can only be tax effective on earnings. That's all you can be tax effective on.
You know.
So that's a great example. If you could have sold that property down at 2.3, awesome. You've just minimized your capital gains tax. You can redeploy that capital into your owner-occupier. Now you probably have no debt. Then you would have to reinvest that money.
But for a while there, on the new owner-occupier in Glazeville, we had some debt. So I had non-deductible debt. I had non-deductible debt. So for a while there, so it was a matter of, okay, well, now we've got to, you know, pay that down as quickly as possible, or increase the offset, same thing. And you know, we've done that. And now, you know, the other one, although, you know, I don't get great, it's positively geared, put it that way, because it rents for very good rent.
And you got low debt.
It's got a low debt of, I think, 400K on
Let's finish on that, Frankie. Let's finish on that. We get this question all the time. No, this is another topic, just on that. Should we buy a positively geared or a negatively geared property? How often do we get that question?
All the time.
You just said something there. A $3.5 million house in Gladesville is positively geared.
5 Dock.
5 Dock is positively geared.
Yeah.
Now, if someone went out into the marketplace today and bought that $3.5 million home and got an 80% loan to value ratio on it, is it positively geared?
No, it's not.
But why is yours positively geared?
Not at current interest rates. Mine is because the debt on it is very low.
There we go. So
but
positively geared.
My loan to value ratio on it's probably like 20%.
And that's it. That's the whole thing.
It's a tax
positively
situation.
Gearing and negatively gearing property is not a strategy.
No,
so if some
I've said it forever, it's a tax
bloke
outcome.
or Sheila out there says we need to get positively geared properties, the first question you should ask is, Mr. or Mrs. Expert, When you say we should get a positively or negatively geared property, at what loan to value ratio are you calculating that on?
And at what interest rate? Let's not forget, not long ago, we were at 2% interest rates.
That's exactly right.
That have now gone up 13 times.
And
so
just
people's
on that,
situations have gone from positively geared to negatively geared.
That's right, from positive to
negatively
negative.
geared because interest rates have shot up
So
from
the
10 to
strategy
6%.
that you were sold around positively cash flow, all of a sudden now becomes negatively cash flow.
And it's interesting. You just said the strategy you were sold around because it's not a strategy.
That's right. The strategy you were sold on.
Yeah.
And then we focus on the $3.5 million home in 5 Dock, of which if someone bought it today is negatively geared. You bought it how many years ago? When did you buy that house?
Geez, 2015, call it.
Okay, so 9 years since you've owned it.
No, longer than that. Longer. I've owned it for about 12 years now.
Okay, 12 years you've owned it for. Another thing people forget is at the point in time when you buy a property, you paid, how much did you do it?
Oh, I bought it for 1.75.
1.75 is now, so it's doubled. It's worth 3.5
Yeah.
now. You paid 175 for it. What would it have rented for then?
At 1.75.
Give or take.
Oh God.
$800 a week, $900 a week.
Yeah, probably.
What's it rent for now? A couple of grand a week?
Now it's 15, 20 a week.
There you go.
So it would have been.
So that's another thing
yeah.
people forget. Positive and negatively geared is all relative to when you are looking at it through. Like $1,500 a week now that it rents for, which is probably 70 or 80% more than what it would have rented for when you paid for it. So your rental income goes up.
Yeah.
Your debt reduces. Interest rates change.
There's so many pieces to the puzzle when in regards to positively and negatively.
It's horse shit. That's what it is. you
know,
make the money, folks, from buying the property at 175.
Yeah.
And now it being worth 3.5. Whether
Yeah.
it was 20 grand a year positive or 20 grand a year negative, if I've given you, I'm saying, hey, sir, wait 15 years, here's 1.75 million in cash.
You'll take it.
You're going to be taking it, and you
Yeah.
go, okay, and then I give you the 1.75, and you go, actually, come on, you got to pay the piper. Over that 15-year period, it's been 20 grand a year on average, net out of your pocket after tax. So 15 times 20 is 300 grand. I'm going to take 300 back of that 175. Would you be upset?
Not at all.
You're still $1.45 million net.
Yeah, that's
And that's
right.
how we'll finish.
Yes.
God bless to you, Frankie. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Ladies and gentlemen, Flamingo Property Investing, we are back, and we're with a very familiar face today. If you haven't seen his face online, you must be hiding under a rock. Mate, I reckon those glasses they will be some of the most well-recognised glasses ever. Mr. James Wrigley.
Well, thanks for having me, Jack. It's funny you comment on that. My mother-in-law is a part owner of a Specsavers store. And so anyway, so I get the glasses from Specsavers, but I was just talking to her on the weekend. And she goes, someone went into a Specsavers store and said, I've got 40,000 followers on whatever social media platform. Can I have free glasses? And she's like, have you seen my son-in-law? And so she's like, we should be hitting up Specsavers for sponsorship, because
Absolutely.
It's crazy that I'll do a series of videos. If I get a new pair of glasses, without fail, someone comments, hey, did you get new glasses? I like them. Or, hey, did you get new glasses? Those ones suck. Whatever it might be, but someone always comments on the glasses.
Well, it's interesting. Like, I honestly think they're a part of your brand. You know, if you look at, not sure if you're familiar with someone like Alex Hormozy online, you know, like super jacked guy, hat on backwards. I spoke to, mega sales trainer in the US, Jeremy Lee Minor. And he wears the Hugo Boss shirts with Boss on one side and Seventh Level on the other. And he was saying to me that the reason those people wear the same thing in every video is because then people not only attribute what they're saying in their niche, but then also the fashion elements of
you just pick it up
brand.
as you're scrolling, that your face pops up and there's the guy with the glasses. Oh, that's James. Yeah, there we go.
Well, James, your content is everywhere, and I love it. I get a lot from it. I learn a lot from it as well. So give us a 30-second story for people who don't know who James Wrigley is, the guy with the great glasses.
So James Wrigley's a financial advisor. I live down here in Melbourne. I'm a part owner of a financial planning business called First Financial. I've been working in financial advice for, I don't know, 15, 16 years. I hate to kind of date stamp it because every year it's another year longer. But that kind of duration up until this point. And then maybe 7 years ago, 8 years ago, probably something like that, I had this idea of maybe I'll start making videos about stuff and putting it on the internet as a bit of a marketing exercise to begin with. But that's like the level that it's built my confidence is just unbelievable. Now it's everywhere. TikTok's kind of blown up and lifted a lot of my other social media platforms as well, and get the opportunity to speak to people like you and others, which certainly wasn't happening before I stuck my head out and put it on the internet. And by and large, the feedback's good. You get some trolls, but by and large, the feedback's good, and it's really strong for business. We get a lot of inquiries that come through, which is fantastic.
What's been most surprising about going from someone who I'm assuming not all of Australia knew who they were, but now most people who are on social media would have somehow seen your face. What's been the biggest surprise or something that you didn't think would happen that has happened?
The first time someone said hi to me in the shopping centre was a bit strange. I was with my youngest son. We were going up an escalator, and there was this lady with her daughter going down the escalator, and this lady calls out. She just said to me, "Hi, I love your videos." I'm like, "What the hell? Oh, hang on, she's talking to me. I do videos, and there's no one else around." And then she's like waving at me going down. So that was strange the first time that happened. But I don't like, I found that, and we were talking about this before we kind of started recording properly, people kind of buy into the things that I'm talking about. And so I now find that clients that seek me out and they want financial advice, they've consumed so much of my content that they kind of know what I'm about to talk to them about anyway, and they just want the help. Whereas before, it was an existing client would refer their friends or family, and you'd have to go through this whole education piece. You'd spend so much time trying to educate people on different topics and different ideas. Whereas most of the time, clients are 3/4 of the way there on the education piece. It's just now trying to get them to, within these set of rules that are available to you to do things with, how do you actually navigate through those rules for your own unique set of circumstances, because you now have the background. And so it actually makes my job easier. As much as there's a lot of work that goes into doing all the videos, it does make the end result of the financial advice a whole lot easier than it used to be.
It's so true. We find the exact same thing. It's like a natural course. If people either really love you, love your strategy, love what you're about, and those people are 95% of the way there, or, the other way, it's a natural course of them going, that's not for me, and probably saves a lot of our time as well, right? You don't have to speak to people who are never going to be your client, and the natural process of elimination.
Yeah, it's good for them. They don't waste their time talking to you if they don't like you, and vice versa. It's good for both sides. So yeah.
How surprised have you been with? I guess now you go into a more mass market, but the financial literature of most Australians. Would you say it's above expectation, below expectation, or in line with where you thought most people would be?
Look, it's surprisingly poor. Whether I expected that or not, but certainly surprisingly poor. I try to do videos about the topics and issues that the clients that I like to work with have, and most of those clients are at a particular level of sophistication within their careers. They kind of have an idea of what's going on. But I also like just the kind of mass education on seemingly basic topics, but broadly the population doesn't know it. And home loans is a good example. I just did a video. I was on the driveway the other day saying it doesn't matter how frequently you pay off your loan repayments on your home loan. If the money was otherwise sitting in your offset account to pay off your home loan, it makes no difference if you pay it off weekly, fortnightly, monthly, half yearly or yearly. Who cares? If the money's coming, your money's already offsetting your home loan. It's already doing all it can to. People don't know these basic topics of things like home loans and frequency of repayment of your debt. And I did a video of just on the Money Smart calculator showing the repayments that you had to make to pay off a $600,000 home loan, whatever they were, to pay it off over 15 years versus to pay it off over 10 years. and then the impact that the interest made. Like, people understand that they're paying interest on their home loan, but they don't understand the scale at which they're paying it. And that's kind of normal to understand for me because it's the line of work that I'm in, and I'm sure the same is going to be true of you. But by and large, the average person out there on the street doesn't know these basic topics. And so there's an element of these videos that's just kind of mass market education of basic financial literacy, as well as, try and pitch some at a certain level for the ideal client I want to work with.
And the incredible thing is most people don't even know they don't know, right? Like, they're watching videos of you going, I had no fucking idea that I was paying $1.5 million back to the bank on a $600,000 or $700,000 loan over 30 years.
One of the very earlier clients that, one of the very earlier clients in this kind of TikTok type journey, video type journey, the bit that got him to twig is like, hang on, this guy knows what he's talking about. He had a home loan with an offset account, but then he had all this money sitting in his savings account over here. So he's paying interest, earning interest, but because of the way tax thing works, he's worse off. And I did a video just saying, if you got a home loan with an offset account, but you got money in savings over here, you'd be nuts to do that. It needs to just be sitting in your offset account. And he did it. And then he saw his bank statement. He's like, hang on, my interest bill just dropped by so much. This guy knows what he's talking about. And then anyway, he's ended up being a client, and we've helped him with a whole range of other things. But it was something seemingly simple, but a lot of people don't understand that.
Mate, 100%. And we say it every day. On this first episode together, what I'd be really keen to understand is, from all of the people that you do speak with who come through socials or any other platform, what are the main areas you think that you add the most amount of value, or the clients get the most amount of value from? And then we'll just scratch the surface on those, say 3, 4, 5 things, whatever they are. And then in later episodes, we'll go deeper into each one of those little niches and the intricacies that sort of come with it. So I guess over to you in terms of people come to you, where are the areas you usually start, and where are the areas where you can usually have the biggest wins, I guess, in a shorter period of time?
Yeah, so it all starts with, what do you want to do? So, there's a lot of clients that come in and say, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I've got this property in my super fund, I'm earning this income, whatever it might be. And then they say, oh, what do I do next? And so, well, what do you want to do next? And so we've got to start with, and so there's a lot of value in that, trying to navigate a conversation and have some kind of structured process around, well, what is it you're actually trying to do? What does a successful 10 or 15 years look like? Where do you want to be in 10 or 15 years from now? What does it actually look like? Then in terms of financial planning land, we want to break that down into, what is that going to cost? What are the things you want to achieve over those 10 years? What is that going to cost you? When is it going to cost you that amount of money? And then we can work backwards to try and map out the strategy. And so then we're looking at things like cash flow. Like, I don't spend a whole lot of time on cash flow. It's not a big part of what I do, and I don't enjoy it terribly much, to be honest. That's why. But like one of the best wins I had with one of my clients was, we spent 18 months just trying to get him to get a handle on where his money was going. Was earning a lot of money, but had made certain decisions around where his kids were going to go to school and where he was going to live and this and that and everything else, and all the money was going. And then we got to the point of saying, that cleaner that you're spending $6,000 a year on the cleaner, or whatever the number was, because your income's so high, you actually have to earn $12,000 a year to pay tax to have $6,000 left over for the cleaner. Is the cleaner really worth $12,000 a year for you? It's like, it was that granular. But the change that we've had with him over the years has been astronomical. He's gone from renting, no chance of owning a home, to buying an investment property, making a decent amount of money off it over a short period of time, selling that, using that to buy a home in Melbourne that he'll eventually look to do a knockdown rebuild on. But if we didn't spend that 2 years in the beginning, seemingly from the outside doing nothing, but other than getting him to understand the choices he was making around his money, wouldn't have been able to progress. That's a unique situation. You tend to not spend a whole lot of time on the cash flow bit. It's then just helping people set up the structures and the process for them to follow to ultimately get to where they want to get to. So some of that's around superannuation, some of that's around trying to be smart with the tax structuring that you're doing of any investing. Are you buying an investment property? Do you have money in offset accounts? These kind of things, like we were talking about, using investment bonds and family trusts, and try to, all of that's designed to just try and allow you to hold on to more of your money and lose less of it in leakage in taxes in different ways, so that you have more of it to then invest, to compound, to grow, and get you to where you want to get to faster. But then off the back of that, it's the education piece. To say, you told me you wanted to get to here. We're recommending you do this and this and this to get there, and then there's kind of holding them accountable to it. Does that?
It makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. So it sounds like before people have the ability to maximize their investments, they first need to get a handle on, well, how much money are you earning? Where is that money currently going? How can we optimize that so you're keeping more of it in your pocket and not wasting it on, shit that you don't necessarily need? And then once we've done that, these are all the things that we can optimize to get you a much better outcome.
Yeah. Go on.
Sorry. I was just going to say, even just a little thing that you said there, which when we, you go back 5 minutes into the episode and we spoke about, people not knowing what they don't know, just something where you said, well, because you're on the highest tax bracket, 45 cents or whatever it is, plus Medicare, and, it's costing you $6,000 a year, you don't get a deduction on that $6,000 a year, so you're paying for it with full after-tax dollars. You've actually got to earn double that to then pay for what seemingly was $6,000 a year, which is, $110 a week, which doesn't seem like a lot of money. But when you break it down and tell people that it's actually costing you double that because you're paying a lot of tax, probably a light bulb clicks, I'd say.
Yeah. And like this particular client, like the biggest change this particular client made is that they ended up pulling one of their kids out of a particular private school. And so when we went through this exercise with them to say, they wanted to send their kids to a certain school, that's all right. But as we got deeper with them, they realized, what, she's actually really not happy there, and she's not having a good time, and it's costing us all of this money. The school down the road, we think, is actually going to be better for her in the short term. We'll send her to private school, high school, but they were sending their two kids through private school from primary school the whole way through. And so they ended up, for a period of time, keeping one of the clients in the private school primary, and the other one moving it to the local government school. And she was far happier there than what the 20 grand a year private school education was actually costing. So big change for them. But yeah, they've moved on significantly from when I first met them.
With clients that come to you, because I really struggle to get a gauge on this personally with us. Sometimes I talk about topics online, and my perception, I should say, of the world and what people earn is potentially skewed because of the type of demographic that I work with. From what you see, are most people earning good money? Are most people just spending more money than they're earning, or is income's not at the level that maybe they should be at from what you see?
Look, probably much like you, I work with a slice of the population that tends to be higher paid. There's a whole lot of stats around average incomes or whatever, median incomes or whatever you want to call it, and it's a low number. It's like 70 grand or something. I don't know. Don't quote me on it. I don't know it off the top of my head. It's not a terribly high. It's not a terribly high number. And then so if you're at that level. Sometimes, and I've had this conversation with a couple of clients over the years, sometimes the thing that you need to do is work out how can you earn more money first. There's a basic level of housing, kind of shelter, food, clothing. There's a base level of need that everyone has, and if you're just earning enough to cover that, then that's okay. But if you're aspiring to grow your assets and do more and contribute to the community and whatever else it is it might be that you want to do, sometimes the answer is that you need to just work out a way of earning more. And maybe that's you need to do some studying on the side. Maybe it's you need a part-time job. Maybe you're flipping stuff on eBay, whatever it is, because you can only cut your expenses so far. But there's no limit to how much you can earn. You can earn an unlimited amount of money. There's no limit to it if you're in the right spot.
Exactly. And I guess that tax optimization piece really matters when you're starting to then earn more and more money, right? Because for every dollar you earn over, not sure what the new tax rates are or when they come into effect, but at the moment I'm assuming it's over 180,000. You're almost giving 50% of every dollar you earn over that amount back to the beautiful Australian government. So it really starts to make a difference then, where if you can save or pay for a lot of stuff pre-tax, you don't necessarily then have to earn more money from a gross point of view, but you're earning more money from a net point of view as to what actually goes in your pocket.
That's it. Your money can go further. And for any, I get a lot of people calling up employees saying, I'm paying too much tax, I'm paying too much tax. And you're not paying too much tax. You're paying the amount of tax that you're supposed to pay based on the schedules from the income that you're earning. It's just unfortunate that you're a high earning salaried employee, and then they're looking for deductions and so, well, how do I pay less tax? There's really not much that you can do about it. Like it really is, if you follow it through, the only way to pay less tax is actually earn less. And so you either really earn less in that you actually earn less of a salary, or you're lodging a tax return that says you've earned less. Now, lodging a tax return that says you've earned less is, you might be topping up your superannuation with concessional contributions. You might be negatively gearing an investment property, claiming deductions. You might be giving money to charity, these kind of things. But you're actually spending money on these different things, giving it away, so that you're then declaring less of an income in your tax return. Business owners have far more flexibility, and that's on purpose. Like the government knows most people need to go to work and earn an income to live. So they're not going to incentivize you to take, like there's no risk associated with just going and getting a job as an employee, but there's a whole lot of risk associated with starting a business. And so the government needs to encourage, and they do through a whole range of concessions that are available through different structuring. They encourage people to go and start their own business. And if you're doing that, then the world opens up completely in terms of the structuring and minimizing your tax. But you're taking on a whole lot more risk, and that's why those concessions and potential rewards, if you want it that way, exist. The government doesn't need to incentivize you to go and get a PAYG employee job, because you need to earn an income from somewhere to live.
And there's plenty of them out there with the labour shortage, by the sounds of it.
There is, and like and small business is the biggest employer of people in the country, and so without someone taking the risk of starting a business that then in turn employs some people in whatever roles that they might be doing, then those people wouldn't have jobs. And so there's a whole range of structuring concessions available for that business owner, for those that are willing to take on that risk.
It's the risk versus reward ratio, by the sounds of it.
Exactly it, playing out again.
So let's talk about your, I guess, typical clients. We had a quick chat about this pre-recording, and it sounds like there's two clients. They're essentially the same person, or people, I should say. They're just a slightly different age. And from my understanding, it's because maybe TikTok wasn't around 20 odd years ago when these people were in their 40s. But from my understanding, it sounds like there's the client base that is approaching retirement, mid 50s to mid 60s. And then there's the other lot of clients who are maybe mid to late 30s, coming into their early 40s, and are starting now to think about what retirement looks like, as opposed to waiting for it to approach them and then thinking about it.
Yep, that's it. So there's two. My clients tend to fall into the new clients anyway. They tend to fall into one of two categories. They're around about 40, give or take a few years, and they're around about 60, give or take a few years. And they, from an employment occupation type perspective, they tend to be corporate types, office type workers. I don't have too many tradie type clients. But that circa 40-year-old person, couple, whatever their situation might be, they're in a decent job, they're earning a good income, they own their own home. They may well have paid off their mortgage, or they're well and truly on their way to paying off their mortgage, and life's pretty comfortable for them. And so they're sitting there saying, well, life's pretty comfortable for us. There's a bit of a line of sight towards retirement. A lot of these 40-year-olds are saying, I can't actually see myself stopping work, but they're aspiring to get to a point in time in the future where they don't have to work anymore if they don't want to, or they don't have to have the high pressure $350,000 a year job. They can go and do something part-time, or they can go and do something that's a whole lot less income, but they've built up their financials to such a level that they don't need to be earning $350,000 a year anymore. So they're at that point where we're good income, we own our own home. As I said, life's pretty comfortable, and they've got this question in their mind: what's next? What are we supposed to do next? And so I do a lot of work with those types of clients, and that's about mapping out what does the next 10, 15, 20 years look like for you. If you just kept doing what you're doing, you're probably going to be okay, just because of the superannuation system. You're getting good contributions, you'll have a decent balance by now, you're going to pay off your mortgage, you're going to be okay if you did nothing. But is that what you actually want to do, and how can we make that better? Maybe that's better in terms of you have more money when you retire, or maybe that's better in the sense of you can retire when you're 55 rather than 60 or 65. And so there's various different, there's variations on that, I guess. So that's the kind of 40-year-old where we've got a bit of time to map out some plans and work with them over time to have a better outcome in one way, shape or form. And then there's the circa 60-year-old where they're generally coming in saying, hey, James, I either retired yesterday and I've got what I've got. How do I best use what I've got to, manage for my retirement? Or they're saying, I've really got another couple of years ahead of me. How do I make best use of what I've got? How do I make best use of these last couple of years of work that I have ahead of me to then help manage my retirement out the other side? But to the point that you said, it dawned on me probably only 2 years ago that they're the same person. One's just 40, one's just 60. They're the same person. They've done the same kind of job, and they're just 20 years apart. That's all.
And on that piece, so someone's 60, they've come to you, they've got what they've got. They're probably the person at 40 that didn't come to you and just paid down the debt, card the contributions and kept earning. And then you've got the people now coming to you at 40 that are going to make the change. If we look at it at a high level, obviously there's going to be intricacies based on the individual, but at a high level, what do you reckon the change in outcome is for someone who is prepared and is planning in the 40s, as opposed to someone who's just taken it on their own back, still done well, but now coming to you for, the pension phase of their life, I suppose, retirement?
So there is a huge difference in that, and there's like Russell Investments, I think it is, does a study on this to kind of say, well, what value does working with a financial advisor actually make? And for the clients that I work with, it's kind of like that last 10 or 20%. As I said, they're going to be okay, but it's that last 10 to 20%. It's the things that they don't know that they don't know, and I'm kind of alerting them to opportunities and things that they have. Or what is often really commonly the case, they know there's things that they should be doing, but they're just too busy to do them in the first place. And so I'm there twice a year saying, hey, we're going to do this. Either I'm doing as much of it as I can for them, or I'm pushing them to say, have you done this thing? You're going to do this thing. Have you done it? It's another 6 months down the track. Have you done this thing for where I can't? And so that's then we're kind of looking at, well, in terms of that planning process, it's to say, well, where is it you want to get to, by when, how much is it going to cost, that kind of conversation I was having before. And then through the modelling that we're doing, there's some clients that we'll work with and say, you're going to be okay, we've got a few tweaks and whatnot. And then there's others where we're looking at it and we're saying, you're not going to get there. Like someone I was talking to only a week or so ago, they're paying off their home loan. They hadn't, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there, they didn't put their repayments into a home loan calculator and said, we want to retire in 10 or 15 years or whatever it was. I can't exactly remember. But the home loan calculator said they're not going to pay off their home loan until 23 years. It's like, well, that just doesn't work. You can't retire if you still have this home loan outstanding. So that's then identified there's a big gap here. And so now we need to work on how are you going to allocate this surplus cash flow that you have to pay off your debt and build assets at the same time, so that you can do both. You can own your home outright in the time frame that you want to retire and have enough assets to be able to support that retirement. Whereas if they didn't come and see me until they were 60 years old, they would still have a mortgage, and they'd be scrambling to say, well, how the hell are we supposed to pay off this last couple of $100,000 in our mortgage that we've got when we're 60 years old and we only want to work for another 2 years? It's not going to work.
So it's the education process and the pre-planning to make sure that they maximize their last 10, 15 years in the workforce.
It is. And yeah, you're getting them on a path to where they want to get to, because most people won't have just stopped to say, where do we want to get to and how are we going to get there? People just don't do that. So we're making them stop and have that conversation. And then we're putting them on a path to that. And then also appreciate that over the next 15 or 20 years, something's going to come up in your life that no one was anticipating was going to happen. And that's going to change the outcome. And so we need to adjust the strategy along the way. And that's where the real value is, in working with a financial advisor on an ongoing basis. And there's a lot of value in the initial piece of work, but 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the track, something's going to have changed. That initial piece of advice is completely irrelevant then. And so you need to revisit it.
And I think the biggest piece, and we see it all the time in our own business, it's like the planning up front, everyone's super pumped about it. Yeah, let's go hard. 2 years down the track, rates increase, things get a little bit more difficult. All of a sudden now the big vision you had for life is a little bit different, and you've got no one there keeping you accountable to say, hey, well, you did say that you wanted to do X, Y, and Z, and that was the main priority in your life, and that if other things come up, you'd be happy to sacrifice in other areas as opposed to push the investing to the side, because that's usually what happens first from what we see. The investing gets pushed to the side first and lifestyle stays front and center, where in reality it should potentially be lifestyle gets pushed to the side for a small period of time, and we keep focusing on investing because that's what's going to give us the lifestyle at the other end.
Correct. Yep.
From the people that you work with, what does retirement usually look like if we're planning? So let's say we are that late 30s, the early 40s. We've got one really strong income or two incomes, couple working, and a couple of kids. What do they usually say? Are they wanting to retire on the same income, more income, less income?
So the younger someone is, the less they have any idea in the world of what they're going to spend in retirement. I've been doing this for long enough to have a sense of, based on the income that someone's earning now, that's going to come with a particular lifestyle, the type of lifestyle that they're probably going to want to lead in retirement. So someone will come into me and say, oh, we don't do much, we're not going to travel much, we don't eat out that much, blah, 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 blah. And then you're thinking they're not going to be spending very much, but their household income's $500,000 or $600,000 a year, and them not eating out much or traveling much is very different to the household that's earning $120,000 a year. And so I've had enough experience to try and work to try and gauge and be able to say to someone, if they do say to me, we think we're going to spend $80,000 a year in retirement, to say, yeah, I think that's a fairly good assumption for you, versus the people that are earning $500,000 a year and they say, I think we're going to spend $80,000 a year in retirement. If they did, they're going to be an anomaly. That person's probably spending in the order of $150,000 to $200,000 a year in retirement. The person that's spending $80,000 a year, their household income might have been $200,000 a year, $150,000 to $200,000. And so you get a bit of a gauge there. Because as I said, the younger someone is, they just have no idea. Because at those younger years, they've got kids, they're paying for a mortgage and this and that. They've got to sit back and say, okay, we get 10 grand a month comes into our household, 5,000 goes in our mortgage, we're paying for school, we're paying for this, we're paying for that. Like, actually what's left over for them to spend, it's a bit of an exercise for them to go through.
And with an expert like yourself, I'm assuming a big thing for retirement obviously is understanding that if it's done correctly, there should be no or minimal tax to be paid as well. So the largest chunk of your money that goes ideally is not going.
Exactly, that's it. And so you get to this point and they're saying, oh, you'll have a conversation. So you'll people like you probably spend about $150,000 a year. They go, 150? I need heaps more than that. And so hang on, we're talking 150 of after-tax spending money. And then they're like, so you're saying like 10 or 12 grand a month? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Because to your point, if they get the structuring right and they're using the super environment to the best that they can, a large chunk of the income that they're earning is going to be tax-free. And then the assets that you can't get into superannuation, unless you've got tens of millions of dollars worth of assets. But a couple can have $1.5 million worth of assets in their own name outside of super and pay next to no tax on the earnings of that anyway. plus the money that then they have in their superannuation fund that's tax-free in the pension retirement phase there too. So yeah, you shouldn't be paying much, if anything, in the way of tax once you're retired, if you've got your structures right.
A piece of information that I think a lot of people are unsure about, we spoke about Frank from my team around when can you actually retire and when can you access your super. Can you just educate us on how, I guess, pension phase, retirement, whatever you want to call it, works? When can you access your super? What is the criteria? I'm sure there's intricacies, but let's talk high level here so people have a basic understanding.
Yeah, so on social media, I get comments all the time to say, I thought I couldn't retire till I was 67 years old. You can retire whenever you like. You just have to have the means to support yourself. So you can retire whenever you like. If you're relying on your superannuation to help support your retirement, for the vast majority of people, that's now age 60. There's a small number of people that it's 59, but call it 60. So for you and I, at least for the moment, unless the rules change over time, it's age 60 before you can access your superannuation. Now, if you're still working past age 60, you can access up to 10% of your account balance as what's called a transition to retirement pension. So you can supplement the income you're earning from work with some drawdown from your super fund, maximum of 10%. But over the age of 60, if you stop working, I use this example of you can be working for Woolworths on Friday and then go and work for Coles on Monday. But if you swap jobs over the age of 60, that satisfies a retirement condition for superannuation. You then have full access to all of the money you have in your superannuation fund, even though you're working full-time for someone else starting Monday. Then there's a catch-all at age 65. So at some point between 60 and 65, you're going to be able to access your superannuation in full. And then there's the age pension age, which is age 67. And so for some people, their retirement is a staged approach. They might retire in their late 50s and they're using assets that they have outside of superannuation to support their retirement. Then all of a sudden they're 60 and they're using some of their superannuation to get them through from 60 to 67. And then from age 67, they're getting the age pension. Now, their income for retirement might come from these three different sources. Or you've got the person that's managed to save a whole lot of money and they've got $4 or $5 million in their self-managed super fund. And at age 60, they retire and they live off 200 grand a year tax-free. And they're never going to get anywhere near the age pension. They might qualify for a healthcare card, but they're not going to get an age pension. And nor do they want it. They certainly don't need it, but nor do they want it. They don't want the flexibility, so they don't want to be limited with how much they can spend and what they can spend it on and when they can spend it and how much they can give to their kids. They just want to do whatever they want whenever they want, and they can do that with their own money.
Interesting. So there's no way that you can access your super in your 50s, for example. It sounds like the minimum age is you're 60 years old.
There's some terminal illness and bits and pieces, like unless you fall into one of a very select number of people. But if you're fit, healthy, working, you're not in financial troubles, all of those kind of things, no, you can't touch your super till you're 60 years old.
We're definitely going to dive into that in a later episode. I think that's a perfect segue into where we'll finish. So to get to superannuation, to create a self-funded retirement or mostly self-funded, you've obviously got to do a lot of strategy and investing during your lifetime. Have you got a generalized, I guess, investing strategy for throughout someone's journey? So let's hypothetically say Jack Henderson, he's 28 years old. He comes to sit in front of James Wrigley and says, this is what I'm earning. This is what I'm spending. This is what I have right now. And I'm one of those people who are pre-planned, not like those other people you speak to and have no idea. And I say, this is what I want to retire on. What's the strategy look like to get, whether it's me or whether it's someone else, from where they are right now to where they want to be? Do you go through a growth phase of their investing phase where, because they're younger, we're growing your asset base, and then as we get later in years, we then start to reduce our debt and free up more cash flow? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, so it's challenging for financial advisors in that space, in that I'm not authorized to recommend that you go and buy an investment property. And so that 28-year-old that's got that growth mindset, they probably want to buy an investment property. We would help them with how does that actually work and how does that fit into your plan and how do you afford it and what are you what if it doesn't go to plan, how are you going to get out of it, these kind of things, make sure there's some insurances and the like in there. But we can't actually recommend that someone goes and buys an investment property, and so that's a challenge for a lot of younger people. We would say yes, buying an investment property may fit very well into your plans, and we've got these assumptions, and look at the projections and where it's going to get to, and then they would go to someone like you to help them actually buy the property and find the one that kind of fits and's got the growth prospects for them. But yes, by and large, we want to start with, if you just worked, paid down your debt, topped up, contributed to superannuation and saved some other money, where's that going to get you to? And if that's going to go well past where we think you really need to get to by the time that you want to get there, then let's do that strategy. Taking on debt, whether it's to buy property, whether it's to invest into the share market or whatever, it adds a degree of risk to someone's financial situation. There's a whole lot of people out there, though, that the lofty goals that they've set for themselves, they need to do that. And so then we'd absolutely be exploring some of these more aggressive strategies, which in a roundabout way are going to revolve around borrowing money. But how do you do that in a way that you can afford to, that you can continue to hold on to the asset, that you'll eventually pay down that debt? Because holding a whole bunch of debt as you move into retirement years isn't great for most people, unless you've got a huge capital base that you can service the debt and have money left over to live off. For the average person, they're going to want to go through a debt reduction strategy as they're heading into their retirement years, and so we want to be working with people through that journey as best we can.
So it's growth, however that comes, to get you to your desired outcome, and then if you are using debt as a vehicle, whether that be through property or shares or something else, it's then reduction to free up the cash flow of which will retire you.
Yeah, and it's the mix of the asset that you've got as well. Like if you're using debt or you're not, like your superannuation, for example, the 28-year-old is probably in the most high growth aggressive investment option that they have in their Australian super fund or wherever their money might be for the time being. And that's right, that's okay for them. But as they're getting closer towards retirement, that's probably not okay, and you want to back it off a bit. So just as you've got these kind of high growth expectations and outlook in your earlier years, you can afford to take on the risks with the investments because you've got time on your side. But then as you're getting closer to that retirement age, you want to be scaling that back, whether that's repaying debt, whether that's choosing a less risky investment option in your super fund, but in some way scaling back the risk you're taking on with your investments.
Right. Very, very good. What is the not best piece of advice, but what's the best thing that you see some of your wealthier, more successful clients do that put them in the position they're in when you're looking at their financial situation?
The best ones, I was thinking about this the other day. I was talking to someone that the most comfortable, carefree people in retirement have more assets outside of the value of their own home than what the value of their own home is. And I was trying to put a number on it, and I reckon, and it was just a stab in the dark that I was just mulling over some client numbers in my head the other day. I reckon it's 3 to 1. That the value of the assets that they have outside of their own home are 3 times the value of their home. So if they own $1 million house that they live in, they have $3 million worth of assets outside of their own home. Somewhere between 2 times and 3 times, they're the most comfortable ones, in that they're at a level where there's more than enough income for them to do the things that they want to do in their more active earlier years when they're traveling a whole lot. Then when they've slowed down in their later years, they end up just giving money away to helping their kids out and so forth in their later years. But that's it. It's not overdoing it on your own home. It's having more assets outside of your own home than you do tied up in your own home. And there's a lot of different ways of getting to that stage. But that's by far the most comfortable clients that I work with look like that.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And are those clients usually still selling down their owner-occupier home when they come into retirement to downsize, or are they often just keeping it and it ends up being someone's inheritance?
Yeah, they're generally keeping it if they can. So in their earlier retirement years, they're staying where they are. Just about everyone downsizes in one way, shape, or form through their retirement years. That might be they're going to a retirement village. It might be they're going from a 2-story house to a single level apartment somewhere, something like that. Most of them will downsize. There are some people that have to downsize to get to the retirement that they want to lead. Whether it's they have to downsize because they've got to clear some debt, or it's just so that they've got enough kind of liquid assets to be able to live off. They need to do it. Most, as I said, most downsize. In my experience, not that, unless they really have to, not that many people downsize in terms of freeing up money. Some people have to. Everyone will go from vast majority of people will go from a bigger house to a smaller house, but most commonly it's about the same price, what they're selling versus what they're buying, unless they're one of those people that does need to top up their retirement savings, and then they will go to something that's cheaper.
Makes sense. Mate, cracking episode, a lot of value there. Tell me, are you getting out in the backyard this weekend and getting into the lawn?
I've got to cut the grass. We're away for the weekend. I do have to cut the grass. It's not looking as healthy as I hoped it would, but this is my first year trying the whole renovation thing. I was never a gardener ever, but we moved into this house here a couple of years ago. We spent a whole lot of money on the garden and having some landscape and do some stuff. I'm like, I spent all this money on it. I'm not going to let it go to shit. I need to maintain the thing. So I've picked up a bit of a gardening hobby, which.
It's very entertaining, mate. Please keep the updates coming. I enjoy learning about your rear lawn.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks for having me on.
No dramas, mate. Thank you. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. We're back. Flamingo Property Investing with our regular guest, Ryan King. Mate, you been going to the gym? You're looking fit.
I'm down about...
I see you boxing,
throwing
cold
hands,
showers every day.
getting there. I'm
It's
down
good.
about 10 kilos.
Are ya?
The Easter weekend put a little bit back on.
Yeah, chalky eggs. How was Easter?
It was alright. Kids are in hospital at the moment, but
It was alright. Man, it sounded a bit dismal, wasn't it?
yeah, no, the kids are
Easter Bunny wasn't very good to you, was he?
No, he's a dog. No, he's not a bunny, he's a dog. No, they it was alright. It was good. The kids are a bit young, so
How old are your kids?
3 and 6 months.
So when I asked you the question, remember, it's school on holidays, is it? You're like, I don't know, mate.
There's
But
no-
you have kids, don't you? Yeah, kids don't go to school until they're 5, apparently. Anyway, let's get into it, mate. Today, what we're going to do, I've got some Q&As from Instagram. I think you have a couple too, and there's a few scenarios here which we'll go and break down.
Let's do
Any
it.
updates for us since the last podcast? Lot of good content online. A lot of good comments, likes.
There's a bit, you know what? I just started my 8th book for the year today.
8.
No, yesterday.
Fuck.
So 8th book.
Solid.
Yeah, and then finished my first subject at university, my first semester. Just fucked. And then
How was it?
Yeah, it was easy, but it's just bullshit. Just stuff I already know from. I got to get the qualification.
Yeah, right.
So I've enrolled in 2 every semester moving forward.
Right. What is this upskill, is it?
Yeah, it's like my master's degree.
Right.
So we're getting all that, and then my coffee got in IGA.
You beauty.
Yeah, beaut. Check us out. And then that's everything else is cruising along. We've ticked every box in the business for Three Kings to make me redundant, except for one, which is another financial advisor. So by the end of the year, we'll be fully.
So they won't need you.
No, I'm fucking not.
You'll be
worth
on the
it.
golf course.
'Cause I'll be-
I'll ask you to do a podcast, and you say, "Mate, sorry, I'm just teeing off on the 3rd."
And then the Mrs. business, the design business, launched off, and it's fucking crushing it. So things are doing good. Things are doing well.
All in all, positive stuff.
Yeah.
All right. First question comes from Philip. $1.2 million owner occupier, so $1.2 million owner occupier home, a $600,000 loan, so a 50% loan to value ratio, $150,000 in the offset. How do I get more properties because I'm maxed out on serviceability?
Well,
Sure,
first,
you
is
would
it-
see this a lot.
Is
a
it
lot.
Philip with a P or an F? And 1 L or 2 L's?
Mate, it's Philip with, it looks like 2 L's PHILL IP.
We'll have to answer this one differently.
Big Phil.
Big Phil. Say it again. What was the big things?
1.2 mil owner occupier, $600,000 debt against it, which would be non-deductible. 150 in the offset. And Phil sounds like he wants to buy more properties, but the bank says no can do, Philly.
No can do. So obviously none of this is advice, no personal circumstances. We're just talking scenarios.
We're just talking general in nature. Phil could be anyone. Phil could be a girl, boy.
Phil me crack. I guess the first thing we've got to look at is when we're doing these scenarios in general, it's going to be different for everyone in relation to the three inputs into any formula of outcome, right? Which are time. How much time before you need the money, right? The more time, generally, the more risk you can take, the less risk you need, and the less contributions. The second one being how much you can put into it, right? So your capacity or your contribution. Then lastly, the level of risk versus reward that you can handle. Now, assuming that...
So let's hypothetically say Phil is late 30s.
Late 30s. So he wouldn't have the risk profile of someone that's 25. So he'd have to be a bit cautious because he's got less investment cycles to recoup any losses if there were some before he needed the coin. Now, assuming he's looking at slight pre-retirement, 50, 55, then he's got to weigh up the two scenarios of obviously using equity and getting more would be great. At this point, buying more property, but he can't without capacity. So his options are either use structures, so go down the structural route, or take a less leveraged approach. So that could be he pays off the debt, more debt, right? So more debt, the less debt, obviously more capacity, which sounds like if you've only got 600K, his capacity is not great on top of that. So probably going to struggle with that.
What about with the 150 that's sitting in offset? The banks don't look at that as you having less debt, right? It's just cash sitting there.
Correct, but given he's got that much equity, if he still can't borrow enough, his income serviceability is probably not great.
That's right.
So he could pay down the debt, which is a risk-free return, right? Risk-free tax return, and then essentially keep doing that, like just focusing on paying down debt and trying to increase his income. Using structures is another option. Or if you wanted to invest, then we go back to that debt recycling stuff we sort of talked of. So he could keep X amount of the 150 as a buffer to make sure he's okay. Pay off the rest on.
Just on that, with a buffer. Let's say we got 150 sitting in the offset account. Roughly, what do you want to have sitting in cash as a safety buffer?
So if you listen to your more conservatives like Ramit Sethi and stuff, they'll say 12 months. Now in retirement, we'll have 3 years. Right, 3 years because that's your income, and no market cycle is going to limit below 3 years, really, right? Oh, sorry, longer than 3 years. For our accumulators, we sit anywhere between 3 and 6 months of expenses. Now, it's important people know, some people just do the necessity expenses. The problem is, if you only allow your buffer to be your necessity expenses, one, your wealth journey is going to go on hold, right? Two, you're going to be sitting at home doing nothing. So people always think of buffers for emergency in relation to injury or illness, right? Which is what your insurance should be there for anyway. But there's a lot more circumstances where you could be off work or not have an income for that period. So you should be trying to have 3 to 6 months of your whole encapsulation.
What would be classified as necessity expenses, and then what do you classify outside of that?
So luxury is anything. So in our budget template, we break that down into what that is. But it's usually, it's general cost of living to maintain the way of life that is standard, right?
So if you're spending $1,000 a week now, 500 of that goes to bills, 400 of that goes to things that you enjoy to do, and 100 goes to putting petty in the car.
See, my 3 months would be that entire 1,000. Yeah, right. Because
so you'd have 12 to 15,000.
Yeah, because say some environments where you might have time off would be things like you just can't get a job, right? You're out of the market, you're upskilling or something. So if you can keep that 3 to 6 months, we say with our clients, you are not allowed to go below 3 months. If your emergency fund's below 3 months, you don't do anything until you get it back above 3 months. Once we get to 3 months, if there's opportunities, we can start using the surplus to invest, but we ideally want to sit on 6 months. But when say, for example, when COVID come around, all of our clients had 6 months emergency. We took 3 months of that emergency and invested it because it was an opportunity, right? And then we rebuilt that buffer back up. But your 6 months, your 3 to 6 months should be substantially everything that you've got, that you're spending money on. Yeah. What I would change is in your luxuries. If you're spending $500 a week in your luxuries at the moment, and 300 of that is a bit excessive,
like Tay
tickets. Yeah, you're on the bags. So
could be
reduce it down to what's your non-negotiable expenses. And this is why people should do their prioritization document and figure out what luxuries and non-negotiables, meaning if you had to have 6 to 12 months off, like let's say you're in a pickle and I said in 12 months time, you're going to go bankrupt if you don't change your shit. And I said, you can't do anything other than what's considered a necessity, right? And that's open to whatever people want to classify as a necessity. But I said, you can only spend money on necessities, no fun shit for 12 months or you're going to lose everything. What are the top 3 or 4 things in that 12 months you really struggle to go with that? Because what people do, and they should become non-negotiables now. They should essentially become your part of your necessities, because people will go in ups and downs, peaks and troughs, where they'll go, oh, things are getting tight, I'm going to cut everything out. They do it for 3-6 months and they internally explode, and now they spend more than they would have if they just had a balance. So you got to figure out what those non-negotiables are. So then the times that when you're investing, when interest rates rise and shit changes, you have to sometimes tighten things up for periods of time. You need to know what that limit is, because most people, I'll say, hey bro, when would you consider yourself to be in financial stress? And they'll be like, oh, if I couldn't pay my mortgage. Bro, you're way past that point. I couldn't put food on the table. Bro, there was red flags before that. Like, you got to have limiting factors that allow you to get to a threshold and say, shit needs to change, but where am I willing to change it to?
Very good. So Phil, for example, if he's got 150 sitting in offset, probably a good chance he's got a lot more than 3 to 6 months worth of buffer. So with a portion of that money, you could pay down some of that owner-occupier debt. So you've got less non-deductible debt. And then, like you said, debt recycle with redrawing that money back out.
My only concern with Phil's one there would be simply that, so if his serviceability is not great on that, then he probably doesn't have a huge taxable income. So the consideration there with the risk versus reward on whether he pays down the debt at the higher interest rate, redrawing the money for a tax deduction, or if he just invests the cash into ETFs or whatever that way.
So that'd be a scenario you'd have to work out. What are you earning? What tax are you paying? What are you currently claiming? And is it worthwhile actually paying interest on debt?
Because it's not, debt recycling is not just the benefit of the tax. It is, but the benefit of it for him would be maybe he can't borrow 900 for a house, but he could probably borrow 100 for some shares. So he could put 100 cash in, 100 shares, have 50-50 LVR on the cash versus shares ratio, and he'd get a bit more exposure. He's got another 100 grand in asset exposure that he didn't have before, and build that up till his capacity builds or whatever it looks like. But that's what he'd have to weigh up, because just the debt, sounding by that, the debt alone with the tax deduction probably wouldn't be that huge of a benefit.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, on the back of that, we've got Brendan, who asked, can you explain the best way to debt recycle as someone who was looking, or I should say to someone who was looking to buy their first investment property? I mean, we did a full episode on debt recycling, so you can go back and have a little gander of that, but let's break that down for Brendan. So can you explain the best way to debt recycle for someone who is looking to buy their first investment property? Well, first thing, debt recycling only works if you have debt to recycle.
Yeah, correct. So when, I guess off that question, not sure whether we're talking own home and using the equity to buy a home, that would be debt recycling. But if you just buy an investment property, well, that's recycled. That's right. That's deductible.
So your debt on the investment property by nature is already tax deductible, which means you don't need to recycle the debt. But the way debt recycling works is if you have non-deductible debt, it's essentially using whatever equity you have from that. Instead of using your cash to buy the investment property, for example, you pay that cash down on the owner-occupier debt, the non-deductible debt, and then redraw that back out as an investment loan.
Correct.
And the interest becomes.
I think it's important. I get this a lot. Is that when you have an investment portfolio, a lot of people say they buy their first home, and they know it's going to be an investment, but they might live in it for a bit to get used to the first home buyers and stuff like that, and they start treating it like an own home, right? Like paying down the debt because debt's bad and stuff. And then they upgrade or they want to use an investment property and they're stuck with, how do I get the debt back out? And so it's important that you sort of forward project where you're going to be with it and make sure that if this is going to be a short term, it's going to be an investment, use offsets. You can get interest only fixed offsets now, like use offsets that will benefit you while you're there, but then once you are ready to move on, that you can draw into a position that makes sense, not pin yourself in a hole and then you're trying to debt recycle an investment property into an investment because you didn't structure it properly in the first place.
That's exactly right. So instead of, in layman's terms, Ryan talks like an expert. In layman's terms, essentially, if you have a property which will be your owner-occupier in the short term, but not the longer term, and you will turn it into an investment, don't go and pay extra payments to pay that debt down, because you're going to have less deductible debt when you do turn it into an investment. Take advantage of using offset accounts, because once you've finished living in that property, you can take the money back out of the offset and essentially your debt level will go back to whatever it was.
Yeah, correct. And it doesn't mean P&I is not bad on those in those portions. You can always refi into IO later on. You probably want to get it below 80% LVR anyway.
Yeah.
During that point, but just forward project, because so many people come to me with 50-50 LVR on their investment, trying to figure out what the next step is, knowing that it wasn't going to be an owner-occupier for the whole time anyway, and then that becomes a bit of a hassle.
Very true. All right. This is a very good question from Rick. What do they actually do? So financial planners, come on, give us your 6 seconds.
Fuck all. Financial plans depend on who you talk about, but long story short, the way that we talk about it is our clients are heading towards X, they want to get to Y, the gap is Z, and we figure out what the best way to do that is. Now, a good financial planner isn't someone who's going to just invest your money or just do insurance or just do superannuation. It should be a holistic approach to make sure that you get to the goals you want in the most efficient way possible and time frame possible, while still allowing you to enjoy your life along the way. Right? It's very easy to get a client and be like, here, just live on noodles and invest all this, you'll be wealthy. But the biggest regret people have is, I should have done more earlier in the fact of using that money and living a life. So figuring out how to get to where you want and not over-capitalizing to go above that, because that's going to create sacrifice where you're going to lose today for something you don't need. So figuring out what it takes to get to where you want most efficiently possible, while still being able to enjoy your life along the way. And I guess the biggest part of that, you got to break that down into money mindset, cash flow budgeting, insurance, superannuation, investments, debt, property, acquisitions. The one thing we don't really do, you got to understand, is we can advise on the cash flow of property and investments. We're not a real estate agent, we're not a buyer's agent, we can't buy and source the property. And as far as an accountant, accountants are there to get you less tax and to set up protection structures in place, right? Our advice is how to use those, but we don't set those up. And it's important to understand a lot of accountants will give you the best tax strategy to get your tax return this year, because that's what ticks their books over, where that might not be what's best in the 10 years. So the financial planner's job should be telling you what you need to do, and then the accountant should be going, how do we make that as tax effective as possible to achieve that goal? Sometimes that means paying more tax earlier to get the better outcome rather than the other way around. And then similarly, the other one, a lot of people have mortgage brokers and they say, this is my advisor. Your mortgage broker's job is to get you the loan. That is it. The advisor, if you have an advisor in your team, they should be saying what you can really afford and what's affordable, what makes sense. The mortgage broker's job is to get that done. It's not to advise you on, and good ones will give you some advice if you don't have an advisor, but their job is to get you the amount needed to make that goal happen.
So essentially, if you're serious about growing your wealth and you don't have the knowledge yourself, or potentially the accountability to do it yourself, having the team of people around you, including a financial advisor, is probably a pretty smart way.
Yeah, I think the three things I say to clients all the time, three things we focus on the most is, one is there's too much information out there, right? So you can jump on
like this,
100% TikTok. This bloke named Hender, he's wild.
He's
but
loose.
You can go and Google and you can find 10 answers to any question that makes sense, right? So it creates this weird thing. There's too much information for you to grasp. Secondly, then there's no clarity on what's right for you. And thirdly, there's not enough time. I don't pretend that people can't do it. I do. A lot of advisors want to sit there and be like, oh, I know shit, you don't. There's so much information out there. If you spent the time, you could learn it. But my job is to cut the time frame. I get shit done that you need to do in a time frame you're not gonna, because by the time you learn it, that's 3 years. By the time you then figure out which one to pick, there's another year or two. Then by the time you execute, 6 years have gone by, and that's cost you way more than my fee in the first place to cut that learning curve done. So it's about getting shit done in the time frame you won't. That's the main.
There we go. We summed it up. What do they do? Getting shit done in a time frame you won't. Mate, that's your new bio. All right, 1 mil in equity in latest development. Best way to get it out and pay off principal place of residence. So I'm assuming they're talking about, they've done a development, they've got $1 million worth of net equity when they sell down the development. They probably want to avoid paying tax or minimize the tax that they can pay, so the majority of that money ends up coming off their owner-occupier mortgage. Any ideas? If that was your situation, Mr. King, how would you do it?
Get advice. There's a few ways. It's really like the hardest part about these questions are so contextual to what they're trying to do. Assuming they're trying to make money, one, you could sell it, right? One, you could sell it, get it if they're getting out of the development. Two, they could use it for further capital leverage down and move on to the next thing, which I think would be the most strategic. I think a lot of people, it's hard, right? When you're looking at selling an asset or a development, you're selling versus rolling on. One in the hands better than two in the bush, right? So by selling it, you're going to pay tax, and then you could use some structural approaches, depending if it was done with a company or personal. That's another thing as well, right? You could then
probably got GST payable as well on the sale.
Correct. And then so you could look at selling it, and then you take that and apply that to the personal approach. With any development, I like to look at anything excess of your own home and some small investment should be treated like a business. right? Like you should really be treating it like a business and flow that way. But if they're more conservative, they could sell it and then take pay the tax appropriate, minimize as much as possible, and then appropriate that money towards their goal, which there's endless solutions. Do another one or pay down the owner occupier.
Well, that's their main thing. They're saying they want to pay off their owner occupier home.
But the thing you look at that is like that the question I'd be looking at with that is, if we kept it and leveraged on further, what does that then produce?
What's going to get you a better long-term outcome? Because is paying off the owner-occupier in the short term going to get you a better outcome?
Yeah.
Or is growing that money?
Yeah, correct.
And not paying down the owner-occupier?
Because it's going to be a lot harder and more risk to pay it down and then leverage that home again for another development, right? Because you're securing that home against it, right? Where this might be the release to secure your own home, as you might still have debt on it, but you might be getting a better ROI on that next step, and you're not leveraging the home further, so the home's protected within reason. So it's important that's a hard one, but you could pay it down and then you sort of kick back and then just invest more conservatively moving forward. So you might maybe not debt, maybe small amounts of debt, or people got to realize debt's not bad. If your ROI and your investments outweigh that, then other than the psychological stress of home debt, you only need to be debt free by the time you stop working. Or when you don't even need to.
Psychological stress. What do you mean by that?
You don't get
when you can't sleep in that.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Like when interest rates go up and you think about selling a kidney.
You're saying when interest rates go from 1.6% to 6.5%, that's psychological stress.
That's easy money.
Fuck, mate.
Don't you remember when they were 16%? Come on, we had it way worse.
So essentially, instead of just looking at it through the straight lens of let's just sell it, there's going to be tax payable. You can potentially offset that tax with some past losses you've had.
If there is any.
Blah, blah, blah. Best to get advice on an accountant, from an accountant on that. And then you'd pay down your PPR. You're sort of, by doing that, even though you're paying down your PPR, of which is paid for with after-tax dollars, you're paying tax on profit to then pay that down. Correct. So you're essentially still paying the tax. Paying it in lump sum.
I think the bottom line on this scenario would be simply, are you done? Right? Like, does that, if selling it, paying down your own home, maybe using 50% LVR on your home to invest personally gets you to your goal, that's the lowest risk, most efficiency way possible, right? If it doesn't, well then keep rolling. Like, that's the bottom line people forget. They try and run a scenario where it's like, if doing that allows you to then project onto your goal with the lowest risk, then do that.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, well then you got to go again, champion, right? Or if you don't want to go again because you're scared of the risk, maybe there's a lot of issues in that development and you're scared to do it again and it just came off or whatever, then maybe you need to reassess where your goals are. But long story short, if paying down your own home and you don't want to just amass stupid amounts of wealth, if that does it for you...
I don't think there's any stupid amount of wealth you can amass personally.
Let me do one.
Okay.
When is it better to sell down and use cash rather than equity for acquisitions of more assets?
When is it better to sell down and use cash? So when is it better to sell down, pay tax and use cash?
Yeah.
Or just roll one asset into the next?
So I think that'd be things though. Like, I'll give three scenarios. One might, if you're asking me, I would say, which they are, I would say, if you don't think your money's best situated in that market anymore. So if after transaction costs...
Like you've been in Perth for the last 4 years and you go, righto boys, we've made a couple of bucks, I'm out. Or
Townsville, just the amount of people coming to me for Townsville is wild. But if you don't think your money's best situated, so by selling, paying tax, and then losing transaction costs and rolling that money elsewhere is going to have a longer term benefit if you want to play that game. Secondly, if your capacity is reached. So if your capacity is reached and you can't use equity to borrow, well, then that's an obvious consideration. And thirdly, if you're starting to exit out of that strategy, so it might be from an accumulation phase into a sell down phase or a retirement phase, then you'd want to reduce your leverage exposure and then use that cash to buy probably more conservative assets or more income generating assets for the retirement phase. They're the only three ways I'd really consider that question.
Or if you're buying another owner-occupier property.
Yeah,
so
correct.
What a lot of people do is they'll hold the owner-occupier property that they've currently lived in that has minimal debt on it. They'll refi that. They'll use the equity from that owner-occupier property to go buy another owner-occupier property, but now they've got equity or debt that's non-deductible, and they've got an investment property now, which they've turned into the old owner-occupier into the investment, now with minimal debt. So usually the best case scenario there is to sell down the old owner-occupier property, pull all of your equity or cash out of that. You don't have many selling costs when it comes to that. You're not paying CGT, you're paying a selling agent, some conveyancing, and then roll all that money into the new owner-occupier, have minimal debt on the new owner-occupier or as minimal as possible, and then refinance that to go and buy another investment property.
Yeah, that's a good point. So also, yeah, if the tax play, or if you're transitioning an asset from tax-free to a tax position, it may make sense there for sure.
Because I think what a lot of people do is they go, okay, well, this has been such a great home for us. Let's keep it as an investment property now, and let's go buy another owner-occupier home. We get to grow our portfolio, but they forget about the tax and the debt structuring of that.
100%.
Alrighty, we've got a bit of time for a few more. Okay, great one. Single income, 100 grand. This is from Sky. PPOR worth 800 grand. Owe 500,000, so 300 grand worth of equity, with 50,000 in the offset. How to invest? This is not just talking about property. This is just talking about generally speaking.
Yep.
How would you invest with your 100k income, owner occupier worth 800, 500 grand in debt, 50,000 in cash sitting in offset? That's the scenario.
I guess with that kind of income, we'd be at capacity probably. So we'd be at a right LVR to be looking at potentially debt recycling, keeping a buffer in the offset for emergencies, and then taking
that same buffer we mentioned earlier in the podcast.
Yeah,
that's
three
sort of 3 to 6 months.
and then take a percentage. You can use it. You want to keep. Always want to try. I like to stay under 70% LVR when I usually get to 60% and then max out at redrawing to 70. Continue to pay off the own home, and then using some debt recycling to top up a portfolio on the side tax effectively until your capacity is reached, or where you can go again on another property or something like that. But small leverage is better than none if it's affordable, and risk can compensate it. So that's something in those scenarios. That'd be a perfect scenario to start considering entering into a small debt recycling.
And just on that, like, I think obviously I'm the property guy, right? Everyone comes to me for the property stuff, but I think a lot of people don't really think about other forms of investing when they do hit their cap with property. If we had that scenario, 100 grand of income, PPR worth 800, 500, a lot of people go, I can't really do much.
Yeah.
But they don't think about all the alternatives outside of just owning.
There's that argument which we talk about often, is that diversification versus specialization, which is
I'm a big specializer.
Yeah, but this is the problem, right? People get so like diversification is great, especially the back end, if you don't have a specialty. So all of our tradie clients, like all of our clients who have a property interest, we generally hold more property because they can manufacture wealth through lower costs to renovate, through builds, whatever. They can that's a specialization. We'll still hold in their super, then we wouldn't hold property, we'd hold shares, that kind of stuff to diversify. But I think a lot of people over exaggerate their specialization. Like, I've lived in a house my whole life, I know about property. You don't know shit. Like, it's
you just feel more comfortable with it because you feel you understand it.
Yeah, but it's like, it'd be like saying, I shop at the grocery store, I understand shares. Like, you use businesses every day, but it doesn't mean you understand the shares. And just because you live in the property doesn't mean you understand property, right? So people have got to really first be self-aware of where their knowledge is, because if you don't have a specialization, you do need to diversify. If you can't manufacture wealth in an area that you actually have skill set in, then diversification is your best key, because you probably don't know shit all about fuck, right? So you probably need to diversify.
And that's an important thing. You should know something
You
about.
should know a little bit of shit about some fuck. But diversification is there for people who don't have an interest in specializing, or they don't know enough to specialize, because your eggs in one basket only play out when you know what you're doing. And so if they're sitting at that point, then diversification is not bad. We diversify for most of our clients because they don't know. You've got to be really self-aware of what your actual specialization is, and is it really a wealth-worthy skill to specialize
And most people's
in?
Specialization is probably their job or their career. Like, that's what they should focus on, earn as much money as they possibly can, progress as much as they can, and let someone else then help you grow your wealth outside of your own income. Here's a good scenario. So, owner-occupier property, one investment property, now buying the second investment property. Would you buy it using 100% equity, deposit and costs, or would you use some savings as well as equity?
Depends what the savings doing. I guess, again, keeping that 3 to 6 month buffer is important.
Yeah.
Depending on what your leverage position is, if you were to, so we would use cash on an investment often when getting that property fully debted, fully leveraged would, even with rental income, would push them over on their cash flow. So it might be worthwhile using.
That's a good point. Yeah. So for example, if you go 100% LVR and that's going to cost you $600 a week out of pocket to own it, but if you put in the 20% deposit in cash, so you're only carrying 80% debt, it probably only costs you $200.
And the reason for that is psychological, right? More so because if you keep the cash and you get the leverage, and the stress is that you're more likely going to have to draw down on that savings. and people go, "What's the same outcome, just slower," right? But there's a real psychological difference when you have savings and you're pooling from the savings to whatever it is. It really fucks you up here because you don't have that. Your flow of money is important. You want to be telling your money where to go, not letting it control you and dragging it to places. So we would put the cash in there.
You'd feel like you're sinking, right? You're like, well, my savings was X, now it's Y. I'm spending more than I'm earning.
And it has an end point at that point, right? Where I'm going to run out, then what do I do?
Yeah.
So we would do that. So then the flow of money is always progressive, right? We call it progress to progress. Like you got to progress to progress. So
you just make these up on the spot.
Yeah, sometimes. But it's actually from the book Emotional Intelligence 2.0, which I'm reading now. So you want to get that. If you do that, you feel like you're attracting, and that's going to have an impact on your entire cash flow.
Yeah.
So you want to, if we do that, then that way we're still progressing. Maybe you might be saving a bit, or at least you're not drawing down on that capital. Then you're going to feel in a better position and be able to look for your next opportunity rather than just trying to save the one you've got now.
And then just on that as well, debt recycling is a big one. If you had non-deductible debt, probably best to use your cash to pay down that non-deductible debt because you're actually going to get the same outcome, meaning you're going to reduce your non-deductible debt, which is actually going to increase your cash flow anyway. All righty. All right, here we go. Mate, a lot of people who come through my questions have payouts from different bits and bobs. Insurance payout, army discharge, this, that. Cash. Wonder if I ever got discharged from the real estate sector, if I'd get cash.
Didn't happen.
I reckon there'd be a few people that would pay me to get out of the industry. Huh? I honestly do.
That's good selling your business, bro.
Like, I wish you'd stop taking all my clients. All right.
I deal with heaps of DVA payouts because I'm military. Heaps.
Very true. Some mutual clients in there. 25 years old, want to retire in 30 years, 55. Feels like an eternity away. And I want to have $200,000 of passive income when I retire at 55. And when I say 200,000, I mean 200,000 in today's money, which inflation adjusted would likely be circa 300. How would Ryan King look at this scenario, plan it out? There's some variables in here. How much does the person earn? Do they have kids? Blah, 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 blah. We get it.
This scenario is a piece of piss. I'd first be saying you can do it earlier if you want.
All right.
So that's easy.
All right. So we can retire before 55.
Easy. 45. 50.
Copy. All right.
But depending on income, all that stuff, but we'll just focus on, I like to say, well, if you want that, here's what you need, go and chase that. So you would need, we know to not draw on capital, we need about $4 million in net assets.
$4 million net assets by
assets.
55 ideally.
By 55. So if we're going to do it we could do it from 50, really easy. We would have superannuation looking after us from 65, right? So we only need to gap that 15.
So essentially what we're talking about here is when we can access our super, that's at 60 years old, we can go into pension or part pension phase. So all we really need to do with assets outside of super is bridge the gap between when we retire and when we can access our super.
So firstly, you need $4 million in today's dollars in super. So figure out the number that we get there. At that age, it'd be fuck all. It'd be less than 10 grand a year, right?
Of contributions.
And if you had money, a capital sitting over, you could front load it and it'd be even less because the compound effect's massive there, right? So we firstly carve out the amount that needs to go to super. The first 15 years is going to be hard because it's a slow compounding curve. After that, it'll take care of itself. But get them there, right? Now, if you're going to retire at 50, 55, you've got to make sure that you figure out the number you need to have your super at to compound with on itself from 50 or 55 because I'm probably not going to be contributing anymore, which you should be.
So that's an interesting one. Because we're retiring at 50, 55, but we're not accessing our super until 60, which means from 25 to 60, we actually have 35 years.
Yeah, correct. So a lot of people, but you've still got 15 years of compound on that number. So a lot of people go, what do I need by 65? Well, you've got to go, what do I need by 65? And then what do I need by 50 or 55 to compound on itself? Potentially, with a tax strategy, you would still contribute. You just do a flow of money. But we'd say, what does it need to compound itself from 50 or 55 to hit that number? And then we need to target that. And that's where the 10 to 15K a year from 25 probably get you there. So we look at that, right? First of all, tick that off. That's done. So we've just carved out 40 years of our life, right?
Yeah. So now we've got the 60 plus sorted. Now how do we get from whatever age we retire to when we can access that?
So say 50, if you're 55, 50, either one, we want something with anything with longer than 10 years, we're looking at tax-free bond, right? So we're still looking at a bond, be similar, figure out that number, contribute X amount to that investment bond. This is what I would do, right? Once I take care of those two things, right, if that's what you're happy with, the reality is any surplus you've got, you could go and spend and enjoy. What's missing from that conversation though? Need a roof over our head, right? So then once those two things are taken care of, the next thing would be to get in the market, right? Get in the market on a stepping stone of what's the worst case scenario home that is a good investment, has a crossover, good investment, and if you didn't progress past that, you'd be happy living there for the rest of your life. What is that? And that
So like a house in Vaucluse, Point Park.
Yeah,
something
that's
like that.
right.
Yeah.
And Newcastle, great spot. So, and this is where we have the debate. You know, as an investment, we don't love apartments, but for some people, this is a good. If they can't afford a house or a dwelling, right, a stand-free dwelling, then freestanding dwelling, then maybe the apartment makes sense because maybe when they retire, they're happy to have an apartment on the water in Wollongong, right? Maybe not a great investment, but if that's what they can afford and that's what gets them there, and they're happy to live in that in the downside, it might make sense. Right? Then we use it as our stable block to then build on saying, well, if everything else fucks up, I'm retired at 50, 55 and I've got a place I'm happy to live. You're done. You're cooked. That's it. You're sweet, right? But then you use that while they're taking care of themselves, we then use that property as our building block for extra. So then we keep leveraging.
For something to be able to leverage off.
Yeah, something to leverage off. Keep leveraging off our capacity, upgrade. And once you're there, as you're sort of building, it becomes a lot easier because they're taken care of. Say you take that next step and it's that stuck between, do I over capitalize myself on the leverage or do I sell the place and go again? Well, it's very easy because you don't need to keep it for the other investment stream. So then if you have to sell it, it makes a much easier decision to sell and then go again. Then you're segmenting or segregating your two goals. Well, that's retirement. This is roof over my head. And it's very easy to go from there. And then off the back of that, as if you're living and you're traveling, you still got surplus, well, maybe we'll take on another property. Maybe we'll start building from there. But that's how I'll do it.
It's very interesting. So you're essentially thinking about, which most people don't think about first, you're thinking about superannuation first, then all the other investing second, as opposed to all the other investing first. Then when we get to 45, we go, oh, fuck, I haven't thought about super for the rest of my life. Let's think about that.
Very simply because of compounding effect. It's the biggest benefit we've got in, you know.
And it's controlled as well, right? You actually can't access it.
You can't, that's right. And that's like the same as a benefit for a house is sometimes we invest in property for clients simply because they're shit with their money and it's a place that it's forced savings, right?
That's right. You have to pay your mortgage every month and if you don't.
But the biggest problem is people usually go to the house route first and then they have to sell the house to put food on the table. You can't eat your lounge room, right? So
wouldn't be very tasty.
No. So we make, unless you live in the gingerbread house. So
could do.
So we make sure that's taken. Plus the one thing.
What's the LVR on a gingerbread house?
It's 49-1. But what everyone misses about that too strategy is they're also bankruptcy protected. So the problem with most strategies isn't the risk. It's people can't afford the level of risk. So by taking those two plays out straight away, you now have an increased level of risk you can handle, meaning you can go a bit harder over here. If that all fucks up, you've still got that.
So superannuation isn't touched if you go bankrupt?
No, or a bond. So an investment bond or superannuation.
Just on an investment bond, we've only got a couple of minutes. Investment bonds can be used for anything or only education?
No, you can do. There's child investment bonds, there's education bonds, and then you can hold investment bonds. They have to have beneficiaries and they have to have an intent. Intent. So intent, much like a lot of the tax laws, it's about intent, meaning you could intend to do that and then it changes, but it's about the intent. So they're a bit looser than people think, but there are investment bonds you don't have to have for just child education.
Interesting. Ryan King, always a pleasure. Never a chore. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. It's good to be back. A few of the boys in the studio. Jeremy Harper, welcome back, mate.
Thank you.
Very official.
Thanks for having me.
So you've always got a suit on. You always look very nice.
That's what I do. Numbers.
Banker, mortgage broker, all of the above. Mate, we're going through some case studies today.
Yes.
Let me just pull it up here in the email. Client examples. Now, we've got 3 examples we're going to unpack.
Yep.
First example is someone who's a business owner, self-employed.
Yep.
We're going to talk through why we did certain things, the things you need to think about if you're potentially self-employed that can change quite rapidly, and how to protect yourself. Next one is someone who works in tech or cyber, buying their first investment property, renovating it, how they then release the equity, not once but twice, get a full set of steak knives as well with that. The You know, you're not one, not two, 3 sets of steak knives. And the last one is a couple who bought another investment property but had some debt previous.
Yep.
They still had, or properties previous, where they owned it with siblings. And the challenges and things you have to think about there and what the outcome was.
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
No, spot on. Good
Mate,
recap.
Well, you can take the lead here, Jez. Let's run through scenario number 1, which is the self-employed who actually went and bought a property cash because he had a lot of cash.
Yep.
But then used all his cash, had a property that was unencumbered and had no cash left. So what were the things that we considered?
Yeah, so in this scenario, obviously he went and bought something in Byron Bay, actually 1.1 mil full cash. So clearly he's got
A little bit of dough.
He's got the position to do that. Runs a couple of businesses, so very successful, but obviously, you know, overseas income, overseas entities.
Yeah.
Bit of a nightmare trying to get that across the line with banks.
Yeah.
So that's why he went ahead and had to settle on the property, pays the cash, and now he's fast forward 12 months and he's got this position where.
So let's just take one step back. He bought the property or they bought the property.
Yep.
And did they think they'd be able to get finance for the property?
I think so, yeah. I think they just assumed, yep, it's coming up. Particularly with an off the plan, you don't know the exact settlement date.
Right.
So it can come as a bit of a surprise to people.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, got to settle, you've got a date coming up and can't get finance. So they put the cash in just to make sure that they can settle.
Got
There's
it
no
over the line.
issues.
Sure.
But then fast forward, you've got $1 million or 1.1 tied up in a property, which is not very efficient, right?
And this is what we talk about with property. You know, when you've got property that is unencumbered with no debt, that is not your owner-occupier property, that is an investment. It's not a very good use of cash.
Yep, correct. So we then took the time to say, okay, how do we present this to the bank? Got it over the line. And essentially what we did was we got a $1 million facility, interest-only repayments, and the client was able to put the funds back into the redraw, leave a little bit there in terms of the facility. So the monthly repayment is only charged on what's been drawn out of that facility. So he obviously, whilst he's not using those funds, his repayments are close to zero.
Yeah.
And then that gives.
So what's the facility tied to?
Well, it's against the property, so it's
Right.
released, and then he puts the funds back in post settlement.
Yeah.
And now
it's released as not an equity release by the sounds of it.
like a full cash
So
out
it was
release.
a cash out. But was it tied to anything to do with his business?
No.
Right. So
No.
just an equity release of which didn't go into an offset account, come out as a separate loan split. Is that right?
Yep.
And then paid back onto the loan.
Yep. And interest only, so 5 years interest only.
Yeah.
So then the bank will only charge the repayments on what's been drawn out. But now he's got that facility sitting there. So then when an opportunity does come up now this year, and he says, "Oh, I like this. That's 700,000." He can basically pull that
Without
funds out.
needing to go through the finance process. So that's a really interesting thing is as business owners, as self-employed or people who are maybe paid commissions,
Yep.
often income and profit is lumpy. Some years are great. Some years you might be reinvesting a lot back into your business, so profit is low, not good for serviceability. Some years COVID happens and your bed shit, you shit the bed. So what we often talk about is if you're in a position to go and get finance, you should take full advantage of that because who knows what will happen in 6, 12, 18, 24 months when you need finance, but you might not have the capacity to go and get it.
Yep.
So you think back 2 years, 3 years from now, 2% interest rates, everyone's serviceability is through the roof, everyone's got plenty of equity because the market's rallied, but no one took advantage of that.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden the market changes, people are a little bit less cash rich, income's not as good because businesses are struggling or your sales are not going as well, so your commissions are struggling. Then you want to go to the bank, but interest rates have gone up 6%, all of a sudden now it's much more challenging. In reality, your situation hasn't changed whatsoever. The way the banks are looking at your situation has changed, and now you can't get the money that you need.
Yep. And that goes back to, as I'm sure you see every day, opportunity cost. So they now go, yep, Jack, we like this opportunity here, but they can't get finance. So potentially paying a little bit more on that facility to get those funds versus now they've missed out on a property which, if you go back, what's the opportunity cost on that growth of that property over the last 12 months?
Yeah, it just makes it seem insignificant, the money that you got to pay to get that money. And then also on top of that, it's about having buffer. It's about having a safety net, right? Because I learned a lesson from a guy who said to me, he built a mega building company, ended up going bankrupt. And he said, mate, I just look at my journey now and I reflect so much. The banks were coming to me, trying to give me redraw facilities or trying to give me lines of credit. And I just kept on saying, no, we don't need it. We're fine.
Yep.
12 months down the track, shit hit the fan, needed the redraw facility, went back to the same banks and said, hey, you know that redraw facility you're going to give me 12 months for X amount of million? I'd probably need that right now if you'd offer it. No, sorry, we're not going to give that to you now because look at your financials.
Yes.
And he said the biggest learning from that and what would have saved me from having to fold the company and liquidate, it was a mega company doing $50 million a year plus. He said, the thing I would have done now is just taken the money. If someone's willing to give it to you, just take it. And you may not need it right now, but it's always good to have a little bit of dry powder sitting there.
Yep.
Because when things change, and they do, and they can generally change quite rapidly, you've now all of a sudden got runway. You know, like if it's property we're talking about, and you lose your job, your business takes a shit, you've got cash sitting there.
Yep.
If you've got an unencumbered property sitting there, the market turns, you need to get cash out. You can't get cash from that property. You need to sell the property. Not only can you not get cash, but now you've also got to sell the property at a discount to get your money out of the property.
Correct.
As opposed to just having it sitting there and then letting it recover over time.
And obviously there's transaction costs, there's taxes, you know, you got to pay capital gains tax on that property to sell versus using
a selling agent.
Correct.
Or you use the equity.
Yes.
And if it's used for a business or an investing purpose, that interest then becomes tax deductible as well.
Correct.
So very interesting. So essentially the solution with this person was, you may not need the money right now, but let's go and get the cash out of that property that you bought with cash that was unencumbered.
Yep.
Have it sitting there in a facility, whether it's a redraw, whether it's an offset, whatever it is, it doesn't actually matter. If there is some line fees attached to it or some small fees attached to it, so be it. What you're paying for is the safety buffer and the ability to take advantage of opportunities when the time comes.
Correct. Yep. To be liquid.
Liquid cash money. Mate, very good. Client number 2. Let's run through this. Scenario number 2. This is young guy, young girl.
Yes.
Doesn't actually matter.
Yes.
Working in tech, cyber, good
Correct.
incomes.
Yep. So in this scenario, went and bought their first investment property. I think that person was looking for something that had potential for growth.
Yep.
In terms of, you know, good land, good exposure, but also the ability to add some value onto the property, so you can get that uplift at the end, which we'll talk about.
The Henderson accelerator. That's what they wanted.
That's right. So in this scenario, bought the property for $725.
Yep.
Settled on that, 80% loan. Sat on that, rented out for a little while. I think it was $500 a week was the existing tenants because it was a little bit run down. Sat on that for a bit, and then we went back and did a valuation. So
6 months after settlement.
correct.
Yep.
So the market had obviously, you know, bought well. So the market sort of reflected that in the updated valuation.
Bought off market, folks. This was the Henderson client, might I add. Off market, $725. 6 months later, tenant moved out.
Yep.
Jezza comes through with the reval.
$868. So you know, there's about 140,000 in total value that's uplifted. So there's about 110, 120 in equity that we could go back to the bank and get out, which we did.
Not bad, eh?
So then what did we use those funds for? With some savings to fund the renovation.
So $725 purchase.
Yep.
$868 reval.
Yep.
Pull out 110, 120 in equity.
Yep.
Combine that with some savings.
Yes.
Then renovate the property.
Yep. And then
Post-reno.
Post-reno's worth about 1.1, which if you look at the property, great land, great location. So that's only, if you sit on that, as you were saying on previous podcast, you sit on that now and do nothing for 24 months. It's just going to work in the background.
24 years, it'd be nice.
Correct.
One turns to 6 million and you're just living happily ever after.
Yep. So, and then the rental, because it's obviously presented.
This is the best part about this whole thing.
The rent's gone from 500 to got a new tenant,
750.
750 a week.
It's almost a 50% increase in yield. And I actually think it was rented for slightly under 500 when we first bought it. So
Okay. Yep.
significant increase. But not only that, we've not only got the uplift on the reno, but then you're depreciating the renovation as well.
Yep.
So you get the tax deductions on it.
Yep.
And really, you haven't really put in any more of your own money. You've just recycled the money in and out of the property.
Correct. And I guess from a loan point of view, I said P&I repayments just because that will allow the person for number 2 a bit more borrowing capacity. You know,
Let's talk through that actually, because a lot of people think interest only will give them more borrowing capacity, which is actually the opposite, isn't
Correct.
it? Right?
Yeah. So
Principal and interest loans give you more borrowing capacity.
Yeah, so you'll get a better cash flow, obviously, because you're paying less on your mortgage each month. But if you're in a situation where perhaps you don't have a lot of dependents, you don't have a lot of outgoings, you're on good income, starting off that journey, P&I is probably the way to go. Yes, it's more outlay, but it'll allow you to get some future properties quicker versus interest only. Interest only might be something to look at towards the end when maybe having your first, second child. There's going to be more cash flow outgoings in your personal day. So we set up P&I as well.
So that's, a lot of people don't understand that. It's that interest only actually gives you more cash flow.
Yep.
But principal and interest will give you more serviceability with the banks. And the reason for that is because with a principal and interest loan, they'll calculate you pay the loan down over 30 years. With an interest only loan, say 5 years interest only, you'll do interest only for 5 years, and then you have to pay down the full loan in 25 years. So your payments in the bank side significantly increase at the end of that 5 years, because you've now got to pay a 30-year loan off in 25 years, which decreases your serviceability, which is a little bit backwards. Everyone knows I'm a big interest only advocate, simply just due to the fact that it reduces what your repayments are, and it allows you to use that extra cash flow that you're saving to go and service more debt and buy more properties. But a lot of people then, when they go to speak to their brokers in the bank, say, "Oh no, I want an interest-only loan." They go, "Well, you can't actually borrow as much as you could P&I."
Yep.
So sometimes it's actually worth going P&I to get more debt, and then refinancing it down the track when you've gone through your aggressive acquisition stage and you're just sitting there then on the asset base.
And that's a really good point. You may sit on the P&I for a number of years. Then when you go, okay, we've had this again, we'll refi, go to interest-only, get some equity out, and at that point you may change it over.
Yeah. And also on a P&I, you'll get lower interest rates as well. So
correct.
You'll get a little bit more servicing out of that.
That's right. Yep.
Very good. So that was an interesting one where you've got your initial cash in, 6 months later, reval, still had really strong serviceability. So pulled out the equity that was generated, which is essentially all the cash they put into the deal originally. Used that cash then to renovate, then refinanced again. So we've done 3 loan applications, 3 settlements over 6-month period. Settled the loan in, say, April, refied it in August, settled it again to get the refi out, then refinanced again in November, December, settled it in January, February.
Correct.
So three refis, 3 settlements on the same property.
Yep.
Run us through what the banks look at when those sort of things happen. Because a lot of people go, well, how many times can I refinance a property and how often? And, does that come up on my credit file and all the rest of it? So what do the banks usually look at, and is that challenging?
Well, not necessarily. They'll obviously look at your credit file. It becomes an issue if you're having sort of multiple inquiries in a really, really short periods, talking like you've had 5 mortgage inquiries over the space of a month, that's going to ding your credit score. But if it's over sort of 6-12 month periods, not such an issue. Obviously, they're going to look at the repayments. You just got to be mindful around the LVR with the new valuation you get done with the bank. And then, if there's LMI that you've paid along the journey, because maybe you didn't have that full 20%, does it make sense to refinance? Because sometimes people go, yep, I'll refinance. But if they paid LMI the first time and they're only getting a small amount of equity and they're going to pay LMI again with the new bank,
sometimes it's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
So usually when you're refinancing these properties,
you've got to get the val done.
That's right. So you usually want to make sure you're at 80% or under to then refi back out to 80%.
Yep.
Really, in my perspective, the only time it makes sense to pay the LMI is if it's going to be the difference between you being able to buy a property and not being able to buy a property.
Yeah.
So again, just like with that facility there, you're paying the small amount of money to have the cash sitting there in the first example. Paying a small amount of lender's mortgage insurance sometimes can make it worthwhile if you can get into that property 6 or 12 months earlier than what you would have been able to.
Yeah. If
you're waiting for the LVR to be low enough so you don't have to pay the LMI.
Yeah, correct.
Jezza, very good. Very, very good. An interesting thing also about what you mentioned with the multiple applications in a short period of time. So last year, was it? Year before last. So 2020, what was last year? 2022, I went through an aggressive purchasing stage. Plus I'd bought cars and got, with car leases and all the rest of it. And I think I had something like 15 or 20 finance applications and submissions in a 12-month period. And which I didn't think anything of, I'm just going and getting finance. I've got the servicing, I bought the properties and all the rest of it. And then we went to do another refi last year after I'd done all the purchases in 2022. And my credit score was something like 200 or 300. And I was like, how the fuck can that be? It's not because I haven't missed a payment. Everything's getting paid on time. How was it so low? And then I discovered that it was because I had so many applications, even though I'd even bought the properties with the application. It wasn't like I was applying for something and then not going through. I was only applying once I purchased, because I had so many applications back to back. It actually has an impact on your credit score negatively, not positively.
Yep.
Which I thought was fascinating. So in the back half of last year, I had no applications. It was just a recovery phase because your credit score moves back up quite quickly after you're making all your repayments and there's no activity on it.
Yep.
And now I'm going through another refi now. Now my credit score is back to, what's it meant to be, around 500-600, right? As a minimum?
It depends on the lender. Like over 600, over 800, they've all got their own thresholds. And it depends on, the big banks will credit score and they've got like their own scorecard. So it could be LVR, not just, it could even be for some people, how often has that person moved their address? Because if you've moved house 3 times in the last 12 months, that will flag as a bit of a risk. Or if you've changed jobs, or if you don't have a lot of assets.
I'm just like ticking all the risk buckets. Lots of debt, constantly moving houses.
Yeah. So that
risk.
But keep in mind, a lot of the big banks will have those scorecards, and if you fail it, that's it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of banks that will actually run your credit and they'll manually review it, so that if there's something that they need to work through and get an explanation, they'll still
something that I've also experienced, which I don't think many people would have experienced, is because I'm obviously in the public quite often. I had CBA throw a loan out. I had some negative media, and I had CBA just throw a loan out because they saw me as a higher risk borrower.
Yep.
It's very fascinating.
Yes, they can look at high risk individuals. So if you're, say, a politician, they'll do additional work around that person, around the KYC. Sometimes they might not be comfortable, and there's even industries. So if you run a business that's, say, an adult,
like you're into dildos and porn, they might lend to you.
Something will flag and they can decline.
Bring those people to me. I'll lend to all those people. I reckon they're great people, supporting a great cause. Fascinating stuff, Jezza. All right, let's unpack client number 3, or scenario number 3, which was so for people's context, a lot of people will go into their first property, maybe with a sibling. Join forces with brother, sister, brother, whatever it is.
Increase the borrowing capacity.
That's right, increase the borrowing capacity.
2 deposits.
And then go and buy something together.
Yep.
But then, 2, 3, 4 years down the track, each one of those people then move on in their own lives, get a partner, and all of a sudden now they want to buy a property with their partner, but they're still tied to that original asset, and maybe they don't want to sell it. That can sometimes be troubling with certain lenders, right? Because you might only be liable for 50% of the debt on a property, but some lenders will take in 100% of the debt into your servicing calc. Is that right?
Correct. Yes. So some will take the position that, well, okay, we can see that maybe, and it depends on how that loan on that first property's structured, maybe 2 loans. You may have individual loan statements with your own name on it, but a lot of the banks will look at it and say, well, you're on the hook for the whole amount.
That's
because
right.
If one party stops repaying the loan, the bank's going to come after for both of you. They're not going to say, oh, well, you're paying your half, so it's okay. So some banks will then say, well, let's say it's $200,000 loans on this property. Some lenders will wrap in the full 400 as a commitment when you go to buy this next property under your own name.
That's right. So essentially what you were trying to do up front was to combine your incomes to get more borrowing capacity and use your cash together to get more of a deposit.
Yep.
But then when you go and try and do something on your own, now all of a sudden, instead of just being liable for 50% of it, you're liable for 100% of it. So even though it would increase your borrowing capacity up front, it might actually decrease your borrowing capacity down the track.
Yes, because you're, in that scenario, you're taking on a $400,000 loan and not using your siblings' income. So it's working against you.
And what about the rental income? Would they use 100% of the rental income for your servicing on that first property?
Well, I mean, if it's a place you live in, then obviously that's your owner-occupier.
Yeah.
So there's no rent. Again, some will take 100% of the debt and 100% of the rent.
Yeah.
Some will take 50% of the rent, 100% of the debt.
And this is why it's so important for brokers to understand credit policy with all the lenders, right?
Yeah.
Because some lenders will look at your scenario like that, see they won't lend you any money, and then you can go to another lender with a look at your scenario much more favourably and go, no, well, you're only liable for 50% of that and you'll get 50% of the income.
Correct.
And your serviceability is completely different.
Yes. So obviously you need to the broker needs to do the due diligence in that situation. If the sibling you're on the sibling or friend that you're on the mortgage with, we need to make sure that they're working and can cover off their portion of the liability. So payslip to verify that, okay, that's great, so that we can ignore that. And then some bank says, we'll just take the 50% of the loan. And that will obviously increase your borrowing capacity, which in this scenario allowed us to then go and buy that next property.
So let's run through this. So this client scenario was that they'd bought something with their sibling?
Yes.
Owner-occupier?
Yes.
Yep.
So they lived in it, but we didn't want to use the full mortgage between the two.
Yep.
So went to a lender, verify that the sibling is working. So we're using 50% of their owner-occupier mortgage as a commitment.
Yep.
And then we do the serviceability using 50%, which is actually just what really they're paying.
Liable for, yeah.
So that's an accurate reflection. And then we went ahead and used their income for the next purchase.
Plus the income with their now partner.
Partner plus the rental income on the
new
property
property
that we're buying.
Yeah.
Correct. And then that's by working with the right lenders, that allows us to go through and settle on the property.
And that was a circa $800,000 purchase.
I think, yeah, about
In the mid-7.
Yeah,
Oh, no, was it mid-
700.
Yeah. Great house. We just finished renovating that one too.
Correct.
Full internal, external paint, roof. What else do we do? Tidy up. Looks very good. Very good. And let's cover off one more scenario, Jez. So what about scenarios where, maybe you got husband and wife, partners, there's one that's maybe earning a really strong income at the time, maybe one that's not working, for example.
Yep.
They go and buy a property together, but obviously someone's putting up all the servicing, but then that could change, right?
Yes.
Kids grow up, both partners now back working. What are some of the things you can do then to, again, be strategic and maximize servicing?
Yeah. Yeah, so good question. So, you can't really, once you got your title, once you settle, whoever's on the title, that's pretty much locked in.
Yeah.
I mean, you can change it around a little bit, but if that doesn't move, there's not a lot of flexibility, but there's flexibility on the loan, particularly if it's owner-occupier and you're in a spousal relationship, because you can demonstrate to the bank that there's a benefit. So let's say...
So this is a fascinating thing. So you can not be on the title, but still be on the loan.
Yep. So that's I've got that structure at the moment where potentially, looking at things like asset protection where someone doesn't want to be on the title,
Yeah.
but they want to be on the loan for servicing. And if it's, there's a bit of flexibility there, because if you're in a spousal relationship, the bank goes, well, okay, we understand you're both getting a benefit for being on the mortgage, because that's the key. So you can't go and get your best mate to be on your mortgage and they don't own the property, because there's no benefit. You're just using them for servicing. But when you're in a relationship, there's a bit more flexibility there. So you could look at doing the scenarios where, let's say the title's in the female applicant's name and they're both currently on the mortgage, refinancing, because there's serviceability on the female's income. So the title and the mortgage is just in that female applicant's name. That frees up the capacity.
The full capacity of the partner, whether they're female or male. They could be,
correct.
It's 2024 here.
That's right. To then go and buy another property. And that's something you just think about in terms of, particularly as you're starting to get a few properties, like your DTI caps that you may need to think about. And
Frankie from our team, who's often on the potty, he's got a very similar scenario where he's got some of the properties just in his name, his servicing, some in his wife's and just her servicing, and then some also combined.
Correct.
And that just comes down to optimization at the point in time of getting debt. How are we going to get the most out of this?
Correct. And it is funny how you can, something may make work at that point, but then you fast forward a couple of years and then you've got a couple other options, because as you
change
said,
it around, because times change, right?
Correct.
Income changes, rates change, how lenders assess servicing changes.
Yep.
On changing, what's happening in the finance world at the moment?
So starting to see, around self-employed, there's a bit more flexibility there, which is good. So you got things like, if a director pays themselves a wage and we just want to use that for serviceability, then there's a bit more flexibility where banks will say, yep, paid yourself a wage for 6 months, we can demonstrate that. We don't need to see all your financials of all your different entities. So it just makes things a little bit easier. And then finally, I think for clients out there that receive an annual bonus, so there's a bit more flexibility with some lenders.
None of them fucking things coming in 2024, folks.
doing a bonus this year or last year, because historically a lot of them would take a 2-year history or take the low of the two, and obviously COVID's thrown that out.
Yeah.
So it just helps roll off that COVID year bonus, which for a lot of people is nothing or very minimal.
So you can just, okay. And what about commission? So people are in commission-based roles, whether you're selling tech, whether you're selling real estate, whether you're selling anything.
Yep.
How would you maximize that if you're a borrower getting paid commissions? We've got a client that we work with mutually. They're good salaries, but also then get the huge income boost from their commissions.
Yes.
Because you can plan around that, right? If you know that you've had a big quarter and you're going to get a big commission check come Q2, Q3 of this year, that's when you want to be trying to get finance, right? Because it's going to give you that.
Yeah, well, again, it depends on the bank, but wait for that quarterly commission to come in, and then you can sort of annualize out that figure.
That's right.
Now, some lenders, again, depends on what that number looks like compared to the prior year. They might want to look at your total income all in with your base and commission for prior year to compare the two. But yes, if you've got that sort of 6+ months of with that employer history, they can annualize that out.
Yeah, so if you have a really big quarter and you've been at that employer for a little while,
Yep.
you know, that big quarter might be because you landed a big deal that's not a consistent deal, for example, so you get this big check, which might make it look like you earn 2 or 3 times more than what you do. You could potentially annualize that out, and all of a sudden now you've got much more serviceability.
Correct.
As opposed to doing it the quarter before or the quarter after, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, depends on how you went last year. The banks may want to see that to compare the two.
Yeah.
And sort of understand, okay, well, what's that jump up between the two? What happened there? Maybe you are just selling to big accounts, and it makes sense.
What about rates? What's rates doing? Any movement there?
Well, you're starting to see a little bit around. Well, fixed rates have come off a little bit. Banks are not necessarily being super aggressive on new to bank lending. They're pricing their existing back book a bit more aggressively. So for some of the big banks, you're getting a better deal if you're an existing customer versus new to bank, which is normally the other way around.
Right? Like,
so they were
fuck
super
the existing
aggressive.
Customers, let's just give new customers
Correct.
better deals.
So, you know, I think the key message is go back to your existing bank, particularly they're a bigger bank. They've got some margins there, and really sort of negotiate. Use the pricing tool through your broker, or speak to them directly and say, you know, what's the best deal you can give me?
Your dogs.
Your dogs.
Mate, Jez, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Mate, come in next week and wear another suit. I like
Okay.
it.
Thanks, guys.
That'll be something unusual for you. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, Flamingo Property Investing, and we were just chatting before we jumped on, and I'm actually very excited to be popping your cherry today, Mr. Spears.
Thank you, mate. Likewise.
Which is good. Not your literal cherry, but your podcast cherry. First podcast.
First podcast. Yeah.
How's it feel,
mate? It's real.
It's real.
It feels real. We've been talking about it long enough. It's good to be here and getting stuck in.
No, it made me think. I remember my first ever podcast was with Phil Tarrant. Have you ever listened to Smart Property Investment before?
I have,
FPI?
yeah.
That was my first podcast when I was 17, and here I am, 9 years later, doing podcasts with Matt Spears. Mate, you're a gun broker. Your specialty is people who earn lots of cash,
Correct.
have big businesses, or businesses in general, just big businesses. And you're an expert in the structuring component of it, which lenders to use, and essentially how to maximize their portfolio. Hence the reason we work so closely together. So run us through, for people who have never heard of you before, your background. You're in banking, you crushed that, you moved into broking. I'm assuming there was a little story before you got into banking, and then we'll start to chat through the 101s of how business owners can crush the investing scene.
Perfect, mate. So in terms of my journey, I guess, started in banking 18, wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. You know, jumped into the Westpac as a teller, and then really looked to move through the ranks. So I moved into business banking shortly thereafter. Worked across.
So just on that, so you were in teller first, which is essentially someone walks in and then there's Mr. Spears going, how can I help you, Mr.
Correct.
and Mrs.?
That's right.
What is business banking? Because I don't think a lot of people understand what business banking is.
Look, it's a good question, I guess. You know, there's a lot of different departments within the bank.
Yeah.
And a lot of people out there may touch those different departments of the bank without actually knowing. So to sort of break it down at a real simple level, you've got your retail side of the bank.
Yeah.
So branch, home loans, that's where the majority of us would look to, I guess, actually connect with the bank.
So when a normal person goes in to get a loan or they go and approach the bank directly, they're usually dealing with a retail bank, right?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So if you're going into the branch, you're generally touching the retail part of the bank.
Yeah.
But I guess when you start doing different transactions or having different needs, there's different parts of the bank that, you know, could service you better than what the retail part is doing. And that's where you may look at SME business bank, you may look at commercial bank, may look at institutional bank when you're starting to get into the bigger blue chip kind of areas, and you've got private bank as well. Right. So they're the main, I guess, verticals of the bank, from client origination and relationship management side. And
Yeah.
for my career, I guess, started in retail, went through SME, went through commercial bank, went through institutional bank, went into private bank, then finished up in strategy for a couple of years as well. So
you've worked through all different aspects of the bank, and in those different sectors, you're probably working with different clientele, right?
Exactly right. So, I guess SME bank, you're sort of working with clients that are sort of sub $3 million worth of business debt.
Yeah.
Commercial debt's really, 3 to 40, depending on the client. Institutional banks usually 50, 100 plus, and private bank you generally look at high net worth individuals who have probably 5 mil of debt, plus.
Yeah,
which,
right.
It's just having the right bank with the right expertise, looking to manage the right transaction.
Just on the institutional part, I've never really heard about that before. So institutional is mainly for bigger business transactions.
It is,
developers,
yeah. So,
stuff like that?
Look, it depends. There's actually a part of the bank for developers at most banks, so the
Right.
property finance space. But if you're getting up above $100 million worth of debt,
Right.
that's where you'd look to sit within the institutional space. So
That's the heavies.
That's the heavies, if you want to put it in that context. So insto or institutional is... really there you've got a really big team looking after you. You're talking about your Woolworths, your BHPs,
Right.
your Coles, those really big ASX listed companies. They're not all ASX listed,
Yeah.
but the majority of those businesses need a large team. They've got large exposures. Their
Yeah.
debt might be syndicated through different banks. So, Westpac may hold 200 million, CBA may hold 200 million, and they're collectively doing these deals together to manage the risk and share that load.
Just on that, how many individuals, and when I say individuals, like maybe individuals that are founder or directors of companies that, are not publicly listed, how many of those people would fall into that kind of thing?
Look, in terms of, it'd be a small amount of the population,
Right.
Because you're looking at the top 1% of businesses across the country, probably even less. So it's not super common, but what you may find when you're in the bank is that you may be banked across different parts of the bank. So the business may be banked through institutional or commercial, and there may actually be a connection with private bank as well for that director and their personal investments.
Right.
So it really is just about finding the right spot, for that client. More often than not, the right banker for that client. If you're a broker looking to bring somebody in, because often it doesn't really matter what colour the bank is. If it's a commercial transaction or a larger transaction, it's more finding that right banker. Giving that right banker the right information so they can articulate the best possible position to really safeguard that credit outcome. So
it's essentially your advocate inside of the bank, right?
Correct, yeah. You want to work with somebody who's a friendly, somebody who can get the deal done, somebody who understands the transaction and is looking at the risk through your lens. Because at the end of the day, a client engages me to get the right outcome for them, and I'm only as good as the partners I've got.
Exactly. So you transitioned out of the banking world, out of all sectors of the banking world, and then did you move straight into broking from there?
No, well, yes. So finished up in the end of 2019, thought about broking for a long time, got everything set up. January 2020 was ready to go. Had a, big list of clients I wanted to talk to, all self-employed.
Yeah.
Then COVID hits.
Someone fucking ate a bat and just fucked the whole thing.
That's it, just blew up my business. So, and funnily enough, I had a gym at that time as well, which got shut down for 12 months.
That would have been very good for the gym.
So, yeah, that's right. The missus at the time was working in events, so that income went away. So
that would have been a disaster.
Yeah, January to March was great, and then, March onwards was terrible. So, but in hindsight, it was the best thing that could have happened. It was character building. It enabled me to build the business that we have today. And really get clear on who we look to support, which is business owners, investors, and high net worth individuals.
Which is a niche, right? Like
correct.
Most brokers you see are trying to be everything to everybody, when the reality is often they're nothing to nobody then, because they don't have their sort of sector. I think by you niching into that high net worth business owner space, it's a space that not a lot of people play in, and we're going to talk about the reasons why. But what sort of led you down that space? Because you touched, like you said, every sector of the banking world. It sounds like you worked out who you like to work with and who you potentially, are not as keen to work with. So what was that period like to go, okay, yeah, this is really where I want to play?
Yeah, it was interesting. And I think if I was looking back at my time at the bank, the clients that I'd probably learnt the most from and enjoyed working with the most were the commercial and high net worth individuals, just because they all have a great story. You don't have to be the smartest person to
That's right.
Have the best business. I'm probably a testament to that, but it's for me, it was understanding their story, their journey. And the common theme that I saw was they took a risk. They were, I guess, very resilient in their business and in their approach, and they were, just consistent. They kept doing the grind, and they're able to build something quite special. So for me, I gravitated towards that, and when I left, I was like, well, from a return on time perspective, they also provide the best return.
That's right.
From our model. So
what does Alex Hormozi says? He says, solve rich people problems, they pay better.
That's right. My dad told me that once, a long time ago as well, and funnily enough, I listened to him. So it's funny how that all came together, and now in what we do, it's just solving that same problem I did at the bank, just at scale with a lot more options. So being that true, I guess I tell my clients I'm your bank agnostic relationship manager, because they may have a great relationship manager at ANZ or NAB or Westpac, whatever it is, but they're limited to that set of products or that set of appetite. So for us,
and that changes, right, all the time,
month to month.
Yeah.
The banks could be, especially the last 3 years from, I guess, resi and commercial. There's just been so much change. So ensuring that you have, I guess, that breadth of panel from a bank perspective, and bankers as well, because you could have 2 bankers at the same bank and one's going to get a better outcome than the other. So again, it's just about ensuring that you're working with the right individuals and being active, which allow you to get those outcomes.
It's interesting. I've got a client who was with CBA Private and still is, but has been with them for like 20 years. And super loyal, always went back to the same banker. And then over the last sort of 3 years, there were some policy changes internally around the kind of structuring that they allow and whether they have corporate trustees and all. There were a few bits and bobs, and we did a transaction and we purchased a property for this individual, and then all of a sudden the structure that he'd always used was no longer applicable to the bank, and then wanting to release equity from properties he could no longer do because he needed to change the structuring. That just happened overnight.
Yeah.
And it's like you've been a loyal customer to the bank for 20 odd years. And the bank just goes, well, fuck. No, well, you'll be right, mate. You sort that out, won't you?
Well, that's the trouble, right? You've got banks, that can change things at will, whether it's a product change, whether it's an appetite change, whether it's, a pricing change, and unfortunately, loyalty is not worth what it used to.
No, not anymore.
You can't go in and shake the bank manager's hand and be like, he's a good bloke, we'll look after him, he'll be okay.
Yeah.
It's all numbers. It's all based on, where that appetite sits and whether that customer fits into that appetite. But I guess what you can control on your side of things is how you look to approach the bank and frame that transaction to get the best outcome. Because often, the bank can only review what you provide. And I think, with a bit of bias, having a broker being able to look at that transaction and actually go, well, policy requires this. This is what we need to give to fulfill that policy, and this is what I believe they need to make a decision.
Yeah.
So having that in-between person who works for the client, an agent for the bank, is able to put forward the best application to get you the best outcome. If you throw everything over the fence, sometimes it's going to ask more questions and it's going to lead to potentially a subpar outcome.
So it's the minimal effective dose, essentially.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah.
They've got a policy and a requirement of documents for a reason.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you're playing within that space and in that lane, because if you are giving more than you need to, it could be giving you subpar options.
Very interesting, and we're going to talk through that. So, I would say there's a perception or a misconception, whatever you want to call it, out there in the marketplace. If you go and talk to anyone, or most people around, like, you got a business, you want to go borrow money. Fucking can't borrow money. You know how hard that is to borrow money as a business owner. Why do you think that is? Like, if there is business, it's hard to borrow money when you're a business owner. From your perspective, why do you think people have that perception?
Look, I think it's because getting your financials together as a business owner is a pain in the ass. So there's a lot of information. Your accountant will probably ask you for a lot of things, so that it's probably perceived to be more difficult than probably should.
Yeah.
And once you get that information, if you haven't done your planning effectively to get to that point, because your financials are done in arrears, right? So, if you're doing FY23s now, which, are due and should be paid, that's 9 months ago. So that data is old.
Yeah.
That data can't change. So, what I find, I guess, can really impact business owners is that if they don't look to clearly identify their CapEx, their capital expenditure, or their large, I guess, ticket items that they want to invest in the next sort of 12, 18 months, you can't actually get those funds that you want. You should be sitting down with your accountant to go, hey, I want to borrow $1 million to invest in the next 12 months. And then you should work backwards and be like, okay, great, it's March, we've got FY24 finishing in 3 months. We, should be hitting this profit number if we want to do that. So maybe we shouldn't raise all these invoices.
So it's the planning.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
And a lot of company owners, not just company owners, people in general, hate paying tax, right?
They
and
do.
I guess as a company owner, you probably have a little bit more control around how much tax you pay as opposed to as an individual. How often do you see business owners that are referred to you or come to you and go, hey man, I want to go buy a new house, and they show you the financials and they're running at a negative margin or a minimal margin to minimize their tax?
Look, it happens a lot, and I think again it's because you've got two conflicting, advisors that they're taking advice from. You know, you've got your accountant who is there to look to minimise your tax legally, to enable you to pay as little to the government as possible, and then you've got your broker or your advisor who's there to just say, okay, well if you'd like to borrow, this is how much I need to see, because the banks can only lend on what they can see from a full doc perspective, which gets us the best terms.
Yeah.
So
and full doc essentially means that you're providing all your documentation, and that's going to get you the best rate, usually the best terms.
Correct. Full documents. So we're reviewing the P&L, the balance sheet, the tax returns. The bank can see absolutely everything. Which is going to get you the best terms. 95% of the time. Yeah.
So. Essentially, if you're a business owner and you are going to go and borrow, the best thing to do is to pre-plan that, as opposed to just one day going, hey, I'm going to go buy a property, and then all of a sudden, like you said, you're using last year's financials, of which you've probably minimised your tax on, of which you may have gone and made a heap of purchases prior to June 30 to bring that number down. But then when you show that to the bank, they're going to say, oh, but you only earned 100 grand last year, so you can't borrow. You're actually in negative because you've got a $2 million debt already.
That's exactly it. The clients that we work with, we have a view on where we want to be for the next 18 to 24 months. Yeah. So we're sitting down now and going, okay, what does the end of March look like? If we're to annualize this out, if we've got a fairly consistent business, where are we looking to land from a profit standpoint? Is that going to be enough to give us what we want next year? Based on today's rates, if rates go up, should we build a buffer in? If rates are going to come down, potentially, nobody knows. But in 12 months, it's most likely we may have a lower...
Because that has an impact on serviceability, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So it's just about sitting down, planning for the year that you're in, which is going to give you those options in 12, 18 months' time.
And I know that we worked with a client together recently, and that was exactly the thing, right? It was like, we've got this window to buy because last year's financials were great, and next year's may or may not be the same.
That's right.
So let's use this year's financials to be able to go and maximize our borrowing capacity, because you'd pre-plan, right? Next year, there's probably a lot of purchasing. There's a lot of things happening in the business, so the margin the following year is likely to be lower than what it was the previous year.
Absolutely. You've got businesses in trade up. They're going to be cash flow negative for the first 12 months. So, that's not going to be helpful for an application if you want to buy something in 2-3 years' time. So it's about, this is the equity that you've got. This is the capacity that you've got. How can we best use that today?
Very interesting. What are some of the other things that the business owners I'm talking about find complex, or when outside of they've got great financials or decent financials, if they were to go to just say a normal bank by themselves, like this other client I was talking about, who just goes straight to CBA because that's the relationship he's always had, what are some of the things they probably come up against which they potentially wouldn't if they were to go down the right avenue of using a broker who understands it?
Look, it's a great question, and it comes down to policy. I think a lot of people can get caught up in rate, and rate's important. It's part of the full terms that we look to discuss when we make a recommendation, but policy can get you so much further than rates over long term. So an example of that would be, if you're a business and you're, very capital intensive, you need a lot of cars, trucks, generally comes with a lot of equipment finance that's amortized over a short period of time. So for a business like that, which may have a large exposure within that business, if we're doing a full holistic serviceability for that client, those exposures are going to actually eat into your ability to borrow for residential or commercial investment. Where if we're looking at a bank that may exclude those liabilities from the residential assessment, that could potentially take that client so much further.
And it could be millions and millions of dollars of servicing, right? Depending on the scale of the business.
We had an example, last week where the client called me up. He's like, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you can get me an extra $2 million because my bank said I can only get 1.5, and we said we can get you, 3.7.
Which is huge. It's not 3.7 today. It's what does that look like over the next 15, 20 years, right? If you use that 3.7 today as opposed to the 1.5.
That's right. We're going to get ourselves, close to $4 million of assets that are just going to compound over time. But that's purely from a policy perspective. So
policy is what does the bank look at when they have everything? You know,
Exactly.
What do they look at? What do they exclude? What do they include? How do they look at things? You know, a common policy that people see is when they might own something together, like they might go 50-50 in their first property, and then they try and buy another property, but the bank they're using takes 100% of that debt into consideration.
That's
and
right.
Another bank won't take 100% of that debt. So that's just a change in how they look at things.
Exactly. So that's referred to as common debt reducer. So, you know, if you've got a bank that isn't actually going to split those liabilities and that rent down the middle, you know, you may be fully liable for that obligation, even though on title you only own 50%. So that's where, again, your bank, you know, who you've been very loyal to for a long time, may not be able to give you the best outcome purely because how their policies are written.
That's right. Not because it's right or wrong, it's just how that bank looks at things.
Exactly.
And they may be the right bank for other people, right? That's what I
Correct.
think people don't get. It's like, if you are this type of person or this type of demographic, this bank may be right for you, but if you're this type of person, they're the complete wrong bank for you.
Absolutely.
That's so interesting. So policy is a really big one. So how the banks look at your scenario for what it is, and what you do best is understanding the scenario. And you're a business owner as well, right? Like, not just in broking, you've got other things. So you understand how businesses work, which I think is unique, where a lot of brokers and bankers have never actually run their own businesses as such.
Yeah, correct. You know, I've been owning businesses for, you know, close to 10 years. So, you know, I've been on the ups and the downs, and, you know, I've been scratching my head thinking, what am I doing sometimes? But, you know, it's taught me a lot, and I've been very fortunate to see a lot of great businesses, and I've been fortunate as well to see a lot of businesses that have had struggles and have really had to, you know, peel things back, sell assets. The bank had to bring in forensic accountants to be able to pull through and actually see, you know, what's happened to that business. Where has this cash gone? You know, the difference between, you know, cash and accrual-based accounting, you know, and the impact on the cash flow that can have. So for myself, you know, I'm very fortunate to have that, I guess, grounding and journey at Westpac, which is now translated into broking, which enables us to, you know, really dive into a client's business and look at it differently. You know, we probably take a bit longer than other brokers because we're dealing with clients who have much bigger businesses. You know, the client we worked on, you know, they've got sort of 10 entities, you know, and they're trading, right? And there's intercompany loans everywhere, and, you know, there's dividends going here, there, and you've got to get accountant letters to sort of give rationale to why that is. But we thrive in complexity. So I really like taking those clients on, because if you can solve that need, you know, for me, they're going to be a client for life.
And they're going to be the best referral, right?
Absolutely.
When they're talking to all their business owner friends, they're going to be like, mate, my situation is fucked. This bloke solved it out.
It's funny that's a conversation, right? You know, and I think 50% of our business now is just existing client referral.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Which is the best type of client, right? It's
Absolutely.
free as well.
Exactly.
On the strategic planning bit, you know, we just spoke about that client, but there's a lot of clients like that, right? Where they might have a really strong year this year, but it's unlikely they're going to have the same year next year. Like, COVID would have been a prime example of this, right? Like, businesses exploded during COVID, which means at that point in time, if they would have got their borrowing done, would have been mega. But the next year, if their business come off by 30 or 40%, which most businesses did, it's unlikely they're going to get that same amount of borrowing capacity. So how important is it to actually plan and go, well, this is what we have right now. This is what it would be next year if everything was equal and we were down 30%. So let's maximize our borrowing now. Because I talk about this stuff all the time, and I'm someone who always does that planning piece. It's like, well, I've had a mega year. Let's go and load up, even if I'm going to overextend myself a little bit, because it's unlikely I'm going to have that servicing next year or the year after, and it might be 3 or 4 years before I can buy again.
Well, I think it's really important, you know, if you've had a great year, do your financials in July. You know, don't wait until the end of March the next year, because the bank, again, can only use what they can see. They can't use management accounts in the residential space. You know, they need final or at least final draft accounts. Yeah. So getting your financials done as soon as you can is going to open up those options. Now, I've had so many clients say, well, I don't want to pay the tax, you know, I don't want to do them now. And
we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, so you can do your financials, you know, you can have them in final form. You don't have to lodge them.
That's right. They can still be drafts.
Correct. You know, and we can get a letter from your accountant stating that these are in final form and will be lodged in their current form, which will give the bank confidence that, you know, a CPA accountant is not going to change these numbers that they've done.
Yeah.
And they will then rely on those numbers at that time without you having to wait until the end of March.
That's right.
So that just gives you more options. It allows you to go hard. You can potentially leverage, you know, 1 year in isolation policies with the bank. Most banks want you to firm up that upside is going to continue. So whether you do that through BAS, through interim financials, there's a number of ways that you can do it.
Yeah.
But they're the policies that, as a proactive business owner, you want to be, you know, getting your hands on those numbers to give yourself those options.
The tax piece, like obviously as individuals, there's only a small amount of things you can do to minimize your tax. As a business owner, there's lots of things you can do, legally, of course. A lot of people will look at, what's company tax rate at the moment? 25, 27 cents?
28.5,
yeah, there we go. A lot of business owners will go, fuck, I'm going to pay a lot of tax to be able to get this money. But they look at that tax as a cost as opposed to, well, I'm going to pay this money in tax to be able to get access to this amount of debt, which will buy me this asset or assets, and then I'll have that amount of growth on those assets. So there is a world in which where you could pay a decent amount of tax 1 year, but then not buy property for 2 or 3 years and not necessarily have to show a lot of profit, right?
Correct. And you know, I think people probably need to stop looking at tax as such a bad thing. You know, nobody wants to pay more than they need to, but paying tax, you know, is a success fee. You know, you've done well, you're paying your share. But, you know, paying tax is not the end of the world. It's just you need to understand what you need to keep, I guess, your goals moving. So keep that momentum in your investing journey, you know, and then you can sit down and rewind it and go, okay, well, if I've got this level of cash that I need to distribute, do I send all of this to myself and pay, you know, the highest marginal tax rate?
Yeah.
Do I split this through my partner? You know, can I put this into a bucket company? You know, because if you do send it external to the borrowing group, you know, that the bank can actually take that off you. So you could have made all that money and own 100% of that business. But if you send your brother 100 grand because he's a good bloke and he's going to give it back to you, so you don't have to pay that full tax rate on it yourself.
Yeah.
The bank could actually go, you know what, well, he has liabilities. We're not actually going to add that back into your borrowing capacity.
Because it's an external party, right?
Because it's an external party, yeah.
Interesting. So again, having the right advisor will let you know all these things.
Correct. And look, I should frame that I'm not a financial advisor, but you know, we work hand in glove with a lot of our clients.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you're talking to your accountant to get that right advice.
Exactly. So all the stakeholders work together, right? Like that's the aim of the game. It's making sure that everyone's on the same page. And I don't know how many clients I speak to jump on our first clarity calls and they go, "Oh, Jack, do you know a good accountant?" I reckon that's the question I am asked the most out of every stakeholder. Is like, do you know a good accountant? I'm like, oh, what do you mean? Like, what's a good accountant? They're like, oh, accountant. He's too bloody conservative, or she's too conservative. I'm like, well, look, this is a good thing because you don't necessarily want to get in trouble with the ATO, but I think it's not about having a conservative accountant or whatever, you know, non-conservative, whatever. It's about having people that are aligned with the goals that you want, right? Because I think, you know, we talk to a lot of our clients, accountants, and all these other stakeholders, and when you talk to them about what your client has told you, like this is the goals they want to hit, this is the portfolio they want to build, and then the accountant goes, oh no, I wouldn't do it like that, or you know, I wouldn't have it in that structure because you're going to pay, you're not going to be able to claim the negative gearing, or you're not going to be able to do X, Y, and Z. There's usually a disparity between what the accountant thinks is the right thing to do, which is minimize tax, fuck paying tax, we don't want to do that. There's wealth creation, which is like you said, tax is a success fee. If you're making lots of money, you're paying some tax, that's all right. And you need to make sure they all align into the same cohesive thing, right? Like I think that's what a good team is. It's not about having an accountant that's dodgy or whatever. It's about having people that all know where you're going and are supporting that, as opposed to having one that's trying to make you money and get you the most amount of money you can borrow from the bank so you can go and buy assets, and then one that's trying to minimize your tax so you can't borrow money, and then, you know, someone over here, you might be a wealth manager who's saying, no, invest your money into shares or whatever. Like they've all got their own vested interests as opposed to a common interest.
That's exactly it. It's a team, you know, and I think you need to be accountable for taking that team on the journey. So because if you have every advisor very siloed, you know, they're going to be given the advice which, you know, I guess is applicable to their role. So, you know, financial planning, you know, they want to make sure that you can build, you know, your overall plan so it's diversified. So once you hit that age, you know, you can enjoy and live that life that you want. You know, your accountant wants to make sure you're not paying more than you need to. You know, your finance broker wants to make sure your lending is optimized for, you know, your goals, whether that be rapid debt amortization to pay off your home loan or look to build out a big portfolio. And with yourself, with the buyer's agent, you know, making sure that you're buying those right assets. But
leverage up and hang hang on. That's what we say.
Exactly. But it's one of those things where I think, you need to be responsible for bringing that collective together and actually taking them on that journey, because there's going to be, I guess, different ways that maybe your accountant would look to actually run their process. If your buyer's agent's saying, well, this is a phenomenal asset, and you've got a business that's continuing to grow and you want to leverage that, as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Same with your solicitor. If you're buying in a trust structure, maybe that's not the right structure for you yet, because it's not going to give you the borrowing capacity, because you need that negative gearing that you only get as an individual. So there's a number of...
Let's just talk on that, actually, which is not necessarily just related to business, but it's a good, it'll be a good reel. So I talk a lot about buying properties inside of trusts, inside of companies, and the main reason I do it as an individual, and other people do it as well, is because it maximizes your borrowing capacity, and you can silo some debt inside of those entities if you go with a bank that has the policy that allows that. Now, you just said something interesting, which is if you go and buy properties inside of companies or inside of trusts, sometimes your serviceability with that bank, as opposed to if you just went to the bank as an individual, is actually lower.
Correct.
And the reason for that is because they don't factor in negative gearing and depreciation. Run it.
Exactly. So, buying in a trust is great for asset protection. There's different, I guess, benefits from serviceability that you could look to exploit as well.
Yeah.
However, if it depends on how much runway you have with serviceability. So that's where you need to be really strategic, because as an individual, you are getting the negative gearing benefits from most banks when you run those serviceability outcomes.
Yeah.
And it's just about looking at, again, planning. What's your forward view on borrowing? If you've got $2 million that you can borrow, how can you best buy value within that $2 million? It could be one property, it could be two, regardless of where it is, but it's just about, again, planning and just having the right approach strategically to make best use of that capacity with banks, with assets, and again, just tying that all together.
And then on the trust and the company structure, so let's say that you went to the bank directly, Jack goes to the broker, and the broker goes to the bank, not to the bank directly, and they go, you got $2 million worth of borrowing capacity. And then I say, well, can you run that same scenario, but instead of me buying it in my personal name, I buy it in a trust or a company? Not exactly, but roughly what's the disparity between what you could borrow?
Look, it's a good question. You probably 30%.
Okay, so you got $2 million in your personal name, you probably have 1.4, 1.5 in
correct.
There's a
few other, I guess, factors going on in the background: income, who's earning it, nominal tax rates, all that kind of stuff. But because you're not getting that negative gearing benefit, you're not going to be getting as much.
Okay.
So that's the one thing you want to factor in, because it might be great for today, but you could be stuck tomorrow if you want to look to borrow. So again, that's just where planning it out, being really clear on what you'd like to achieve, what your total capacity is, and then making sure that you're purchasing with the right structures that keeps your accountant, solicitor happy, but gets you the most amount of assets if you want to grow and get that compound wealth.
And then on that policy, so let's say we did go down the company or the company or the trust structuring, there's policies with certain lenders, whereas if you go buy inside of an entity, let's say you go and spend $1.5 million, or use the $1.5 million worth of servicing you have, and the property that is held, or properties that are held with that $1.5 million, are self-servicing, meaning the rental income is covering all the expenses of that entity. Are there certain lenders that will then exclude that entity from your servicing calculations?
There is. So, that's a policy referred to as lease stock. So often, more often than not, it's for commercial rather than residential. There's some banks that will leverage it for residential, depending on the type of residential dwelling that it is. But for commercial investors, if you've got a building that's, let's just say, leveraged to 50%, it's got a 7% interest rate, and the yield on that property is 7%. So if the income is covering at least 1.5 times that interest, and again, that metric is different dependent on the bank, depending on the type of commercial asset. But if that property can wash its own face, then the bank is happy to look at that ring fenced. So what I mean by that is, regardless of what's happening outside of that entity, that SPV, that special purpose vehicle that you're purchasing that property through, you can actually get that approved in isolation.
There we go, which means it would have zero impact on your borrowing capacity.
Exactly. So I guess yes, that's
no
correct.
No negative impact on your borrowing capacity.
Correct.
There you go, and that's understanding policy, right?
Correct.
Most punters out there would not understand that.
True.
Potentially, there's a lot of people that have the capacity to use that to their advantage.
And that's the thing, right? And that's where I think, starting with strategy first, then overlaying, what's actually reality from a borrowing standpoint is where I like to start with clients. You know, what do you actually want to achieve? You know, well, what's actually possible in reality? And we do different scenarios to say, well, if you're buying residential investment, commercial investment, SMSF, you know, this is what you can do. You know, then you want to take that to, you know, somebody like yourself to say, okay, well, this is what I believe I'm able to do. Where's value based on this level of servicing? And, you know, that's where we pick up assets and build.
100%. You would see a lot of businesses. This is a selfish question for Jack Henderson. You would see a lot of businesses' financials, right?
True.
Both through the banking days and through now the broking days. What is a business, just not an individual or anything else, but what's a business where you've been like, how I never knew this business existed and they make a fuckload of cash? Because that's interesting, right? Like you'd see the inside scoop on like gyms and the local cafe down the road, and then a construction business, and then a plumbing business, and then a buyer's agency. Like you'd see so many businesses, and all of them would have different margins and different levels of revenue. But I'm assuming you see some businesses sometimes, and you're like, "Wow, I never knew that was a thing."
Look, and that's the lucky thing about my job at the moment, and I guess my previous career was, you know, I got to look through the window of, you know, some amazing businesses on paper, and then speak to those, you know, those founders and business owners.
Yeah.
And just understand how they got that business there. You know, that's where I've gotten the majority of my learning and my growth, you know, from clients. And I love that. And that's why I love doing what I do.
Is there like an industry where you're like, I can see that there's a lot, like it's very common that the top players in this industry make a lot of dough?
Look, I guess the service industry, you
Yeah.
know, is always an industry that just keeps surprising me based on what you can do, you know, because your costs are so low because you're offering a service rather than a product, you know, but in saying that, you know, we've got some clients that, you know, are working in quite a capital intensive business, you know, across the country, and they're just buying and continuing to grow through acquisition. And, you know, they're doing a lot of that through vendor finance. You know, we're exploring some bank finance now, but, you know, they're just able to continuing to double their profit every year just based on strategic acquisitions. And that's what I love, you know.
And then getting the person you're buying the company off to finance the company.
Well, that's right. You know, that's one part of it. You know, banks don't like that because vendor finance is just another liability on the balance sheet for them.
Yeah.
But that's where, you know, if it's a small acquisition, it makes sense, maybe pay it off from cash flow, you know, for the next sort of 12 months because it's not a big hit based on what the business is doing. But if it's a larger acquisition and there needs to be a whole bunch of integration, you know, of services, systems, you know, people, then maybe that's something we want to fund with the bank, get some longer term, you know, maybe have that over a 10, 15-year term. But yeah, I guess I continue to get surprised with, you know, meeting some great clients, doing some great things. And for me, it just really opens my eyes to, you know, what's possible if you know, really sort of double down into your niche and go hard.
It's very true. A lot of people go, well, fuck, wonder where the money is, but the money is where you
Money's
love it.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
Money's
right.
everywhere. It's just, you know, being a top performer, a top practitioner in your industry.
And you got to love that to be
exactly.
able to be there, right? Like,
I think every founder has, you know, I guess, not something wrong with them, but they just got that little edge.
they're tapped.
You know, that's right. You know, they're tweaked. You know, they've just got that little edge to them that allows them to, you know, push through periods that other people may not push through. You know, and I think that's where, you know, a lot of people that I work with, that they just have that edge.
It's very true. It's very true. Just before we wrap up, the core team, you mentioned a few of the players before: accountants, solicitors, brokers, buyers, agents, financial planners. Who do you see as the key players if you're a business owner and you want to grow your wealth outside of your business? Who are the key players that you really need on your side as a part of that, you know, stakeholder communication to make sure that you are getting to where you want to go?
Look, again, I think it's about building the right team.
Yeah.
You know, you need a great accountant. You need an accountant that is responsive. You know, they don't have to be the most bullish, aggressive accountant, but they need to be accessible. And, you know, they need to be open to, I guess, the journey that you want to go on. You know, you need a great solicitor because there's always going to be risk when you're going through property or business.
Yeah.
You know, you need a great buyer's agent because you want to make sure you're picking the right assets.
Jack Henderson's a great bloke.
Yeah, I hear it's all right. You need, you know, I think you need a great broker because, again, there is so much policy and banks out there to navigate that you want somebody who's able to advocate your best interests, and 70% of the market is now supported by brokers in terms of the volume being written in Australia. And, I think a great financial planner is somebody that you want on your team as well, because while, you're in your business driving, pushing hard on, that vertical of wealth in your life, I think having somebody to round out your strategy is really important. So property is always going to be the biggest asset, right? Because you get leverage, that's the easiest place to get leverage. But I think planning for, I guess, your retirement or, your goals, whatever they may be, having somebody in your corner to help, bring that plan to life in short, actionable stints is really important.
What would you say to someone, who's a business owner, and they're guaranteed to be one of these people or some of these people listening to this, that has been with the same private banker for years and years and years, and that private banker saying, I don't know how we're going to get any more money, or you might be a bit stopped, a bit capped. What would you say to those kinds of people who want to keep growing but are feeling a little bit capped, but they've got a really good relationship with their private banker because they've been there for 15, 20 years and they don't want to hurt their feelings because he's a great bloke or a great girl?
Look, I had this situation this week. There's some great private bankers out there, and sometimes they really want to help and they've got great capacity and skill set to help. But they're hamstrung by the bank that they work with. They're hamstrung by the policies that they have. So the conversation I have with business owners or high net worth individuals is, I'm not looking to take away from that relationship. I'm looking to enhance that relationship. And if the relationship you have with the bank, is great, but they're not able to deliver, then that's a business decision. Then if we've got somebody down the road that's going to be able to open up these opportunities for you, we just have a really open and clear conversation with that private banker to say, well, we've really enjoyed working with you, but this is what we need. They can give it to us. Understand you've tried as hard as you can. No hard feelings, but this is what we need to do. So, my game's relationships. You need to have a great relationship with the bank, with a client, with your referral partners. And I think as long as you're really clear and transparent around, what you're trying to achieve for the client, and the client's interest are paramount, I think a good private banker will understand and actually help with that exit to make it as smooth as possible.
Very true. I've got another topic now. Non-bank lenders. You use
Non-bank.
You use many non-banks?
Yeah,
or
we
like
do.
Second tiers?
We do, yeah. Where we need to.
I froth out on them. Like, you'll give me all that money? Really? And it's only going to cost me this?
That's right.
Load it up.
Look,
Yeah,
I think
so people like Latrobe, Judo, Pepper, all those kind of partners.
Look, non-banks are great. They play a really great role in the market to essentially take on that fringe lending that the majors, can't or won't assist with. They've got different sets of regulation on them, so they may be able to do things outside of what the bank can from a servicing perspective or a servicing perspective or a policy perspective. But I think, again, it's about rolling back and understanding the wider strategy. When should you go to the second or third tier lenders? Can we try and get the best terms with the majors first for these assets, then take these assets to those second and third tier lenders? Because, the second and third tier banks will want everything, because they're a business. They want to write as much as they can. But you want to make sure that your portfolio has the best and fairest terms. So if you need to go to sort of private, second, third tier lenders, that could potentially be part of the strategy, but you want to do it at the right time with the right amount of exposure. So your overall terms, if we're looking at your weighted average, rate or LVR across the portfolio, it all makes sense.
I had an experience recently. When I say recently, it was last year, where I had about $5 million worth of one was a refinance and one was a new purchase with a major lender who I'd done a lot of business with in the past. I got hammered in the media and they just threw it out because I was a risk to them.
Right.
Because of they saw me in the media and they're like, oh no, that's a risk to us. I'm like, oh fuck, what about the other $10 million I got with you? That mustn't be a risk. So they threw it out. Anyway, Latrobe comes along to the rescue, just catches me because I was already in default with this loan because I was over settlement period.
Right.
And mate, I could not believe how quickly it was a full doc loan with Latrobe, not a low doc or a no doc, but they settled it like within 10 days. It was incredible. And it cost me like an extra 0.5% on my rate and, a tiny, what's it called?
Stab fee.
Stab fee, yeah.
And look, that's the thing.
They were so quick.
They're not as scary as I guess some people make them out to be. Their rates aren't as, I guess, unattractive as people may think.
I think
as well.
the major for an investment that I was doing this through was 6.6 or something, give or take, and they were 7.2, 7.3.
That's the thing. So it's not that far out of market, you know.
Considering the alternative to that was not get the debt at all, lose my
Default.
deposit.
Exactly. So, you know, they play a great sort of role in the market.
Yeah.
And it's just about using them for the right things at the right time.
Yeah.
There's less red tape, so it's going to generally be a more smooth, straight through transaction. Sometimes I've had some that have gone the other way as well. But again, it's all about the quality of information you're sending through to them.
Yeah.
You know, if you can prep up a really clear, concise discussion paper, all the documents they need are there, nothing more, nothing less. You know, you're going to get the quickest and best outcome.
And then having the right contact in there, right? Like the right banker that you're communicating with to be able to get that message across.
Exactly.
And that they can also, I've also used non-banks as well. Like I remember I used Judo for a $4.5-ish million loan, where I was capped with my current year's financials with the majors. So they were the lender that we could have got debt with, due to their policy. Obviously, the broker knew it better than I did. But same thing, bang, no one else will give me the money, Judo, settled.
Yeah, so I guess with that, and you know, some commercial banks, and you know, there's a number of major banks that can do this for business owners. You know, they can look to use your interim numbers. So what I mean by interim numbers is you get your P&L at a 0 or MIOB, and they can see, okay, for the last 9 months, you know, this is your revenue, this is your profit, this is what FY23 was. We can see that there's a significant uplift, and based on the rationale behind that uplift, we think that's going to keep going. So there are some banks who will go, you know what, we'll actually take an annualized view of these numbers. Maybe we're going to sensitize them by 10% just to be a bit conservative, but they're going to land on those interim numbers that we've annualized. So if you've made $1 million in FY23 and you're making 2 in FY24 annualized, and that position is going to increase, there are lenders that will look to take that into consideration for the right transaction. So not just for a home loan, it needs to be some kind of business transaction, but there are options out there for those situations as well.
All very interesting, mate. Very, very interesting. Any closing words, Mr. Spears?
No, mate. Look,
how'd you go?
Great.
You've definitely calmed down a little bit.
Have I? The shoulders have come down, mate. It's been good. No, look, I'm keen to do more. So
for sure, man. We're gonna break this down even further. So this was the 101 of business owners. I think we dive down into each one of these categories that we've run through and really unpack the meat and veg.
Perfect, mate.
Legend.
Sounds good.
Talk soon.
Appreciate it.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Flamingo Property Investing, standing in the studio with a very familiar face.
Mate, good to be here.
Ben Nash. If people don't know you, surely they're going to know you, mate. You're the number one financial planner on all social channels.
Maybe. But yeah, mate, good to be here. I look forward to chatting.
Mate, let's give people who don't know the 30-second story, because you started to come up on my feed with these cracking sunglasses, just doing piece-to-camera content, breaking down the fundamentals of financial planning. So, yeah. Mate, how did that come about? I'm assuming you didn't start off with being a TikTok financial planner.
No, but I've always been into content. So been a financial planner for a bit over a decade. In 2015, I started my business, Pivot Wealth, and I did that, started from scratch. No clients, no money, no idea, no common sense, maybe a little bit. But yeah, I was really interested in content, and in some of my previous roles, I got the ability to do some workshops and talks, and I was way out of my comfort zone, but I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed the challenge that came with that. So
was that also in the finance space?
In finance, in the finance space. And I saw how powerful that could be in terms of building an audience. And so, when you start a business, you don't need a lot of people to work with. It's not like you're looking for hundreds of people. So I wanted to see how I could get the message out there. Started doing content, was fortunate to have a really good business coach at the time. Started putting that stuff out there, and the content side of things is built from there. But Pivot Wealth is a money management company. The core of what we do is financial advice, and ultimately we're helping people invest smarter. I'm sure we'll get into some of the tactics and stuff that we use. Invest smarter, save tax, save more, get ahead, but do it while they live a good lifestyle. And most of the people we work with are young, they're in 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
So for them, they want to get ahead, but they don't want to, we're not really catering to those hardcore like fire people where it's like they're going to sacrifice everything just so that they can retire at 27. Instead, it's like, how can we make sure that we're going to be comfortable in the future in a time frame that we're happy with, but also enjoy today?
Yeah, yeah. And your, I guess, love for finance and financial planning, where did that come from?
Well, randomly, I didn't even know about finance. I had no idea that it was a thing. Don't have any family that were in finance or mates or anything like that. And randomly, my grandma gave me a book. I think I was about 16 at the time, Rich Dad Poor Dad, which everyone's heard about. Robert Kiyosaki. And that just sparked an interest. And I was really drawn to how he explained concepts that I've previously found like really confusing and just had absolutely no idea about and thought they were so complicated. And he sort of broke it down, and it got me interested in investing. And then, so I was always a bit of a reader, just went way down the rabbit hole, started reading all of the investing books that I could get my hands on. What are some of those
books? Because I reckon, I'm not sure how often you get that question, but I get that question, what book should I read? Yeah. I reckon 4 or 5 times a week.
Yeah, Peter Lynch, Beating the Street. I think that's one of the big ones. He was a big Fidelity guy, all about looking for value stocks and that. And look, to be honest, I can't remember all of the books. I know that Peter Lynch was a big one. The Psychology of Investing was another thing. I sort of went from straight investing into behavioral finance and then started like really nerding out on the mindset and psychology side of things as well. So Thinking Fast and Slow, that's a pretty intense read, but a good one. Nudge is another book as well, and it's all about like your decision making generally, but your financial decision making in particular.
Right.
And so, that just sparked an interest. And then I started learning more, decided to go to uni from there, studied.
Off the back of a book, there we go.
The back of a book, and then I fell into a job in when I started studying at uni, you get sort of drawn into this investment banking, like the sexiness of that world. And so I was sort of a bit torn when I did all my grad job applications. Half of them were for financial planning jobs and half of them were for banking jobs. The first job that I got offered was a financial planning job, and it was all happening at the time when exams and stuff were happening at uni. And I was like, sweet. I told everyone else no. I'm like, I'm going to do this. I've got a job now. I'll go get some experience and I'll use it as a stepping stone. But when I got into it, I just really loved it. I like the learning and finance side, and the fact that the rules change all the time, so there's always something to learn and develop. But I really enjoyed the social side and like the working with people and educating people. Like my mum's a teacher. I've got a lot of teachers in my family. That education maybe subconsciously sort of went in, but just helping people, getting to feel good because you're helping people, and you just see people get that light bulb moment where it just clicks and they're like, oh wow, I can do this, and then they do it and then they get good results, and I just love that. And so that was at a really big business. Then I went and worked at a really small company that was working with a lot of first home buyers, and that was very different. And when I got offered that job, I was like, it's either going to be really good or it's going to absolutely suck, and I'll bail quickly. But it was a small business and I was the only advisor. They wanted me to like build that offering, and I did that. That was really fun. Learned a lot, made a lot of mistakes, and then I was going to become a partner in that business. As these things happen, didn't work out, obviously, and then I made the call to start my own business, and
I was 2015.
The rest is history. Almost a decade later now.
Amazing. And was there a certain niche that you started with in 2015? Like after going through the first home buyers, after going through being in a large firm, did you work out who you really like to work with and who you could add the most amount of value to?
Yeah, well, I wanted to work with younger people. I knew that. So it wasn't true. As much as I knew the retirement rules and pension rules and all those things, I knew that pretty intimately. In fact, I probably knew that best. I knew that I wanted to work with younger people because I could see the bigger opportunity. And in the first business that I worked in, younger people would approach us saying that they wanted help, and literally the line that we were told to say was, come back when you got $100,000, and then that evolved to be, come back when you got $200,000. And I was just thinking, like, these people are just, they really want help, and there's so many things you can do to get $100,000 faster or $200,000 faster, but they were saying, oh no, just go figure it out, because the model didn't support it. And I get that you can't be all things to all people.
Because that's the thing, right? Most planners, I would say, if we generalize, would want to work with people who are probably 45, 50 years and over, right? Because they're the people who are, approaching superannuation and retirement, and they've obviously got a larger net asset base to be able to work with.
Historically, financial advice was financial products, financial product sales. That's essentially it. Like back in the day when super was invented, you needed a financial advisor to have a super fund. You needed a financial advisor to have a managed fund, whether it was an external financial advisor or one at the bank. You literally could not access these products without having a financial advisor. And so the whole industry has evolved from there. And I suppose that and then those products had commissions attached to them. And I know that there's a lot of great advisors out there that were involved in advice in that time, and some of them are still around. But that meant that the industry was sort of pulled in this direction where it was largely focused around products, and people were paid more when people had more money. Whereas when I started my business, we've been since day one, we've been a fee-only business, that we don't take any of those product fees or kickbacks or any of those things. We're now self-licensed. We were privately licensed before, not linked to the banks. I didn't want to be a sales rep for a bank, selling their stuff. And so, I wanted to work with younger people. And then randomly I got a client that worked at Apple, like a computer company. Yeah. And they have, like, being in tech, these tech companies have employer share plans that they offer to their people. And the more senior you are, the more shares you get, and can be quite lucrative. It does also come with some pretty significant tax consequences, which are a little bit confusing, often fairly unclear, and there's a lot of opportunity to add value. And so I wasn't aware of that, but I did really want to learn. Like when I got this client, I was like, wow, yeah, let's figure this out. And then I'm going and learning and doing all this research, and through that we figured out how it all works, and then did a really good job for him. And then he referred us more clients, and particularly at Apple, that we got like 20 clients from Apple that they just all must talk about this stuff or in the lunchroom or something, which is good. They've obviously got a massive team, being a massive business. And then, we just really built that muscle around employer share plans. And we're probably one of the few advice businesses that have a really deep knowledge around employer share plans. And probably about half of our clients work in and around technology. So we've added more strings to the bow over time, but that's still a sweet spot for us. That was a niche that you started with. Yeah, and it worked quite well because it allows you to be super targeted in terms of the content that you're putting out there. And
the clients you want to work with, right? Like,
exactly.
Do you work in tech? Yes, tick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. And then from there, you've obviously progressed the business now, eight years, and hundreds of thousands of followers online. And mate, I think from when I first saw you, like, the thing that you do as good or better than anyone else is like make things that seem complicated, like employer share options, seem super simple. And that's where I think financial planners add the most amount of value. Like outside of the implementation, execution, all the rest of it, it's like a lot of people don't understand the most simple, or what we think are the most simple terms. Yeah. And people go, oh, fuck, that's what that means. Or, I didn't know that's what, negative gearing does. Or like, all these things that you think are super simple when...
Well, you think it's super simple when you're a finance person, right? Because we're dealing with this day in and day out, but there is so much confusion out there. And money, like property, like investing or saving, it's its own area of expertise. And a lot of the people we work with, these are particularly in tech, we work with tons of engineers and stuff, and these people are super smart. They're probably a lot smarter than I am, but money is just this like black box that they just don't understand all the terminology. And so I've spent a lot of time and been really hyper focused on de-jargoning our content as much as possible. And even through the years where I did workshops and events, we'd always ask for feedback. I'd always read every single feedback form and see, how did it land? The content, was it the right level or not? And you get this feedback and people going, using too much jargon. I still remember the last time I did it, was just before COVID, when the world shut down, and this person goes, too much jargon, and I was like, fuck, I've got to understand what this is, because I thought that was a really simple presentation. So I call them up on the phone. I'm like, look, can I just ask you, please tell me what is this? You sent jargon. And then she said, you said blue chip. And I'm like, what does that mean? And I'm like, fuck, I thought everyone knew. Like, I'm like, that's a pretty commonly used term. And so it's those sorts of things that you realize, and you're like, actually, no, people don't know. They're not familiar with this stuff. And so you need to keep it simple. And I think that that is a bit, it's hard to do. You have to really consciously focus on it, but it's something that served us really well. And like we, the last few years, we've been working with the NRL on their financial literacy program for all of all of the footy players, like the male and female players, and for those guys as well, they're sort of catapulted into money and aren't coming from money. There's a lot of really switched on people that have had that exposure to it, but there's a lot that haven't as well. And so I think that really set us up well, but then that work has even sort of taken it down even further. And I think the simpler you can make it, like the scariness of money leads to fear of making a mistake, and the fear of making a mistake leads people to do nothing. Inaction, and then it's the inaction trap, the opportunity cost that comes with that, and people are just costing themselves thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars because they don't want to make a mistake that they regret later on. So
it's very true.
Yeah.
And then I think off the back of that, what we see time and time again is people then leave it too late. They feel like, oh shit, time's running out, and then they usually make irrational or silly decisions because they're trying to make up for lost time, and that's
absolutely
when you see. I think I was only reading the other day. I think the thing ABC or the Sydney Morning Herald or something put out, which was like all these people got burnt with this AI startup in some stupid country, and it's like, they were telling us we're going to get 30x on our money within 12 months.
Yeah.
And it's like, usually people only make those decisions because they're in a state of desperation, right? Like if you had your financial foundation set up and you're in a really strong position, you probably wouldn't go and take those risks because you don't need to.
Yeah, exactly. And like the long-term return on the share market, 9.8% in Australia, a bit more if you look at US stocks. Like you save and invest a small amount of money consistently over a long period of time. I just put a post up today, $200 a week, 40 years, $5 million. Like, yeah, you go throw it all into crypto or some specky startup or something, and maybe you end up with 10, but more likely you end up with 10K.
Zero.
And so you don't need to take on that extra risk. But again, like I talked about nerding out on the psychology and stuff, and we're sort of built to fail when it comes to those things, that we're drawn to the quick returns. There's a lot of psychological biases and heuristics and stuff that impact our investing behavior, but people don't understand risk. It's unclear. They think all risk is made equally. We've got, there's things like information bias, where you read an article in the paper, and you feel like you have enough information that you understand enough to see what's going to drive future performance or something. And it's like all these, and I'm sure you've seen it, all the crazy people online that are talking about interest rates, and when we went through that period where interest rates were going up and inflation was going up, and you put up a post just talking about the state of play, and people are like, this is happening, or it's going up by 3% more, or interest rates going down, or actually I don't know that many people said that, but you know what I mean? It's like they think, migration is doing this, so this is going to do this. But the reality is that there's 757,000 factors that are really driving those decisions. And so all of those things that it's like, people are more likely to bet on a coin being tossed if they're present in the room when the coin is tossed. So if you just think about that for a second, obviously you standing in a room has no bearing on the probability of a coin toss coming up heads or tails. Yeah. But we are more likely to bet on the coin toss if we're present.
Two Up's a prime example of that.
Yeah. Well, that's involvement bias, right? And so you see these people, particularly in tech, we see it quite a lot. The people working in these technology companies, they're in the nice lunchroom, they're drinking the Kool-Aid, they're like, this company is going to do better than everyone else, because they don't know it, but it's because they're involved with it that they think that. And so
they've got a bias towards it.
Yeah, exactly. So there's heaps of different things like that basically each one is pushing you away from sensible decisions and to things which are irrational and can be quite problematic. Whereas reality, just go buy an index fund or go buy a nice solid property and just ride it forever, and you're going to make heaps of money. It's not sexy, it doesn't need to be, but making money is sexy. So
that's right.
You want excitement.
And then you listen to someone like Warren Buffett, right, who's like the greatest investor of all time. I don't know why he would have a reason to persuade people to do the wrong thing. And even he says, like, if you're an unsophisticated investor or someone who is dumber than me, then just go and do index funds.
Buy an index fund. And he's obviously made quite a lot of money from value investing, but on those businesses where he's made money in that way, he's literally come in, take an active involvement in the board and then shape the direction of that business to help it to realize value. So you can do it, like you help your clients do this with their property investments and stuff as well. So when you are taking a really active position on a particular investment where you have that level of control, if you've got the right support around you to make good decisions and you're following a good strategy, that can yield good results. But if you're not doing that, don't go speculating in the market. Just pick the like sure, not that there's any sure things, but pick the sure thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's right. The thing that has a track record of showing us that it's been a sure
Forever
thing.
and a day, the market does what the market does. Just ride the market, you know.
It's very interesting. Let's change topic. The budget released last night.
Well, look,
Yesterday,
I normally like to go to bed early, and so I stayed up to watch the budget, but I was sorely disappointed.
Right.
There wasn't really anything to like. There wasn't even anything to not like.
Right.
It was
Very bland.
It was the most boring budget that I've ever heard. And look, I get that sort of probably makes sense in the environment that we're in, that the government didn't want to go mental, you know, splashing cash. They've got a big deficit to deal with. They've got an inflation problem to deal with. They want to be seen to be responsible, and I think they were, you know, responsible overall. But yeah, there wasn't really a lot in it to you know, get excited by, or to even wrap your hands around. Really, they talked about an electricity bill subsidy for households. Every household gets about $300, so that's good. It's $300. It's, you know, it's
a nice dinner somewhere.
Or that, yeah, filling the car up with petrol maybe.
That's
or
right.
Something like that.
So there's nothing that's you know, that's going to dramatically change the landscape.
Look,
you know, often we come into these things and it's like always to do with negative gearing or taxation changes or, you know, things that are juicy.
No, look, the paid superannuation contributions on the government paid parental leave, I think that's a really good thing, particularly for mums that are the primary carers most of the time, you know, making sure that the super continues to bubble away. That's a good thing.
So up until this point, that hasn't been the case. If you go on parental leave, you're not getting paid super?
No super, right. Not unless you pay it yourself or your employer has a separate agreement to do that. So from July 2025, there's going to be 12% super paid on the government parental leave, so that's a couple of $1,000. Keep the super ticking over. That's a good thing to do. There was a lot of talk as well about housing, and clearly it's, you know, this housing, the rental crisis, and the property market is causing a lot of ruffled feathers out there, and so the government, I think, wanted to do something there, or at least be seen to be doing something, or maybe a little bit of both. They're building some houses, you know, social houses.
A few houses.
There's 40,000 social houses they talked about. They talked about with the unis restricting and making them provide rental accommodation for students, like sort of somehow limiting the places relative to how much accommodation they're helping provide, and I think that will help. That being said, I was just having a look. I was like looking at what is the property supply shortage in Australia, and, you know, how is that forecast to progress from here? And the property supply shortage is well over 100,000 a year, and they're talking about building 40,000 over a number of years and stuff. So
we're still a few 100,000 short, unfortunately.
We're still quite a few 100,000 short. So unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be a silver bullet. It's not nothing, and it does, you know, it's not going to hurt. It is going to help. But yeah, unless you're a green energy producer, they got $20 billion or something. That was the bulk of. They spent $24 billion in total. I think it was $18 billion or $14 billion for green energy producers. It was a lot of that.
Right.
You know, sure.
So maybe
that's
put some solar panels in your backyard and become a solar farm or something.
Solar panel company or something. But yeah, there wasn't a lot, because most of the key budget measures, or two in particular, were announced before the budget, which was the changes to the stage 3 tax cuts and the superannuation.
Let's talk through
superannuation balance tax. So yeah, the first one, stage 3 tax cuts, you know, everyone benefits. Every single taxpayer in the country benefits as a result of the changes that they made to the stage 3 tax cuts, whereas previously they weren't going to do that. Previously, anyone that was earning below $45,000 a year wouldn't have got any benefit from the stage 3 tax cuts.
So the people who probably need it.
Well, yes, but also the people that receive tax cuts in stage 1 and 2.
Right.
Like the stage 3 tax cuts are the third stage of a tax cut plan, and stages 1 and 2 have already been released, and they were firstly released to low and middle income workers because it was decided at that time that the low and middle income people and households were the ones that needed the tax relief most at that time. And I'd say that's probably pretty fair. And so, but yeah, it was like a lot of years since that happened. So, you know, a few people have forgotten, and it is fair to say that lower income and middle income households probably are under more pressure than higher income households. But yeah, that is why the stage 3 tax cuts were put in place. Look, at the end of the day, if you earn over $135,000, you're worse off under the amendments that they made to the stage 3 tax cuts.
Right.
And if you earn over $190,000, you're the most impacted, and you're impacted to the tune of $4,000 a year. You're getting $4,500 lower tax cut than you were under the previous stage 3
You're
tax
still
cuts.
getting a tax cut.
You're still getting a $4,500. So you basically get half of what
So
you
instead
were
of 9, you're
going
getting
to get.
4.5 now.
Exactly right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and so
I'm sure there's a lot of people crying for those people at home.
yeah, exactly. It's a hard one to defend because, like, you exactly what you just said there.
Yeah.
That higher incomes, easy to justify taking it away from them.
It's hard now, though. Like, I mean, it's hard to say what is a higher income, right? Like, $100,000. I remember when my dad first earned $100,000.
Yeah.
He was like in his 50s.
Yeah.
I remember it was. I can't remember where we are, but I remember saying, "Oh,
Six figures.
six-figure earner,
Boom.
baby."
Yeah,
You're
rich.
like, "Fuck, that's a lot of money."
Yeah,
But it's like, you know, $100,000 now is not a lot of dough.
nah, no way. Especially in Sydney as well. Like you pay rent, couple of bills. There's not a lot of money.
You got
left.
your $300 electricity bill rebate. That'll help.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, but like you're like $100,000, $150,000. And you know, we speak to a lot of people buying property, and like you go, "Oh, I'm on $140,000 a year. Sweet." You go and speak to the broker. Oh, you can borrow $500,000.
Yeah,
you know, and you're like,
Yeah.
that used to be a lot of dough.
Exactly. And look, these tax cuts were part of the justification for them was that they're combating tax bracket creep, where the tax brackets aren't indexed in Australia. So for the last, I don't know how many years, but it's been a lot of years that the top marginal tax rate kicks in at $180,000. Now, 10 years ago, $180,000 was worth a lot more because the average wage growth in Australia is close-ish to 5%.
Yeah.
And so people that were earning, that wage at that time, that they were doing quite well, whereas they're doing a lot less well now, but
That's right.
they're pushed into the top bracket and paying tax accordingly. But look, I suppose there's a bit of philosophy or around that, but that is what it is. Look, everyone benefits, and I suppose that's helpful.
So what does it look like now? So the actual tax cuts that have come into place. So 0 to 19,000.
0%.
0.
Then-
No tax.
No tax. Then 19 to 45,000, you pay 16% tax. That's reduced from 19% previously.
Right.
45 to 135,000, you pay 30% tax. That's
Right.
reduced from 32.5%
Happy
previously.
days.
The top tax bracket kicks in now at 190k, which is previously 180, but then above 90, you're 47%.
So 45 plus Medicare, or is it
45 plus Medicare.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
some wins there.
Definitely some wins there. I think it's moving in the right direction. It's not as much as we were promised,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's still
Better than
positive.
nothing.
I think they need to do something to address the bracket creep, but it seems unlikely that they're going to do a lot of personal income tax cuts in the foreseeable future, given that we're forecast to go into a $100 billion deficit over the next handful of years.
A couple of dollars between mates. What's that?
Exactly.
Now, one thing that I don't think people completely understand is we just spoke about tax brackets: 0 to 19,000, no tax; 19 to whatever it was, 16 cents. Let's say that you earn $100,000. Now, obviously, in that $100,000, you're going to have a blended tax rate, right? Because at certain levels, 0 to 19,000, you're not going to pay any tax. From that point, you're going to pay that much, and then from that point to that point, you're going to pay
That's
that
right.
much. So, for people to work out roughly what their blended tax rate is there an easy way to be able to do that?
Paycalculator.com.au. That's how I do it. You could look at my Instagram posts. Those ones have been quite popular. Very simple, but
Yeah.
very popular. But yeah, you can look at the total amount of tax that you pay, and then you just divide it out essentially, or paycalculator.com.
Because one of the things, obviously, with being a property investor and it coming up to the end of financial year, you can work out, well, if I can go and spend X, Y, and Z on a property and I'm paying X amount of dollars in tax, which works out to be whatever blended tax rate, for every $1 I spend on a property or something that I can claim, I'm going to get 35 or 40 cents or 38 cents back of that dollar that I spent.
Yes. Well, if you just look at the brackets that we just mentioned, so if you're above 135,000, say, then you're in that 37% plus Medicare bracket. That is how much your deductions are worth. So because how it works is that when the tax rate that you pay only applies to the income earned in the bracket. So for example, if you make $200,000 a year, you still pay 0% tax on the first $19,000 that you earn. You still pay 16% on the income earned between $19,000 and $45,000. You still pay 30%, 45 to 135, etc.
Yeah.
So that your 47% tax rate only applies on the income earned between $190,000 and $200,000. That means if you get a deduction, it reduces your income. You get a $10,000 deduction. It reduces your income from $200 to $190. That's all deductible at that tax rate.
At 47 cents.
47%.
That's gold, which I don't think a lot of people realise, right?
Yeah.
So if you're, and I guess this is why things like negative gearing, and tax credits are most valuable when you are a high income earner, right? Because for every $1 that you can claim back, you could get 47.5 cents.
That's
or 47 cents back.
Yeah, well, but anyone earning above 45,000 is getting deductions at least 30%, which is still a lot.
That's
like
right.
if you've got an investment property and it's costing you, say $20,000 a year, if you're getting $6,000 back, 30%, $6,000 back in tax, it's only costing you 14 to have this asset that's growing and working for you. So
I remember when I used to get my tax when I was working in the mines, and it would be like August, and I'd go into H&R Block and I'd go, let's go, how much am I getting back this year?
Yeah.
You get like a 14 or a 15 grand tax rebate, and you just be so pumped.
Didn't know about negative gearing.
Yeah, I did, but not as much as I know now. But that'd be blown. I'd get 14 grand back, and I go, what can I buy with this? It's like a Santa would come in July. On tax, we had a quick chat off air around, I guess, an area where you're probably a expert in, or it's the area where you think the most amount of value, essentially, which is around how do we optimize for tax, right? Because something that you said, which I think was pretty profound, is it's hypothetically say you earn the same amount of money, or you get the same return on investment.
Yeah.
One person pays 47 cents in the dollar in tax, and one person only pays 20 cents in the dollar. Who actually has a better investment?
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes less tax.
It makes a big difference, and I think ultimately your goal as an investor is to replace your employment income with investment income. That ultimately you want to get to a point where you've got investments that are paying you an income, so you no longer have to work. And if you choose to work, that's up to you, but you no longer have to work. And so by definition, you're going to be building up tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars of income over time. So that means that if you've got even just $100,000 of investment income, which is a lot of investment income, but also not a lot if you think about that's all you've got to live your ideal lifestyle, if it is ideal is what we're going for, then you're absolutely right. If you're paying tax at 47%, you pay 47 grand in tax, you're left with 53,000. You pay tax at 20%, you're left with 80,000. It's a completely different game. And so
it could be the difference between actually being able to step away from work and not being able to step away from work, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so when you invest, and we were just chatting about it before, like index funds are great. I love index funds. This is not financial advice, by the way, and please seek out advice from your qualified financial advice professional before taking any action. But index funds are a great strategy. I think the stats show us that they're the most effective strategy when it comes to investing in equities or ETFs or managed funds or whatever label you want to put on that.
Yeah.
Then you got property investing, also great. But where you own your investments is as important. Like, you got to choose good investments.
Yeah.
But then it's about who owns them, because who owns them dictates how much tax you pay. So do you own your property in your name or your partner's name or joint names, or do you own it under a trust, in a super fund, under a company structure? And that makes a big difference to the returns. I just did a talk earlier today, and talking about like 10 grand of investment income across a family unit, and you've got mum and dad on slightly different tax rates, a couple of kids, one's a minor, one's over 18 and so subject to adult tax rates, then you could invest through a super fund, a bond, a trust, or a company. Each, like the highest tax rate is 47%, the lowest tax rate is 0%. And so
big difference there, huh?
that means your after tax return is 10 grand versus your after tax return is 5,300. Like that's 4,700. That's double how much is getting reinvested to build your money faster, or double for you to live off, meaning that you get there sooner.
And then you compound that out, right? Like, and it's not just $4,700 this year. It's what does it look like over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years?
Yeah, it's a huge difference. And that is the reality that for people, particularly for people that are on a strong path with their money, that are looking to build considerable incomes, it's like you're probably earning a decent income to begin with.
Yeah.
And so then you're saving, because that's how you're investing. So you don't need investment income from your investments, but you need to invest because you're going to want to set up the future that you want. And so probably for 10 years, maybe 20 years, maybe even longer, you've got all of these investments generating all of this investment income that you don't need. So be smart with how the tax is managed on that, because it is going to make a giant difference in.
Because I think people forget that as well, right? Like whether it is equities, whether it is property, if you don't need the income right now, it's not like that income doesn't exist. Even though you might not be drawing on it and living on it, you're still taxed on it, right? Just, same inside of superannuation, any income that's earned inside of super. Yeah. Just because you're not seeing it and you're not able to touch it until whatever age it is in your 60s, you're still being taxed on that income.
That's right. And that's why, and you need to be smart. You've got these different tax entities or different, basically a tax entity is anything with a tax file number, these different places that you can invest money. Choosing the right tax entities is important, but then choosing the right investments to go in the right tax entities is important as well. So there's layers to this shit that you want to be, getting them all right.
What I asked our mutual friend James Wrigley the same question.
Yeah.
For all the people that you work with, whether they're in their 20s, whether they're in their 50s. I'm assuming there's common denominators, right? Like you always see, this guy or girl's got it. They understand what's going on, and they're usually the ones who are the most successful. And then I'm assuming there's the opposite. We're like, oh fuck, this guy or girl needs a little bit of fine tuning. But what are the common denominators where you see people like actually get to where they want to go? Because from my experience, there isn't too many people that get to a point in their life before 55 or 60 and actually have the option to go, I'm done. I don't have to work anymore.
Yeah.
Like there isn't too many people that do that, right? Like in reality.
There's a few more in the tech industry. Because mainly
From
because these
share
companies share options and share plans and they shoot the lights out. So,
but from people who actually start off by earning 80 grand, going to 120, going to 150, getting to 250 in their, mid 40s or whatever it is, that actually then have the ability to go, from all my years of investing, it's now paid off where I don't have to go and work till 55 or 60.
Yeah, look, I think that to answer the question from the other way, where a lot of people go wrong is that they spend too much money on their home too early at the wrong time, and it just cripples their ability to save and invest and actually build their wealth.
Let's unpack this. This is very good.
Yeah, because I think that there's a big difference between your total wealth and your investment wealth. And so if you meet someone and they've got $5 million in net assets, you might go, wow, you're pretty wealthy. But if that person has a $4.5 million home and 500 grand share portfolio, they're probably 20 years away from being financially free. Whereas on the flip side, if someone lives in a 500 grand unit and they've got $4.5 million investment and property portfolio, they're financially free for sure. And so there's a big difference there. And what happens, because it is more expensive to buy your own home as opposed to an investment, because of that tax stuff we were just talking about, that it means that it's going to cost you more. But then, and you talk about this psychology, that people really want their own home. It feels nice. Don't have to deal with the property manager, paint the feature wall, whatever color you like.
I hear that all the time.
These things.
Why do you want to buy a home for? We just want to be able to do what we want to do to it.
And all the myths, rent is dead money. Fucking bullshit, rent is dead money. Rent is dead money if you pay rent and then you blow all the rest of your money. But if you pay less money to live in the same property and then you invest that money smart, it's not dead money. It's you becoming financially free. And so people don't get that, and they have the personal wants that push them. It's probably Instagram's fault. You deserve it. You should have it. It's nice. You need the 4 bedrooms. And then they go and do that. And then all of a sudden people go, well, actually now I can hardly keep up with my mortgage payments, and maybe I can save $1,000 or a couple of grand a month. It's going to take a very long time to get financially independent saving at that rate. So the clients that we've had that have made the most progress, they figure out a way to keep their housing costs at a level where they've got enough money that they can really crank their investments.
Is there like a percentage? Like, let's hypothetically say someone's on 200 grand a year. Is there like, would you say you want to keep what you spend on housing to a percentage? Might have got you off the spot here. But
yeah, I don't think that there is a percentage. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. But the reality is, and I'm sure that some probably people might get upset in saying this, but someone on 200 grand, they're probably not able to afford a family home in Sydney. Really, like if you're thinking about living within 5 to 10 k's of the CBD in a 3-bedroom house, you could probably just afford it, and then you really don't have enough money to live comfortably from there. But people want it, and they think, and they go, 200 grand salary, I should be able to do that. And so that makes sense. And
high income earner.
Yeah, exactly. and then all of a sudden it's like they're sort of stuck. And so I think that you should only do it when it makes sense. And what that means is that you can see beyond this home purchase, and you can make sure that you're still saving at a sufficient rate. Whack it into a compound interest calculator, speak to a property guru like you, and see what you could do on the other side. Are you happy with how your investment wealth is growing beyond this property? If the answer is no, then all is not lost. Just focus on your investment building. You're going to be in a stronger position to buy your own home in the future. But just get that timing of that right.
Because most people will scrape in going with like a minimal deposit, get max leverage because everyone wants to buy the best house that they can live in. And then you're right, like what, 60 to 70% of what you earn then will go to paying that after tax.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's all paid with post-tax dollars, right?
Yeah, and then it chews up all of your borrowing capacity as well, so then you can't get more investment properties behind you, or you're limited in what you can do on that side, whereas it's typically a much better strategy if you get the investment wealth cranking first, and then everything else gets a lot easier.
And the most fascinating thing, and we see this all the time, is I only had a conversation with a gentleman the other day. He's like, yeah, okay, I want to get into investing, and I think I'm going to go in the commercial route, so I want to earn income. And I said, sweet. So what's the portfolio look like now? Owner-occupier home, I think it was in 5 doc, 3 mil, debt-free. I said, awesome. A couple of investment properties, unit in Bondi, blah, blah, whatever it was. I said, awesome, man. And I said, at what stage are you going to sell down the owner-occupier home to be able to clear out the debt so you can start producing income? Because I said, if you're leveraging 80 or 90% on all these properties, the rental income from those properties at surplus is going to take another 30 years to pay them down to zero. So I said, you're going to be 90 by the time he's like, no, I can't sell the owner-occupier. I'm like, well, this doesn't work.
What is the exit plan?
Yeah, like you can't have an owner occupier that is unencumbered and then like obviously leverage off that to invest, but then the income, even if they are positively cash flowed, it's going to take you so long to generate $150,000 or $200,000 of income, because you can't generate that income along the way, because you need to use the income to pay down the debt so it produces more income. Because if you start taking it off the table, the debt doesn't go anywhere. And like it's fascinating because people get attached then to the home. It's paid off. When you pay your home off, you've like achieved. I know that's everyone's goal. Like you go buy a home, and when you have no mortgage, you're like, you've made it. But then they don't want to sell the house because that's my house. What would I sell my house for? Where do I live?
Look, it blows me away how few people actually get into the numbers when it comes to property purchase. And what I mean by that is not just like, what are your mortgage payments going to be and how does that fit with your budget? But literally, you're talking about spending at least $500,000, probably in the millions, and you're not looking at how it's going to, like, when can you, if you wanted to pay it down, how quickly could you do that? And then what would you do? And then is it enough? Like, it's such a big decision, which has, and then you get so attached to it. And I've seen people that have been forced to sell properties because if they just spent $100,000 less or $200,000 less, they could have afforded it through the period of starting a family and having mat leave and done all the things that they wanted to do. But instead they couldn't. They sell the property, they're out of the property market for 5 or 10 years, and then they're chasing their tail and they're gonna have to settle.
It's true.
But just take the time, and I get, obviously I'm biased as a financial planner because this is what we do every day. But if you're on a strong path, spend 10 grand, get a good plan, and look at the numbers over 20 years and just make sure that it actually fits, and make a decision, and get your numbers right before you do it, because it's expensive. Stamp duty is expensive, the structuring is expensive, the tax is expensive on the other side. So you want to do that first and then make the best decisions. It's hard to do that without the foresight.
And the thing that I think is so fascinating, I did a video the other day, we were chatting about it, I did a it was like a React video with Grant Cardone.
Yeah.
And he talks about like, you know, owner-occupier homes in the US, this is obviously, and mortgages were designed by the banks for the banks,
Yeah,
right? So it's
totally.
like,
That was great.
I'm going to sell you a 30-year mortgage and
Yeah.
you enjoy that, you know?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
everyone was like, oh, where do you live? And all the rest of it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
in Australia, it's so fascinating because people go, okay, well, I've got this mortgage, it's $1,500 a week, whatever it is. But it's not $1,500 a week. It's $3,000 a week because to pay the $1,500, you got to pay $1,500 in tax and then pay $1,500 in
Yeah.
the mortgage. There's no deductions claimable, and they go, yeah, but it's CGT free. But I'm like, yeah, to get that CGT free exemption over a 30-year period, you've paid X amount of dollars in income tax to get that.
Yeah.
And
And then
you-
you don't want to sell the
then
property
you don't sell
anyway
it. And then-
because that's your home now.
And then your kids sell it when you die.
Yeah, and
It's
it's
fascinating.
crazy. Like I put an article up the other week, and it's like on $1 million property, buying it. If you got two identical units next door to each other, they're both worth $1 million.
Yep.
If you buy one and run it as an investment, and then you rent out the one next door, you're living in an identical property, and you're $15,000 a year better off. Because of the tax breaks that come, because all of the property costs are deductible, because all of your interest costs are deductible. Now, if you're killing it and you've got heaps of spare 15 grands lying around and you think you're comfortable to spend that money so that you don't have to deal with the property manager and you can paint the feature wall whatever color you want, then all power to you.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't, and people at the moment, they're trying to figure out, well, how do I actually get ahead in an environment where property affordability is high, cost of living is high, all of these things. So if you want to actually get ahead, it's really simple. Just rent and take advantage of the tax rules that exist while they do exist, because there's talk of changing them potentially in the future.
Yeah.
Take the free money that's there, suck it up, deal with the property manager. I get that it's not ideal, but you're trying to get yourself to a position where you've got more freedom to do whatever you want. And what's more important to you? You know, dealing with it for 5 years or 10 years while you get rich so that you can then be rich and do whatever you want? Or is it like, oh, I want a tangerine feature wall?
It's true. I mean, tangerine features are nice, right?
Yeah.
Just before we wrap up, and just on that, so let's hypothetically say someone's out there now and they've got their deposit for their owner-occupier home and they're pumped up and they hear this podcast and they go, oh, fuck. First thing they should do is not just listen to two punters on a podcast, they should go and get correct advice. But if it was you and you had the deposit for an owner-occ and your goal was to have 150,000 of passive income. Everyone I speak to wants 150 grand of passive income. That's the number. I don't know why.
Okay. They haven't listened to enough of your posts talking about
Obviously,
$1 million
I'm
of
like,
passive
yeah,
income.
150 grand. Fuck that. That's only the repayment on a car. The way to get there, I mean, like, how would you do it, firstly? How much do you need to get, say, 150,000 of passive income? Is it around 3 million net assets?
Yeah, 5% rule. That's based on roughly the long-term return of the share market or the property market, property growth plus rent, adjusted for inflation and a little bit of fees in there as well.
So $3 million of net assets is what you need.
So I got this question, a similar-ish question today from someone, and there's basically two stages that you go through when it comes to getting to that position. There's the getting there, and then there's the being there. And I think there's two different like investment strategies. You can follow the same one, but I think it would be slower. So the first part is building the wealth, and your focus should be on building the value of your investments. And that's why, property leverage is a winning strategy, because you're getting an asset that's, 50, 60, 70, 80% geared, and so you've got a much bigger asset, and then that's growing for you. Then you've got the being there, and if you've got a leverage asset, and we were just talking about this, it's not going to be generating the same income than it would if you just sold it. You're going to have to suck up a little bit of tax. You realize the gain, you put it into a property that's built for income, or an equities portfolio that you set up for income, and then you live off it that way. If you're talking about equities, you might invest through like US shares, where typically the dividends are lower, but the growth is higher because they keep more of the profits to reinvest to grow the businesses faster. But then when it gets to the time that you want to live off it, you might sell down a chunk of US and you go into Aussie equities, which typically pay a higher dividend, plus they're more tax effective as well. And so I think it's you want to have both strategies, and you can, like some people, and this is one of my other criticisms with the FIRE movement, that people go, well, you just buy VAS, or like, an Australian, that was not a recommendation, but you just buy, an Australian index fund or ETF, and you just hold it forever and a day, and that will get you there. But all it's doing is if you have a an income generating investment, which is generating more income at the start, you're going to be paying more tax. That's going to add on top of your employment income. So you're already in a high tax rate. So it's going to mean slower progress. Whereas you get something like property or a growth focused share.
It's all going into growth.
And it's all going into growth. You can kick the can way down the road and you only have to pay the gains tax at the time that you choose to sell, which is maybe the time when you can manage your employment income so it's lower, so your tax rate's lower. This is tax optimization, right?
It's so true. I think people have this fascination in their head, or this story in their head where they're like, oh, well, if I invest along the way, the income's going to be coming, and eventually what's going to happen is that income's going to outweigh my earned income, and then I can just give away my job and that income will keep coming. When the reality is, like you said, you'll go through a stage of building the wealth and then transitioning the wealth from growth into income.
Yeah.
And then the income comes.
You can do it. It's just going to be slower because you're going to pay heaps more tax on the way. Whereas if you're just a bit smarter about it, you will pay chunkier tax in the future, but overall you get there a lot faster and the overall tax will be a lot less.
And the proof is in the pudding, especially on the property side of things, is because if we look at how long it takes us to pay down a mortgage, I know there's some guys out there and girls out there which say you can pay your mortgage down in 10 or 15 years, which you probably can. For the majority of people, that's 25 to 30 years. So it's like, how long does it take you to pay down a mortgage? 25 or 30 years. In that time frame, you've paid down $1 million mortgage, but that same $1 million property now is $5 million. So it's like, which one's going to make you the most amount of money? The growth on the asset, or you paying down the debt down to zero?
Why would you pay down a mortgage when you can just invest more money and that's going to grow a lot faster, and then you can pay down the mortgage in the future? You need risk management is clearly critical with this stuff. And my, coming at this is you've got to be rock solid on making sure that you're not more exposed than you should be, and be really smart at the front end. Don't go, crazy on debt.
Don't do a Jack Henderson and just go
without a plan. You want the plan. You want to know that you're, you've got the exit plan and you've got a backup plan as well. But that is going to yield a much faster progress if that's something that's important to you, because and it's not just because of the investments. It could be the same investments, but it's the tax.
Very true, mate. We're gonna have to pack it up. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Awesome, mate.
There'll be another session very soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers, Jack.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Mr. Wrigley, we're back. Flamingo Property Investing. How's things, mate?
Thanks for having me back again.
You're a regular now.
This is the third one. I saw you had Ben on there. I'm like, not Ben, you can't have Ben on. No, but he was in the office, and so
mate, he was in the flesh.
I know, it made for a bit better experience than my webcam.
Interesting conversation Ben and I had. I said, oh, do you know James? He goes, yeah, mate, I know James. And then we started talking about content, and he goes, mate, funnily enough, the reason that I got into content is because I saw James doing content. I thought, I can't let him get ahead of me. And mate, you've got a rivalry there.
Did on TikTok, yeah, but he's the master. Like, he just goes 100% like all in on it, far more than I do. And anyway, he gets the results that he does. So good luck.
Well, mate, your Instagram has been growing at a steady pace in recent times, I've seen.
It has, yeah. It's I had a video. I did a video ages ago, and I posted it to TikTok and Instagram and all over the place ages and ages ago about inheriting assets from mum and dad. There's this kind of wealth transition that's going on, and I get phone calls all the time. I inherited some property from mum or dad, or their super or whatever. So I did a video about that, and I posted it literally months earlier, and then for some reason the algorithm started picking it up. Some people started commenting, and that fed it. And then if you scroll back through my Instagram videos, there's 400, 500, 600 views on these different videos. And then all of a sudden there's one with, I think on Facebook, it got 1 million views. This video on Facebook got 1 million views. And then thereafter, there's thousands on each of the videos, and hence the following has grown pretty quickly since. It's grown faster than TikTok is, for sure. Yeah.
Mate, you're about to overtake me, so there we go.
I haven't paid that much attention.
Mate, a video that I've seen do very well every time you've posted it, hence the topic of today's discussion, is $150 million Lotto comes through, and Mr. Wrigley is jumping on the back of that. one person ended up winning that $150 million.
They haven't called me. They haven't called me yet, so they haven't seen my video.
Hopefully they watch the video. But it's an interesting topic because obviously, you know, as you are a lottery winner in Australia, from my understanding, it's a tax-free winning. So 150 hits the bank account if you are the lucky winner of the 150. And not a lot of people would know what to do with that sort of dough, especially people who are not financially educated as such. But regardless if it's $150 million or it's $5 million or it's $2 million or it's $10 million, whatever that number is, I think it's very interesting the way that you talk around the structuring, you know, where you would put it, why you would put it there, and the things you would need to consider. So I thought in this episode, mate, we could unpack that, whether it's a lotto win, whether it's selling a company, whether it's all these other things. If you come into a big chunk of cash, what do you do with it, and what are the things you need to consider? And I guess the overarching thing is, how do we make sure that the money continues to grow? We have an income coming off the back of it, and we don't get 20 years down the track and run out of cash.
Yeah, like it's interesting you say that the running out of cash thing. Like it's a bit of fun to think about. I don't even buy a lotto ticket, so as much as I do the videos, like I didn't even, you know, you got to be in it to win it. I was never in it in the first place, so I was never going to win it. It's just a waste of money, the going in it. So, but you read the comments, you're right. These videos, they do really well. People get excited about the prospect of, well, what would I do if I won $150 million? And here's James doing a video about it. Gets a lot of views, but you read through the comments and you can understand why the average lotto winner is broke only a few years down the track. Or you hear these stories of like the elite NFL players and elite athletes in the US where they've been on millions of dollars a year contracts, and you're looking at it going, how can you possibly run out of money? It's because no one knows how to deal with money, whether it's $5,000 or $1.5 million. People just broadly struggle with an injection of money. They can deal with, there's a fortnightly pay comes in or there's a monthly pay comes in, and you're kind of forced to budget a bit with a regular income stream coming in. But all of a sudden, all this money comes in. And so you look at the comments and people are like, I'm off overseas. I'm going to buy this car. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Why are you even worried about tax on $150 million? Who really cares? It's like, it's that kind of mindset that then means that you will eventually run out of money. Like you buy enough Lamborghinis and mansions, you're going to run out of money. Land tax in your world, is going to be a big problem. You're going to run out of money. And it's like, well, you can actually use that money to set yourself up and future generations if you do it properly. And you bring all of those people in your circle, in your family unit along for the ride. Like you involve them in family meetings and so forth. It doesn't have to be $150 million, but you can have several $1 million last your generation and the next and the next and the next. It's not just for the billionaires that made the rich list that was published the other day. So
that's right. I was surprised that you weren't on there.
Nah, I'm a long way from that. I'm still struggling to pay off a mortgage. So look, yeah, the videos are good fun. They get a lot of views. There's always some smart person on there goes, "Why are you making this video for? One person's going to win $150 million. It's irrelevant." The bit that's relevant for a lot of people that I work with is actually the business sale event. So many people, they build a business, and it's kind of the fastest way to wealth for most people is they build a business, some level of success, and then you sell it for $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 million or more. Like that's enough money to set up most people for the rest of their lives. And then there's some amazing small business tax concessions where you can get out of selling. You can sell that business potentially completely tax-free if you fall within a certain set of rules. And so the structuring that you do in this $150 million video is very similar to what you'd actually do for someone that might have sold their business for $2, $3, $4, $5 million. And they're saying, "Hey, James, what do we do next?" That's where the relevance is for most of my audience anyway.
Yeah, or another thing we spoke about off air was the inheritance. Like regardless of what tax implications are, people come into a big chunk of money and go, "Well, I could buy a Lambo and a mansion, but unfortunately, I'd run out of the cash pretty quickly." Or you could do it strategically. So let's talk through that. I mean, if I looked at the lottery video, and there was a family trust set up. You were much more generous than I potentially would have been. You had a portion of it going to charity, and how you would contribute it to charity. So let's talk around the mechanics of it. I guess at its most basic form, and then the reasons why you would use these different structures.
So it was like, whilst the number's a fairly big number, the setup, what it boils down to was a fairly simple vanilla strategy, like lots of people would be operating just for their own affairs now anyway. So it started with using a portion of the money to either buy your own home with cash or pay off your mortgage if you were going to stay in the house that you've got. No point having a mortgage. And if you can afford to pay it outright with cash, by all means do that with cash on the own home that you're living in. I then spoke through contributing to superannuation. There was a lot of questions in the comments sections on those videos saying, why are you bothering with super when you've got $150 million?
I thought that was interesting.
You only bother with superannuation when you've got $150 million because of the tax environment. In the scheme of things, of $150 million worth of cash, there's only a relatively small amount of money you can actually get into superannuation. But for most people, you will eventually be 60 years old and you can benefit from the tax concessions that come from there. I spoke about, if it was me personally doing it, I'd be setting up a self-managed superannuation fund, maximizing my annual contributions for myself, my wife, my kids when they're a little bit older, probably too. But having this self-managed fund that's our family, and then going investing that money in whatever I want to invest it in, property, shares, small businesses, whatever it is that I want to do. So superannuation was part of it, but that was really just around the tax concessions on the earnings. Let's
assume that the number's 5 million as opposed to 150. Pushing some of that cash into super. I noticed in the video you spoke about some bring forward concessions where you could potentially bring 330,000. Was it
So you can do You could do the 330 currently from if you hang out until July, it's 360 of after tax money. But that's bring forward rules. There's also a set of rules called carry forward. They could have thought of a different name, but there's a set of rules called carry forward where you can unused pre-tax contributions from previous years, you can bank up and use them in one go. So even at that $5 million mark, you're going to be starting with paying off your mortgage, and then it's about what you do to invest the money thereafter. Depending on someone's age, you might not necessarily go really aggressively with super if it's only $5 million, because if you're in your 20s, it's 60 is a long way off. But if you're in your late 50s, then super's a bit more attractive to you. And then I was talking about using a family trust. There was something called a private ancillary fund I'll touch on separately, but then it was just investing the bulk of the money through a family trust essentially, which then would allow you to. With the family trust, you have to distribute the income out each year to the beneficiaries, myself, my wife, my kids, whoever you want to have in there. You can have a bucket company as well. So it just allows for efficient distribution of the income. And you get the capital gains tax concessions and so forth on the sale of assets if you're selling stuff in time. That was kind of the basic setup, I guess.
So straightforward, hey? Win some cash, chuck it into a family trust, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, and as I said, the more common one that I come across is actually a business exit, and so they're selling the shares in their business. It's going to be a capital gains tax event. In most cases, they're subject to 23.5. In most cases, these businesses were started from scratch, so the cost base is zero, and then they sell it for $4 million. That whole gain is going to be a capital gain. The way the marginal tax rate system works, you'll pay 23.5% tax on that, half of the top marginal tax rate. So worst case, you're going to pay 23.5%, and then you've got whatever you've got left over, and you go from there, unless you're using some of the small business concessions to help deal with the tax on it.
And generally speaking, let's assume that it was 5 mil of net, like you've paid your tax and you're left with $5 million in cash. Let's assume, how old would most of the clients be selling businesses? Mid 30s to mid 40s, say, give or take?
That'd be the demographic, yep.
Yeah, most of our clients who come to us after they sold a business are of similar age. They come to you and say, James, I've got this cash and I've got minimal debt on the owner-occupier, so we clear that. Do they generally want to put that money into assets that are going to grow, or are they more worried about, well, I don't necessarily want to worry and stress about growing another business for income, so let's make this money work as hard as it can and provide me with income, so I don't necessarily have to worry about growing another business if I don't want to?
Yeah, I find mostly that demographic have an aspiration to keep working, and so they want to put the money aside. Yes, earn some income and have this kind of fallback to say, well, look, if I decide to not work for a period of time, I'm going to be generating a level of income. But most of those people that have had the aspiration to start their own business, they've successfully exited at some point between their mid-30s to their mid-40s. In my experience, very few of them just sit at home and do nothing thereafter. Sure, they'll take a period of time off. In most cases, they actually end up having to sign on to the acquirer, and they'll work for a year or two, and there's some type of earn-out period. So they get this injection of capital, but then they go on to earning a salary of $200,000 or $300,000 or $400,000, depending on their level of seniority in whatever they're doing. So they're earning an income anyway, and so then they're more inclined to invest that money for later. They're not terribly concerned with generating an income from it, because they're probably, at the very least, they're going to be an employee for a period of time to the business that's acquired them. And then if not, they all then talk to their mates and end up starting another business, in my experience anyway. They'll put some of the capital towards starting another business and do it all over again, and hope to exit again in another 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, right. And if you were to have someone come to you with that sort of dough, obviously not talking about exact strategies and all the rest of it, but is there like a generalized rule of thumb where you say, well, let's put 60% of it into assets that are more growth focused. Let's have 20% sitting in, things that are going to yield us some sort of income, and then we'll have 10% sitting in cash or something along those lines? Like, is there a generalized rule of thumb that works?
Look, it depends on a case-by-case basis, and we start in our approach by saying, well, what do you want from this money? Are you going to keep working? Do you want to generate an income? Do you not? I'm doing some work with someone that's kind of living this exact life right now, and he's wanting to set things up to be able to draw an income of $200,000 a year from the capital that they've got from the sale of the business. Now, they don't need that today. He works, his wife works, but it's this, well, if we get sick of working, we want it just to be set up. And so then the approach that we take around that is a bucket method, where we say we want to keep 1 year's worth of this hypothetical spending number in really liquid kind of cash term deposit type assets. You're taking next to no risk, earning a degree of interest on it, but it's there ready to go if you want to spend it. Mm-hmm. So in that case, it'd be a couple $100,000 there. Then we have another 3 or 4 years in slightly riskier, often higher income earning assets, typically still listed though on markets, so you can get out of them quickly if you want to, but you just take the price of whatever they happen to be trading for today if you want to get out quickly.
Yeah.
And then the bulk of the asset and then the rest of the money is in this kind of growth bucket, whether that's shares, whether that's property, a mix of both. Again, that's going to be determined by the client's kind of appetite and what they're wanting to do. But we start with this 3-bucket approach: some cash allocation, some kind of fixed interest type allocation, and then a growth allocation. And then ultimately the percentages across those buckets then just boil down to how much cash do you have. Like if you've got $10 million and you want $200,000 versus you've got $5 million and you want 200,000, the percentages are going to differ from there.
That's interesting. So it's more of an overarching strategy, and then depending on what capital's available, then that breaks down to how much we have in each of those buckets.
Yeah, and if you've got someone that says, look, I don't need any regular income from this, I'm going to be an employee and whatever, and I'm fine for the time being, well, then you'd have very little in the cash, you'd have very little in that fixed interest, and then it might be 90% growth assets, a mix of shares and property, and then they might even have an appetite to be leveraging that up as well. So they allocate a pool of money and go and buy 3 investment properties that are part cash, part debt. It depends on
the Jack Henderson strategy. Just leverage up and hang on.
That's certainly yours. Yeah.
Hey, I'm interested with these scenarios. Let's say whether it's a business sale, whether it's the lottery win. Let's say that they get 10 to 50 million bucks. Usually, how much of that goes into an owner-occupier property? Because I've obviously got a lot of super high net worth clients. One recently who probably had net 30 mil out of a sale, and probably 13 to 14 of that 30 went into a big owner occ. By the time you factor in stamps and renovations and making it their own plus the purchase price, so I looked at it, I was like, wow, 50% of what you just got off the table, and that was 50% prior to the CGT, went into this large family home. I've got other clients who, sold for a few hundred, and he probably had 50 or 60 tied up in a couple of different homes, of which he would live between the two. So it was interesting to see how much of it goes into principal place of residence. Obviously, if capital gains tax free, you're paying no mortgage with after tax income. So I see that as a good way to have a growth asset of which you can't really touch. It's not liquid, and it's super tax effective because it's CGT free, no land tax. So what do you see with that?
Yeah, so look, if I was to pick a number, I think it probably lands at about a third, I reckon, of their kind of wealth. If someone's got 30 mil, their house is maybe worth 10 and kind of 20 mil or so in investments. But that's a pretty big levels. I think I might have commented in the first podcast that those, the more average type clients that I would work with, when they're starting to get comfortable in their retirement or whatever you want to call it, they've got assets outside of their own home of kind of 1.5 to 2 times the value of their home. So they might live in a $1.5 million house in the suburbs of Melbourne, something like that, and then they might have $3-4 million in super. That type of person is incredibly comfortable in retirement. The likelihood of them running out of money is pretty slim, and the same kind of holds true as those assets get bigger. But I do find more and more as someone's wealth is getting up to kind of 10, 20, 30 million and beyond, they do really see their home as a tax-free asset.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a home and you've got to live somewhere, but it's a tax-free store of wealth. And then they start to look at opportunities to like, well, can I buy the neighbour's house, and can I then go back to the council and have it rezoned? It's like, well, if I can buy the neighbour's house for another couple of $1 million and then have it all rezoned so that I've got this bigger parcel of land, well, then I'm not paying land tax on that again, versus not paying land tax, I'm not paying capital gains tax on it, versus I go and buy a $2 million investment property on top of the investment properties that I already have. And then they knock it down and make a tennis court and a swimming pool and do some extension work and all the rest of it. So once they are starting to get up to that level, and the clients I've dealt with in that space, that's when they're getting up to, they've sold business number 2 or business number 3. Business number 1 pays off the house that they were originally in,
the townhouse in Melbourne.
Well, they buy a nice car and they go on a holiday, and they'll buy a few investments and things. But it's the second business sale that then takes them to that next level, where they're going to the $10 million house and $15-20 million worth of investments.
It's interesting. One thing we spoke about, Mr. Nash, at the start. One thing we spoke about, Ben and I'll be interested to hear your perspective on this, is as people are coming up through the ranks, they're building their wealth. Often, the owner-occupier home is something that people jump straight into, and they usually buy the best one that they can afford at the time, so they get the biggest mortgage they can have. And Ben was saying that he's ran numbers around what it looks like if you were to be a rentvestor and worry about increasing your passive income through investments first before you go and buy the big owner occupier, as opposed to doing it the other way around, where you buy it and then worry about income later. And he said that the outcome is often much stronger when you're a rentvestor. Have you ran much modelling around that, and do you see, I guess, many clients choose to take the contrarian approach to it as opposed to doing the standard?
Yeah, so I come across very few that choose to go down that route. More so because a lot of clients that, well, historically, it's less and less so these days, but historically, most of my clients lived around the suburbs of Melbourne, and so we're talking a very different entry price into those types of houses versus the same kind of distance from the Sydney CBD. You're $1.5 million here versus $3.5 million in Sydney, and so it's a very different entry point to try and get into a similar kind of property. Income's often a whole lot higher for people working in corporate jobs in Sydney than they are in Melbourne, but the property prices are just a whole nother level again, even if you do factor in the higher incomes that are being earned. So the numbers absolutely do stack up to say you're better off doing the rent vesting approach and claiming all your deductions and all the rest of it that you can do, and then delaying the home purchase. But then it does come down to how do you feel about that, and so where the approach that we take in our advice in our business is how do we help you get to the place where you need to get to live the life that you want to lead, and it's not necessarily a race to that number as quickly as possible, and it's also not an approach of let's just have more money for the sake of having more money. It's like, well, what do you need to live your life versus what does this other person need to live theirs? And that type of approach can often lead you to owning your own home and paying down the debt, doing some debt recycling, that kind of thing to get ahead that way, rather than going full on with the rent vesting for an extended period of time.
Makes sense. So in other words, move to Melbourne, live closer to the city, have a better lifestyle, and
yeah, well, that's it. You
have a little bit worse weather.
When I'm doing phone calls with people, and I never used to have to ask them where they live. I do now, but I get a sense of where they live based on when they're starting to tell me what their income is and what their mortgage is. It's like, you're not living in Melbourne unless you're living in Brighton or Toorak. You're not buying a house and having a $3 million mortgage on it. But $2 and $3 million mortgages around Sydney are somewhat common.
Pretty standard, mate. Yeah, you get a nice 2-bedroom apartment with no views for that sort of dough.
Put down a $600,000 deposit and borrow $2 million, and off you go.
That's right. Really enjoy it. Hey, one thing you said just then around the debt recycling piece. I'm interested to talk just about one thing. So let's say that you do have the owner rock, you refi, you pull out some cash, and you go and invest it in, say, shares. Yep. The strategy around that obviously is you've now got some debt that is tax deductible, which you're going to get deductions off. Mm-hmm. Are you then usually investing in income producing shares, which you then can use the income to help pay down the PPR debt?
Preference would be if you can afford, the strategy, the preference would be for the growth rather than the income. Right. And so, yes, most share market type investments are going to generate a level of income, but the numbers work better if you can get the capital growth rather than the dividend income, because the capital growth, if you then later on sell those investments in time, you're only paying tax at half of your marginal tax rate versus the ordinary income you earn on the dividends is taxed at your full marginal tax rate, albeit you've got some interest deduction on it anyway. But the important part is to whatever income you do generate from that, to put that towards paying off your principal place of residence mortgage. Like some people go halfway with a debt recycling strategy. They'll borrow some money, they'll go and buy an ETF or something with that, and then they reinvest the dividends that they're earning to continue to grow the investment, which is okay, but it's actually better if you take that dividend income that you earn, pay it off your home loan debt, and then take an equivalent amount of money back out of the loan facility that you've got and reinvest it to go and buy some more shares. Just amplifies the recycling strategy.
So the growth well and truly outweighs your capacity to pay down the debt with the income over the long term. Plus, you pay less tax on a capital gain as opposed to income.
And you've got the compounding effect of the growth. If you earned a 10% capital growth each year or whatever, you're earning growth on top of growth, versus the income that comes out. It pays off the interest, but once the interest is paid off, there's no compounding of that interest. It's a simple interest calculation. So you're going to be better off in the long run with the growth prospects. Now, hopefully, if there's a couple of different ways of dealing with that you may eventually actually get to the point where you've paid off your own home loan through cash flow from investments, cash flow from work, you've paid off the home loan debt. Great, then you can focus on paying off the investment debt. And if you've got enough time ahead of you, you pay off the investment debt, and then you just hold all of these assets versus selling down some of them to clear the debt, which is the other kind of exit strategy that you would look to implement at some point.
And then how does it work? Because I had a comment on a post. Again, it all comes from comments. People give me the questions to ask you. It's fantastic. Yeah. So how does it work? You do the debt recycling strategy. You're pushing it into growth focus shares or whatever the investment is, and you're still generating some income off it. The income's then going to pay down the debt, and you can claim the interest. But you've also then increased your taxable income. So how does that work? Because you are claiming a deduction, obviously, on the interest payment, but you're increasing your taxable income because you've got more income now.
You are. Yep. Yeah. That's how. That's just kind of how it is. So if you think about it, most people will understand it from a property perspective. The shares, it's a bit confusing for a lot of people, but if you did that same strategy and you went and bought a property, you're going to earn rent from that property. Yes, that's an income that comes in that gets added to your tax return. You'll get some negative gearing benefits if the interest cost of the borrowed money is more than the income that you're earning in. It's negatively geared. If not, it's positively geared.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, the negative gearing benefit is great, but you should never do any investing just for the tax benefit. It should be for the kind of the longer term growth prospects of what you're doing. So you'll get some dividend income in. Yes, it gets added to your income. You subtract the interest cost. That may end up being positive. It may end up being negative. But really, that cash flow that's coming in, you're trying to use that to accelerate the repayment of your home loan at the same time as getting some compounding growth on the assets that you've purchased to net build your wealth over time.
And the good thing about it is with that sort of income, you're not paying tax on it like you are with your salary, right? Which gets taken out before you get paid, whereas that dividend income's coming to you pre-tax. And then just like if you're a business owner, you sort your tax out post end of financial year.
Correct. You get 100% of it up front, and depending on the style of share market investment that you've invested into, there may very well be part of your tax liabilities already being paid for you through this thing called franking credits. So you'll get some cash in the bank, yes, and then maybe a tax bill to deal with later on. But exactly to your point, you get the cash up front now, and that could theoretically sit in your bank account offsetting your mortgage for 18 months before you lodge your tax return and have to pay any tax on it.
I spoke to someone the other day who hadn't lodged a tax return in 3 years, so they're really enjoying the tax-free money.
Yeah, you get a few of those where you get too far behind. You don't want to push it too far.
No, that's right. Just before we wrap up, end of financial year.
Yep.
It's here before we bloody know it. I remember Jan 1 only yesterday. What are you preparing your clients for now? I guess both from a taxation point of view, but then also a planning point of view moving into financial year 24-25.
Yeah. So there's the end of year tax planning, and that's going to differ from client to client. So it's things like making sure they've made their super contributions if that's part of their plans. For older clients, it's making sure they've met their minimum pension requirements that they need to take out. If you've got trusts and things, it's looking at, well, where are you going to distribute that income to? You're supposed to, with your family trust, sign some resolutions before the end of the financial year, deciding where you're going to distribute that money out. So I was just doing that own exercise for my own kind of my own personal finances on the weekend. So that's just really looking at what deductions can you claim. Tax rates change next year, so next tax year. So trying to bring forward deductions if at all possible, and then in the new year, part of what we'll be working on in the new year is again changes to tax rates. So most people are going to have a bit more money coming into their household, and that can very easily just disappear in increased consumption. But if you're proactive about it, then you can use that to to do something. Essentially doing some numbers, and I need to make a video on it around, well, what could you achieve if you put that money towards paying off debt, for example, for the next 10 years versus what if you invested that money? What does it actually mean? Because for most people, they'll see, I'm going to get a couple of extra $1,000 a year in my tax return. Like who really cares? But trying to put some perspective around what does that mean. Then superannuation contributions change in the new year. So employers have to start contributing 11.5% super contributions.
What a stitch up that is, huh?
For their employers, they're no good for you being the boss. So yeah, 11.5% super contributions. So that might mean some adjustments to super contribution strategies we've got for clients. That may mean they have to wind it back a little bit.
And the caps increase, right? It goes from 27.5?
Throw into the mix the caps increase from 27.5 to 30. So there's a bit of activity around there. And I'm an idea I've had in my head. I think I'm running an event in July around, well, how do you kind of make the most of a little less tax, a little bit more super limits, and what can you do to better your finances in the future? So
the reality is, for most PAYG employees on average Australian incomes, they're going to get a 1%. Is it 1%? It goes from 10.5 to 11.5?
No, 0.5%. 11 to 11.5. So they're going to get a 0.5% boost in their super.
So on a 90 grand salary, about $450 a year, which might not seem like much, but you compound that over 30 or 40 years, and it looks a lot different. Yep. And then I guess the tax saving on a $90,000 salary the tax rates go to...
Top of my head, I don't know. Let's say a couple $1,000.
Yeah, I think does it go from 32.5 down to 30? Is that right?
I've got it here actually. I had it on the screen before. It goes from, so someone that's earning 90,000, they'll go from 32.5 down to 30, but then they also get the benefit of the tax level below that goes from 19 down to 16. So you at that $90,000 level, the average income, you're benefiting on a few. So there's going to be a few $1,000s probably in tax to be saved. I don't know the exact number, but then plus the super as well.
I like that. Yeah, imagine what it looks like if you were to combine that money as if it didn't exist and you were to push it all into superannuation. Yeah. We can make many millionaires.
Yeah, well, it's just understanding the benefit that can have. It doesn't sound like much money, but as you said, you allow for 10 or 20 or 30 years, depending on how old someone is. It's going to make it can make a reasonable difference to someone's retirement if they do something productive with it.
Or it could potentially buy you another new car, or you could go on 2 holidays. You choose. What was that incentive they had a few years back? It was a few years back. It was a lot of years back now, where they give out the money, like was it the shopping vouchers or something? I can't remember which government it was under. It was a national thing.
To the COVID stimulation to give you some money to go to the restaurants.
No, that was one of them, and we got the handouts. But then there was one like many years ago where they handed out a couple of $100 per family or something.
It was $1,000, yeah. I think it was $1,000, and JB Hi-Fi's share price went through the roof.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Everyone just got the new plasma of the time. So
the baby bonus, there's a bit of chatter around about decreasing birth rates in Australia, and that's happening all over the world. It's not just an Australia problem, but there's chatter around do they bring back the baby bonus? But again, a lot of that money just ended up going to JB Hi-Fi.
Straight through the local pokies.
Using it for great things.
Or potentially buying a lottery ticket to win 150 million, which was what this episode was all about. So, mate, that was a lot of value. Takeaways, obviously, correct structuring and how much benefit can it have. A little bit of learning on debt recycling as well, and then on the back end, mate, how to plan for the new year and how to wrap up the financial year, which is only 3.5-4 weeks away.
That's it. We'll be here before we know it.
Amazing. As always, mate, greatly appreciated. Enjoy the long weekend.
Thanks, Jack. Good to speak with you.
See you, mate. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Mr. Jordan Bear.
Yes, Jack.
Welcome to the Flamingo Property Investing Podcast. Fuck, I do too many podcasts these days. Mate, it's good to see you here.
Likewise.
You've been travelling all over the globe.
A little bit, not all over the globe, mainly Asia, but good to be
You're
back.
back. It's good to have you back. I've been wanting to do this for a while. Mate, you are the master of maximising borrowing capacity. You've obviously been in lending. Yeah, let's take it back. Let's give everyone your little story, because some people wouldn't know who you are. A lot of our clients know who you are, but the listeners wouldn't know. So, Jordan started off. When did he get into lending, into banking? You're a very savvy investor, and now you're one of Australia's best mortgage brokers.
Yeah, for sure.
Was it number 4?
Number 4.
Fourth in Australia. Just missed the podium.
Just missed the top 3.
So run us through the story.
Okay, so been in finance 10 years in total. Kind of fell into it. So I had a hospitality business when I was younger. That went very much south.
Frozen yogurt.
Frozen yogurt, yes, as you know. The decision before opening the frozen yogurt was to buy a property,
Right.
which was the advice from my mum, but I figured frozen yogurt was a better idea.
So you used the deposit you had for a property to go, fuck, let's not go buy a property. Let's come buy a frozen yogurt shop.
Yeah.
A
Sounded
lot of
like-
learnings out of that.
Yeah,
That's a whole episode in that.
At the time, it was a good idea. It is a funny story though, because the property my mum told me to buy, when the frozen yogurt shop closed and I lost all the money,
Yeah.
that property had gone up 40% in that period of time. So the property was probably the better choice.
So mum was a good property investment advisor.
That one time. Not in the future, but that one time. Then when the frozen yogurt shop kind of was going south, still had a lease to pay, so I literally just went online to try to find a job.
Right.
My search criteria was within Sydney, 70,000 plus, all categories, all industries, whatever I could get. Got pretty lucky.
So that's because you had a business. The business didn't go to plan.
Yes.
When you sign a lease in a commercial property, you probably were a personal guarantee on that lease, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I did 7x7 with no legal advice. And
So for the punters who are listening, 7x7 means you have signed up for 7 years minimum, and you have an option to extend for 7 years.
That's it. Yeah. So when that went south, went and tried to find a job, got pretty lucky, got an interview at a Big 4 bank in a business banking role.
With no prior experience?
No lending experience.
Yeah.
I did work at a bank at like a teller when I was kind of like 18.
Right.
For a year or so. The lady that interviewed me, who's still a very good friend of mine today, she knew I didn't have the lending experience, but the role of that banker was to look after a portfolio of business clients.
Right.
And I was very transparent about why I was looking for a job, and I was trying to exit this business. So in her view,
You're like, I got a $7,000 a month lease.
I got rent to pay, which is why I'm here asking for a job. And she kind of saw it as I had first-hand business experience and I could potentially relate to the type of clients that I'd be looking after.
That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
You've seen business from, now all facets. Successful,
Absolutely.
unsuccessful.
Yeah, it's a good role to be in. You get to see all sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah.
And people are very open with, I guess, the type of questions we ask and things like that. So very fortunate. So yeah, that went to plan. Luckily, I realised it was something that I really enjoyed. I realised it was something that I was quite good at.
Were you always good with numbers?
Yeah, I'd say relatively okay with numbers.
Right.
Relatively okay. I like the problem-solving part, I guess, of the lending piece.
Right.
And then I was based in the eastern suburbs, so I got to see all sorts of crazy rich type of people doing crazy stuff. And I realised I was like, oh, property's not a bad industry to be in. And then
Where was the frozen yogurt shop? Also in the east?
No, I was smart enough to do no market research and just open in the backyard of where I lived.
Which was?
Hurstville. So I opened in a Chinese community that are relatively health conscious in a market that's not very, there wasn't many, so when we opened, there was one store. By the time we closed, there was 12, and now out of those 12, there's 0. So at the time, it was a good idea.
So they all went. You were just an early adopter. You got in and you had the early exit, and everyone followed.
Yeah, and then everyone exited eventually.
Right. So store in Hurstville, got a job banking role in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. Eastern suburbs of Sydney, for people who don't live in Sydney, is the wealthiest pocket of all of Australia, not just the wealthiest pocket of Sydney. So you would have seen a lot of zeros on a lot of people's bank statements.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I got to see people that bought, properties in Woollahra for 20 grand that are now like, 20 mil or something like that, right? And they're
Crazy.
like, my land tax is like X amount. I'm like, that's not a bad problem to have. So got to see that type of stuff.
It's the same as having a staff of 10 people.
Yeah. They're like, I need to get a loan because land tax is due. I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing. So yeah, got to see some of that cool stuff that I didn't get exposure to when I was younger. So I did that for about 4 years. I really liked the lending piece. There was parts of the bank that I didn't really like you needed to do specific cross sales and things like that into other parts of the bank, like most businesses.
Yeah, because that's the thing that people forget, right? Like at the end of the day, banks are there to serve, but banks are also a business. So when they're saying, hey, we've got a great idea, you just got a home loan, you need a new car, let's get a car loan.
Exactly, right. So that part I didn't enjoy. I didn't enjoy the type of cross-selling part. So then always wanted to get back into being self-employed, and mortgage broking, I guess, was the path I decided to take.
So how many years in banking was it before you decided to...
I did 3.5. So,
right.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, which I obviously only know now, we work with a lot of brokers, and you're like, hey, I used to work with that guy in the banking world. Hey, I used to work with that guy. So a lot of these really good brokers have come out of a banking role, or multiple banking roles, where they learn the ABCs, and then probably learn the things they don't like about the banking world, and go, well, it's probably better to do it in a way where you're not so restricted, which is obviously broking.
Absolutely. It's a very good learning ground, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, to kind of pick up the fundamentals and all the basics and things like that. Yeah.
And when did you take your mum's advice and buy your first property? I mean, it was a few years after she said buy, but...
Yeah, so the first piece of advice she gave me was really good, but I think that was just timing in the market, and the other option I had was just really bad, right? So in context, it was a good... Then the second time she told me to buy property, which I was very now open to making that decision, because I think I was 25 or 26, and I had like $0 to my name. I lost literally everything. So she was like, oh, you should go and now buy a property. I'm like, yes, I should have listened to you the first time. This time I'm going to listen to you.
Where did she tell you to buy in the first place? Was it in Hurstville?
Yes.
All right. A house?
No.
An apartment?
An apartment, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was just good timing.
She timed that, yeah.
Yeah, it was timed.
Folks, don't go buy an apartment in Hurstville.
It would have been anywhere in the market. It would have done well.
Right.
And like I said, the other comparison of the option was just not so good.
Bad timing.
Yeah, bad timing. So the second time I went around to buy property, I was like, okay, I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to try to save up a deposit. So I saved pretty aggressively. I was still living at home, had like no other debts, finally cleared the business debt that I had. And she was like, oh, you should buy a place to live in. I'm like, yeah, that's a great idea. I'll go. And then she was like, oh, I heard there's these first homeowners grants and things like that. So I set a very limited budget, pretty much based on what the New South Wales government said this is the cap to get some incentive.
Right.
So I said, that's the maximum I'm going to go for. I don't care what I can do. If the bank says I can get $1 million, but the government says 600, I'm buying for 600.
Right.
And then,
what was the incentive at the time? Like stamp
15,
duty or something?
Yeah, like 15 grand or something, 20 grand, something off stamp duty, something similar.
Right.
And because I come from, I guess, an Asian kind of culture and heritage, I've never heard of rent vesting. And it was always like, buy your home, you want to live in your home and own your home, pay it down to zero. So she's like, oh, where would you want to live? And I was like, oh, I'd probably want to live near the city. So I pretty much looked at the map, looked at what can I get for 650 grand, what's as close as I can get to the city. I'd probably want something relatively new, and an apartment popped up off the plan in Erskineville. And she's like, yeah, that's a great part of town, you should go buy that. So I remember we went there, we lined up for one of these big off-the-plan launches. I think it was done by like CBRE or something, and they kind of like almost sold out in like the first couple of days.
A few hundred apartments,
yeah. And I remember I was looking at two options. There was a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom. And in my mind, I was thinking a 2-bedroom's probably going to make more money growth-wise in the long run, but then I'd miss out on the government incentive. So I went and bought the 1-bedroom.
Classic.
So I paid $630 in 2015.
Just scraped in for the government incentive.
Yeah, just got it in there, and it's probably worth a fat $650 today. Yeah, so
mate, you've learned all the lessons. You're like, okay, how not to start a business. Don't do any market research, and just start. Then you got into banking. That did well. And then how not to buy a property. Don't do any market research. And a good lesson that I just heard was, instead of focusing on how much money I can save, maybe I should focus on how much money I can make.
Yes.
Okay, what would the 2-bedder be worth now? Probably not much different.
Nah, the 2-bedder probably would have went up maybe 15, 20%. Yeah.
How many years ago did you buy this? 1-bedder.
9. 20 grand in 9 years.
There we go. So you're probably negative about 200.
Yeah, probably more, to be honest, probably after COVID. Yeah, so that was the first property, so probably not the best advice.
And did you live in it?
I did. I lived in it. It settled like 2 or 3 years later,
Right.
and I did live in it. Then I took my mum's advice a second time. I hope she never hears this, to be honest. Second time round.
Mum's advice is great for things that they have context to give advice on, right?
Yeah. So in context, she's never bought property before. She owns her, apart from the home she lives in. So, but I didn't have anyone else to get advice from. So the second time I went to buy a property, I was like, a lot of my clients, they don't seem to buy apartments. The ones that seem to be mega wealthy seem to have landed property.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm going to go buy a house. And then I realized at the time my borrowing capacity was limited to like, I don't know, 600 grand or something.
Right.
So I couldn't buy in the eastern suburbs and all the nice little suburbs that everyone wants blue chip properties in.
You were like, what? So I can't buy in Bellevue Hill?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah. So then I started looking out west, and I was looking in like Penrith and the surrounds and things like that. And I think that was 2016, maybe 17, and the market was really hot. Like every weekend I'd go out there, it would be like suburb record,
Yeah,
etc.
right.
And I went with my mum every single weekend down out to the west. And I remember when I started, the median was around maybe 450 or give or take.
Wow.
It took me 9 months to buy, and then I paid 570 record sale price, 3-bedroom in the suburb I bought in. So didn't feel nice at the time. And the reason it took so long was because I was with my mum. She'd be like, there's a crack on that wall, don't buy this house. That door's facing the wrong way, don't buy this house. Oh, that window's too small, don't buy this house.
Yeah, getting caught up in the minor
It was very
detail.
emotional, and I don't know, and now thinking back, and I guess now the things I've kind of learned along the way,
Yeah,
none of that shit really matters because you're never going to live there.
that's right.
And I guess I lost out on a pretty decent chunk of capital growth and time, like 9 months of 4 weekends every week, to then potentially buy something that sold at a record price that's doubled now, but it could have maybe gone up a fair bit more if I had been a bit
Bought a bit.
a bit more disconnected to it.
What year was that? 2016.
20, yeah, probably.
That was when I bought my first property, 2015, 2016.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So you were shopping in Penrith and I was in Coogee.
Yeah, probably would have been the better option.
No, you've done better. If you've doubled, my Coogee one hasn't doubled.
Oh, really?
I paid 720 and it's probably worth like 115 now
Oh, okay.
in 2015. So it's like 9 years.
Yeah.
Shit property. 2-bedder, below ground, so it's subterranean.
Right.
Small 2-bedroom. Like when I say small, like smaller than this room.
Right.
No parking and dark.
Sounds like a Erskine place.
I've ticked all the boxes, but I still had decent growth.
Yeah,
And,
Coogee.
and the good thing about desktop valuations is they don't know that.
That's true. That
They
is true.
don't know that.
That's true.
Okay, so I bought that property 2016. Were you in broking now?
No, so I was still at the bank. Then I bought one more, which is the worst of the bunch.
Third time's a charm. Okay.
Third time was
What
the
did we
worst
buy?
of the bunch.
What did we buy then?
I bought a 1-bedroom, no parking, off the plan in Fortitude Valley, Queensland.
Oh yeah, that's the good shit. Have you still got that?
400 grand now, probably worth 7 years later, 8 years later. That was creme of the crop.
Have you still got that?
Yeah, I've still got it because I got a good desktop val, so there's no deposit down.
Right.
But I don't know.
Is it an Airbnb or something?
Nah, it's just on normal long-term lease. Yeah,
Right.
we tried it on Airbnb, and then the company that we listed it through the agency went bust. So but that was a good fun one. Yeah,
Well, Fortitude Valley. What development was it in? Was it in like Tim Gurner's one? Was it?
going on.
FV.
FE, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
developer. Great developer. All right, so we've got the full suite there.
That was yeah. Then things I guess started to some better.
So you had to
decisions
learn
were
the hard way.
made. Learn the hard way. Yeah. So all of those didn't have a professional involved. Bought them all myself.
Yeah.
And I guess, as you know, I'm a big fan of using a buyer's agent. So everything else I bought from there on out was through a BA.
Right.
And everything from there on out has
Done a little bit better.
substantially better. Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so no more looking at cracks on the wall and thinking, am I going to buy this or that? And yeah.
Just based on numbers.
Just looking at the numbers, and I want to be as disconnected as possible, I guess. Yeah.
And when did you get into broking? What year was that?
Broking was 2017.
Right.
2017. Yeah.
So it's been 7-8 years now.
7 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
7 years, yeah.
You bought the first 3 properties, obviously all by yourself, and it sounds like you were trying to buy properties that fit within a borrowing capacity number within that time, right? The first one, you want to stay under the 650, so you were limited to where you were buying, like, oh, what should I buy for this amount of money? Second one, again, were you at a borrowing capacity limit of like whatever it was?
600.
Did okay out of that. Third one, again, borrowing capacity, I'm assuming it's probably like, what, 500 or something like that. So you're like, oh, I'll just go buy something for the sake of it.
Yep.
And your learning then is you probably could have got a better asset at the time, but sometimes buying nothing is probably better than buying something, right? Like you don't always have to use the borrowing capacity just because it's sitting there, which I see that all the time with people who, message me on socials or we speak to on the phone. They'll say, oh, I've got 400 grand worth of borrowing capacity. Like, what should I do? And I'm a lot of the time I'm like,
do nothing.
Yeah, like
Wait till
maybe
you got
just keep that 400, wait till rates go down a little bit, maybe increase your income, and then turn that 400 to 600 or 700, and then go buy something, because you're going to get a better quality asset and you're going to have a lower risk of the Jordan special.
Yes, absolutely. Trifecta.
That's right. Penrith is probably made up for that, right?
Penrith has
You
made up,
couldn't
right?
get into that market now, like Penrith and surrounds for like under $1 million, or give or take,
it's
like
probably
unless it's
about
on a
1
main
now.
road or something.
Yeah, it has made up for it.
So got in 2017, obviously quickly rose up the ranks. What did the investing journey look like from then on in? Obviously, because you're then in control of your income increases.
Yeah, so I think still very much a learning curve. So then I bought a couple landed properties in Queensland, and the reason I used the buyer's agent was because I didn't want to personally go to Queensland every day, or every weekend or fly down there. So that was my first exposure to using a BA. And it went really well. It was a really smooth experience. Didn't really have to be so involved. Got the time back from my weekends and stuff that I would have been otherwise trying to look around. And then the first property I bought in Queensland didn't do much for a very long time, and then during COVID it essentially doubled. And then I bought another in Queensland, again very much capped by borrowing capacity limit.
Where were the Queensland purchases?
I got one in Kermside, which is a development site, and I got one in Aspley.
Oh yeah, so they're good areas.
Good areas, good purchases.
We buy there.
Good purchases. So I paid like low sixes or something for like 700 squares. So at the time it wasn't like...
Dude, we bought one in Aspley this week for a client and we paid $970.
Yeah,
there you go.
Sounds about right.
You.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, but kind of back to what you're saying though, I think one thing I wish I knew at the time was, I think a lot of people have this kind of view that you can just buy property and just keep buying property. And I had that mentality. I was like, I'm going to buy 20 properties. So at the moment, this is what I can get. So I'm just going to keep going until whatever it is. But I think what I didn't realize was every time I am buying property, I'm taking on debt. That's technically debt I'm giving up for the next property.
That's right.
So if my goal was to one day buy a house in the eastern suburbs, because I think that's what's going to go up in value, realistically, what I should have probably done was maybe hold off on a few purchases because I'm getting further and further away from that potential purchase.
Especially if they're not performing, right?
Yes.
Because
absolutely.
eventually you're going to have to come to the point where you're like, if you didn't have an increase in servicing, like you've obviously had because you've continued to grow your income, but if you're someone who has a capped income, you get to a point where you're like, fuck, my income's not significantly increasing. Let's say I've got $2 million worth of borrowing and I've used 1.7 of that. To free up that borrowing, I'm going to have to go and sell down some assets. If they're worth less or the same, like, there's going to be some costs incurred and I'm going to be back to square one essentially.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I may have got some tax deductions and depreciation along the way, but that's not what we invest for.
Absolutely.
And now you're obviously serving like hundreds and hundreds of clients a year. You're one of the best brokers in Australia and you work with a lot of our clients at Henderson. So you're an investor who's been through it. You're a business owner who's been through it as well. So you've got a wide range of perspective. What I want to talk about today, in specific terms, is the borrowing capacity, and one, how banks look at it. Two, the things that limit it. We had a great example the other day. Where a client bought a car and just like hammered it. And then three, ways and strategies to protect that borrowing capacity. So you may be able to build a portfolio 2, 3, 4 times the size, as opposed to just going down the traditional route of going to the bank or the broker and saying, hey, how much can I borrow and spending that and then being capped. So first, borrowing capacity. in today's market, 2024, we're recording this in June. How do banks look at borrowing capacity generally? They're always slightly different, but like generally speaking, what do they look at? How do they calculate it? And if someone was at home right now who didn't have a property or had property, how could they do rough calculations in their head?
Absolutely. I'd probably say avoid the rough calculations just because there's so many variables that comes into play. So
don't do rough calculations.
Long gone, I would say, other days you just do a multiplier. Like I think once upon a time, just do like my income gross times 5, 6, 7, whatever it was, right? I guess in its simplest terms, borrowing capacity is just income minus expenses equals capacity. So the more income we throw into the calculator, the more capacity, the more expenses / debt we throw into the calculator, less capacity, and vice versa, right? Where I guess it gets a little bit more complicated in that is income of how you see income may be different to how a bank may see income.
Right. So earned income from your job?
Correct.
Probably the best form of income, right?
Yes, but also just like how you might translate the definition of income. So like, let's say you earn 100 grand cash, you would say, hey, I earn 100 grand a year. But you go to a bank, it might not be recognised as something like that, right? Something similar to that. Alternatively, if there's specific types of income, like commissions, bonuses, or foreign income, things like that, banks may do different types of shadings and things like that. Then from a expense,
which essentially means just shading is, let's say you earn $50,000 in commissions for the year, so you've got a base plus commissions. The bank may not look at that $50,000 as $50,000 of income like they would do if it was a salary.
Correct.
They might only say, oh well let's shave it by 50%, so it'll only count $25,000, for example.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Then on the expenses side of things, I guess where we a very common thing we get is we get clients come to us and say, hey, cash flow's going really well. I've got these 3 properties, they're positively geared. In their mind, they're like, well, I should be able to keep buying another 10.
Which is a very, very common misconception, right? People think that buy property A, spend 500, rents for 700 a week, covers all of its expenses. The bank now all of a sudden won't look at that debt because it's paying for itself.
Correct.
Do banks look at it like that?
Unfortunately not. Not in a common kind of purchasing an individual name and things like that, but unfortunately not. Yeah, so on the expenses side of things, the banks then do all sorts of stress testing, which I believe is actually probably good for the wider economy and your average kind of punter.
Especially when rates go from 2 to 6, right? Like imagine if they didn't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so most
I'd
banks...
be fucked.
Me too. Most banks would add, 2 to 3% on top. Right. And then on top of that, they'll kind of, if you've got a rental property, they'll put vacancies and things like that. They'll build in all these things to kind of ensure it's well sensitized. They've done their job as a responsible lender to then ensure that if rates do go up, if you do lose the tenant for a couple of weeks, you should have enough fat in there that you should still be able to pay.
That you're not going to go broke.
Yeah,
that's a super, super common one for people. Like we hear that time and time again. No, we just want to go buy positively cash flow properties because then obviously it's not going to cost me anything and then I can continue to borrow money. If only it was that easy, right? If only it was that easy. Yeah. Maybe in years gone by it was like that with certain lenders, but unfortunately now you might be paying 6% interest, but the banks are saying you're paying 9.5%. You might be getting $600-700 a week, but they're saying you're getting $550. And you might think that you're never going to have vacancy, but they're saying you're going to have 4 weeks a year.
Absolutely. And you might be paying interest only, but they're not also using interest only, I guess, for their calculations.
That's right. Yeah. So there's a few variables there. And even if your property, have you ever ran calcs to say, well, if a property was actually going to have zero impact on your servicing, what yield would it need to be, like in current rates? It'd need to be like double, right?
Well, we've run it the opposite way, where on average yields, what cash you need to put down.
Right.
And the LVR is like, 30% or something, 30-40%.
Wow.
Yeah. On like if you do like a 3.5% yield, you'd need to be putting down more than 50% cash for that actually to have no impact on borrowing capacity.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we were taking on...
So you buy $1 million property, put down 700 grand, and then the rent's for, $800 a week, then it might be enough to kind of wash its own face.
Which is essentially saying that you'd have to have double the yield because you're saying it's half the amount of value.
Yeah, probably a double plus a little bit more.
That's right. So if you're buying a property today at say 6.5% interest, you'd be, give or take, depending on the lender, would probably need to be getting a 13 to 14% gross rental yield for that to have a net neutral impact on borrowing, meaning that the banks would not look at it.
That sounds about
I
right.
ran some calcs with a broker years ago and it was like double and the rates were like 3 or 4% then.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. But there are ways around that, folks, and we're going to talk about that. So essentially they look at income, expenses, and everyone has a limit to what they can borrow.
A ceiling, I guess.
A ceiling.
Ceiling.
Now, we obviously use some really cool strategies and structuring pieces where people can go further, and We're going to talk through those. But a really common one, and we work with a lot of clients mutually on this, is, hey, I've got 2 properties and I'm capped in my borrowing capacity. Is there anything I can do now to uncap myself and continue to grow? So like, what are the things people can do to, if they're in that position right now, they've got $1 million worth of investment debt, maybe 2 properties, and the bank says, no, you've got no more borrowing capacity. Is there anything you can do?
It depends, I guess. It depends on the client situation. So there are slight things you can do to try to stretch that capacity. You can also change lenders, again, to stretch that capacity. But once you kind of have done all that optimization, you just got to make more money, I guess.
Yeah.
So again, depends on the client. Like, for example, if you've got unsecured debts, things like credit cards, that's usually the first thing people would look to close and things like that, because it has negative impact on borrowing capacity. If you've got unsecured debt such as car loans, like our mutual client that we were talking about earlier, that type of stuff has a huge impact, because although you're not borrowing millions and millions of dollars, if you buy a 50 grand car, you pay it off over 2 years, the repayment on that is what the banks look at. They don't look at how much you owe, they look at the actual monthly repayment allocated to that debt.
That's right. And that's why HEX as well has such a negative impact, right?
HEX is a very unusual and unique impact. So HEX depends on your income. So the banks calculate HEX in terms of its impact on borrowing capacity, I guess the same way the ATO does in terms of what they'd ask you to pay. Right. So you could go and finish dentist school and have 200 grand worth of HEX debt, but if you're earning 50 grand a year, HEX has 0 impact on your borrowing capacity because you're not paying HEX because you're below the threshold. But you could owe 10 grand worth of HEX and it's going to be cleared in the next 3 months or something. But if you're earning $500,000, they allocate a percentage of your income towards HEX.
So your repayment could be huge.
Your repayment could be massive, right? It could be a couple $1,000s a month as an example. Yeah, so it's not about how much you owe, it's about how much you pay.
The repayments are.
The repayment.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So if it's a car loan, for example, same thing, right? It's not necessarily how much you owe. It's like if your car repayment is $2,000 a month.
Correct.
That's $2,000 a month of expense going into your servicing costs.
So you could be on a 3-year car lease. If you're on the very, very end, you've got 3 months left.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you were at the start or the end, unless it's gone in full. You still have that repayment in place, unless you're waiting until you've cleared the debt, then applied for a loan. Until that happens, that has an impact on your borrowing capacity based on the repayment.
And same as credit cards, right? Like the way that banks look at credit cards, it's not like, hey, you pay it off every month. That's great. It is, if you did use $10,000 and didn't pay it off every month, what would that repayment end up being?
Correct.
And that's the impact it has on your borrowing.
Yeah.
So all of those things that are often overlooked have pretty substantial impact. I mean, that car loan we were talking about, I think it ended up being like a 30% impact on servicing. It went from like a $750,000 max capacity to like 500, which is 30% on that amount, give or take.
Huge.
Yeah.
Nice
car.
Nice car.
Not worth that amount of money.
That's a nice
and there's
car.
some strategies you can do around that sort of stuff too, which I spoke about, which is maybe instead of going to get a car loan where you have to pay it off in five years and the repayment is X or Y, you could have done exactly the same thing but bought the property first, then let the property grow a little bit, used equity from that property to buy a car, and now because that loan is calculated over a 30-year period, your repayment is $50 a week or whatever it is, and that has a much lower impact on capacity.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very interesting. Any others? So obviously increasing income, some people look at that being very hard, so I think that's the easiest to do of everything is increase the income. Decrease debt, and you would start with the low-hanging fruits, so probably not your mortgage debts, but all of your high-interest, non-secured debts like car loans, credit cards, etc. What else?
Yeah, so let's say income is fixed.
Yep.
Then the other side of the equation would then be the expenses part, right? So we'd look to how do we drop the expenses to the bare minimum? So
if you have kids, give them away.
Yeah. So yeah, like you said, lowest hanging fruit, the easy ones are like if you've got credit cards that you're just using for benefits, points, etc. Get rid of that, right? That would be the first thing that would essentially go. Then if you've got things like unsecured debts that are over a short period of time, if you do have equity in a property, we look to consolidate that, try to extend that to a 30-year facility. That again will drop the repayment from X to Y. If you've got existing debts, what we could do is look to refinance that, put that on a 30-year term, hopefully put that on a slightly lower interest rate. Again, that's going to reduce the allocated repayment from X to Y. So I guess you do all these kind of little things that may have small impacts along the way. But for some customers, you do 3-4 of those different things, and it's the difference between potentially buying and not buying. The other things we can do is like banks look at debt a bit differently between a home loan and an investment loan. As you know, debt recycling.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, so banks recognise that if the debt is being used for an investment, they allocate the potential negative gearing benefit on that against your taxable income, which gives you a boost in borrowing capacity.
Again, because it increases your net income.
Correct.
Yeah.
So as a rule of thumb, if you've got $500,000 debt, 500 against the home versus 500 against an investment property, that same person would have more borrowing capacity if that was 500,000 against for investment purpose. So one of the things we'd look to do is if the customer has owner-occupied debt with cash in offset, for example, we'd look to repurpose that debt, pay that debt down, then draw that back out, use that debt as a deposit to then buy an investment property. And then the banks do recognize all of that in their calculators. And then again, that would give you a slight boost in borrowing capacity.
So all of these little 1%ers can obviously have an impact. I mean, it's unlikely it's going to mean the difference between you having no borrowing capacity and $1 million worth of borrowing capacity, but it could be the difference between you having $300,000 worth of borrowing capacity and say $600,000 worth of borrowing capacity, or $500,000 worth of borrowing capacity. Like you get rid of a $10,000 credit card, for example, you consolidate a car loan from a car loan to an equity loan. Like all those little things could have a couple of $100,000 worth of.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've had clients before where it's like husband and wife. Wife's got a Mercedes, husband's got a new BMW, $2,000 repayment each month. They do it through what's it called, novated lease. So there's all these kind of tax incentives. So they see it as a net cash flow. Unfortunately, the banks don't see it that way.
Yeah.
They might have 30,000-40,000 worth of credit cards. They're smart for their money, so they never pay any interest on it. And then they might have a heap of cash in the offset account against the home. Then they want to go and buy an investment property. So if you've got large things like that, and then you do all of the above things, they're not really 1%ers. They could be the difference between potentially $1 million. So I guess it comes down to that individual and how much that we can change the expense again from X to Y. So if we're changing a $2,000 a month car loan repayment and dropping it to $500, and we're doing that twice, and then you're removing like 40-50 grand worth of credit cards, that could have massive impacts.
Very, very interesting. So that's all the stuff you can do if you've gone down that path. Now, if someone comes to us like they do often and they say, hey, I've got my first deposit, or hey, I've got all this cash because I've been saving, or hey, I've got an owner-occupier property that's paid off, no other debts, and I've got lots of borrowing capacity and lots of equity, and I want to grow a large portfolio, what are some of the things you can pre-plan for so you don't hit those limits as early?
Right. You're talking about trust, I assume?
I don't know.
I've heard about this.
There's this guy who talks about it all the time.
Okay, so if you've got borrowing capacity in your personal name, and you were to receive advice from your trusted advisor.
Yeah, this is not advice, folks. This is just general in nature.
To then purchase an investment property in a holding company or a trust, which is a passive entity.
Let's use me as an example. Jack Henderson comes to you, and Jack has got advice to do whatever the fuck he wants. All right? That's the advice. Jack has no debt. $2 million worth of borrowing capacity, and Jack says to Jordan, hey, I want to build, and the other advisors, I want to build a $10 million property portfolio, and I want to do it within 10 years. Jordan does the borrowing capacity calculations and says, Jack, love your ambition, but unfortunately with your income, you've only got $2 million worth of borrowing capacity, which means you've probably got 2 purchases in you, maybe 3, and you're going to hit your property, you're going to hit your limit. So unlikely you're going to get the $10 million traditional route. But if you got this advice from your accountant, Jack, you could...
Yes. So let's say your accountant said to you, Jack, we want you, or we advise you to potentially purchase your next investment property.
They advise and they want, because they want to get the money out of me too, right?
Absolutely. A few extra entities to run your tax returns on. So let's say they set up a holding company or a trust, and that is passive, so it doesn't trade. It's freshly set up for the purpose of purchasing and holding. And if you're the ultimate, I guess, beneficiary behind it, that entity, I guess, apart from the $1 share you put into it to set it up, really isn't worth much until it buys something, right? In terms of income, it's got no income, again, until it buys something. So the borrowing capacity of that entity is derived from you, ultimately.
So the income that I earn, essentially, is represented in that trust.
Correct. Now, again, banks recognize how negative gearing kind of works if you buy a property in your personal name. They do not include that if you buy it in a third-party, non-individual entity.
Because you can't claim personal deductions if you are not the personal owner.
Correct. So hypothetically, just as some high-level numbers, let's say you had $2 million borrowing capacity in your personal name, and you were to set up a holding trust. That trust might have, 1.5 borrowing capacity, give or take, right?
20 to 30% less, usually.
Now, if you were to come and borrow $2 million today, then you went and put that towards an investment property, then you came back tomorrow, you've got no borrowing capacity left, assuming all other things remaining equal, right? So then work on your income until you can get to your $10 million portfolio. But if you've got $2 million personal borrowing capacity today, and you've got $1.5 million borrowing capacity in a trust, then you were to purchase a property using that trust, And if that trust was self-sufficient and could wash its own face, meaning it's positively geared and the rent it receives can cover all its repayments, etc.
That's right. And this is not from a bank's eyes, whether it's positively geared. This means that if you're taking on 800,000 worth of debt inside of that trust and you've got a property that is covering all of its repayments dollar for dollar, not with buffers and all the rest of it, so it costs you $50,000 a year to hold that property inside of a trust, but you're getting $70,000 of income or $60,000 of income, that is a property washing its own face.
Correct. And then you can get a letter from your trusted accountant to confirm that.
Great guys and girls.
Yep. Then you come back to us tomorrow, you give us that letter. There are then ways that you still have $2 million borrowing capacity in personal name, $1.5 million borrowing capacity in that same trust. So it's a way, I guess, to preserve your borrowing capacity. So if you had zero borrowing capacity today in your personal name, you would have zero borrowing capacity in your trust, right? So it's something, I guess, you normally need to do
Before.
relatively early. You want to pre-plan.
Yeah.
And as we were saying earlier, unfortunately, a lot of the times when people start going to listen to podcasts and listen to things because they've hit a capacity limit, they find out about this so-called strategy.
Too late.
It's a bit too late.
Too late. They do the Jordan strategy. They go, Mum, what should I do? So and a lot of people don't know that. And this is not dodgy. This is not like something that, it's a secret. Like, this is normal stuff. Like, a lot of people buy properties inside of entities. A lot of properties wash their own face at an 80% loan to value ratio, 70% loan to value ratio. Obviously, if you're taking on 100% debt, it's highly unlikely you're going to go find a property that washes its own face unless it's commercial. Even commercial is very hard these days. Like, you're not going to get something 8.5% net. It's going to be very hard to. So it's a strategy that you need to employ, but where we have found the most amount of success with this strategy is a client comes to us, client A comes to us and says, hey, I've got 600,000 in cash, or 500,000 in cash, or 200,000 in cash, or I've just sold my owner-occupier property and I'm really cashed up, and now I want to go build an investment portfolio. Usually what those people will do is the owner-occupier, the personal name, use the cash, split it into two purchases, or have a lower LVR on the one purchase, and they'd hit their limit. Where the strategy that we often employ is, after they've gotten great advice from great people, if we had, let's say, 900,000 in cash, let's split that 900,000 into three $300,000 deposits, and let's go and buy three $1 million assets. So you've got a 20% deposit of 200,000 in cash plus 100,000 for costs, stamp duty, all the other bits and bobs. So now you've got $3 million in assets. You've got $2.4 million worth of debt, and each property inside of that entity is 80% leveraged because you put in 200,000 of cash. Now, if you get a yield of 5.5 to 6% gross, and you're only carrying 80% debt, I'd say 6.5%, that property is very much going to be net neutral, give or take. That's how it works, because then the property is technically washing its own face, and you can recycle that borrowing capacity. And the incredible thing is, after you've bought those three properties, you still have the borrowing capacity in your personal name.
Yes.
What an incredible strategy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
That strategy is a very, very powerful strategy, right? And it's more relevant in today's lending environment, because in years gone by, maybe when you were a broker still, like when you first started, equity was much more important than it is right now, right? Like, certain banks would look at equity as a powerful thing. If you had $10 million.
Equity is still just as important. So when we had a client talk to us, we always kind of explain to them there's three things the banks look at. So there's character credit, which is the individual, right?
Yeah.
You could be earning $1 million a year, $1 million cash, but if you got bankrupt last week and you've missed payments, all sorts of stuff, you've got bank defaults, you're going to struggle to get a normal bank to give you money, right? Then there's the capacity side, which seems to be really what most people talk about, but we like to explain to our clients it's still very much one of three. So if you've got X amount of income, X amount of expenses, your borrowing capacity is the difference of the two, right?
Yeah.
Then last of all is then the capital and the collateral, which is, I guess, the property, plus the deposit you put towards it, cash, equity, etc.
Yeah.
And again, one of three things. And to be able to buy property, get debt and leverage against it, you need to have all three. So a very common one we also get is, like, we get clients call us and say, hey, I've got a $2 million property unencumbered. I should be able to go and recycle that and buy 5 investment properties for $1 million each. And unfortunately, it's not that simple. And it could be on the flip side. You could have someone that earns $500,000 a year, big spender, no savings, no guarantor, no deposit, no equity, and they come into a bank and they say, hey, on $500,000, you've got $3 million borrowing capacity. Doesn't mean this guy can go out and buy a $3 million property, right?
That's
so
right.
You kind of need a bit of both. And I would definitely say, like, every customer as they go through this journey, they're going to have one that caps them more than the other.
Yeah.
And that will change over time. But I think More so now because rates are much higher than when they were when they were at 2%. I think a lot of people are now more capped because of borrowing capacity compared to previous, assuming income hasn't grown as much. So one of the things we do, I track my own borrowing capacity, and I do that really just so I can explain it to clients and use it as an example. I ran my capacity when the rates were in the 2s. I think I had like 4 mil borrowing capacity.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed in terms of the calculations. Income's all the same, but all the rates have obviously gone up, and that borrowing capacity is like less than 1 now. So I've lost like $3 million borrowing capacity, or potentially, I don't know, 6 houses out west, you know.
Wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important, I think, to plan as well. Like I had Matt Spears on here recently, who you know well, and you know, he works with a lot of business owners, and he was saying, like, if you have a really profitable year, and next year you're going to take on a lot of capital expenditure, you're going to grow, so you're going to have less profit. You want to make sure that you have a really big year of buying property. Obviously, if you're well capitalized and you've got equity in property, because next year when you're growing the business, and for you it seems no different, but in the bank size it's very, very different, right? And it's the same with rates. When rates are at 2%, for people who are in the know and they want to be aggressive, you need to take advantage of that, because when rates go to 4, 5, 6%, you're not going to have the same borrowing capacity. So I think what people should learn from this one cycle, especially if you're young, is rates will go down a little bit. Like, that's a given. Whether they go up or down first, who knows? But they will eventually go down. And when they go down, every time the rate goes down, your capacity increases. So you want to track that. When you've got enough capacity to buy again. Because if rates then go up 2%, you won't have that capacity anymore.
Absolutely.
And banks can't come and take a property back off you like, hey, you can't service it anymore. Come on.
As long as you pay the debt.
That's right.
Yeah. So we also always say to our clients, like, you don't want to just think about what you're doing for this transaction. You actually want to think about, like, what do you want to do next? Because what you do here, because property is not a fast moving transaction, right? Like, costs to get in, costs to get out, it's quite expensive. It's not something you just want to buy and flip overnight just because you change your mind.
Yeah.
So you want to really understand, well, what is the goal after this acquisition? And you want to make sure that this doesn't actually put you further away from that goal, and you've actually considered what you're doing now and what impact it has, I guess, moving forward. And I think a lot of people, and myself included, a lot of people don't think about that. And if I kind of think about my earlier portfolio when I was first buying those properties, I didn't consider that. I was like, oh, I want to buy a house one day in Sydney, but I can't. So let's just go and buy a few of these, and then one day hopefully I can. But I was just hoping for the best, right? There was no real
hope is not
thought.
A strategy.
Yeah, not a strategy at all. Yeah. So I think now, and I think one of the reasons we really like working with you is because you've got the mindset that, well, you want to buy the best asset you can potentially buy, right? And not go and split it multiple ways and buy good blue chip properties.
That's right.
Yeah. And one of the things now that I wish I had done, I'd get to $2 million borrowing capacity, I'd go and buy something. And then I'll get another 2 and I'll go buy something. Realistically, I'm like, well, maybe I should have held off, so I could have bought a 5 mil house in Vaucluse, which is now worth 10 or whatever it is these days, right?
Potentially more. Potentially
15.
more. Yeah. Yeah, and I think obviously the best quality asset, you know, I get a lot of people going, oh, I've got 400 grand worth of, like, what should I do? I can't get into a blue chip area. Like, the best is relative to the individual, right? Like, if you got 400 grand, making sure you do the best you possibly can with that 400 grand is important. If you got $1 million, making sure you do the best with that million, and you know, so on and so forth. You probably can do well out of regional. You probably can do well out of off the plan. There's stories where people have done well out of, you know, house and land packages. Like, there is amazing success stories in every facet of investing. But I just look at the general public and go, how many people in the general public have done well out of regional? How many people in the general public have done well out of off the plan? How many people? And a lot of the time it's not that many, because I see the disastrous stories, and I learnt this from my parents who did similar to you, like took some advice of someone they shouldn't have. They bought some property and sold it for less, you know, many years later. So I'm like, the safest way to make sure that you are almost guaranteed to make money is just go buy it in an area that's always performed, that will always have really good demand. It's never going to be cheap. And I guarantee in 10 years' time, it's more expensive than it is right now. Like, that's a good outcome. And then you can, you know, if you're a sophisticated investor, you can start to do little 1%ers that give you the extra returns. But it's very much the property version of Warren Buffett's strategy, which is don't try and beat Warren Buffett. You know, don't try and beat Blackstone. Go and invest in the market, being the S&P 500, or if it's in Australia, the ASX 200, and just follow the index. Because over time, the market will outperform most people. Because sometimes you have massive wings.
Yep.
But on the other side of that, sometimes you have massive losses, right? So, like, if you're in the index, you just chug it along day in, day out.
Nice and safe.
And you'll do well. Another one, I'm having a lot of these conversations in recent times. I've been doing a lot of content on it. If someone comes to you, they go, Jordan, what's my borrowing capacity? Okay, it's 1.5 million, and their incomes aren't going to dramatically increase. Let's just say their incomes increase in line with inflation, say 2.5% per annum, and they go buy the $1.5 million investment property. Generally speaking, how much as a percent does a mortgage, an owner-occupier mortgage, take up of someone's income?
Ooh.
Give or take. Like, to borrow $1 million, you probably need an income of circa 200, right? Combined or individual?
Yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah.
200 grand. Let's say on that 200, we're paying 30 cents in the dollar.
Yep.
So you're netting 140, which is about 12 grand a month.
Yeah.
Give or take. 11 to 12 grand a month. 11 to 12 grand a month, they go on to get $1 million mortgage. $1 million mortgage is probably 7 P&I.
Yeah, give an eye. Maybe 6-ish. Yeah.
So it's probably like 60 to 70% of someone's income, right?
Give or take.
A lot of dough.
Yeah, a large
After tax income too, right? You've already paid 60 grand of tax to the ATO out of your 200, so you're left with 140.
Yep.
And then you're paying your $7,000-ish mortgage with after tax income.
Yep.
Have you seen? I mean, a lot of people have had success with that, not because they pay down their debt really quickly, but because those property values increase over time.
Yep.
That's where the success comes from. Have you ever looked at comparables, both sides, owner-occupier person? Obviously similar demographic, whether they own a rock or they go down the rent vesting path and continue to invest, potentially using a strategy like the strategy we just spoken about, and like what the outcomes look like over time. That's an episode.
I think it would be hard to do a like-for-like comparison because there'd be so many other potential variables that would come into play, right? Because if you're investing, you're probably going to buy potentially more property than if you're buying your dream owner-occ home, then you'd probably have less property, right? Because a large component of it will be locked up in your home.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like kind of like...
Because we know, like, if you lock that servicing up in one property, it's a long time before you're doing anything, right? Like, on a 30-year mortgage, and let's say that they stay in that one property for 30 years, it's usually the back end of that mortgage, the back 15 years, where you're really starting to decrease that debt, right?
Yeah.
So, as we've just spoken about, if all things remain equal and rates stay around about where they are right now, if servicing calculators stay around about where they are right now, and your property does heavily increase in value, that doesn't impact your serviceability, because what impacts your serviceability is your income and your level of debt and expenses. So if it takes you 15 years to really, have a substantial hit on that mortgage, you might not be investing or growing your wealth outside of that mortgage for 10 or 15 years in reality.
Yes. Where
with investing, you've probably got a little bit more flexibility. You can have flexible living costs as well. Like if you're a rent investor and you're really serious about growing your wealth.
But on the flip side, you could also do really well capital growth wise on that owner-occ, right? If you buy,
for sure.
Yeah, because usually if you're buying owner-occ, you're buying suburbs you want to live in, which means it's suburbs other people want to live in, and
if
all
you
of
use
that
Jack
stuff,
Henderson's
right?
investment strategy, you buy your investment properties in the owner-occupier side. In the owner-occupier.
Yeah. So I don't think there's a right or wrong with that.
Right.
Like similar to you, I've chosen the rent vesting path because I prefer, I guess, where I want to live versus where I think is a good investment. Don't kind of see eye to eye.
You're a city slicker.
Yeah, so I want to live in an brand new apartment in the middle of the CBD. Probably not the best investment.
Yeah, you tried that once.
Yeah, tried that once, didn't go to plan. Whereas I guess a lot of the investment properties I own, you couldn't pay me to live there. They're not really properties that I would want to personally live in. So for me, that rent vesting strategy makes sense. I get to live where I want to live, and then I put money where I think it's going to make me money. But let's say hypothetically, I could afford to buy my dream home in a suburb that I think could potentially grow. Then I guess having just one big asset that hopefully grows and you get CGT free, we've seen people do really well that as well. So again, I don't think, like you said, like people can make money in all sorts of different ways through property, right? Yeah. Interesting.
Let's do an episode on that. Yeah. I want to do an episode on breaking that down. Same income, same super contributions. No, I think it'd just be interesting to be like, okay, if you went down the owner-occupier path, 1.5 mil servicing, you went and bought an owner-occupier home, bang, what does that look like? On the flip side, you went down the rent vesting path, and we look at maybe some creative structuring.
Yeah.
How much further could we get? How much more debt could we get? All growth rates being equal and stuff like that. Because like you said, there is variables. I'd love to see what those numbers look like on the other end. Then also factoring in like, your CGT and everything else.
Yeah, of course. Well, if you say all growth rates being equal, the investment path will definitely get you further because your asset base would be worth more, right? Because you'd be able to buy more property. Especially if you're using the type of strategies that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like let's say you're capped at 1.5 owner-occ, you might make that 4.5 investment, and if it's 10%, whatever growth, then you'll eventually make more, I guess, to go down the investment path, right?
That's right. Imagine if you bought 4 of those properties that we just got valued, right? Paid $1.40 million, 70,000 on a reno, 1.55 valuation.
Yeah.
We need more of them.
Not a bad. Well,
I don't
3
even
months.
buy properties that good for myself.
Was it 3 months?
6 months.
6
months from when we exchanged.
Yeah, not so bad, isn't it?
3 months in settlement.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. No, that was a gold episode. We're going to do another episode. Now, you're staying in Australia for a little while now?
I'm here for good.
We missed you.
I'm back.
We'll do another episode on that. We'll do a scenario where it's like, well, let's actually be conservative. We'll do owner-occupier property has a 1% stronger growth rate, and we'll do the investment strategy tracking the Australian average, which I think is about 6.7%. So we'll do 6.7% Australian average RENTVESTER, and we'll do owner-occ 1% greater than the Australian average, 7.7% compounding. And we'll see what the numbers look like.
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's do that.
Cool.
Thank you for coming, my man. Let's go have some lunch.
Let's do it.
Mate, that was good. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. We are back, Flamingo Property Investing, in the presence of investing royalty.
Royalty?
I would call
Wow.
it. I would call it. Brand new book out, How Not to Work Forever.
Yes, very exciting.
Natasha Etschmann, or best known as Tash Invests. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. I said welcome from Perth as you got here, and now you say you live in Canberra.
Yeah, I haven't lived in Perth for a few years now.
There you
It's
go.
been a little
I'm
while.
out of touch.
Yeah. Have you always been from Sydney?
Always from Sydney.
Oh,
Yeah, people think I'm
okay.
from Newcastle though. So
Why?
No idea.
Do you give off Newcastle vibes? You kind of do.
I do.
More chill, yeah.
Thank you. No, I think I talk a lot about property in Newcastle, so
Okay.
people think I'm just naturally from Newcastle.
Is that like the
but-
Sydney equivalent of Perth, Newcastle?
Newcastle is probably. Do you know like Victoria at all?
Kind
like
of.
it's like the Geelong of.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours north of
The nicer
Sydney.
part of Sydney.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, nice.
It's 2 hours from Sydney.
Yeah.
Now, lots to cover. We were just chatting. You're huge on socials. Been doing content 4 or 5 years now. Mm-hmm. I follow the content. That's why I first found out about you.
Amazing. Yeah, I feel like I've
And
seen
then-
your face everywhere too.
The other day, I'm walking through the office, and Bruno from my team goes, "You should get this girl on your podcast."
Oh.
Shows me, I'm like, "Dude, I've been meaning to message you for ages." And then, because your email is in your bio, I just shot an email straight away, and here we are, 4 days later.
Yeah, thanks, Bruno.
Thank you, Bruno. So give us a 30-second story. Originally from Perth,
Mm-hmm.
I know you bought a property at a very young age. Rich landlord, like what's going on there?
Yes, so rich. No, I started investing when I was 18 in shares, and then I bought my first apartment when I was 22, so like 4 years ago now, which is wild.
Which is crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
26. I didn't ask how old you were because it's
Yeah.
rude to ask how old
26.
females
I
girls are
asked-
apparently.
I asked you though.
Yes, you did. So 26 now, first property at 22, started investing at 18. That's not normal.
No.
How did all that come about?
I was just that really nosy kid when I was younger. Like, I'd always ask my parents how much they made. My parents were very open about money. Like, they discussed
Right.
everything in front of my sister and I. I remember I was like 10 and my dad was talking to his friends about shares. And I was like, well, what's a share? And he tried to explain it with a tomato sauce bottle. And I didn't really get that back then. I was like, what do you mean?
How did he do it?
So you can buy this tomato sauce bottle, but you don't have enough money, so you'll buy 1/10. And your friends will buy the other 9/10. And I was like, what? That's so dumb. It's like $2
You're
or
like,
something.
Dad, I want the whole bottle.
Like, why would you buy a 10th? Like, it just didn't click, but it stuck with me. And then later on, it finally made sense.
That's fascinating. What did your parents do?
My dad works mining,
Right.
and my mum works in commercial property.
I wouldn't believe your dad's from Perth and works in mining. That's
He's from
fascinating.
Austria.
Is he really? And now he lives in Perth and works in mining.
Yeah.
Mining's very big in Western Australia,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. I'm from the mining industry as well, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
They
what
don't
did
wear
you do?
They don't wear puffer jackets in the
No,
mining
no.
industry.
What did you do?
I was an operator.
Really?
So I was in the machines.
And now you sell properties.
Yeah, yeah.
Or buy properties for people.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or podcast.
Yeah.
So, Dad was open, and Mum and Dad were open to explaining money around. You've got siblings, right?
Yeah, I've got a younger sister.
Yeah. That's obviously not normal as well. Most people are very like protective about money. They don't tell how much
Yeah.
people how much they earn.
I think because I grew up in small mining communities, it was very different. Like,
Yeah.
people kind of were a bit more open about it. Like we lived overseas when I was younger, and a lot of their like accommodation was paid for, our travel was paid for. So they were saving really hard to pay off their mortgages, and that was just like a normal discussion for us.
Right.
But I didn't realize until a lot later on that other people didn't talk about it.
Yeah, it's a very like protected thing, right?
Yeah.
Which is I don't understand why. I think there's a lot of shame around money for the most part.
My mum's family has a bit more shame around it, so it's interesting watching like her and dad discuss stuff, because dad's very likes to take risks, likes to make money, whereas mum's a lot more risk averse. But even like watching those conversations play out has been really good too.
And then you turned 18, started investing in shares. Again, was that like a discussion from your parents? Like, hey, now you're earning money, you're out in the workforce, let's do something? No,
they kind of just like asked, they answered my questions. Like I was like, I want to invest, what do I do? And dad was like, you can probably buy this ETF called IVV, which is a good choice back then.
And then you got the tomato sauce bottle back out again.
No,
he's
he
like,
doesn't even remember that. I've said that on so many podcasts, and he's like, what? I don't remember this story.
Isn't that funny, right? Like we think... I went to a Tony Robbins thing recently, and he said human beings do three things. They distort, they generalize. I don't remember what the third thing was, but something to do with memory. And I was like, it's so true. And then he used this example about, I can't remember, it wasn't 9/11, it was something else. But essentially there was a teacher in a schoolroom. This is completely off topic. And the teacher said to all the kids as this world event happened, I can't remember what the world event was, but it was like, write down who you're with and what you were doing. So they all wrote it down. He collected all of the answers, and then in the US, I'm not sure how the schooling system works, but he was going to have those same students 4 or 5 years later or something. And he said to the students again, hey, we obviously remember this day, blah, 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 so write down who you were with and what you were doing.
No.
Not one person got it right.
No.
And it was just like the thing around how we distort things in our memory.
Yeah, I was reading that
things.
Every time you remember something, you remember it differently.
Isn't that so funny?
Yes, it's terrifying. The more
so
you think
maybe
about
the tomato sauce wasn't actually a thing.
No, but it's been a thing for me.
And then, so you got into shares. When did the personal interest in investing and like wealth creation begin?
Like
was it
forever? I've always
really?
like saved. Yeah, even with my pocket money, I was always the person who saved everything. Like I didn't really know what for. I just liked the game of saving, and I like watching things grow.
Right.
And I also knew that rich people invested and bought property, and if you wanted to be rich, that's what you had to do. And
Why
I knew that
you want to be rich?
I want to have the money to do stuff.
Right.
Like I wanted to work in healthcare. Like I really liked the idea of, I studied occupational therapy at uni.
Yeah.
And I knew you couldn't really get really rich from doing that. And I didn't want to work on the mines, and I didn't really want to be like a big investment banker. So like that kind of left me with, well, you better invest.
That's so fascinating. I was so similar. I just didn't want to be poor.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, do I want to be poor? Yes or no? Okay. And that's what got me into mining originally and construction, because I was like, I don't need to be skilled. And if I can do it for a period of time and earn a lot of money and invest, this is a great outcome.
Yeah.
Sounds like it was similar for yourself. I was like, what can I do to earn money, to invest, to become rich?
And I started traveling pretty early on. Like when I was 18, I went on lots of trips overseas. So I think that helped me learn how to save as well. The whole mindset of working really hard, so then have time off and go away worked out really well. Yeah.
So saving for holidays and stuff, right? Like you didn't get the latest credit card and just chuck it on there.
No, I got the credit card for points, but no.
Yeah, right. So you're a points hacker as well. Yes,
I love a business class flight. Yeah.
How good. And then from shares, that was at 18. First property at 22.
Yeah.
Was that again also on the plan? Was like, let's start with shares while I'm growing?
It wasn't like a proper plan. I wasn't like, I'm going to do shares for 4 years and then buy property. I just had the deposit saved until something kind of came along.
Right.
And it was a bit, like almost a bit impulsive, which is bad a little bit. Like it was during COVID. I saw there was this home open. And I was like, wow, like this apartment looks great. It's like in my price range. I'm just going to go buy it.
And you weren't looking prior to that?
I was looking for fun. Like I liked having a look on realestate.com just to like see what's around.
Like most Australians, right?
Yeah. But it was like a government kind of initiative to build more higher density apartments in suburbs where they didn't exist.
Right.
And I knew I didn't want to buy a house, but I also didn't want to buy in the city. And I was like, wow, there's like apartments 10 minutes from my parents' house in the perfect location. So then I bought it.
And that was for you to live in?
Yeah, I lived in there for a year.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Run me through how it was, because like if you look on social media right now, you'll never buy a house.
Yes. Well, I'm from Perth, so it's a lot easier in Perth. I think even people now are like, how did you buy something for that little? It was $295,000 for a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom. Yeah, like 20 minutes from the city, 10 minutes from the beach, like in a pretty good spot.
But did you know that suburb? Like, you said you were just scrolling online, right? So I'm assuming you're not some real estate expert where you're like, oh, I can go buy something for $295,000 here.
No.
It was just by chance, right?
I kind of knew the area because I lived like around that area.
Right.
And I was a support worker before that, so I drove around to a lot of different suburbs and saw which ones were nice versus less nice.
Nice to you is like aesthetically pleasing?
Like, The suburb isn't super rich or super fancy, but it is like close to the freeway, close to amenities, close to a shopping centre.
Yeah.
It's close to the other nicer areas. Like you can drive to the nice suburbs in like 5 minutes. So it was a mix of cheap, but not too cheap.
Cheap, but still close to everything that you need to be close to.
And lots of
and you were
people-
going to live there too, right? So you wanted to make sure that it was had the things that you liked.
But it's like lots of people owns their homes there, like lots of owner occupiers, like which is good. Less renters, lots of like little young families as well, which is good.
Owner occupier appeal. Sounds like you watch my content.
No, I have not too much. I see your face on TikTok.
There you go.
No, I only see you when you're
talk about it all the
controversial.
time.
That's
Yeah,
not
I am.
controversial enough to pop up on my feed.
I know, yeah. When I'm controversial. Well, I'm always controversial about these things because, like, you are a living example, as am I, that it is not too hard to do things, but you can throw yourself in that bucket if you want to throw yourself in that bucket, right?
Yes.
Like, it's too hard to just throw my hands in the air.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to see that other people can do it. And, like properties are not $1 million or, not $800,000 or not $2 million. You can get into the marketplace much cheaper.
You just have to look in different areas.
That's
or
right.
be lucky and be from Perth.
Yeah, or if you're not lucky and you're not from Perth, you can have people that know the area better than you do.
Yes.
Like it's again, or you can have some effort and get on this thing called beautiful Google and fly to Perth and have a nice little weekend away as well
Or
as
I've seen my friend in Melbourne bought a house for like $400,000. He just had to buy it
in Victoria.
Yeah, in Victoria. Like had to buy it what is it, an hour drive from the city, maybe. If
Which
there's
is not that
traffic.
far.
Yeah, but he works in the city still, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know there was properties that cheap in Melbourne just from what I see online because I haven't bothered to look. I was like, oh, it's too expensive, but there are options.
And he bought it for $400,000.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So I mean, I grew up 65 k's northwest of Sydney CBD.
Yeah.
And I did a video the other day on that same thing, which was like Sydney's median house price is 1.1 million. I'm like, where I grew up, which was in Sydney,
Yes.
you can buy a house for like at $600,000, which is like half of what the
That's
median
fine.
is.
And so many people don't want to live in apartments these days either. And apartments get such a bad rap for investing. Actually, what do you think about apartments?
I've
Did you buy
started
them?
with apartments, absolutely.
Would you buy
I don't
them?
buy apartments now for myself, but I started with an apartment in Coogee, and then I went to an apartment in Maroubra, then I bought an
Coogee,
apartment.
wow, fancy.
$720,000.
Okay.
Wasn't an amazing apartment,
Yeah.
but it was. But I was like attached to that suburb, right?
Yeah.
I was just like, I want to buy something in a really good suburb because I heard that suburbs or location does 80% of the heavy lifting. So if Coogie's a good location, I should do okay.
Can't quite afford Bondi.
No, I couldn't. I could not. That was
Further down.
Yeah, that's right. A little bit further south, but I couldn't afford Bondi. That's true. I wanted to be in Bondi. More expensive. What's that apartment worth now? You bought in COVID, you said. I'm assuming it's done pretty well.
Yeah, like maybe over 400,000.
There you
I
go.
say 400 to be conservative. My friend,
So really
who's a
it's worth
mortgage
6.
broker, was like, "Oh, probably not yet." She was saying it was about like 410, 420,
Which
6
is like
months ago.
120 grand. And what did you put in originally as the deposit for your first property?
$52,000, and then I got
52.
the 10 grand first home buyers to make it the 20%.
Right. So
Yeah.
you got 60 grand, 50 of your own money.
Yeah.
And you've had say $100,000 to $120,000 worth of growth in like 4 years.
And it's been positively geared as well.
There you go.
Yeah, fun.
There you go. You should talk about investing more.
Yeah, but it gets so much hate though.
So you bought the first property. You're investing in shares. You bought the first property. How does the book come about and the whole, like 100,000+ followers on social
Yeah.
media and
It was a little bit random. Like I was a bit bored during COVID and I saw people in the US talking about money online, but
Right.
not too many people in Australia. So I was like, oh, I'll just start posting about like what I'm spending, my mortgage, stuff like that. And then it took off pretty quickly from there. I was feeling really burnt out from my job. Like I was working ridiculous amounts of overtime to be able
Right.
to buy the property and invest. So I quit my job and moved to the snow to do a snow season. And that was great content as well.
yeah.
So I spent the last few years kind of traveling around and doing stuff too.
So you had a property and you quit your job and you went to the snow.
I quit my job after. So I lived in it for a year and then I quit my job and then left.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're a risk taker. Most
Yeah,
people.
but not really though.
How
Because
do
I
you
had a
mean?
huge emergency fund. Like I had a lot of cash still just sitting there.
There you go.
And I knew that no matter what, I could pay my mortgage for a year or two.
You had
I
a
could always-
buffer.
Yeah, I could always move back with my parents if I needed to. Like I had those safety nets there.
How did you learn all this stuff? Because this is all stuff that as you go through the journey, you learn. You listen to different people and you listen to podcasts. You read books. But just something like that, which for a lot of people would be too hard for them to understand. Like if you were to say to someone, go and buy a house, and then a year later or however long it was later, leave your job and then go work in the snow while you've just got a mortgage. You think it's not a risk, and I think what you said was genius. You've got a buffer. Like, what does that mean? And then how did you work out? Well, I don't necessarily need to earn any money for X amount of time, and I'm going to be okay.
I think I I got a lot of jobs when I was younger. Like I worked a lot of different jobs. I always had 2 to 3 jobs, and I knew it was quite easy for me to get a job. Like I worked as a disability support worker, which is very, very understaffed, and it's
in demand industry, right?
Yeah, and it's very easy to make a lot of money if you work like overnight shifts and do weekends and holidays and stuff like that. And even at the Snow, like it's so easy to get a receptionist job once you've done it once or twice. Like I knew that no matter what happened, I could get a job, which has been true. Like it's been good. And then as soon as I started doing stuff online, I also knew I could make my own money online too. So it was like multiple streams of income. I was also investing, so I had dividends coming in too, and kind of the safety net of knowing I could always go back to my parents as well. But in terms of the emergency fund thing, I just kind of, I don't know, like yes, from reading stuff. Yeah. But it's also just like maths too.
General knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Like, if it costs me this amount of money to live every week and I have this amount of money in the bank
and
I don't earn another dollar, this is how it'll life. And that belief system as well around like it's always easy to get another job, which is so true, right?
Yeah, if you work any job.
That's right. The opposite could be true when it's like, that's so hard to get a job. But like,
if you want a really particular job, if you want a marketing job at Canva, it might be hard, but if you want to be a support worker, anyone will hire you.
It's so true. And I talk about this all the time, which is like, you know, I saw a video the other day which was like, it takes 20 years now to save for your first deposit. And I was like, what the fuck?
If you buy an expensive house in Sydney.
Yeah, but I'm like, even that, I'm like, what are you doing for 20 years? You know, like that is just stupid. It's like if you live a normal life, and then it's just so interesting because like define normal then, right? It's like the average Australian salary, I believe, is around 90 grand, give or take, or the median salary in Australia is $90,000. And I worked it out to be like, if you earn 90 grand, you probably pay 25-ish, 30% of that in tax. You're probably netting 70. And then I broke it down like most people should try and save or invest 30% of their income, give or take. And then you've got 60 or 70% left for your spending of life. And then I worked out like the 5% deposit thing. If you earn 90 grand, you save, you know, you get 70 net, you save 30%, which is 20 grand a year. It should take you, you know, 2 to 3 years to save a 5% deposit for most properties that you can take advantage of the first home buyer incentives. And then everyone was like, you can't earn that amount of money. And I'm like,
that's the average.
I know. I'm like, what do you mean you can't earn that amount of money? And I'm like, it's so, like in disability support work, I'm assuming that if you work 5-6 days a week for 48 weeks of the year, you would earn 6 figures nearly.
Yeah, I made 100K one of those years when I was 20, 21, 22. Yeah, but that was from doing, I was worked 2 jobs.
Flies just getting around here. Talking about investing, it's pumped.
You'll have to get it for us. You can use the book if you want.
Yeah, can I use the book? The book is not only about investing, it's also a fly squatter.
Yeah.
What are you in Sydney for? Just...
my boyfriend watched the footy yesterday, but then they lost, so he's a bit upset.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't really like footy.
Footy is like NRL?
No, AFL. Like Port Adelaide was playing.
Right.
Yeah.
And you flying back to, or driving back to?
Yeah, we're going for lunch with someone after this and then driving back.
Right. And then I seen the other day you went to Uluru.
Yeah, with Virgin.
How was that?
Be an influencer now.
Was that good?
Yeah, it was really good.
I've always actually wanted to go to Uluru.
I've always wanted to go too, but it's quite expensive. Yeah. So it was good getting it paid for. I probably wouldn't pay for it myself. Yeah. It's cool though.
Yeah.
It was cooler than I thought.
It is better than you think? Was 2 days enough or would you spend more time?
Yeah, no, 2 days is heaps. We were doing a lot though. Like we were getting up for sunrise, doing stuff all day and then seeing sunset as well. So
and then I saw you can ride bikes or something, or was it around the rock?
It's just like 15Ks around. Right. Pretty good. Yeah.
That is cool.
It's probably, you probably like it. Yeah. You can say that the fancy resort's like $1,000 a night.
It's like that Latitude one or whatever?
No, it is Sails in the Desert.
Oh, right. I haven't seen that.
There's a camping one that's even more expensive, but I don't know what that one is.
I'm pretty sure that's the one I was speaking about. It's like Latitude. It's called Latitude. It's like 6 grand or something a night.
It's good skipping Alice Springs.
You just fly straight into Uluru.
So it's a very, like I've been to the Northern Territory heaps before and it's like a full-on experience, but
Alice
Uluru
Springs
is like,
is?
Yeah,
I can imagine.
Yeah, but Uluru is like, the resort owns everything. Right. And they run everything.
And Virgin flies straight in.
To Uluru, yep. And it's a 15-minute drive to the hotel. The hotel's like a compound that owns everything. They own an IGA too. They do all the tours too. Yeah, so it's like, you're like very insulated. It doesn't feel like proper Northern Territory. Right. So it's good if you want like a not real experience.
It's good if you want a non-authentic.
I think it gives you like a too nice view of the Northern Territory. I think some people would be shocked
of how bad it is outside of the beautiful compound.
Like you don't,
it's like going to South Africa and just
going to the 5-star resort.
Yeah, so not going out and looking at all the crime. Now back to the podcast.
Back to earning 100K.
Yeah, back to earning it. That's right. So you earned 100K when you were early 20s.
Yeah, it was from I had 2 jobs. So
and not a like flashy job either, right? Like
no, it was terrible.
You weren't not a finance bro, but like you weren't a finance chick, you know?
No, finance bro. No, it wasn't a finance bro. I did overnight shifts in group homes. So I worked a job where I got paid $70,000 a year, and you did 2.5 days on, 2.5 days off. But you like slept and lived at the group home in those 2.5 days.
And it's like looking after less fortunate people essentially.
People with
right?
disabilities. Yeah, I worked with people with autism mostly. But yeah, it was quite a hectic job. But then I used to work on my days off too, and they removed the overtime limit during COVID, so you could just work as much as you wanted. So I just kind of wasn't going home for a while. I was just like working for a week straight, which was, you can make a lot of money that way.
Yeah, and reflecting back on that now, and it's only been a few years since then, but like all of that hard work in quotation marks, how much do you reckon that's now set you up for?
Oh, so much. Like I can
It's
be
crazy,
so much
right?
more chill now. Yeah.
Like a few short years of sacrifice can literally set you up financially for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and it's so much easier to do when you're younger as well. Like I don't want anyone to be disheartened if they're older, but when you're young and you're at uni and everyone's saving, it's so much easier to be frugal compared to now when everyone's spending money around you.
Less commitments, haven't got kids, you
Yeah.
haven't got your own place.
You can work so much. Like I couldn't work that much now. I would
Yeah.
not survive.
Did you struggle with the whole, like, I'm assuming you had friends that moved out of home, like as soon as they turned 18, and then were you living at home?
Yeah, I lived at home until I bought my apartment.
Which was, you said around 20, were you
22 when I moved out, yeah.
right, so 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Which is still young to move out.
Yeah,
And then-
still below average.
Yeah.
I have to get ready for the Instagram people.
when you moved out, like, did you notice in the shift of like, I've got to have a mortgage, if you paid $320 for the property or $300 for the property, you would have like a $220, $230 mortgage?
Yeah, $240,
Yeah.
$240 a week, yeah.
Fixed rate, 2%?
Yeah, fixed until next year.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone told me not to, but I won.
Yeah, you
That was a bad experience, actually. All the mortgage brokers were like, oh, you're so young. You probably don't lock yourself into a 5-year fixed mortgage. Don't do that. I was like, no, I want to. And it
what
worked.
was the methodology about that? Because I'm assuming like you weren't in contact with the RBA, just like, hey guys, just can you let us know when you get a fixed rate? When you get a look
I was
rate?
kind of just looking at stuff though. Like there's only so long you can leave rates that low. Like they were at historic lows. If you look previously, like there was no way it was going to stay that low forever. Also, there was so much money being pushed into the economy. COVID wasn't going to go forever. It just felt like it wasn't sustainable that way.
Yeah. So you locked in 5 years at like 2%.
Yeah, 2.6. So it was a little bit higher than like the variable rates back then. I think other people were locking them in for like a year fixed for like 1.99 or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, maybe. But my parents only locked theirs in for 3 years. So now I'm winning. We were kind of having like a bit of a competition.
And you've definitely
I
won that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fascinating. Yeah, I should have listened to you.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't telling anyone publicly because, yeah, I didn't really
Thanks.
know. Don't want to tell everyone.
I was going to say, I'm paying like 7.5%, 8% of my debt.
brutal.
So
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
I probably will next year as well.
Potentially. Are you going to buy more property?
Yes.
What's the strategy now for you? You've obviously got a really strong foundation. You've got some shares, equities. You've got property in a growing marketplace.
Yeah. Yeah, the plan is just to buy another one because you obviously can't leverage shares the same way you can with property. I was a bit on the fence because initially I wasn't enjoying owning a property. Like
How so?
had annoying tenants and it was a bit hard getting all those emails and being like, oh, I just like feels like such a bad
Did you
person.
self-manage?
No.
Okay.
I had a property manager, but I had so many problems with that as well.
Right.
Like they stopped paying my strata fees just randomly. And then I got all these legal letters being like, hey, you haven't paid your strata fees for like a year and a half. And I was like, what? Like that wasn't ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've had some problems with property managers and also with tenants just requesting weird things. Like
Give me on request.
my toilet doesn't flush as strongly as the one at work.
No way.
Like that's not a good that's not a good measure of how a toilet flushes. Or they wanted me to put like a installer thing on the balcony that I couldn't because of strata rules. They were like, the outdoor furniture's getting wet. I was like, okay, great.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, like what do you want me to do about that?
So that put a bad taste in your mouth, like, oh my gosh, is this what it's like to be a rich landlord?
Yeah. Very not rich landlord. Yeah. I was like, with shares, no one emails you. Like you just buy them and then they sit there and then it's great. But with property, there is like the human element too. People, wanting things to be fixed that weren't actually broken as well. Like I don't know how to fix a toilet that's not strongly flushing, I guess.
Like the one at work?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Good measures. And they also had a baby and hid it from me, so that was fun.
Hid the baby?
Yeah. Like I don't mind you having a baby, but they just weren't letting the property manager into the bedroom for a year.
Right.
And all of a sudden they're like, surprise, we're moving home, we're breaking our lease, we've got a baby. Like, okay.
And you're like, that's why you didn't let us in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All makes
right.
sense now.
Okay. So that put a bad taste in your mouth, but now it sounds like you're like, maybe not all tenants want their toilet to flush like the one at work.
My recent tenant's been good. He
Okay.
doesn't ask me for anything.
No. So it's more in the individual as opposed to property as an asset class,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
I've had them too.
Yeah.
Most people have got the horror stories.
Yeah, well, mine is not too bad. Like, they didn't destroy anything. I just, like, find it... I don't like all the extra admin work. Like,
Yeah.
I hate getting emails, and I get so many emails already. I don't want more emails on top
Just
of
dudes
that.
hit you up like, hey, you want to come on my podcast? And you're like, oh,
Yeah,
fuck, I don't know these
fine.
finance pros.
At least you have a podcast. So many messages being like, do you want to get coffee? It's like, maybe. I don't know you.
Yeah, I get so many of those emails.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd love to buy you a coffee. I'm like, dude.
I charge $200 an hour.
Yeah, I'm like, the coffee doesn't make sense, man.
Yeah.
The coffee makes sense for you, unfortunately not for me.
I have met some of my best friends online. So
Have you really?
We'll caveat that. But yeah, it's hard if someone doesn't have a profile already and you don't know who they are. And you're like, I don't know you.
Yeah, yeah. Run me through the branding thing and when that become like something that you thought, wow, this is probably more than just me shooting some random videos, living in the snow and...
I kind of like didn't want it to be a thing for so long. I was like, I don't want to be a full-time influencer or a full-time content creator. I just kind of pushed against that for a while. Like I wanted to do other stuff.
Yeah.
And then I finally got to a point where I couldn't ignore it anymore. Like I was trying to work a job and trying to do it as well, but I was doing everything very averagely.
Right.
And it's hard with this kind of stuff. Like you get invited on podcasts, but very last minute. Like things aren't organized months in advance. And it was hard saying no to things or calling in sick to work and balancing that.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'll just give it a go and see what happens because I can always
when
get
did
back
your
to work.
brand really start to grow? Like, it's obviously 100,000 followers in a few years, especially now on social. It's not easy. Like, 'cause you can't grow followers like quickly unless you're highly skilled.
Yeah.
Like you.
Or if you talk about money because it's kind of controversial and people will reply to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it had a big growth really quickly, like early on during COVID.
Right.
And then people kind of got a bit bored after COVID. They're like,
Yeah.
cool, we're spending our money, we don't want to save anymore. And then when I quit last year and I properly started like focusing on it, it's grown a lot. Like I went from, it was 45,000 on Instagram to like 110 now
Wow.
in a year. Yeah.
So doubled in a year, more
Yeah.
than doubled in a year, just from being fully focused on the one thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then something we spoke about offline was you aren't just like a pretend is it a finfluencer? Is that what they're-
Influencer. Yeah.
Like you're actually working now under a financial license as
Yes.
well.
Yeah. I got licensed 2 years ago now and ASIC brought out that whole thing, which
Yeah.
is exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, I get hammered with that all the time. Are you qualified to talk about this?
But you work in property.
That's
Isn't
right.
it?
Property's not a financial instrument.
Yeah, which
Aha,
is
that's my
terrifying.
comment.
Yeah.
That is my comment to everyone. Property is not a financial instrument.
And neither
but
is crypto.
Offset accounts are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sure ASIC's not going to come after you for an offset account.
Potentially.
Maybe.
Who knows? Who knows? It's
Would
a
you get
weird-
licensed?
It's a weird... I would. Yeah, I would. I've had a lot of conversations. You know Ben Nash?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I had Ben on here. I've had James Wrigley. Like,
Oh, yeah.
So there's
know
a
all the
part of
people.
me that wants to get licensed, I think. Yeah, or work under someone's license.
It's a lot of admin work.
Yeah, and did you do any qualifications, like in terms of? 'Cause
Yes.
obviously, as a financial planner, like there's that whole
So you, for
degree
my
and shit.
yeah, it depends on who licenses you. So for mine, I had to do a few Kaplan courses. They're called like the RG 146 ones.
Right.
They're very easy. Like they send you a PDF thing, and then you get a multiple choice question exam. But you get 4 attempts to do it, and there's 4 answers on each question. So it's kind of like you can't fail too much. Yeah. And then I did a cert for a mortgage broking to talk about credit cards.
Yeah,
That's for my
right.
credit license.
Interesting.
Because you have a credit license.
No.
No. Oh no. Because you're just yeah.
I'm just a
Do you not
property
have
guy.
mortgage brokers here?
Yeah, but they're not under me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like they all work
Interesting.
under their own.
That's smart. Stay away from
Brands.
like the annoying licensing and
Yeah, it's a lot of admin as
Yeah.
well, and then like it's not ideal. But all of our mortgage brokers are essentially their own company who then work under an aggregator, and the aggregator has all the licensing and compliance
nice.
and all the rest of it. The book. Let's run through the book. How Not to Work Forever. Where did the title come from? What was the premise of the book?
I wanted to write a really practical guide to investing that was specific to Australia because lots of things are really general.
Like Rich Dad Poor Dad, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't really work in Australia all that
Yeah.
much, other than like the fundamentals of.
But even then, like even all the other finance books are like, cool, buy an index fund. Then people are like, well, where is one? Like, how do I actually find one and what broker do I buy it on? So I wanted something really specific. I wanted to call it a different title, but we were told we had to change it because someone was publishing a book with the same title
What
very
was it called?
recently. Not going to share that. Not going to cause drama yet. But this ended up being a way better title. We ran an event last year with this title and it sold out straight away. So a lot
Right.
of people like it. And I think it doesn't scare people away who don't know about investing yet because it is a beginner's book.
Yeah.
Because if you look at something where it's like, learn how to invest, you're like, oh God, no. But most people don't want to work forever.
And a lot of people might not even know. I mean, if you just got rid of this bit here and it's just how not to work forever, it's like, oh, that's a cool thing.
Yeah.
Not working forever,
Yeah,
especially
we
if you
all
don't
want
like
that.
what you do.
Yes.
And Anna is your partner in this?
Yeah, Anna's my podcast co-host.
Yeah, right. So you wrote it together.
Yeah.
The start of the book is on budgeting, and then because
Yeah.
obviously you need to get your budget right first, right? You can't invest if you don't have any money to
Yeah.
invest with. So budgeting is first, decreasing debt, and then when
Yeah.
you've done that, investing.
Saving your emergency fund as well. That's
Yeah.
in there. Yeah.
What's a good emergency fund to have for most people?
Depends. Like people use 3 to 6 months as like a general rule,
Yeah.
but it really depends on you and what you need to feel comfortable and what your expenses are. Like
Yeah.
a family of 4 who have family in the UK need a higher emergency fund than a student living at home, for example.
Interesting.
Figure out whatever works for you.
Yeah, right.
And I like having more than 3 to 6 months just because like I work for myself. I've got property. I like to invest. Like I like to have a bigger buffer. Like I probably have like 20 grand always in cash.
That's good.
Yeah.
And that obviously is enough for you to sleep easy at night, right?
Yeah, I can do a lot with that.
And will that increase? Like you talk about buying your second property. Will that emergency amount then increase? Because you're going to have another mortgage, right?
Yeah, definitely. Especially if it's not positively geared straight away, then definitely.
Right. What are you looking for on the second one?
An actual house this time.
Are you in Perth as well?
Probably, because I know
the
Perth a lot
marketplace.
better. And everything else has increased so much everywhere else. And the rental returns are so much better in Perth at the moment, so it's easier to live a life like mine when you've got a positively geared property.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of it.
What have you worked out your numbers in terms of like what you would need to spend on a property? What's the yield going to need to be?
Not specifically. Like I know I want to buy something around like 500,000 because that's probably what I can afford using equity and with my borrowing capacity.
Yeah.
But yeah, from there we'll see.
You just make it seem so simple.
It's simple. It actually is very simple. Like money I know is emotional for so many people, but it doesn't have to be emotional. Like it is just a tool and it is just the spreadsheet answers.
Yeah. The parents obviously had an effect on that, speaking openly about money, but like how have you formed the belief system that money is simple and not scary?
Just by doing it. The more you do the thing, the more you're like, I can keep doing it. Like things have gone pretty well for me, I guess. Like I've not had a huge negative experience, but I've also like put in all the safety things too. Like I've always had savings. I've always worked really hard. I've always been really frugal. And I think knowing that like I can just cut back and be really frugal and work a job like being a support worker and still do well has kind of just like it doesn't matter what I do now because I can always go back to that. Yeah.
How do you balance like I'm assuming you probably get these comments online, which is but why do you want to do that? Like you're young, you should be traveling, you should be how do you? Because there's a lot of people like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's like their excuse for not taking action.
I hate that. You can do both. Like you can do it all. You just can't. What's that quote? Like you can have everything, just not all at once.
Yeah.
You can have anything, not everything. Something like that. Like I have traveled. Like I became a dive master, which was my way to kind of like hack my way to cheap dives.
Right.
I used to take people snorkeling with sea lions, which was really fun. I got paid to do that, which was awesome. I went to Tonga to swim with whales, which is really cool. I've done like Europe trips. I've been to Central America. I've done heaps of Asia. Like you can.
So you've done lots. You've probably done more than the people who say you can't do it all.
Like money and budgeting gives you choice and freedom. It doesn't take away from you. I think people think budgets are really restrictive, but they're the tool that actually allow you to do all the things that you want to do. And yes, you have to cut back on some things, but I cut back on drinking. Like I didn't really like going out too much.
There you go.
I'd only drink, pre-drinks, but I would refuse to buy drinks out when I went out with my friends.
Because it was too expensive.
Yeah, that was just like my rule. And once you like kind of attach your identity to stuff like that, it gets a lot easier.
Right. So you just get absolutely plastered at pre-drinks and just hope that lasts through.
I was 18, yes. Otherwise, no.
Like, all right, I need to go out to 9. We're leaving at 5:30. I need to have 16 cruises.
Great. No, cruises are expensive. God.
Are they? What was like the drink of choice?
I learned to like wine pretty quickly because wine's
like
so
goon?
cheap. You can buy bottles for.
In your bag, you just had a goon sack.
No. It's like a bottle of wine's like what?
It's cheap.
Yeah. Got enough drinks in it.
It's cheap. Yeah, I stopped drinking.
And I think I used to compare stuff to traveling too. So I was like, $30 a day can get me like a night in I went to India, that was pretty fun, or Thailand, with like activities and meals. So when you're looking at a $10 drink or a $12 drink, you're like, oh, that's like almost half a day of travel. And that makes it a lot easier.
And that's perspective as well, right? Because you've traveled and you're like, you can live much cheaper in other parts of the world.
Yeah. Or just even looking at flight sales as well. Like I remember one time I got a flight to Hong Kong for $200. And I would pick holidays based on the cheap flights, not about where I wanted to go. Right. So I spent 6 weeks in China. That was awesome. But yeah, it was just like, well, why would I spend this much on a festival ticket if I can go to China for that amount?
It's so fascinating. And that like, you have an incredible belief system from where I'm sitting.
Thank you.
Because that's the thing that like changes your perspective on the world, right? Like not going to a music festival, for example, which I say all the time, people will like, without a blink of an eye, like, oh yeah, that ticket to Taylor Swift had just come out.
Taylor Swift, that
$500.
has been so interesting to watch. Like, just generally on social media, everyone is like, we have no money, the cost of living crisis is too high. And then like on the flip side, watching people drop like $800 on going to Taylor Swift.
Yeah, then it's like the outfit, and it's like the Uber or whatever it is to get there, the pay for parking, the like, it's just like...
And it's fine if you value that, but yeah, it's interesting to watch what people can and can't afford.
Yeah.
Or people being like, I can't afford stuff, but then they're at a pub eating pizza and drinking beer. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and you're like... $30 a day, India. Like, move to India if you can't afford it.
Or, yeah, just go travel. I think it's hard when people try and decide what's like a need versus a want. Like, I do a bit of money coaching now, which is interesting to see people try and justify the things that they need.
Money coaching, what is that?
Kind of a mix of like almost OT stuff, like my background in kind of doing money psychology with people, but also like the practical budgeting stuff as well.
Right.
But
so Jack Henderson comes to you and says, I got $5.
Yeah.
Don't get paid until next Thursday.
Yeah.
Help me.
Let's make a budget. Or talk about where all your money is going. Like have a look
Right.
at what you've been spending on. Like I had to get out have you seen Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
I do.
Yeah, I've had to get that out and been like, well, like if we've got the pyramid or whatever, your new shoes aren't at the top. Like you don't
Nike
need that.
unfortunately doesn't make that.
Yeah, you need the basic,
hierarchy.
like basic stuff is like literally you need somewhere to sleep and you need basic food, but that's
Yeah.
not bubble tea. That's like rice if you really need the basic stuff. And like you
That's
can,
not bubble tea.
yeah. Well, it's interesting seeing like people say I need the bubble tea because my friends are going. It's like you're choosing it, you don't need it.
It's true.
Yeah.
You don't need it yet or now. Like maybe you do need it when you have the
You
financial.
never need bubble tea.
The financial, literacy and the financial position to be able to do it.
Yeah. And you were saying before about like the years of sacrifice. Like
Yeah.
I think everyone does need those years of sacrifice if they want to get ahead. And you learn so much by being super frugal.
But you know the funny thing is, you're so young still, and it's like you did have years of sacrifice in reality,
Yeah.
but like the years of sacrifice are still like in the grand scheme of how long you're likely to live for. I have a poster out there which I dot off every week, a week
Do
of my
you?
life.
That's
yeah.
terrifying.
And I'm 27, 28 next month, and I've dotted off obviously 27.9 years of my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, the years of sacrifice. But it's like, you look at how many years we live, which I think the average human now is about 85-ish, give or take, in
Yeah,
Australia
yeah.
if you're
I
born
think it's
now.
83 at the moment, yeah.
And it's like, it's such a minuscule thing, right?
And I don't even think it was that. Like, yes, it was sacrifice in some ways, but it wasn't like I didn't have a terrible few years. Like, I loved working towards goals. I think going back to like the belief system too. Like,
Yeah.
setting a goal and achieving them really like creates that belief system that you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And yeah, I lost my train of thought.
That's all right. I'm going to say, what's your goals look like now? So I'm assuming like when you started, it was like, I need to have X amount of dollars every week from my pay go into my share portfolio. And then when you got your, did you sell down shares for your,
No.
so you were investing in shares and saving for a deposit?
Yeah, I didn't invest hectically back
That's
then, just a little
mind-blowing
bit.
thing.
Yeah.
But you were still doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably was hectic in relation to what you were earning as well. Like
Yes.
as a percentage, how much would you have said like goes into shares? Maybe
I
not
was
weekly, but like yearly or.
I don't know. I was trying to invest $750 a week. That's what I did early on.
That's crazy.
But when you're making like $100 grand and not spending that much.
Yeah. No, I love that. Okay, so then you did shares. You didn't sell down shares. You also saved for a deposit, so you were doing both at once. You bought your first property. Like, how do you now set goals? Is it like you set longer term goals? You're a business owner now as well.
Yeah, I don't really set goals anymore. I feel like I kind of intuitively know what I want, and I just want like more options now. Like
Right.
I'm not super focused on investing as much as possible.
Right.
Like I invest $200 a week anyway, every
Yep.
week, no matter what's
So
happening.
10 grand a year, just that's going in there
Yeah.
regardless.
My mortgage is getting paid off, which is great. So that happens in the background.
Minimum repayments on your mortgage.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then just your money that you have as your buffer in an offset account, or no offset account. You're on
No
fixed
offset
rate?
yet. Yeah.
Fixed.
Next
Doesn't
year,
matter.
maybe.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter. You're on
maybe next
2%.
year.
Who cares?
Yeah. It's more just figuring out what I want to do now. Like
Yeah.
having more options. Like going to the snow was really random. Like it was a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't really know what I want to do now. Just trying to like find a way to like business stuff and also like, I don't know.
Do you like business?
I miss my job.
Dead set.
Yeah.
The
Working.
snow job or like.
No, I worked in positive behaviour support with
Right.
my OT degree.
Okay.
And I liked working with people and I liked having a proper routine and I liked feeling like I was making a difference. I feel like social media is quite challenging. Like you don't get to speak to people as much. You're just seeing comments online all the time. It doesn't feel like you're helping people who really need the help either. So trying to balance
interesting.
a way where I feel like I'm helping people, but also making money.
And what does that look like now? Like in terms of how you're making money? Is it similar to what you're making in your job, or is it like more?
A bit
or
more
is it
now,
less?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit more, but then obviously there's like business expenses now.
Stressful, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Do you get stressed by it?
no. Not about money.
You seem like you're just so chill about everything.
Well, money is, I don't know, it
I
sounds
look
a
like
bit,
a
money is
Newcastle
chill.
bro, apparently. Maybe you're a Newcastle chick deep down.
Maybe.
You're just
I'm from Perth. Perth is chill.
Oh, yeah, it is chill. It is chill. Yeah, I get super stressed about business.
I have never set my business up to be stressful though. Like I
Right.
haven't employed people. I don't have huge overheads. It's kind of whatever I feel
early days, though.
like. Yeah. I've thought about employing people, but then I also don't want to be stuck. Like I don't know what I want to do properly yet. Like the book and everything was a bit random. The podcast was a bit random. It's not like a big long business plan.
Yeah.
I've not locked myself into anything yet.
Yeah, right. So it
And
sounds
social
like the
media is
near-term
hard.
goal for you from an investing point of view is getting the second property.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So that's like your near-term thing. You haven't like set a goal of like, I want to have $100 million net worth by
No, because like it's so
28 or something.
like irrelevant. No, like it's so irrelevant if you're not liking life.
Yeah.
Like my goal at the moment is trying to build a life that I really love.
I love
That's
that.
balancing everything. Yeah, and I'm really privileged that I have done everything beforehand and I'm at this spot now. But
What do you really love? Like, sounds like obviously working and doing something that you love every day is super important to you.
yeah, like I definitely miss being around people.
Right.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, like, business is a bit lonely, right?
Yeah, and like being online is very lonely and isolating as well. And it's
Isn't
also
that so funny? People probably think it's like you have all these followers and you just like must have so many friends and everyone always reaches out to you, but like you're just by yourself.
I've got friends, but like it's not like I miss seeing people at work, like the casual connections you have being around people, and I miss working with others towards a common goal.
Yeah, right.
I feel like that's harder with online. It's just you against everyone else, whereas working at a job, you have a team
Or
and you're
your
working
trolls.
towards something.
It's just you against your
Oh my
trolls.
gosh, the trolls are hectic.
Yeah, they're rude, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're super rude.
they found my dad online.
No
Yeah,
way!
they're trying to prove that he gave me all of my money. So they found my dad on LinkedIn, and he's like a general manager at a really small, tiny
and they're
company.
like, yeah, we knew this chick. Look, her dad's rich. He's a
Her
GM.
dad's the CEO at Rio Tinto, and I'm like, no, he's not.
Ah,
Calm down.
wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah, like it's so interesting, like seeing my dad's life and like everything that he does, and then seeing people being like, mining.
Yeah, it's so fascinating about that. Like, people, it blows my mind. It's like people are looking for an excuse for like them not to do anything.
Yeah,
right?
they're looking for the
like,
one point
they
of
wanna
difference.
downplay whatever you are doing.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting seeing that people do look for that one point of difference, where they're like, well, I moved out at 21 and you moved out at 22, so I can't do that. Like, okay. Or like, your dad works in mining. It's like, yeah, he does, but he doesn't give me money.
Yeah.
He's given me lots of cool skills, and like I know I can always fall back on them if I ever need to, but he
Yeah.
didn't just like hand me all my money.
Just cash.
Yeah.
Every
Then I wouldn't have learned
CEO of Rio
anything.
Tinto, just 30% of his salary. Just
It's interesting how quickly people jump with the rumors.
it's so funny.
Yeah.
I get that shit all the time.
Yeah.
I put a video up the other day about going sober. I had a business code that said stop drinking and it'll change your business. And I put a snippet up of that, and then someone got in the comments and said, good to hear that you give up the sniff. It was like saying I was a drug addict. And then someone underneath that, there was like this big chain, and then someone was like, no, he wasn't on the sniff, he was on ice. And then people are just like,
Where did they get that from?
they didn't get it from anywhere.
It's
They just like
wild.
made it up. And I'm just like, that's how easy, like, no, things get taken out of context. Anyway.
Do you share how many properties you have?
The value of the properties I do, yeah.
How much is it worth?
35?
Ah, amazing.
Yeah.
How do you feel ethically about that?
Fine.
Okay.
Ethically. Run me through it. What was that question about? How do you mean?
So many people on social media tell me it's not ethical to own two properties.
Oh, yeah. I get that all the time. Like, that's why I used to think rich landlord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel fine about it. Like,
Okay.
if I didn't own them, someone else would. So,
Yeah.
like, don't hate the player. Like, the game is the game.
Yeah. I find it interesting how it's often targeted towards females. Like I was looking at the stats of from people who are 18 to 29, like 50% of males own property, but only 25% of females.
I was gonna literally just jump onto that topic now. Like, as a female, that's incredible that what you're doing, and I'm assuming that a lot of your audience is also young females who are inspired
Yeah.
by what you're doing.
It's almost getting more equal towards males now. 40% males, 60% females.
Really?
It started off higher females, but it's more even now, which is interesting.
That is very interesting,
Yeah.
because I have some clients. One who's a very, very powerful female, and we had dinner once, and she said to me, "Jack, you need to interview more females because so many females, from her perspective, this is what she told me. She said that like a lot of they feel trapped financially, and they want to have more financial education, and they want to feel more supported. So I think what you're doing is incredible like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, because naturally, I think females are going to resonate more with other females, right? Like
Yeah.
Jack talking about female things, and like, what would you know?
Yeah. Jack with his $35 million in property.
Yeah. But in saying that, like, I started just like you started.
Yeah.
Like, I got kicked out of school when I was 15. I started working from when I was 15 to when I was 18 in construction. What do you have money? What do you have things to spend on when you're 15?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Xbox games.
Yeah, literally.
So I saved a deposit, and my parents were the same. They were like, you have all this money, go and buy a property, and then you never have to worry about anything else, like, as a big financial decision ever. Because most
Yeah.
people, like, you know, go through life, early 20s, mid 20s, early 30s, whatever it is, and they decide that, okay, I need to now be serious about life.
Yeah.
And then when they decide to be serious, then there's that whole, like, saving thing. And just like you
That's
said,
so hard if you've got kids or
you've
you're
got
older.
commitments, and, like, you know, you've got this, like, expectation now because you've
Yeah, you've
got all these
experienced a nice
friends.
apartments.
Yeah.
The lifestyle creep is really hard to go back from as well once you've started doing that.
Oh, yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst.
Yeah, I started buying a $100 moisturizer, and I have big regrets now. Now I can't go back. That's my big lifestyle
$100
creep.
moisturizer.
Oh.
I started drinking canned coconut water.
Yeah, terrible.
You know what I mean? It's like crazy shit. Yeah, but like from small things, big things grow. Like you're a prime example of that. Like you're 26.
Yeah, and you can kind of
Second property.
do it too if you just want to make some different decisions.
Of course you can do it.
Yeah, especially even in like OT, you can kind of move rurally and have your employer pay for your accommodation and your like living away from home allowance and stuff like that. And that's such a hack to save. Like teachers can do that, nurses can do that. So many hacks like that.
Yeah, I've got clients who are medicos, surgeons, doctors, and they get their qualification. They're like, a lot of these people are in their early to mid 30s because they've been studying for like 10 or 12 years, living on the bones of their ass while they're studying because they can't make much money. And then for like a few short years, they then go and do like low-com work in like regional hospitals and shit and just make absolute bank and then set themselves up and then come back and do it. In mining and construction, same thing. Like
so many jobs in mining.
Yeah, you can either work locally. Yeah, that's right. Or you can move, like a lot of Easterners, move over to Western Australia and they get the whole flights are paid for, accommodations paid for, you live in a camp, your food's paid for, you earn all this money. And if you don't then come back on your off swings when you have time and spend all your money, it doesn't take long to add up, right?
Yeah, especially even just the support worker stuff as well. Like all my food was paid for on those shifts. I only had to pay for food when I was not like at work. And if you're working all the time, then you're getting paid.
Do you need to have like a certain qualification to be a support worker outside of like a working with children's thing and stuff? I'm assuming. Like
no, it depends on the company, but I didn't. I just got a job because I was studying OT, and they were like, "Oh, that's good enough." The minimum was like literally just first aid, CPR. That was it. But it depends on the company. Some want Cert 4s, but if some are desperate, they'll hire you anyway. They just want more people with life experience, and you can get a lot of money on weekends too.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. And like you said, overnights you get...
Yeah, Christmas Day, that Christmas week, I made like $5,000 in a few days. That was fun. But I had to work Christmas and Boxing Day.
It's all right.
Yeah, it was good.
FaceTime the fam. Like,
yeah.
Merry Christmas.
No, we did Christmas at the home. It was great.
making bank.
Having more fun than you.
What's next? You said you haven't got big plans, obviously. You want to enjoy a life of fun. Second property is next.
Yes.
The book is out. I see that you're doing like live events and stuff now as well. There's one you were trying to arrange recently. Is it in the Canberra? You said you wanted to do one in Canberra?
Oh, yeah.
I only saw that. Yeah. Like, I was scrolling your social this morning.
Oh, nice. Yeah. The book's coming out on the 26th of June, so like 10 days away from now or something. 9 days?
This is not out yet.
No. You've got an advanced copy, yeah.
Look at this. There you go.
We're doing book tours. We're going to Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth, and maybe Canberra if my publisher says yes.
Right. What about Newcastle?
Don't think
I'll do the tour in Newcastle.
Yeah. Book, and then after that, I don't know. I'll see. The book's kind of consumed my life for a while.
Yeah.
So book tour's over in August, and then I want to go to Costa Rica. I think that's next on my bucket list.
Yeah, right. What's the reason for that?
Just somewhere different. I feel like I keep traveling to places I've already been to because it's cheaper to go to Bali and it's cheaper to go to Thailand, but I want to go somewhere different now.
You found cheap flights to Costa Rica yet?
With points.
Aha!
Yeah, like $300 with points.
So you book with points and then pay the taxes and fares with the dollars. Yeah. Life hack.
Amazing. Yeah.
So life hack.
Yeah, and then I don't know after that. We'll see. I want to launch a course maybe, but maybe
on like
next
financial education?
Investing, yeah.
Yeah.
Very practical, how to invest, hero examples, stuff like that. But that's all in my book too.
Amazing. Get the book, folks. If you don't get the book, it's your fault.
Yes,
everything's
then you'll work forever.
That's right. Any closing words?
No, this has been great.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to Sydney.
Yeah,
I'm sorry you have to go back to Canberra.
I'm sorry as well.
But you're always welcome back.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Melbourne, I think. That's also on the cards.
To Melbourne?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you have things. You're just not sharing them. You've got a little, vision board at home.
I've got ideas in my head and then I'm like, cool, that'll be a good idea to try. I'm just impulsive.
Yeah. Amazing. Just not with investing.
No.
All right. Always a pleasure. All the best with the book launch.
Thank
I'll
you.
do a big post on it.
Thanks.
Thank you. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Ben, Mo money, less problems, Nash. Welcome back to the podcast, mate.
To be back.
That's a very good shirt. I was just saying, I'm impressed by that.
Thank you.
And that's your marketing genius apparently coming out in you, right?
That's a big shout out to Chester from the workshop from way back when that we were running some events. It was like when I first kicked off the business, and yeah, I think I was saying to you offline, like I wanted to call it finance basics. So it was like something super straight up and down.
And Chester said, just stick with money.
Yeah.
I'll do the marketing, you stick with the finance thing.
Exactly, and here we are.
Mate, today we're talking a very topical, I think, topical subject. I've done a lot of content on it. I know you're a big advocate for numbers, and numbers don't lie.
Totally.
Rent vesting versus owning your owner occupier property, and over the long run, what's going to make you wealthier or what's going to give you a better lifestyle.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, look, it's a tricky one. I think that, everyone wants to have their own home. Like, I get the appeal. You don't want to deal with the annoying property manager. You want to paint the feature wall, whatever shade of tangerine you like.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it comes with a cost. And, some people have got tons of money and you can wear a cost like that. But other people are going, like, they don't have the money that they want. They're not making the progress that they want. And they're going, I still want your own home. And at the end of the day, when it comes to money, it's like, you got priorities. You got to prioritize the things that are most important. Is it getting ahead? Is it the tangerine feature wall? Sometimes you can't have it all. Sometimes you can, and if you can, good on you. But
if you can have it all, don't listen to this podcast.
That's it. Shut it down now. Just go enjoy your millions.
That's exactly right. So just on that piece, I always see people, you can get kicked out, like super. Your landlord just comes to you and says, like, you're out. And I'm like, I've only ever rented in my life, and I've never once, and I haven't been alive a great deal of time. I've been renting now for quite a few years, and I've never had my landlord say, hey, you're out. Yeah. Like, one, you're in a fixed term agreement, so your minimum time is whatever you've signed for, even if they sell the property during it.
Yeah.
So you've got to expect that at the end of a 12-month agreement, you could be asked to leave. And during that time, you're actually safer than the landlord is, because a lot of the time you have more control, right?
You've got the protections.
That's right.
I got kicked out of a place once. I'm pretty sure it was my wife's fault, and we used it as a lesson in how to not be aggressive with real estate agents afterwards.
Right. You painted the wall tangerine, right? Now, like, no can do.
I think we were complaining because there was issues in this house, and there was a hole in our roof that was leaking, which is like, not a super small thing. And at the end of our lease, they told us that they weren't going to renew the lease, and we did have to move. But it was probably for the best, because there was still a hole in the roof at that point in time.
You were like, thanks for kicking us out, but you're still going to fix that.
Yeah, but we've been fortunate. We rent as well, and have been for years. We're in our current place like 3 years.
Yeah,
we've got good stability. But look, at the end of the day, it's like, yes, you may have to move house more, or you probably will have to move house more when you're renting. There's a benefit in flexibility, though. You get to choose where you want to live. You can change locations, not an issue.
Yeah.
You can change, what sort of caliber of property you want as well. If you start getting a bit more comfortable, get a bit more space, whatever. But look, it's all trade-offs, right? And it's all priorities. And for some people, I think owning their own home is the most important thing. That the stress that might come with having to move house, or the disruption for their family, depending, how you feel about that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You might not want to deal with it, and if that's the most important thing, then you should absolutely prioritize that. But I think what bothers me, people, they whinge about it and go, oh, I can't get ahead, but no, I don't want to have to get that email from the landlord. It's like, well, you can't have it all. Like, what do you want? Do you want to actually make it maximum progress with your money, or do you want to, have complete security?
And often you can't have both, like you said.
Not always.
So what are the usual things that you look at? So, for example, if a client was to come to you and say, more money, less problems, like, we need to sort this shit. Let's do it. They come to you and say, I've got X amount of cash as a deposit for a property, or maybe they're using equity from another property. Should I go and rent best? I'm open-minded. Things that the tangerine wall's not as important to me as maybe someone else. Should I go and rent best, or should I go buy an owner-occupier property thing? Like, usually, what are the numbers people have to consider when it comes to this?
Look, typically it's going to be better financially to own a property as an investment and then rent an equivalent value of property. And the reason that that's the case is because of the tax benefits that you get for property investing in Australia. Now, the actual numbers will depend on your circumstances, your tax rate, and obviously this is not financial advice, but most of the time, like I would say more than 80% of the time, it's going to be better for you to, maybe more than 90% of the time, better for you to own your property as an investment as opposed to your own home. And I think, to put some numbers out there, if you were to pick say a $1 million property, just to make my maths easy, today we've got interest rates 6%. So you're looking at $60K a year in interest costs. Then you've got ongoing property costs, so like strata, insurance, bit of maintenance, whatever. That typically works out about, I'm sure you know better than I do, but around 1%. Am I right?
I reckon you're pretty bang on. 1.5%, depending on the property, obviously.
Depends on the property.
Let's use 1% because it's an easier number. It's a round number.
It is an easier number for me to maths with. So you're looking at 70K in costs for that property.
60 grand for interest, $10,000 a year, property management fees, and all the other jazz that we spoke about. So you got $70,000 of cost with $1 million asset.
Yep.
This, folks, is assuming that we do not pay principal. It's just interest.
Yeah, well, the principal isn't tax deductible, and that's why. So you need to figure out your own mortgage, and there may be a cash flow cost that comes with a principal repayment, but making a principal repayment is you saving money because you are reducing the amount that you owe. So it's effectively like saving money in a bank account, sort of. It's just forced savings with the bank. And so you're looking at 70K in costs. The rent depends again on the area and the sort of property that you want, but you're probably looking at $35,000, somewhere between 3.5% in rental cost or rental yield. And so if we just, again, to make my maths easy, say 30,000 in rent, then you're basically out of pocket. So your costs are 70, your rent is 30, and so you're out of pocket $40,000.
That's right.
Now in Australia, if your income is above $45,000 a year, your tax rate is going to be 30%. And so that $40,000 cost is fully tax deductible to you at your marginal tax rate, which is at least 30% if your income's above 45 grand. And so you'll get, for $40,000 deduction, you're going to get a $12,000 refund, meaning your out-of-pocket is $28,000 a year.
And this is not factoring in anything like non-cash items like depreciation. This is just based on...
That's exactly, So if you've got depreciation, then you're going to get even more tax benefits on top.
Yeah.
But even without any of that, you're looking at a $28,000 cost for holding $1 million investment property. Now, long-term growth rates in Australia, again, it depends on the market and where you pick.
Let's just use the Australian average, 6.7%, I think it is.
6.7.
So you're making just under 70 grand a year in
for
growth.
A $28,000 cost. And there's very few investments where you cost you 30 and you're making 70. Like, that's good. Those are good numbers.
That's now, a 100% return on your cash invested.
There's not a lot. Yeah, you could go crank the best ETF portfolio or manage funds or shares or whatever, but you're not going to get a return like that. And so the maths is solid on that. Now, when I explain this stuff to people, the common thing is, well, where are you going to live? And obviously you need a roof over your head. But in this example, you could just rent the identical property, the identical $1 million property next door. You pay the same $30,000 in rent that you're receiving on your investment property. So they basically cancel each other out. But the difference is that when you own the property as an investment, you're getting the $40,000 tax deduction and the $12,000 tax refund.
That's right.
If your income's higher, that refund is going to be closer to $20,000 a year.
Yeah.
And so the question is, like, how important is that $12,000 or that $20,000 a year to you and to your wealth building goals? Because if you can own the property as your own home and you can still save at the rate that you want and invest at the rate that you want and get ahead at the rate that you want, then fine. But if you can't, well, then maybe you want that $12,000 to $20,000 in extra investing a year to help you actually get ahead faster.
Exactly right. And we're not even factoring in yet that, I mean, we get a deduction on it, but then if you're an owner-occupier property or property owner, everything is post-tax as well. That's another thing, right? Like everything that you do to that property, every bill you pay for that property is all done with post-tax.
That's right.
Income.
Any maintenance, repairs, all of those sorts of things, any additional costs, again, all after-tax dollars, which it doesn't work like that on an investment because of the tax rules. Now, I'm not saying that that's right. Like there are weird things with the tax rules and you may not agree with them, but
so you're saying that property investors shouldn't be taxed more?
I'd say less. I'm a big fan of less taxation.
That's right. Well, I always get that. It's like, what? So you're saying that that property owners shouldn't be taxed less than or more than what they are? I'm like, of course not. They should. Yeah, fuck those rich guys. You know?
Well, you look at the tax revenue streams, and I suppose this is a whole nother conversation, but it's a big generator of wealth in the country and a big generator of tax in the country as well. And so I think that people, when they're contemplating this question, that people look at a property and say, can I afford this property, particularly when you're looking to buy as your own home. But affording your own home is not just that you can afford the mortgage payments. Affording means that you can obviously make the mortgage payments, but also that you can pay down the mortgage in a time frame that you're happy with. And on top of that, that you've got enough money left over so that you can invest, save, grow your wealth to get to where you want to be for the future. Because if you can't make the mortgage payments, pay down your mortgage in a time frame that you're happy with, and invest more to get ahead in the rate that you want, then you can't afford the property.
That's right. And actually live as well, right? You got to live.
You got to live. That's important.
And a very interesting one, I think we touched on it last episode, was people go buy one owner occupier property. They start out. Most of the time they don't have that forever. They then upgrade the owner occupier property. With upgrading, they upgrade their debt level as well. And eventually they get to a point where, you know, the goal of most people's lives, from who I speak to, and I know mum and dad were like this, is like, when we get to a debt-free owner-occupier property, like, that's the Australian dream. We've made it. We're debt-free, and that means a retirement. But then you're like, okay, well, it's amazing. It could be worth $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, $5 million bucks. But like, then you don't want to sell that because, like, oh, the grandkids need somewhere to come home to, and you know, we don't want to sell this home. Where are we going to go to? We have to downsize. We don't live in an apartment. Like, people get so attached to that owner-occupier property of which they've spent their whole life paying down, and then they go, oh fuck, now I haven't got enough money to retire or live because everything is tied to my owner occupier. Like, do you know the statistics on that? Like, how much of Australians' wealth, like if they were to retire today, in 2024, how much wealth is tied in their owner occupier as opposed to outside of that? I'm assuming it's like extremely high.
Well, I know that more than 50% of Australians don't have any investments outside of their own home or super fund, which is a pretty scary statistic. And I think that yes, like having a roof over your head is important, and owning your own home is great. But also, how are you going to live? Because the age pension is not really enough to have a comfortable standard of living, and it's certainly a lot less than the Australian average income. And so, what living standard do you want in the future? The 5% rule is a rule that you can use to figure out how much money you need to get an income stream from your investments. And essentially, it says that you can draw an income of 5% from a pool of assets. So what that means in human words is that if you've got $1 million in a share portfolio or an investment portfolio, you should be able to draw an income of about 50 grand a year. And that's not eating down on the capital base. That's just income. That's every year forever, essentially. And it's a bit of inflation protection in there. And so it's a comfortable level, because obviously you get older, your requirement for money goes down. But ultimately, we've got the average income in Australia is about 100K. So pretty much to replace the average income, you need to have around $2 million in investments. Plus you need your own home and you want to have that paid off. And so for most people, that means like you got average property value in Australia is like 959,000 or something like that across the country. More obviously if you live in the eastern states. And so you're looking at needing about $3 million in today dollars to have an average retirement. And I don't know about you, but for a lot of the people that I talk to, and for me personally, I don't want to have an average. I want to have at least a slightly above average lifestyle. That's right. Retirement.
My money, less problems. Like preach it. Just on the average income, I actually Googled something the other night because someone commented on my thing saying this idiot doesn't know the difference between average and median.
Oh yeah, I love those people.
I said that both things in the one topic line. The average Australian income.
You just say I'm a property guy. I'm not a maths guy.
Like fuck, I don't know much about grammar. All right, leave me alone. The average Australian income is right, like almost 100K, but the median Australian income is 65 grand.
Yes, that's right.
The median is they remove the top 10% and bottom 5 or whatever it is.
So that half of the people have a higher income and half have a lower income, whereas the average adds up all of the income and divides it across all of the people. And so the average is more skewed by people that have higher incomes.
Lots of cash.
Because your income can only go down so far, and so there's 50% of people have an income between 0 and 65,000 in that median, but then you've got at the top end there's a lot of people that have incomes of hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars a year, and so it pushes the average up. But you look at it like we're both primarily based in Sydney for our businesses and the people that you work with, you'd say that it's pretty typical, like an average income for a professional would be that 100K for sure.
For sure. And what's an average age? What do they use as the average age? And they compare that, or they don't?
I don't know, mate. I'm not Bernard Salt. I'm just a financial planner.
Just a guy who makes some content about money.
I've got the numbers for the investment property thing.
Yeah, well, and just on the rent vesting thing, because that's where we're going today. We're not talking medians and averages here. I've seen it work significantly better the higher you spend in rent. So That's an example where at its most basic form, and not factoring in capital gains tax and all the rest of it, you are better off by renting than owning the identical property because you get a deduction. When we say better off, you're better off from a cash flow point of view.
Yes.
Also, if you own a really good quality asset, like we spoke about off air, why would you ever sell that? You're only ever selling at one because it's time to liquidate and enjoy life.
That's right.
Or it's time to sell down and upgrade.
Yeah.
Put it into a better investment vehicle. And obviously capital gains tax is a thing you have to factor in when that comes.
Yeah.
But there's ways around that. For example, you could live in that property for 6 months and then go, hey, I'm going to move out of that property and move next door and rent that property, and now you have a property that is exempt for
and so
6 years.
that's using the 6-year rule, which basically allows you to run a property as an investment property but not pay any capital gains tax over a 6-year period. So pretty much to use that rule, you need to move into the property.
There's no rule on how long, right? Like, is there a rule?
There's no hard and fast rule. One of our guys was asking about this the other day, but look, if you're concocting the scheme for accessing the tax benefit, I think the ATO would consider that tax avoidance because it's sort of what it is. But if you were to, say you line up your dream home purchase and you buy the property, and then you've got a relative that gets sick interstate and you need to relocate and you've only been living in the property for a week, and then you need to go and move out. Well, there's a clear justification for that. And you'd have to get a tax ruling if you were concerned or speak to a tax person. But my understanding is that would satisfy the requirements for the rule. And then basically you can run that property as an investment for a 6-year period. You get all of the tax deductions, all of the depreciation benefits, if that's part of the picture, all of those things. And then basically that 6-year window is completely capital gains tax free. And if you move back into the property within the 6-year period, then the 6-year time frame starts again. And so sometimes people need to do that stuff, and you basically can re-trigger and run that property as an investment without paying capital gains tax. You can only have one of these though, because a few times I put up some content on this stuff and you go 6-year rule and they're like, how long do I have to do it? How many can I do? And those sorts of things. You can only have one principal place of residence, which is one CGT free asset.
Yeah.
But I think it's so important to have a really good property philosophy. And I know you follow a similar sort of approach, like you're buying quality premium properties in premium areas. And then the question is, why are you selling? The only reason that you would really want to sell is because you do want to buy your own home, because you've accumulated enough wealth that you say, well, now it's time to actually do this. The numbers work for me and do it. Or you're trying to rebalance your assets into perhaps you're getting close to actually retiring and you want to get more of an income, because as much as I love property as the most effective way to build wealth, that shares from an income perspective is typically, on average,
I totally agree.
It's better.
Way better.
And so you might choose to sell down some properties, get some shares or some ETFs or something, and then that way you're actually boosting up your income in the future.
100%, and it's cheaper too. I think that's what a lot of people I think talk about property like, oh, when I get X amount of property, I'll pay it down to zero, and then that rental income will be the income that I live off. But if you do two comparisons side by side of like you got $3 million of net property assets and $3 million of net ETFs or anything else that's going to provide an income outside of property will lose every single day with no leverage, because you may get a decent yield, but a decent yield then comes with property management fees, comes with council rates, comes with maintenance on the properties, comes with all this other shit, vacancy periods, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Whereas ETFs or managed funds or anything that is outside of property generally has a much lower cost to hold them. So it makes much more sense. Then you get benefits of like franking credits and stuff like that. So
totally,
which you don't get in the property space.
Yeah, that's right. And like the cost of an ETF portfolio, if you're using index funds, it's like 20 basis points. So you're not having to stump up your strata costs and pay for maintenance and insurances and all of those things. So it is cheaper. But again, like if you're buying an investment property in Bondi, why would you sell it? And this is the power of having a good property philosophy, I think, before you go into this space. But I'd also completely agree with those comments around the more you earn and sort of the more you're spending on your rent, the more sort of property that you've got, the odds actually skew way more in your favor, because the rental yield on a $3 million property in percentage terms is a lot lower than the rental on a $1 million property, and the rental yield on a $6 million property is lower than on a $3 million property. And so you're renting a $5 million property, you're probably paying 2% or something.
Well, I'll give you some real life examples. So I'm looking at a few places at the moment for myself. I'm moving out of Watson's Bay. And we've looked at a magnitude of places, and like they're in the tens of millions of dollars. Place in Bronte, place in Vaucluse. And for most people, these numbers probably won't be relative, but we're looking at rent between $3.5 and $5 a week, which is a decent amount of rent. To buy these houses, though, you're looking at $20 to $30 million.
Yeah.
Now, if you're spending 20 or 30, you're probably not fussed about cash, right?
Yeah.
But if we're just talking purely from a financial point of view.
Yeah.
To buy that, and if you were to get the 80% debt, the numbers of just in interest cost alone would be like astronomical, and you wouldn't get 80% debt.
And you wouldn't be able to sleep at night because you've got $20 million of mortgage debt on your own home.
That's exactly right. And for the majority of property assets in this price point, most people would pay cash or a very large portion of it in cash. But you can rent these homes. The one that I was looking at in Vaucluse sold last year or the year before for 22, I think it was. 3.5 a week you can rent it for, which I'm not sure of what that works out to be in a yield, but it's like less than 1%.
Yeah, less than 1%.
Like
totally.
1% of 22 is like 220 grand. So that you can rent this house for like 160, 170 a year. Plus you have zilch of the costs. And the house that I was looking at was like this, it was a heritage home, and it's a really, really cool property. People would know it. It's next to the lighthouse in Vaucluse. And I'm just like, fuck, imagine. And then if you went to invest, say, the same $22 million, whether it was not in property, you're just using cash, you went and invested in a really good portfolio, private debt or ETFs, whatever it is, or you went and bought $21 million investments, the numbers are just so dramatically different.
Yes.
That it's your position looks... And then you also say, the $20 million assets likely to grow more than, $1 million assets. There's actually no real proof behind the higher the spend, the better the growth.
Well, the growth can be sort of on par, but I think at that point, it's like it becomes simple that if you've got that much money that you're looking to invest, there's a lot of benefit for you in having one nice asset. You can park $20 million in it, you get your 6% growth a year, and then it's easy for you to deal with. If you put that into $21 million properties, you'd probably get a 3% yield like we were talking about with that example. And so you're getting triple the income, but at the same time, you've got to deal with 20 properties and 20 headaches and admin and those sorts of things. You put it into an ETF portfolio, you could probably get 6% pretty comfortably, like if you wanted to drive income. Yeah. And then you got different levels. And so, I don't know, this is why, generally a $20 million investment property wouldn't be the ideal strategy. Yeah.
It's a fascinating thing. And I think if people can start to wrap their heads around this a little bit more, financial, like from the models that you run, and you work with lots of clients more on a budgeting basis than I would, how much different can it look over a 20 or a 30 year journey by the time you factor in your tax concessions, the ability to reborrow and rebuy as well if you do it strategically, because obviously debt is looked at from an owner-occupier point of view slightly different to how it's looked at from an investment point of view from servicing calcs.
Yeah, well, look, I think it's where people go wrong with this stuff is that we're in Sydney, right? And so you think if you're a couple or you've got a family and you're looking at getting a place that's anywhere close to the city, realistically, you're looking at least $2 million, somewhere in that probably $2 to $4 million range. Say you're in the middle at $3 million. It's even if you've got a $1 million deposit, which for most people is going to take quite a long time for you to save, then you've got a $2 million mortgage that you're paying down. Then on top of that, you've got your 1% cost, so you've got 30 grand a year ish in costs that are on top. And so that's a big cash flow burden. But people go, well, I really want that and I deserve it and for sure, like, let's go and get it. Yeah. But then they do it and they've got no money left, even if they're on $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 a year.
Which you would. If for a $2 million mortgage now, you'd need to be on, probably 400-ish combined income? Something
like that. But you'd probably realistically want to be on that to be able to fund the payments anyway, even if interest rates were lower. Yeah. And so that's going to cripple your cash flow and mean that you're very limited in terms of what you can do to invest. Buying another investment property, you probably capped out all of your borrowing capacity, so you probably can't go buy another investment property. You can't pick up that 40 grand we were talking about of extra growth every year. And so you're basically stuck for a while and standing still. You compare that instead to buying two $1 million investment properties, it's only costing you, 60 grand, say, for the 2 properties after tax.
Yeah.
And then you're getting 40 times 2 of growth. So your wealth position's increasing by $80,000 a year, and you're getting tax benefits on top. The 2 pathways are going to look very, very
different. And then you go
different.
rent the $3 million house for a third or a quarter of what it was costing you to own, or what it cost the owners to own that property.
And all you do is you accumulate wealth until you can comfortably afford the property with, say, no mortgage or a very low mortgage, a mortgage that allows you to continue building your wealth outside of your own home so that you can continue making that progress. And it's a dramatically different picture. But people don't think too much about the numbers, and it absolutely blows me away that so few people, when they buy a property, whether it's their own home or an investment property, that they don't take the time to do a proper plan and not just look at how's it going to look next month, but look at what does it actually mean for my trajectory with my money, my savings, my cash flow, my tax position, my wealth position. But when you do that, you see the difference, and a lot of people would make quite different choices. The emotion is important. The numbers are important. There's no one that's more important. I think they're equally important. But a good, everyone knows the emotion.
Yeah.
So you don't need to plan too much about that. You know how buying your own home is going to make you feel. You know how renting is going to make you feel. But the numbers are more important for some people than others, and the difference in the numbers is going to be more important. So you've really got to balance it too.
For sure. And if I ask this question all the time when we're building out portfolio plans for clients, and I'm sure it's one of the important questions in your firm, which is like, what are you doing this all for? Like, most people say, I want passive income, I want freedom, I want the ability not to have to go to work every day. That's what people want.
Yeah.
And you ask the questions like, do you think this owner-occupier home is going to give you less of an ability to do that, or more of an ability to do that? And usually it's like the opposite, right? They go buy a home and that traps them then to their job for another 20 or 30 years, and they can't leave the job that they hate, or the high-paying job that they don't want the stress anymore, because, oh shit, I got to pay for that, $2 or $3 million mortgage, and then the upgrade that comes 10 years after that. Whereas if you look at it from an investment point of view, even if you are an investor, you could be significantly wealthier just simply due to building an investment portfolio, whether it's property or shares, that will one day give you the income. Because that's the goal, right? Is the income. So then not to have to work, and then with that income, you could really do whatever you choose to do with it. If it's to go and so I don't think you'd ever self-liquidate and then go and buy a home, I can assure you.
Yeah, but people just go out and do it, I think, because it's what people do. They think, you should have your own home. It's what our parents did. But back then it was like the income to property value ratios were so different that it made it a lot easier. It's why everyone went out and bought it. You can buy a property for 3 or 4 times the average income, and then you can pay it down comfortably. It's not the same as now. We've got, Sydney property market, 13.6 times the average income for a median property price. Yeah, exactly. And like, realistically, if you're a family and you've got kids and you're trying to live anywhere close to the city, what are you getting for $1.3 million? You
1-bedroom apartment in Lane Cove.
Maybe with a car space.
That's
if
right.
you're lucky.
It's a fascinating topic. Just on the piece where we get the portfolio, and I get this question all the time. If we build it in, say, property, people go down the rent investing path. They go, I listened to these 2 punters on the Flamingo Property Investing podcast, and it changed my life. Of course, this is not financial advice. Then they get the investment portfolio, and they've used the rule that you outline, which is 5%, and they've got $3 million, which, as you said, $3 million is an average retirement. So they get $3 million worth of assets, and they've got there by 45 to 50 years old. Then what? Because a lot of people don't know then what, right? Like, it's now I've got the things.
Yes.
What do I do? Like, I got to take it from here and put it into here, but I don't want to pay capital gains tax.
So property is the most effective way to build and grow your assets.
Due to leverage, right?
Due to the power of leverage, exactly. The total return on property and shares is fairly similar. In fact, with shares, it's probably a little bit higher when you add up the dividends and the growth, depending on the property that you buy, obviously. Yeah. But because of leverage, property just blows shares away. But realistically, if you want to have the income, if you want that 100 grand of passive income, you're probably going to need to either restructure your investment, so sell down some properties, probably pay some sell costs and some tax. Or you're going to have to have picked properties that are going to drive all income at the start, which is not always easy to do, and actually, grow at the same time.
Yeah.
And so I think you just need to factor that into your plan. You need to be prepared to pay a bit of tax. We've got, and I get that, capital gains tax, it's a big number when you look at it in absolute terms.
But the best thing about capital gains tax in Australia is if it's owned in your personal name, they give you a 50% discount.
50% discount. So it's basically 23% tax. You make $1 million in gains, you pay $235,000 in tax. Like, no one's going to enjoy paying that tax bill, but realistically, you've benefited almost $800,000. So it's a pretty sweet deal.
100%. And that's the thing people also like when they're growing their wealth, because most people want income and growth as they grow, right? Which was a hard thing to do. Every dollar of income you earn, let's assume that you're on the highest tax bracket of 47 cents on the dollar. 47 cents of that is going. Like, it's unavoidable.
Totally.
You're going to have some deductions, but it's going. Every dollar you make in growth, if you hold it for longer than 12 months, is taxed at half that rate.
Yes.
So growth, from a capital point of view, is twice as effective as income is until you get to the point of actually needing the income.
Yes, and it's even better though, because with the growth, you choose when you pay the tax on the growth. So you probably don't sell properties in a year where your employment income is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're already in the top marginal tax bracket. And that way you can benefit from all of the lower tax brackets and get ahead even more. But I see this a lot with, I'm sure you would see it even more than I do in the property space. And you talk to an individual or a couple, high income earners, and they're like, I want to build some wealth with property. I want to buy some property, some investment properties. And then they get swept up into this, like the internet, and they're going, I want a positive income property portfolio. And it's like they've got high incomes, they've got disposable cash already, and they're going to compromise. They're going to buy properties where they're compromising on growth, and they're getting not as good a build on their wealth over time. Also, that they can get a little bit more income that they don't actually need.
Of which then is tax at your top marginal tax rate.
Your top marginal tax rate. And what different? Oh, maybe if you go and find a really income focused property, maybe you can get an extra like couple of percent after paying your mortgage costs and all of that sort of stuff. So you're talking about $10,000 or $20,000 a year, maybe, which is taxable. And then they're giving up the $50,000 in growth that they can get on the property.
I think people don't get that is like the reason a property, if you're buying it at 100% leverage, so you're borrowing equity as the deposit and you're going in and then it's borrowing the other 80% from the bank, so you go 100% leverage. If you're getting a property that's positively cash flowed at 100% debt right now, the simple fact for that is because the rental growth has well and truly exceeded the capital growth of the property.
Yes.
Which is a bad thing. That means that the place in which you're investing is dominated by renters and not by owner-occupiers. Because if it was dominated by owner-occupiers and people with good incomes, the growth of that asset would have outperformed rent.
Exactly.
It's not common for rent to have. So people don't get that. They go, oh yeah, but I can go buy Mackay, and Mackay can get an 8% gross rental yield. And it's like, yeah, but then look at how long, what was a Mackay property worth 30 years ago and what's it worth now, and then work that out as a compound growth.
Exactly.
It's not great.
Yeah, well, all of the rural or semi-regional areas are like that. We saw this in the mining booms as well. Really hard to get rental properties in those areas. So then all of the rents go up. No one wants to buy the properties though, and so the values don't go up. And then you can get a rental income, but if you're not actually getting growth on your property, that extra few bucks of rental income, it's not going to move the dial. And at the same time, it's chewing up your borrowing capacity, meaning that you can't go buy more good quality assets that are going to grow. So in my opinion, I think the growth that you get on the property is really the reason why you do it. That's why it's so important. Anytime you borrow to invest, you've got to find a property that's going to grow. And
then you transition that growth whenever it gets to the point into what's going to produce income, and obviously what's going to produce income as tax effective as possible, right? Like that's
exactly.
That's the exit strategy.
What most people, if you've built $3 million in wealth by the time you're 45, you probably don't really want to retire anyway. It's not like that many people are going to get to that time and go, oh yeah, that's it, I'm going to Bali now. Like, see, that's me done. Like, you probably pot around, do some stuff. Maybe you don't want to work a 9 to 5, and nor should you if you don't want to, but you probably do some things, get a bit of income. Maybe that means that you can keep the property. You keep just clocking up that 40, 50 grand of extra wealth building every single year, and you delay the transition. And then maybe if you delay it long enough because you find things to keep you busy and generate you a little bit of income, then you get to the point where it doesn't matter because now your properties are worth 6 million and now they're giving you the 100 grand anyway. And so who cares? Then you can ride the equity growth, and you've got the wealth position there to pass down to future generations, or have some pretty epic holidays if you're not
That's
interested.
right.
in
Like just
inheritance.
spend a few weeks in Ibiza once a year and just really enjoy
Why not?
yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Any closing words? End of financial year this year. It's a lot. This week. Sorry, last week of the end of financial year.
Yeah, look, I'd say that at the moment I see a lot of people that are sort of scrambling with their deductions, and in my opinion, not to say that it's not worthwhile, because it absolutely is, but if you're wasting your time, trying to get $10 of deductions here and $100 of deductions there, it's probably a much bigger opportunity. The sort of stuff that we've been talking about today, being smart with how you're investing, choosing the right investments, structuring those right investments in the right way, that is going to have much more of an impact than pumping up a couple of extra deductions or buying some paper clips before 30 June instead of after
That's
the
right.
1st of
But
July.
if you get an end of financial year from Henderson Advocacy, you should definitely take it. All right, because it's a great thing to do.
Look, I think that, like we were talking about, that your job really as an investor is to build tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars of investment income to replace your salary with investment income. And so, by definition, you're going to be building a significant income stream. Be smart with where you own it, how you own it, what it actually is. And that's going to give you tens of thousands of dollars of tax benefits, not just
Exactly.
a couple of bucks.
Because there's an unlimited upside to how much money you can make, right? But there is a limited upside to
That's
how much
right.
money you can save, which I don't think people get that.
Totally. And it's much more like people spend all this time scramble. Can I get more back in my tax refund? And then they ignore their tax for the year. They go and do a bunch of stuff without thinking about the longer term implications, and then walk into position and go, fuck, I wish I did stuff a little bit differently. Like instead of mucking around with the deductions, I give you permission to let that tax return slide. Spend the time instead being smart with your investment tax planning, and you'll benefit next financial year for sure, but then every year it just compounds and compounds and compounds.
And then you'll get to the point where you have more money, less problems.
That's it. We've just gone full circle.
Thanks for coming on, mate.
Mate, good to be here.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Flamingo Property Investing, Jordan Bear. Mate, it's good to have you back in the country on a regular basis now. 2 times in 2 weeks is a fucking record.
It's been a while. Appreciating
How
the
did
blue
you go
skies.
with the podcast? You felt good about the last one? Because that was your first ever podcast, wasn't it?
First ever podcast, yeah. I think
I've broken a few cherries now. Yours, Matt Spears. I also broke his podcast cherry.
Yeah. He said he enjoyed it. I spoke to him about it. Yeah, it was
And
good.
he loves
I
having
think
his
it was
cherry
good.
broken. He loves it.
Don't we all?
Now, I just had Ben Nash on the podcast, financial advisor, guru, TikTok extraordinaire, and we spoke about the concept of owner-occupying or rent vesting, and just purely looked at it from a financial planning point of view as to if you did, the owner-occupier purchase versus buying an identical investment property and then renting an identical property, what the numbers would look like and all the things you probably have to factor in. What I want to cover off with you is the same topic, Mr. Bear, but we're going to cover it off from a wealth creation point of view and also a lending point of view, because I think a thing that gets lost in this is you can borrow more if you're an investor, all things being net equal.
Yep.
If you start with zero, no debt, same income, you can borrow more as an investor than you can if you're an owner-occupier, and you could still rent the owner-occupier property you could have bought cheaper than what you could have bought it. Nodding
Yes.
away. Nodding. So let's do it. So let's break it down. So Jack comes to you.
Yes.
Jack Henderson. Jack earns 200 grand a year, and he says, Jordan, my goal is to build the most amount of wealth through property, and I've got 30 years to do it, and I'm open to all strategies. I've got $300,000 in cash that I've saved up over 5 years. There's a $1.5 million owner-occupier property that I'd love to buy in the Hills area, but I know that's probably not going to be the best thing, and it's going to trap me because I'm going to have a $1.2 million owner-occupier mortgage that I'm going to pay for with after-tax income. I'm happy to rent that property, of which I can actually rent for about $800 a week. If I was to rent it, what do I then do with my 300 from an investment point of view, and what does that look like?
Yeah, right. Okay. So from a from a lending perspective, I guess there's a few components. So from a deposit perspective, minimum deposits are usually different, owner-occupied versus investment.
Yep.
The Australian government is very supportive of first-home buyers, owner-occupieds.
Let's pretend I'm not a first-home buyer.
Okay, so remove that.
Yeah.
So then from a lending perspective...
I've had a divorce before.
Yeah, nice. That's why you got 300 grand.
She got 3 mil.
Earning 200 a year, makes sense. Now, from a borrowing capacity perspective, it all, I guess, comes down to the numbers. So borrowing capacity in its simplest form is income minus expenses equals capacity.
Yeah. So just so people get that, income minus expenses equals capacity. So what the banks look at is your net income. Essentially, what drops to the bottom line after you've spent your money.
Yes, with adjustments built in place.
That's right,
yeah.
with their buffers.
Yeah, with their buffers, yeah.
So this is why we've spoken about it before, like a car loan, for example.
Yes.
Their repayments on a car loan are huge, and even though they might only be for 3 or 5 years, because their repayments are so big,
yes,
your net income is lower.
Correct.
Which means borrowing capacity is significantly lower.
Correct.
Yeah.
But as part of that net income component, they also then include things like the benefit you get if it was an investment property, the negative gearing and all of that stuff applied.
Because it increases your net income, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah. So income minus expenses equals capacity. So if you said all things remaining equal, if it was cheaper to rent that same property...
Which it usually is, right? If I went and looked at a $1.5 million property now in the hills, which is where I would buy... Jack Henderson would never buy there, by the way. It's boring to live in the hills. Then you could probably rent a $1.5 million home in the hills for probably a 3% yield, give or take. Some more, some less, but around about a 3% yield. So on $1.5 million, you're renting that property for what, 45 grand a year, $900 a week.
Yeah. So if on a net like for like, all things remaining equal, then from a borrowing capacity perspective, absolutely you would be able to borrow more, doing it as going down the investment path. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so what would be the delta roughly? Every lender's slightly different. There's obviously every situation is slightly different, but if you could borrow 1.5, or you could borrow 1.2 because you could spend 1.5. You could borrow 1.2. If you was to rent that $1.5 million property for $900 a week, when a mortgage on that would be worth what?
1.5 for about
1.2 at 6.5%. You're looking at what, maybe 85 grand a year in repayments.
What's that on a monthly basis?
85 would be about 7,500 a month, give or take. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm pretty close, I reckon.
Sounds about right.
6,500 a month, interest only, principal on top of that.
Yeah, so principal about eight-ish.
That's right.
Something a month.
Cool. So 8,000 a month in repayments.
Yeah.
Not having 8,000 in repayments, we've now only got 900 a week times 52, 46,000. So there's about a $40,000 difference between the two of them.
Which is why borrowing capacity would be higher, I guess, going down the investment path.
That's right. And then when you go and invest, the bank will then look at your prospective investment property or future investment property and what the rental income is of that property.
Yes.
Plus, they would then factor in if you're buying it in your personal name, for example, negative gearing.
Yes.
Non-cash items like depreciation.
Yes.
Which means you'd have a $46,000 saving on the right-hand side.
Yes.
And then on the left-hand side, for the investment purchase, you would have all the rental income, plus then your benefits like depreciation, negative gearing, combined with the $46,000 saving.
Yes. But there are a few other factors, like, for example, the rental income does get a haircut, shaded. It is also, from a rental expense perspective, it's also after-tax money, same as if you're buying owner-occ, also after-tax money.
Yeah.
I can run the calculations and I can show you a proper example, but yeah, at a very high level in theory, like for like borrowing capacity would be higher investment. How much more? I'm actually not too sure.
It's got to be 20 to 30%, I reckon.
I reckon it'll be 20 to 30%.
So instead of borrowing 1.2 million, you could probably borrow 1.5 maybe.
Yeah. Okay. And then obviously where that thing gets very interesting is if you're doing it under specific structures and things like that, and then that gets multiplied, right? Because no one would buy an owner-occ normally in those type of structures.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So if you just look at it in its simplest form and go $1.5 million purchase, 300 in, borrow 1.2, what does that look like over 30 years if I do nothing else? Buy that property, pay the debt down to zero, grows for 30 years. Don't pay capital gains tax at the other end. Versus $1.7 million purchase, potentially, give or take. $1.8 million purchase, 1.7. Benefits, cash benefits, savings of obviously because you're renting. 7% compounding over 30 years. The growth on the other end So you'd have an initial deposit or initial purchase of $1.5 million over a 30-year journey. That property would be worth $11.418 million. Pretty crazy. Big numbers. Okay. Now, if we just increase that 1.5 purchase to a 1.8 purchase, so a $300,000 difference, which is a 20% increase in your borrowing capacity. On a $1.8 million purchase, the number goes from being 11.4
11.4
to 13.7. So there is a $2.3 million difference over 30 years. Now, let's factor in some tax into that, obviously, right? Because you're going to have to pay some tax.
Not tax advice.
No, of course not tax advice. Why would it be tax advice? Now, you've made a gain, 1.8. You've made a gain of $11.9 million. Made a gain of $11.9 million minus, let's assume that you're on the 47 cents in the dollar. So you're going to pay 23.5 cents. You end up with 10.9 million as a net number. Plus, we haven't factored in then all of the negative gearing benefits you've gotten over that 30 years. So let's assume that if you're on $200,000 a year and that property is costing you, that $1.5 million mortgage is costing you 30 grand a year out of your pocket, maybe 40 grand a year out of your pocket, give or take 40. Let's do 40 grand a year times 30 equals 1.2 million. Then we'll minus off 1.2.
Oh,
500.
right, over the.
That's right.
Because
that goes onto your net number, right? Because you're saving that along the way. So you then say 500 and something thousand in tax. So your net position actually ends up much better. You're at 11.4 with your owner occupier.
Yeah.
With no CGT.
Yeah.
And you've got no deductions along the way.
Yeah.
With an investment property at a higher purchase price,
yeah,
you end up at a significantly higher number. It's in the 13 million range. You've got to minus off your 23 cents in the dollar if you're paying tax, obviously, but then you cash back your negative gearing benefits. Right. So you end up being in the 11 millions as well. So that's just very basic maths.
Yep.
You can buy more. You can buy an investment property for a higher purchase price than you can for an owner occupier. You can usually rent the owner occupier cheaper than what you can actually afford to buy it. But this is saying that all things were equal. But we know when we invest, Jordan, and we use creative structuring like we spoke about on our last thing, all things are not equal.
Absolutely not.
So again, Jack comes to you with the 300,000 of cash. Yes. And then he said the same thing, which is, I just want to grow as much wealth as I possibly can. Then what does it look like if we were to do whatever the best thing was to do to grow the most amount of wealth? And all things being equal, we grow at 7% like the examples that we just used.
Of course. So on the assumption, if Jack goes and buys the owner occ, buys it in personal name, borrows in personal name, all things being equal, borrowing capacity is maxed out. Jack then comes back, wants to buy another property. Jack's done, right? Until income goes up, rates go down, repayments go down, or debt drops over a long period of time.
Or he finds another wife that earns a good salary.
Or not get divorced and lose $3 million. Now, if Jack was to go down the path of buying that investment property via creative structuring, and then over time he builds up equity, then Jack could preserve that capacity, go again, which then means that number would essentially double, I guess.
That's right. So instead of having the $11 million at the other end, you could potentially then buy another property 2 or 3 years later, of which you wouldn't have been able to do with the owner-occupier example because you're capped, and over a 2 or 3 year period, you're not going to decrease your debt by much more than probably 10 or 20 grand.
Not enough to move the needle.
Yeah. So then you can, if you've got the equity in structure 1, you can then go buy property number 2, all while still renting the same home that you could have bought for $900 a week. Pretty cool, right?
Absolutely.
How many people do you see do this or like look at numbers like this?
I think rentvesting is quite a popular thing that people consider when you kind of take out the emotions and people are willing to look at the numbers and things like that.
Yeah.
But as we were kind of discussing earlier, a lot of the time though, when people talk rentvesting versus buying a home, they aren't doing a like for like comparison, because if you can rent a property that's probably worth more than what you could buy for as an owner occ, a lot of people then choose to go down that path.
That's right.
As you were saying earlier, and as that price point gets bigger and bigger, that gap gets larger and larger, right? Yields get smaller and smaller.
You get much better deals when you go up in price. So if you're
Yes.
renting something in Sydney, for example, worth $5 million plus, you're renting that really for what it would cost you to own a $1.5 million, $2 million property, give or take. If you go to a $10 million property, you're renting that for what it costs you to probably own a $3 million property. If you go to a $20 million property, you're renting that for like a lot of the time, you know, what it would cost you to have a $4 million mortgage, give or take. Actually less. I had a $4.6 million mortgage on this building. It was 30 grand a month. I can rent a $25 million home in Vaucluse right now for 3.5 grand a week, which is, what's that, 180 a year?
Yeah.
14 grand a month.
Yeah. A lot cheaper
As opposed to a $4.5 million mortgage, which is 30 grand a month, which is crazy, right?
Yeah, and I think because of that, that's when they look at the numbers and then they go and do the calculations. They're like, oh, rent vesting hasn't actually given me a boost, but it's not, again, because they're not doing a like for
That's
like.
right. Rent vesting is giving you a boost in lifestyle clout.
Correct. Yeah.
Because you're living in a $4 million home as opposed to a $1.5 million.
Yes.
So that's a very, very important thing that we've just uncovered here. So when you are doing your rent vesting calculations, number one, if you're listening to this and you live in a property that's worth less than $1 million, unlikely there's going to be a significant saving because yields are still quite strong at that bottom end. You're still getting usually 3.5% to 5% gross in most locations, and your interest rates are not that much different. But then you start to go up in price point, it gets much better. But for you to do rent vesting calculations, you need to work out what you can afford to, or what that bank's willing to lend you to buy a property, and then directly compare that to what it would cost you to rent that same property, not what it costs you to rent something twice as expensive, right?
Yes.
Because if people go, well, on a $1.2 million mortgage, my repayments are 85 grand a year, which works out to be 85 grand a year divided by 12, 7,000 a month. Then they go, well, what can I rent for 7,000 a month?
A really nice house.
That's right, for 7,000 a month. Times 12 divided by 52, that's $1,600 a week. I rent an $8 million home in Watson's Bay for just over that. So that's what you need to compare.
Absolutely.
And the numbers look significantly greater.
Yeah.
How come you reckon more people don't do that?
I think maybe an emotional standpoint. Sometimes security.
I find that so funny though. People go security, and it's like, as soon as you sign a fixed term lease agreement, you are
can't kick you
secure
out.
for 12 months.
Yeah.
How much more security do you want?
That's true.
Like,
That's true.
you know, like you're secure. Sure, at the end of the 12 months, you can be asked to leave. I've personally never been asked to leave a property. Have you been asked to leave a property?
No. Been there for 7 years.
Yeah, there you go. And I know like my mentor, Chris Gray, has lived in the same rental for like 15 years now, which is obviously a little bit absurd. But I think, again, if you are a full-time renter and you look at it through like a strategic lens, you really could negotiate a pretty good residential lease of like 2 or 3 years with the right landlord.
Yes.
If I had a tenant come to me and said, I want to lock in for 3 years, I'll give you a 5% rental increase per year, you would do it, right?
Absolutely.
Just like negotiating a commercial lease, which is like a business goes into. Tell us, actually, you know, you've negotiated a lease on a commercial property.
Yeah, I'm real good at that.
So you could, like, if you were really strategic about it and you were serious about like being a full-time rent investor for a longer period of time, not like 1 or 2 years, you could go say, hey, let's go find the right landlord. Let's lock in for 3 years. If we have kids, for example, let's lock in some rental increases because that's just the reality of life.
Yes.
You're going to have to pay more year after year. And let's secure that and we're done and we move on. Because most investors would prefer having longer term tenants if they're not getting ripped off. Most
Yes.
people want the end of the 12 months because they want to increase their rent,
Yes.
which is normal. That's life. But if you build those in,
Yeah, fair. Win-win.
that's right.
Works both ways. Yeah. So emotions, security, maybe just the Australian dream that everyone talks about. Why else would people want to buy owner? CGT, I guess.
I know,
But then
it doesn't make sense,
if
right?
you look at
Because
those
like you're trying
numbers-
to be so tax effective on a much smaller number. So let's talk about a mutual client that we're working with, where, you know, they really did grab the bull by the horns, not the horn by the bull, and take this strategy, right? They had an owner occupier property. They had a relatively strong equity position in that property. And they thought, and a strong equity position, but when rates went up, they still felt the pinch, right? Because regardless of how strong your equity is, rates are calculated based on your debt level, not your equity level. So rates went up, they felt the pinch a little bit. They sold the property down, cashed out, I think it was around about 700. Went and rented this almost an identical property to what they lived in, minus their personalisation of the owner occupier. But just around the corner, same area, same school catchment zones, all that jazz. And then we looked at their position with some good advice from their tax accountant and all the rest of it to then go, well, what can we do with that 700? So that 700 was sitting in $1.2 million property.
Yep.
You're only getting growth on 1.2 million, right?
Yep.
700 sitting in there. It's virtually useless because if you're not leveraging off it, it's just dead money. What do we then do with that money? So we pulled the 700 out, they sold, they rented, and then we looked at 3 purchases, right?
Yep.
So we split that 700 into, we looked at it and get, well, what can we get inside of one entity? We can get, I think it was about 750-ish worth of debt, give or take.
Yep.
750 of debt is 80% of what number? Around about 950 is a purchase price. So we then said, well, with the 700 of cash, we'll split that into 3 equal deposit amounts of $230,000 each. And that 230 then goes combined with 750 of debt, and we go and buy a circa $900,000 property. And we can do that 3 times.
Yep.
So with the same amount of cash or the same amount of equity, we split that into 3 purchases. We got 2.7-ish, 9, 18, 27.
Yeah, 2.5, give or take.
Of assets.
Yep.
In comparison to 1.2. So we've doubled their asset base. They've got the same amount of equity.
Yep.
Because they had 700 in 1.2, so now they've got 700 in 2.5. Let's look at the comparison on that. While I do these numbers, you talk to that, Mr. Bear. So how did that strategy work? Like, most people wouldn't know that they could do that. And a lot of people would be in that position, like a strong equity position in their owner-occupier, even if they haven't paid off any debt. They've just had growth on that owner-occ.
Of course. So I think for this client, he was very determined to grow that asset value, and he was willing to give up a few things to make that happen, such as sell down his place of residence. And he was very open to looking at different finance strategies to try to get to that end position, to get that number as big as possible, right? So kind of to what we spoke about on the last podcast, he went and bought the first property, put it into an entity, got that entity cash flow positive.
Yep, which is you're able to do at an 80% loan to value ratio, right? Like, if you get a 6, that was a dual occupancy. So he was getting, I think, 6 to 6.5% gross rental yield.
Yep.
And paying 6 to 6.5% on 80% of debt in that property.
Correct.
So there was a small margin there.
Correct. So then did the first, got it to that position, got the letter from the accountant to confirm it is cash flow positive, retained a whole bunch of that equity from the sale of the PPOR, and then repeated that for number 2, and then I guess waiting for number 3, right?
That's right. So same equity position, sold down the owner-occ. Obviously, you're going to minus your agent fees, and then you're going to minus 3 lots of stamp duty on the way in to the purchases, but a very similar equity position. The portfolio value overnight essentially went from 1.2 million to 2.5 conservatively. Now, over 30 years, 1.2 million at 7% per annum compounding grows to 9.1, just over 9.1. Now, if we look at that same thing, again, all things being equal, 7% on 2.5 million, our position is $19 million. So, not bad, huh? So with a small tweak, lifestyle's the same because they live in the same house that they sold. Small tweak to structure and using a smart broker, their net position after 30 years is $10 million different.
Not bad, eh?
Not bad. I mean, I'd like an extra 10 just between you and I.
Me too.
Now, look, who knows if property's going to grow at 7% compounding? If you don't think it's going to grow at all, you shouldn't invest in property. You probably should never listen to this podcast again. But like, that's just the compounding effect of having a larger asset base. Now, with that situation, because we got the properties cash flow neutral, the impact on their actual cash flow was minimal to nothing. They're going to have some accounting fees for trusts. They're going to have a few other bits and bobs, of which, you know, should be deductible, all those type of fees, because it's for an investment purpose. But they've doubled their asset base, which doubles their net asset value at the end of 30 years.
Plus, don't forget, in the future, when they then save additional cash and then have savings, and if they've got 3 cash flow neutral positive properties in 3 different entities, they could still buy a PPOR.
Let's talk to that, because that's the juicy shit. So you've got no debt in your personal name.
Yep.
They've gone and done those 3 purchases. They're happy with that. They don't want any more investments. And then the wife, Jack's wife comes. Jack's new wife.
Wife came back. Oh, new wife.
Jack's new wife says, I really love an owner-occupier property now. and they've got the cash flow position to do it because the properties are washing their own faces. And let's say rates have gone down and maybe 1% in time. So Jack's happy. Jack's just cheering.
Yeah.
Then they've still got the same amount of borrowing capacity as they would have had if they got the owner-occupier property before they bought the 3. Isn't that fucking wild?
It is, isn't it?
It actually seems like a scam. Like this seems
Bit of a grey area. A bit of a grey area.
But man, the banks allow you to do it.
The banks let you do it.
Yeah.
Nothing dodgy.
Nothing dodgy at all.
When did you learn about this?
I think you taught me.
I wish I learned about it in my early days.
I'm pretty sure you taught me. I remember I had a guy working for me who introduced us, and he started to teach me about like, you know, all these different things about lending that I didn't know, because I didn't even do any of this stuff when I started my investing journey. You just learn it as you go. And then I was like, and I didn't believe it worked either. And I spoke to a few brokers and I asked them the question like, no, that doesn't work. And I was like, fuck, I knew this didn't work. But then I learned how it works, and I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. Because most brokers don't know this. Most brokers, if you speak to them, and I'll have a lot of clients who come to us with their own brokers, and I'm like, get on the call with them, like, hey man, like this is what we're planning to do, and blah blah blah, and he's like, yeah, that's not gonna work, mate. Oh, okay, no worries. Well, I've seen it work like a lot of times. There is a few hoops that you have to jump through, obviously, but like the rent vesting strategy combined with a really good portfolio structure and obviously advice, and making sure again that you don't buy shit investments, because this is looking at it as all things being equal. You get 7% on your owner occupier. You need to make your investments perform as good as where most people don't do that.
Yeah.
Like if you look at your own situation, I've looked at my parents, like their owner occupiers performed extremely well. And then you like look at your investments when you don't think about it through the same lens, and you get underperformance. So then if you have underperformance, you usually
it cancels out.
Worse off. So this is saying that you buy investments just as good as your owner occupier, and you can still potentially buy an owner occupier in there as well if you wanted to. But we think rent vesting is a better model. Just on 3 purchases instead of 1, $10 million over 30 years.
Plus then the owner occupier.
Plus then your potential owner occupier, plus the savings on the rent vesting. And another thing that I think is really cool, and I think this is becoming more and more common now as well, like with younger people, they don't want to be fixed as much, like once you buy an owner occ, you're pretty much like, you're locked there for a minimum of 5 to 10 years until you really get on your feet, you earn more money, the kids get through daycare and all the rest of it. So you're locked there for 5 to 10 years. And then I saw this with my parents when they retired. I said, don't sell your owner occupier property yet. Just hold it, put tenants in it, go and travel, caravan, do all this shit, have a small base somewhere that you can come back to, let it have 4 or 5 more years in the market, and then sell it. And they're like, no, we can't have people live in our property. It doesn't feel right if we would come home and they'll live there. And I think a lot of people have that too, right? They don't want people living in there. It's my home, man. But you're fixed. Whereas if you didn't have that my property thing, you could just give back the keys, jump in a caravan, go overseas, and like live your life. And you're not fixed to one thing, right? Because your investments are looking after themselves. Like Jordan did.
Yeah. Wish I knew this when I bought my first property.
But you do this now, like.
I do it now. Yeah. And kind of like to your point of, as that price point gets higher, the gap gets bigger.
Yeah.
So I do it for a few reasons. So number one, because of that. So I think when COVID hit, I was paying $750 a week rent in a 2.5 mil property.
Crazy.
And I live in a high rise, so the strata is probably 50% of my rent in the middle of the CBD. The other reason, I guess, is I don't think that's a good investment. So I don't think, in that example, it wouldn't be like for like, right? Like I wouldn't be comparing a 7% growth investment asset with a 7% property that I want to personally live in. So
that's interesting as well, right? Like you enjoy living in the CBD, you want to be around all the action, you probably like the facilities, but you don't, it's not a great investment. Correct. So you probably wouldn't buy that, right? You just rent it. Let someone else have the issues, you enjoy the lifestyle, and then go spend your 2.5 somewhere else.
Exactly. And I've got a good landlord. She's a foreign buyer, been there for 7 years on a month to month, and I don't think she's seen the property, so I don't think she's going to kick me out anytime.
Yeah.
So I get, like you said, get to enjoy the lifestyle benefits of where I want to live for now. As I'm sure as my circumstances change, that'll change, and I guess rent vesting kind of proves to that point that you can move around as your circumstances change and not have those high costs of entering and exiting a property. I'm sure if I had kids one day, I probably would want a larger place than where I am now. And rent vesting gives you that flexibility to do so, and then whilst taking all that money to then put it into what makes sense in terms of the numbers.
That's right. And then the other thing that Ben Nash and I spoke about is like, even if you have an owner-occupier property, like from what you see, and you look at a lot of people's financials, both PAYGs, business owners, as a percentage, this is rough, how much of people's wealth would be tied up in their owner-occupier property? Let's say like from early to mid 40s onwards, right? Because up until that point, people are building, so it'll be a significant amount in one thing.
40, 40.
That's it.
Maybe. 30 to 40, did you say? Age range?
Yeah, 30 to 40 or 40 to 50. Like, obviously 30 to 40, a lot of people are just buying their first, right?
Yeah.
So it's like all their net worth.
Everything.
Yeah, but like as people get more and more developed, so 40 to 50 years old plus, I reckon it'd be 80%.
On net wealth in owner-occupied?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'd say. I'd
Crazy.
agree.
Like,
yeah.
So even if you get to a point where you've hit the pinnacle, you're in the east, or if you're in Brisbane, you're in New Farm, or if you're in Melbourne, you're in Toorak. Like you've hit the pinnacle, and you've got a $10 million home, and that home's got minimal to no debt on it. So your net worth could be like $10 million, right? You're in a high-paying job.
Yep. And
you're not a business owner, obviously, because businesses have wealth or have a value. You're a high-paid employee. You're still broke, because even though that property has no debt, you've built no investment income up until that point, because you've spent all of your money paying that debt down, because we know that you need to pay your owner occupier after zero. You're in your 40s or you're in your 50s. Most people now, that's when they start investing. So now they've got to start from zero, essentially, right? Like zero investment wealth, because that's what gives you the income, not the owner occ.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as that age gets older and older, I actually think the percentage of total assets gets larger and larger, because assuming income, if you're PAYG on the assumption that income grows at a steady amount and doesn't just double year on year, the property value would increase at a faster rate than what your income would increase. So
significantly faster, yeah.
So if you bought a house for $1 million, it's not unheard of that in 20, 30 years that could be worth 5, 6, 7
30
plus,
years,
right?
1.2 turns into almost 10.
Yeah. Whereas your income probably hasn't increased at that same amount. So then that asset could be like 80, 90% of
your net worth, right?
Yeah,
but it's actually worth nothing to you other than a roof over your head, because most people then are like, oh, I don't want to sell it down, because now I've become accustomed to this lifestyle. I like living in this area, but they've got no wealth outside of it, which I think is so fascinating, because for like the way that I think is, that can come later. I'd rather have debt when I'm getting later in my life tied to an owner-occupier, but have income that's being generated from investments, as opposed to the other way around. Have no debt on owner-occupier,
Yes.
but have no income from investments.
So would you ever buy an owner-occ?
I will likely buy an owner-occupier one day, but it will be when I have more than a 50% deposit. The wealthiest people in the world obviously have really big owner-occupier properties, but are a store of wealth for those people. Because when you carry no debt, these assumptions go out the window.
Yes.
Because you can just dump a fuckload of money into it. You look at the guys from White Fox Fashion, they just bought, 3 or 4 properties adjoining. So I'm not sure where their capital come from. Maybe they exited part of that business or whatever it is. They went and put, I think it was 100 million worth of cash or money. This is an incredible strategy. And they bought 3 or 4 adjoining properties in Vaucluse. What they will do is adjoin all of those properties together.
Yep.
So now they have $100 million in one asset,
Yep.
of which is their owner-occupier property, of which is land tax exempt, capital gains tax exempt,
Yep.
and an incredible store of wealth. Because they're worth a lot of money, right? So they don't pay any interest. It's like the cheapest form of growth that you can possibly get, and it's safe. But if you were to then put debt attached to that at an X amount of interest, like that goes out the window, that strategy, because rent vesting is cheaper. So I will do it one day when I have a large enough capital base that it makes sense to go and buy an owner-occupier property and use it more of a store of wealth than, a place to live. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because I look at all these homes that sell in the east. I'm like, 30 million in, Victoria Road, Bellevue Hill, or 40 million here, 50 million. I'm like, fuck, I wouldn't actually pay that amount of money for those houses. They're not inspiring. Considering you're like, I think what Hems has done is incredible. He's got a big house obviously on the harbour, but then he's got that big 150 acres down in Narooma, and he flies down on his seaplane. And I'm like, 30 or 40 minutes or maybe an hour in a seaplane to get up from there, and like you live on the ocean, like that's where I would want to live, and then commute back and forth from work. as
So
opposed to buy and live close to your work. I'd rather just rent somewhere around here.
so what would you then do once you own the owner occ with 50% debt?
What would I do? Well, that's where the majority of your earned income would then go, because that, like, the way that I'm building my life is all investments. That will then look after itself. There gets to a point where it's like, fuck, you don't need to make any more passive investments. Like, now the investments, if we look at Settlers, they're like active investments where, like, you can have a direct impact on the growth of that asset and the performance of that asset. You know, look at like hospitality venues and stuff like that. They own the real estate, but they then have a direct impact of increasing the value of that. Of that. So I really like that strategy. So now we've got enough of a gross asset base that'll continue to grow, that continue to spit off equity, and that gives you the deposits for your future purchases. Now it's about active investing, so buying assets where you can add the performance to them, increase the cash flow through maybe running a business from them, and then eventually they get to a point where you're like, I don't really want any more passive stuff. You buy some big commercial assets, and then there'll become a point in time where I'm like, fuck.
Got too much cash.
Yeah, you have like, because there's cash coming off everything, right? And then like eventually you get to a point where like, fuck, what am I going to do with this? And then you dump it into an owner occupier, and that becomes CGT free. And then usually you don't even sell that, right? So it's actually useless to you, but then whoever inherits whatever I have will enjoy
Or
it.
Jack's ex-wife.
Potentially. I hope not. I hope not. I've got a lot of older friends, and I've learned that you need to be very, very certain about who you marry. So I'm biding my time. I'm taking my time through that process.
Good plan.
I've learnt.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
What about you? What's your plan? So you've got a decent portfolio.
Yeah.
You haven't got an owner occ. We have a principal place of residence.
So for capital gain purposes, you can nominate from what I heard from my accountant.
Me too.
But yeah, so no owner occ. My plan's similar to you, but I would get the investments to a certain level, sell down a few, take that cash, buy an owner occ, put that as the store of wealth.
Yeah.
I'd probably try to avoid debt in full.
Yeah.
And then re-leverage against that owner occ, pull that debt back out, and then use that to then try to reinvest.
Do some debt recycling.
And then go again.
We said something which maybe people didn't hear there. So even though you don't have a owner-occupier property, you could still have a principal place of residence that is exempt from capital gains tax. Because a lot of people think that, well, if I'm a rentvestor, then I don't have a principal place of residence, so I can't get a capital gains tax exemption. That's not true. From what the ATO says on its website, I've read it, and from what my accountant says. I have an owner-occupier property. Actually, no, sorry. I have a principal place of residence that is exempt from CGT because I've lived in it for a period of time.
Yes.
Now it doesn't make sense for me to live there because it's not as close to the office as I need and all the rest of it. So then you can rent that property out.
Yes.
You're going to get capital gains tax exemptions, and you can claim it as an investment property, and you can go and rentvest.
Yes.
So being a rentvestor actually means you get the best of all worlds.
There is a time frame, I believe.
No time frame.
Really?
If you look on the ATO website, there is no fixed time frame where it says you need to live in the property for X amount of time.
How long does it stay CGT free?
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah, and you can actually move back into the property, reset that.
At 5 years and 11 months.
That's right, and then it can reset again. Obviously, you can't do it to avoid tax because that is not what you do.
Yes,
but lots of expats and stuff, like they buy a property, live in it, and then they can move overseas. Or you could buy a property in Newcastle, and then you have to live in Sydney because that's where the head office is. So essentially, there's a lot of things that you can do as a rentvestor, and you can actually still get the benefits that an owner-occupier gets, which is really cool. And an accountant can advise people on that.
Yeah, and I think then if you plug that into when you started this conversation on that like-for-like comparison.
Now we're talking.
And that person happened to need to move every 5 and a bit years.
Yeah.
So that variance would have been
millions, because then you remove that 23.5 cents in the dollar. And as you're growing your portfolio, you're probably going to buy more expensive properties as time goes on. I know that's what happened to me. Like, I started off with a 720 property. Now it's in, $5-6 million acquisitions. So as you go through that, naturally your principal place of residence is likely to be the most expensive one because you want to live in the best asset that you have, right? And it just so happens to be that the best asset that you have, which is the most expensive asset, also will likely have the most amount of growth from a dollar point of view, which means it has the most tax efficient structure of being CGT exempt, right? 23.5% of 5 mils less than, or more than, 23.5% of a mil.
Sounds almost too good to be true, doesn't it, Jack?
I know. Read between the lines here, folks. Be a rentvestor.
Wonder why more people don't do it.
I know. It's a cool thing. It's a cool thing. Any closing words?
I think if it's something someone's going to consider, I think it's good to go with it, into it with an open mindset. And most important thing I would say in that comparison is, from what we see, I guess, because of what we do, a lot of the time it's not a like for like. And I think if people actually do the calculations on like for like, they'll potentially see the benefit highlighted a lot more.
So what a like for like means for the punters listening is, if you can afford to buy a $1.5 million property, look at exactly what it costs to rent that property, not what it rents to, not what you can rent a property for using the mortgage repayment total.
Correct.
And that's why it makes more sense.
Correct.
Because all of my tenants in my properties live there for a lot less than it costs me to own. So they are the winners.
Absolutely.
That's a very interesting thing. And do some modeling as well. I don't think this works very well if you are a short-term rent investor. Because, you know, if you were to, you know, factor in like moving in, moving out costs, fucking all that shit that goes with, you know, moving houses and, you know, setting up structures and all that stuff, like there's a cost to that, right? And over a long enough time horizon, that cost nets out to neutral or zero or negative, because it doesn't matter. But if you do like, because we see this, right? People make their mind up. I'm going to be a rent investor. I'm going to do something.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, some new shiny object, Alex Hormozy says the girl in the red dress pops up. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, that's a stupid idea. Now I'm going to go do that.
Yeah, like our client yesterday.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you need to make sure that you continue to remind yourself as to why you're doing the thing that you're doing. Because it's very easy, especially when you start to earn more and more money and options become available to you that weren't available before.
Yeah.
It's like, I've got all this cash. Oh my gosh, I can buy the house.
And also the price point. Like you said, I think if it's less than $1 million, the variance would be quite small because of how yields kind of work on that lower value property. And like if people live in a 500k property, I'm sure there's some places where it could actually work the other way around.
Yeah, that's right. It's better to be an owner than it is to be a renter. Yeah, so that's another thing to factor in is like, you know, I also see people comment on this on the socials, which is like, oh, well, where I live in bumfuck Idaho, you know, people rent my home for more than it costs me to own.
Yeah.
Don't be a rent investor. That doesn't work, all right? That's a silly idea. But if you live in a major capital city around Australia, usually it costs you a lot more to own there than it does to rent there. Yeah, I mean, anywhere. Like I was looking in Brisbane because I was spending a lot of time there recently. I was like, should I get a place? Should I stay in hotels? And I might be what's going to work out better. Carlisle Hotel's just very hard to go past, so I think I'm going to stay there. But your yields, like the lower the yield is, folks, the better it is to rent invest. So the higher you go in price points, and price point is relative to each location. In Sydney, like I said, 5 mil plus, it gets very good. Brisbane's probably 2 to 3 mil plus, it gets very, very good. You know, Melbourne, Victoria, 4 or 5 mil plus gets very, very good. So the less people that can afford to rent the properties, the better it is to rent invest those. And then allow those people to pay, because just on land tax as well, like this is a cost that doesn't get factored in to higher. The land tax bill on Glenmore Road was $90,000 for 2 years. So I think it was like 50 and 40 the first year, 50s. I'm like, that's a cost that just gets like, it's like, doesn't even make sense, you know what I mean? So like if you're renting that off someone, I'm just looking at it simply based on like what they pay in interest and what we pay in rent. But then you're not factoring in like, what does a land tax bill look like on a home that's worth 5, 10, 15 million bucks if it's an investment property, right? Like maybe they're doing this 6-year CGT thing, but a lot of dough.
Not cheap.
All right. Well, mate, I'm going to go and get a haircut. God bless. See you next episode. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production.